Chapter 1 Senior, Will You Be My Girlfriend? Demon City. Magic University. At noon, the cafeteria was crowded. Lin Feng and his 3 roommates ate and chatted. Among them, Xiao Ziyou and Lu Yan were like 2 radars. They kept looking around even when eating. Needless to say, the 2 single women were looking around to see if there were any beautiful women. Suddenly, Xiao Ziyou patted Lin Feng. "Brother Feng, turn your head." "Not interested." Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, but the next second he felt like there was someone behind him. When Lin Feng turned his head and saw the person coming, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Senior? Have you eaten? If not, sit with Ziyou." "Xiao Ziyou?" Yi Qingyao nodded with a complicated expression and spoke after hesitating for a moment. "Brother Lin Feng, I have something to ask you. Can you go out for a walk with me?" "Good." Lin Feng immediately stood up, distributed the chicken legs and braised pork on the plates to Xiao Ziyou and the other 2, and then left with Yi Qingyao. Watching the 2 people leave one after another, Xiao Ziyou suddenly smiled evilly. "Guys, guess what the senior is looking for Brother Feng? She's the campus beauty. When will I ever be able to have Brother Feng's luck and love? Even half of it would be great. Could it be that the senior sister is going to graduate next year and is now going to confess her feelings to Brother Feng? What do you think, Monkey?" Li Ting guessed. Monkey is Lu Yan's nickname. The 3 of them and Lin Feng are in the same dormitory. After getting along with each other for a few years, they have become very close. Now seeing Lin Feng being called away by one of the recognized school beauties on the school forum, he couldn't help but start making faces. Just as they were making all kinds of guesses, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao also came to the playground. The winter vacation is just over 20 days away. The temperature in Jinghai City is not very warm. Fortunately, the weather is good today. The sun is shining above our heads, and the sunlight makes us feel warm on our bodies. After coming out of the cafeteria, Yi Qingyao said nothing and walked along the rubber track until she reached the playground before stopping. "Senior sister, is there something wrong?" Lin Feng asked. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyao did not answer but asked instead. "Brother Lin Feng, do you remember the last time our club leaders had dinner together?" "I remember. It's been more than 2 months." Lin Feng recalled. The reason he remembered it clearly was because something really happened at that dinner. "Yes, 2 months." Yi Qingyao nodded, then looked up at the sky, revealing a section of her white swan neck. "Junior Lin Feng, do you still remember that night when you and I had sex in the BB?" Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and there seemed to be a thunder explosion in his mind, buzzing continuously. The picture, which was originally blurry due to drunkenness, suddenly became clear. At that dinner, all the cadres in the society got drunk. The boys became the girls' guardians, responsible for sending the girls back to school. But for some reason, Lin Feng escorted Yi Qingyao to the BB behind the hotel. Under the influence of alcohol, the 2 seemed to express their affection for each other, and then, it was not suitable for children until the second half of the night. When Lin Feng woke up the next morning, he was the only one left in the BB, along with the crimson plum blossoms on the bed sheets. Yi Qingyao's figure has disappeared. Seeing Lin Feng recalling something, she continued, "After that, I became pregnant with your child. I'm now 8 weeks pregnant." After saying this, Yi Qingyao placed her jade hand gently on her lower abdomen, and her head drooped slightly. Although the 2 chatted occasionally since that day, Lin Feng could feel that his senior sister was avoiding him, so the number of times they met in the past few months was very few. "When we met again today, the school beauty told me that she was pregnant with my child." Even though Lin Feng had eaten lunch, he still couldn't help but feel his brain was stuck. And at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. "Ding, inheritance of the flame, the host has been detected to have a bloodline inheritance, the nanny system has been successfully activated. Note, these days, it's so difficult to raise a child without a system. Ding. The paternity test of the host and Yi Qingyao's baby has been issued. Please check it. Don't doubt it, the child in Yi Qingyao's belly is yours. Ding, triggering the main quest. Host, please protect your bloodline. System?" Lin Feng, who had read a lot of tomato novels, felt dizzy. Not only was he going to be a father, but he also became the system host? The 2 consecutive pieces of bombshell news surprised Lin Feng. But what does it mean to protect bloodline? System activation happens in a flash. Yi Qingyao hadn't finished speaking yet. "Junior Lin Feng, I don't know what to do, so I came to you. After saying this, Yi Qingyao lowered her head and intertwined her fingers in front of her. It was obvious that she was very conflicted and had complicated emotions. Lin Feng also understood that the senior sister came to him to ask him how to treat the fetus in her belly. Go? Or stay? Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, Senior, no matter what you think, I support you. However, I have something I want to tell you. I'm afraid if I don't say it today, I won't have the chance to say it again in the future. Senior, I like you. I've liked you since the first time we met, when you came to our class as a new student with the club. Time flies by, I'm already a junior in college, and I still haven't mustered up the courage to confess my feelings to you. Now that I know you're pregnant with my child, I'm confessing my feelings to you. I'm not trying to embarrass you, but I sincerely want to tell you that I'm willing to take care of you for the rest of my life. Lin Feng confessed to Yi Qingyao and said a lot in one breath. You have to know that Yi Qingyao also has feelings for Lin Feng, otherwise she wouldn't have let herself go under the influence of alcohol during that club dinner. Lin Feng hasn't been with any other girl in the past 3 years, but isn't it because of him that Yi Qingyao rejected so many people? Now, the two of them took this opportunity to lift the window paper, which actually made Yi Qingyao's nose sore and she wanted to cry. In an instant, tears flashed in Yi Qingyao's beautiful eyes and her delicate body trembled slightly. Seeing this, Lin Feng took off his coat and put it on Yi Qingyao, then asked softly, Senior, will you be my girlfriend? Lin Feng's words echoed in Yi Qingyao's ears. She already had feelings for Lin Feng, and now that he had confessed his love to her, it was only natural for them to hold hands successfully. So Yi Qingyao nodded. I do. Hearing this answer, Lin Feng's heart was relieved. He immediately took Yi Qingyao's hand and they walked out of the playground together. Don't stay in the playground. It's cold. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. Yi Qingyao hummed softly, then followed Lin Feng out. She didn't know if she was cold, but her palms were sweating, which showed how restless she was inside. On the way, Lin Feng couldn't calm down for a long time. Becoming a dad before graduating from college was a thrilling experience. Soon, the two arrived at a public classroom. Apart from classes, few people come here. In addition, it was almost noon and everyone was busy eating lunch, so there was no one around. It's suitable for talking about romance, but not for saying love, let alone doing it. Chapter 2 Brother, please start a class. Can I pay double the 88 membership fee? Yao Yao. Lin Feng called out. When Yi Qingyao heard this name, her face turned slightly hot, and she couldn't help but think, if the name is changed, should I change it too? Well, Xiao Feng, you say. Lin Feng ignored what Yi Qingyao called him. The first thing he had to decide right now was the fetus in her belly. To be honest, Lin Feng didn't want Yi Qingyao to have an abortion because the child was innocent. And it hurts your body. So, Lin Feng expressed his inner thoughts. Yao Yao, I want to keep the child, what do you think? Yeah, okay. Lin Feng was originally thinking of spending more time talking, but he never expected Yi Qingyao to agree directly. Yi Qingyao nodded and continued. The baby is not wrong. Besides, I'm your girlfriend now, so I'll listen to you and give birth to the baby. This is Yi Qingyao's true thought. It can even be said that before she came to find Lin Feng, she had thought that even if Lin Feng did not agree, she still wanted to give birth to the baby. Although she didn't know why she had this mysterious confidence in raising a child on her own. Hearing Yi Qingyao's answer, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Yao, thank you. Xiao Feng, thank you. Yi Qingyao imitated Lin Feng to express her gratitude, but they each had their own ideas. After that, the two talked a lot. After all, Yi Qingyao was still a little panicked in her heart, and had an inexplicable feeling of panic about her pregnancy and the upcoming baby. The main thing is that I don't know what to do or what to do. And confusion about the future. Yi Qingyao will go out for an internship after the winter vacation, but many companies recruiting long-term workers are unwilling to give pregnant women a chance, let alone her as an intern. Not being able to find a job means having no source of income. How can I raise a child if I don't even have a source of income? If Yi Qingyao had not been determined in her heart, she might have been shaken when she thought of these things. After hearing Yi Qingyao's inner panic, Lin Feng also felt that it made sense, but he didn't take it seriously. Yao Yao, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Just relax. I'll make money to support the family, and you'll be beautiful. Lin Feng was very confident when he said these words. Yi Qingyao's beautiful eyes lit up, and then she nodded and believed him. The two confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend and also agreed to keep the baby. Yi Qingyao's worries disappeared, and she began to look forward to the future. In order to ensure Yi Qingyao's rest, Lin Feng got up to send her back to the dormitory. Yi Qingyao did not refuse this. Instead, she held hands with Lin Feng when returning to the dormitory. Don't care about other people's opinions and views. She only knew that it felt good to be held by Lin Feng, and she felt especially safe. In front of the dormitory building, Lin Feng helped Yi Qingyao move her hair behind her ears and accidentally touched her beautiful earlobe. Yao Yao, go back. Call me if you have anything. What if it's okay? Yi Qingyao suddenly asked playfully. Of course you can find me if you have nothing to do. Remember to pin my chat box to the top. The same to you. Yi Qingyao murmured softly, then said goodbye and turned to walk towards the girls' dormitory. Lin Feng watched her go in and turned to leave. At the same time, the two of them tacitly put each other's dialogue box on top. When young boys and girls first experience love, they always like to do some childish things. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Feng found the system. Now he and Yi Qingyao have become boyfriend and girlfriend, and after talking, they have reached an agreement to keep the baby. The system task of protecting the bloodline was naturally completed. The system was also very generous and allowed Lin Feng to open the box. Do you have to draw the rewards you want yourself? The system is quite naughty. But Lin Feng found it interesting. He couldn't just draw out, "Thank you for your patronage." As Lin Feng thought about it, the lottery began. There's not even any animation, and the result comes out in 1 second. Congratulations to the host for winning a house in Yushuiwen community. The house is nice. It saves me from buying one. Lin Feng felt okay, he had good luck. Although he didn't win, thank you for your patronage. He also knew the community of Yushuiwen, which was not far from the school. He could go and take a look when he had time. Ding, it is detected that Yi Qingyao is in poor health. Please urge Yi Qingyao to soak her feet 10 times. After 10 times, there will be a bonus lottery draw. Tasks come one after another. But it's okay, the lottery is so interesting and addictive. Would you like to supervise Yao Yao to soak her feet? Sure. Lin Feng immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yi Qingyao. He just asked in. Yi Qingyao on the opposite side replied immediately. Yao Yao, I noticed that your hands are always sweating. Soak your feet when you have time. It's very effective and can improve this symptom. Okay, I get it. Have you reached the dorm yet? It's almost there, just be obedient. Lin Feng said again. Yeah, take a rest when you get back. Yi Qingyao instructed, then went to the water room to get hot water. On the other side, Lin Feng quickly returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the room, he was pulled over by Xiao Ziyou and Lu Yan. Li Ting also got off the bed, and the three of them laughed in a frivolous way. Brother Feng, what's going on? The campus beauty is here. You're so lucky. Brother Feng, you know me. I have never asked anyone for help. Xiao Ziyou started to speak stubbornly, but was interrupted by Lu Yan before he could finish his words. Bullshit, you begged me to bring you breakfast this morning. Be good and call me Godfather. Go away. We agreed to interrogate Brother Feng, so shut up. Xiao Ziyou said angrily. So, the three of them united again and questioned Lin Feng. On the other hand, Lin Feng sighed first, then. It's not that I don't want to tell you, I'm just afraid that if I tell you, you'll be depressed. Yi Qingyao and I, the so-called school beauty, are together. She is my girlfriend now. When you see her in the future, don't call her senior sister or school beauty. Call her sister-in-law. Do you hear me? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Ziyou, Li Ting and Lu Yan's eyes widened. And Lin Feng's attitude doesn't seem like he is talking nonsense. Are you serious? Brother Feng, are you telling the truth? Lin Feng smiled and nodded, but in his heart he was sighing, it's true, there is a baby. That's how it is between boys. After knowing that Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao were together, the three of them said the most words of blessing. Brother Feng, you've been single for 3 years. If you don't make a name for yourself, you'll be a big hit. That's right, Yi Qingyao, the recognized campus beauty on the forum, you got her? Brother, let's start a class. Can I pay double the 88 membership fee? The second is ghosts crying and wolves howling. And how envious. Chapter 3. Unless you also find me a campus beauty girlfriend. Time flies and it is evening, time for dinner again. For college students, what to eat is an eternal problem. Usually Lin Feng would go out to find food with his 3 roommates. But now it's no longer possible. I have to find Yi Qingyao and take her out to dinner. After all, you are pregnant, so you need to eat clean, hygienic and nutritious food, of course. However, his withdrawal made Xiao Ziyao and the other 2 sigh. Lu Yan, even a hero can't resist the temptation of beauty. Brother Feng, I haven't seen you for an entire afternoon, I missed you so much. Xiao Ziyao, it's getting colder. Brother Feng, I suddenly don't want to bother with you anymore, unless you find me a girlfriend who's a school beauty. Li Ting, fuck. We agreed to tease Brother Feng, but Ziyao, you actually took the opportunity to make a request? You're so fucking greedy. Brother Feng. I want one too. Faced with the teasing and jokes of the 3 people, Lin Feng was a little amused and helpless. He cursed back a few words and then slipped away. Soon Lin Feng arrived at the girls' dormitory. Originally, I wanted to wait until I arrived before calling Yi Qingyao down to avoid freezing. But Yi Qingyao was already standing in front of the door. Yao Yao, didn't we agree that you would come down when I call you? After Lin Feng asked, without waiting for Yi Qingyao to speak, the girl next to him spoke first. Our Yao Yao was afraid that you would get impatient waiting, so she started packing after receiving your call. Oh, by the way, I am Yao Yao's only roommate, my name is Huang Tingting. If you weren't Yao Yao's boyfriend, you would have to call me senior sister. Huang Tingting muttered quietly. Okay, Yao Yao, I've delivered her to you safely. After you have dinner, please bring her back to me safely. I'm leaving now and going to eat. After saying that, Huang Tingting was about to leave, but suddenly turned around and reminded again. Lin Feng. You must take good care of Yao Yao. She was almost squeezed in the stomach when we were fetching water this afternoon. It was too dangerous. Remember. Watching Huang Tingting leave, Yi Qingyao began to defend herself. Xiao Feng, don't listen to Tingting. It's not as dangerous as she says. But no matter what Yi Qingyao said, Lin Feng's frown did not relax. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng suddenly said. Yao Yao, why don't we move out? That way it will be more convenient for me to take care of you, and you won't have to squeeze with others in the dormitory to get water. Lin Feng said this after careful consideration. First of all, he has a house not far from the school, making it convenient for him to commute. Secondly, I was really worried about Yi Qingyao's health. Although it's not that delicate, it's best to be on the safe side. Yi Qingyao felt warm in her heart when she heard Lin Feng's caring words, but she still felt a little embarrassed to move out. Although I know very little about love affairs between men and women, I have inevitably heard of them. When I mention living out, I naturally think of men and women falling in love with each other while staying out all night. The more Yi Qingyao thought about it, the hotter her face became. But when he saw Lin Feng's furrowed brows and worried eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. Xiao Feng, let me think about it again. Yi Qingyao said in a low voice. Okay, let's go eat first. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, not forcing anything. Because if he were a girl and a man said that to him, he would have slapped him in the face. Soon the 2 arrived at canteen number 2. Being too lazy to go upstairs, they planned to eat on the first floor. Yao Yao, what do you want to eat? I want to eat meat. Yi Qingyao whispered, I smelled fried chicken when I walked in. It smells so good, can I have some? Okay, I'll go buy it. What else? Let's have the mosa pork rice bowl. Okay, wait for me. Lin Feng wrote it down and went to buy food. Yi Qingyao sat in her seat and scrolled through her phone boredly, and then she would always subconsciously look for Lin Feng. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. It was Huang Tingting calling. Hey, Tingting, what's wrong? Yao Yao. Check the class group notification. We have to move out of the dormitory before the new year. Oh my god. I'm so impressed. Huang Tingting hung up the phone after she finished complaining. Yi Qingyao hurriedly opened the class group. Sure enough, I saw the notice issued by the counselor. The content was roughly the same as what Huang Tingting said, requiring all senior interns to move out before the new year. The reason was not stated, but everyone knew it. After the seniors moved out, the house would be renovated next year, with the 4-person room converted into a 6-person room, and then given to the freshmen. Huang Tingting sent a WeChat message asking what to do. To be honest, Yi Qingyao didn't know either. Yao Yao, you can move out with your boyfriend. That way it will be easier for him to take care of you. It will become more and more inconvenient for you to move around. You can talk to him about it. If you feel embarrassed, I'll come find you and help you talk to him. Huang Tingting is Yi Qingyao's roommate and also her best friend. The two have lived in the same dormitory for nearly 4 years and have a very deep relationship. Otherwise, Yi Qingyao would not have told her the news of her pregnancy. Now that she is no longer allowed to live in the dormitory, the first person Huang Tingting thinks of and is most worried about is Yi Qingyao. Tingting, Xiaofeng just told me that I should move out. You don't have to worry about me. I'll talk to him, but what about you? What should I do? I'm fine. Anyway, I'm thinking of going out for an internship and looking for a job next year. I'll see where I end up working. At worst, I can just rent a house nearby. While the two were chatting, Lin Feng came back. I had a plate of fried chicken and a plate of mushu pork rice. After seeing this, Yi Qingyao suddenly felt hungry and wanted to eat very much. You know, she rarely touched fried chicken nuggets before. Could it be because of her pregnancy? Lin Feng went out again and came back with a bowl of porridge and a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Xiao Feng, do you also like fish-flavored shredded pork? Yi Qingyao asked happily. But the answer I heard was, it's okay, but I remember you really like fish-flavored shredded pork, so I bought it so we can eat it together. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao was stunned for a moment, pursed her lips, and felt a little touched. Xiao Feng actually still remembered. Come, eat. Well, Xiao Feng, here are the chopsticks. Yi Qingyao broke open a pair of chopsticks and handed them to Lin Feng, then took another pair for herself. When eating, Lin Feng would pick out the meat and send it to Yi Qingyao, and Yi Qingyao would also feed him chicken nuggets. Soon the two of them were talking and laughing, getting along very harmoniously, just like a couple in love. Taking advantage of this warmth, Yi Qingyao suddenly said to Lin Feng, Xiao Feng, let's go out and look for an apartment tomorrow. Our counselor just sent out a notice. Yi Qingyao told Lin Feng about the senior intern moving out. After hearing this, Lin Feng complained about the school for a long time. Chapter 4 Your sister-in-law is pregnant. Yi Qingyao is very smart and speaks with reason and evidence. Xiao Feng, there are a lot of senior interns. They have all received notices to move out. I guess many of them will be looking for houses to rent. How about we go look for it after dinner? BBS are cheap, but the conditions are average. Staying in a residential complex is much more expensive. She had thought it through very comprehensively, but now she was in a dilemma. Should she choose cost-effectiveness or comfort? After listening to Yi Qingyao's analysis, Lin Feng suddenly asked, Yao Yao, do you know where Yushui Bay is? Yushui Bay? I know, it's not far from our school. Yi Qingyao said, I pass by it when I go shopping at Ximei Mall. Yes, that's it. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a bunch of keys from his pocket. There was also an access card on the keychain. The card read, Yushui Wan. Xiao Feng? I have a house in Yushuiwan, we can move there. Lin Feng said it lightly, but Yi Qingyao opened her beautiful eyes wide, feeling incredible. This is the Demon City. It is called the Devil City, and it is no exaggeration to say that every inch of land is worth a lot of money. But Lin Feng actually has a house in this Demon City where every inch of land is worth a lot of money? Let's just make do with this place for now, and I'll get you a better one later. You call this making do? Xiao Feng, you really surprise me. Yi Qingyao said this with a helpless smile, and was extremely shocked in her heart. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help feeling a little proud. Nothing. There will be bread and milk later. Yi Qingyao smiled sweetly and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. She was still thinking about whether to move out before, but now she was already discussing how to move. It's really unpredictable. After dinner, Lin Feng sent Yi Qingyao back to the dormitory. The weather now is really not suitable for loitering outside. If it were summer, you could go to the playground and take a walk and have a bite to eat. Lin Feng started packing after returning to the dormitory. When Xiao Ziyou and the other two came back, they were surprised to see Lin Feng packing things into the suitcase. Brother Feng, you want to start winter vacation early? We haven't even had the final exams yet. Bullshit. Brother Feng is acting like he's going to move out and live with his sister-in-law? Wow. Brother, when will the class start? Teach me how to hook up with the school beauty. The three of them were joking with each other. While packing his luggage, Lin Feng briefly talked about the situation on Yi Qingyao's side. Oh, so it's the school that's being so unkind. But Brother Fong, you should thank the school for helping you achieve your goal. That's right. If the school hadn't issued the notice, I would have had to spend a lot of time and effort to persuade it. Lin Fong laughed in silence. But his smile seemed to Xiao Ziyo and the other two to be showing off, flaunting, and boasting. All right, stop making trouble. Tomorrow, the three of you will help me move some things. Your sister-in-law has difficulty moving around. They can play and make noise, but when something happens, Xiao Ziyo and the other two can still be counted on. However, they caught the key point of Lin Feng's words. Sister-in-law has difficulty moving? Brother Feng, please explain in detail. Since he was asked, Lin Feng didn't plan to hide it. After all, he would know it sooner or later. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, so she has difficulty moving around. We moved out so we can take care of her. What are you thinking? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Ziyo and the other two dispersed, either sitting on chairs or lying on the bed. All three mouths showed no mercy. Fuck. Bastard. Damn. Animal. Fuck. Big beast. However, after being surprised, Xiao Ziyo and the other two began to think about Lin Feng again. Brother Feng, let's be serious. Are you planning to give birth to the child? After seeing Lin Feng nod, Li Ting asked again, what about my sister-in-law's family? What are you going to do? Winter break is coming soon. I plan to send her home and then go to her house, to apologize. At least we have to get her parents to forgive us before we can talk about anything else. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Li Ting and the other two all agreed, Brother Feng, you are a real man. We support you. Brother Feng, if you move out, the expenses will definitely be high. If you have any difficulties, just tell us brothers. Don't worry, I will. Dad won't be shy with you guys. Lin Feng said jokingly, causing the three of them to curse and compete to be their godfather. On the other side, Yi Qingyao also started packing up after returning. Huang Tingting was relieved when she learned that the two were moving out. With her help, Yi Qingyao packed up everything quickly. It can only be said that the total amount was a little over 100 million. Don't worry, I'll take it downstairs tomorrow, and you'll buy me some milk tea. Huang Tingting patted her chest and said, her enthusiasm made Yi Qingyao couldn't help but want to hug her. The next day came in a flash. Xiao Ziyo and the other two dragged Lin Feng to skip class. Originally, they were not in a hurry, but Xiao Ziyo and the other two wanted to finish moving quickly and go to the internet cafe earlier. So helping Lin Feng move became their excuse for skipping classes. Lin Feng borrowed a pedal tricycle from the dormitory manager. Although it was tiring, with it, he could pull all the things in one trip. Soon the four of them arrived in front of the girls' dormitory building. Two girls were already waiting by the roadside. Yi Qingyao was standing, and Huang Tingting was sitting on the suitcase, breathing heavily. Xiao Ziyo and the other two immediately became serious. After all, there was a senior student there. But this senior student just wants to take a break at this moment. Lin Feng, I'll leave the moving to you. I'm so tired. Yao Yao, I'm going back to the dormitory first. After saying that, Huang Tingting ran away. Xiao Ziyo and the other two sighed and lamented upon seeing this. Yi Qingyao looked at Xiao Ziyo and the other two who were working tirelessly to help move things, and immediately expressed her gratitude warmly. Thank you, three junior students. You're welcome, sister-in-law. The repeated calls of sister-in-law made Yi Qingyao laugh and cry, but it was quite good. After loading the luggage onto the bike, Lin Feng started pedaling. He didn't pedal very fast, so Yi Qingyao could keep up at a slow pace. With Yi Qingyao around, Xiao Ziyo and the other two became much more serious and quiet. But when they saw Yi Qingyao wiping Lin Feng's sweat, they scratched their heads again, because the three of them felt like they had been tricked into being slaughtered like dogs. Fortunately, Yushui Bay is not far from the school, and it only takes more than 10 minutes to get there. Yushui Wan, the community claims to be a high-end community, and it does look nice from a distance. When you walk inside, you will see good greenery and the ground is clean enough, which is far superior to the old communities. Brother Feng, how much is your rent for a house here per month? It's not cheap, is it? Once we're kicked out of school and have jobs, we can consider renting a place like this together and become neighbors with Brother Feng. Just as the three of them were waiting for the quote, Lin Feng suddenly grinned. I really don't know about that. Let me ask around. Chapter 5, Damn. Animal. Sometimes you even use my toilet paper. Don't know? Brother Feng, you dare to rent a house without even asking about the rent clearly. Be careful of getting ripped off. Xiao Ziao gave a friendly reminder. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I won't kill you, this is what I bought. Oh, that's good. Brother Feng. What did you say? Is this the house you bought? Xiao Ziao suddenly changed his words and exclaimed in surprise. Not only him, Li Ting and Lu Yan also widened their eyes. Brother Feng, you're not a rich second generation, are you? Fuck. Animal. Sometimes you even use my toilet paper. The three people following behind kept exclaiming in amazement. Lin Feng rode the tricycle and continued walking inside with Yi Qingyao until they came downstairs. Although Xiao Ziyo and the other two were cursing. But when it comes to work, they are very dedicated and no one would say they are lazy. Yi Qingyao had just picked up a bag when it was snatched away by Lin Feng the next second. In the end, she had to go upstairs empty-handed, and then he refused to let her come downstairs to help. It took the four of us 3 trips back and forth to move everything. Even though there was an elevator, I was exhausted and out of breath by the end. Even though the weather has turned cold, I still ended up sweating from exhaustion. After moving their things and returning upstairs, Xiao Ziao and the other two had time to take a look at Lin Feng's new house. 300 square meters, large flat, 2 elevators per household, no neighbors. Such a niche word. Brother Feng, sister-in-law, I don't know if I should say this or not. Since we have helped you move your things, you two should leave the keys and leave my house. Brother Feng, you know, I've been studying feng shui diligently since I was young. You should tie a divine beast to the entrance to suppress your luck. Do you think I can do it? I'll tie it there just right. I'm next to the Tielu rock. Xiao Ziao followed. Li Ting grinned and introduced himself. Brother Feng, I'll live in the nanny's room, and I'll be responsible for walking them every day. It must be said that the 3 brothers are all very talented. They talk one after another, and if you don't know them, you would think they are performing a skit. Yi Qingyao was amused and covered her mouth with her hands while laughing. Under the guidance of Lin Feng, Xiao Ziao and the other two took a rough tour and said goodbye after that. Brother Feng, we can help with moving things, but you and sister-in-law are the only ones who can help with the cleanup. We're leaving now. We're going to the internet cafe. Call me if you need anything. Seeing that he couldn't keep them, Lin Feng gave them a series of instructions as he sent them out. Come over for dinner tonight. It's my treat to celebrate your housewarming. After hearing what he said, Xiao Ziao and the other two did not refuse, otherwise they would definitely not want to disturb Lin Feng in Yi Qingyao's world of 2. Lin Feng, who was a little bit of a germaphobe, felt uncomfortable when he saw big and small boxes placed everywhere. Then he began to put their things in order. Seeing this, Yi Qingyao walked forward gently, holding the cardboard box and said, Xiao Feng, let me help you. After seeing this, Lin Feng quickly took the cardboard box from her hand and said softly, No, I can do it by myself. Afterwards, he helped Yi Qingyao sit on the sofa, turned on the TV, and found The Legend of Huan Huan, which was popular among girls. Wife, your job now is to sit here and watch TV. Leave the work to me. Hearing the name wife, Yi Qingyao was stunned at first, and her cheeks flushed instantly. The shyness was like the clouds in the sky, spreading all the way to her ears. She lowered her eyes shyly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Her heart seemed to be beating like a deer. She was shy but full of indescribable joy, so much so that she didn't hear what Lin Feng said next. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but gently pinch her soft face, and asked with a bit of pampering and curiosity, Did you hear what I just said? Yi Qingyao suddenly came back to her senses and refocused her gaze on Lin Feng's face, but she was still immersed in the sweetness brought by the word wife. She nodded gently, her voice as thin as a mosquito, oh. However, her mind was not on the TV series but on the word wife. When she thought of this name, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise again, and her eyes sparkled with happiness. Xiao Feng actually called me his wife. Soon, the house was cleaned up and the originally deserted house became very warm. At the same time, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system detected that the host has provided Yi Qingyao and the baby in her belly with a warm nest. System reward, God of Cookery cooking skills. As soon as the system finished speaking, a huge amount of knowledge instantly flooded into Lin Feng's mind. The essence and cooking secrets of the 8 major cuisines surged like a tide. The preparation methods and seasoning techniques of each dish appeared clearly in his mind, as if he was already a seasoned cooking master who knew every cuisine like the back of his hand and could cook them effortlessly. No exaggeration, he can make flowers out of an ordinary piece of tofu. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the skill rewarded by the system, and he would show it off to his godsons tonight. After some simple rest, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao walked out of the house hand in hand. Looking at the large shopping mall in front of her, Yi Qingyao asked doubtfully, "What are we doing here?" Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "A new home, a new look. We need to buy all new daily necessities. We also need to buy bed sheets, quilt covers, kitchen utensils, and vegetables for cooking in the evening." "Oh." Yi Qingyao nodded and said with a wry smile, "It seems that our procurement task is very heavy." Entering the supermarket, Lin Feng pushed a shopping cart and Yi Qingyao happily held his arm. The two talked and laughed along the way, just like a couple in love. Stepping into the vegetable area, Lin Feng said softly to Yi Qingyao, "Wife, what do you want to eat tonight? I will make it for you." After hearing this, Yi Qingyao answered sensibly, "Your roommates are guests, so you should cook some dishes they like." Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head gently, his smile full of pampering. "In my heart, you will always be the first, and they all have to stand behind." After hearing this, Yi Qingyao's eyes flashed with emotion. Lin Feng said jokingly, "As long as they have something to stutter, they are already satisfied." At this time, Yi Qingyao covered her mouth and smiled, and said virtuously, "Then you should also make a few of their favorite dishes as a reward for them." Lin Feng nodded and patted his wife's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be reluctant to leave after eating so much." He would wake up laughing in his dreams if he could marry such a sensible wife. Hearing this, Yi Qingyao felt relieved. She tilted her head and thought seriously, Meat. I want to eat meat, especially that fragrant braised pork." Chapter 6 My sons, it's time to eat. After returning home after shopping, Yi Qingyao felt weak all over and her head was dizzy, perhaps because of the new life growing in her belly. Her eyes were blurry and her head was shaking. Finally, she couldn't resist the sleepiness and leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder. Yi Qingyao rubbed her little head against Lin Feng's shoulder and soon found the most comfortable support. Feeling the weight on her shoulder, Lin Feng turned his head and saw that her eyelashes were trembling slightly, and a faint smile occasionally appeared at the corner of her mouth, as if she felt the taste of happiness in her dream. Seeing this, Lin Feng slightly turned sideways to allow Yi Qingyao to lean more comfortably. When they were almost home, Lin Feng gently shook Yi Qingyao's shoulders and said softly, "Wife, we're almost home. Don't sleep anymore, or you'll catch a cold when you get off the car." Yi Qingyao heard the call and opened her eyes drowsily, with a hint of sleepiness still in her eyes. After seeing the scene clearly, his eyes suddenly fixed on the obvious water stain on the shoulder of Lin Feng's clothes. Her face suddenly turned red, spreading all the way to her ears. She raised her hand in panic and wiped the corners of her mouth. Yi Qingyao's eyes dodged, and she stammered, I'll go back and wash your clothes." After she finished speaking, she patted her head and whispered in a low voice, "Why did I fall asleep? How embarrassing." Lin Feng looked at his wife, who was so shy that she didn't dare to look at him, and the smile on his face became even more intense. He gently pinched Yi Qingyao's nose and joked, "It's okay, I drool when I sleep too. It's no big deal." Hearing Lin Feng's comfort, Yi Qingyao felt warm in her heart, but she was still thinking about going back to help him wash his clothes. After returning home, Lin Feng gently closed the door and his eyes fell gently on Yi Qingyao. She still had a bit of sluggishness as if she hadn't woken up yet, and there was still a hint of sleepiness in her eyes. Seeing this, Lin Feng said softly with a distressed look, "Go back to sleep, I'll take care of the rest." Yi Qingyao raised her head slightly and looked at Lin Feng, forcing a smile at the corners of her mouth, her voice a little lazy and hoarse. "Well, I'll go to sleep first. Honey, you've worked hard." After calling out the gentle husband, Yi Qingyao's cheeks were instantly flushed with two delicate red clouds. Then, she turned her on lightly like a little deer, and with a hint of panic and shyness, she quickly ran towards the bedroom. Looking at his wife's fleeing back, Lin Feng's mouth corners unconsciously rose, his eyes full of pampering and smiles. Lying on the bed, Yi Qingyao fell asleep in a short while. Maybe it was really easy to become sleepy during pregnancy. In the kitchen, Lin Feng was busy. Looking at the dishes in front of him, he instantly decided on today's menu in his mind. He prepared everything one by one. Of course, the first thing he had to do was to make the braised pork that Yi Qingyao wanted to eat. The meat must be stewed for a longer time so that it becomes soft, tasty, and not greasy. In the kitchen, Lin Feng tied on an apron, took a deep breath, and looked at the pile of purchased vegetables in front of him. Soon, I had planned the menu for tonight in my mind. Of course, the most important thing is the braised pork that Yi Qingyao has been longing to eat. Then, Lin Feng picked up the piece of pork belly with alternating fat and lean meat, and cut the selected pork belly into evenly sized pieces. Next, he put the meat into cold water, added ginger slices, scallion segments and cooking wine, and boiled it over high heat to remove blood foam and impurities. After boiling, the meat pieces were fished out and drained. Lin Feng evenly placed them in a casserole and added a secret seasoning: light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, rock sugar, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves. Then he poured in enough water to cover the meat, covered the pot, and simmered it over low heat. In the following time, Lin Feng began to cook other dishes, such as Beijing-style shredded pork with soy sauce, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, mushu pork, etc., which were all the favorites of his godsons. As time went by, one dish after another, delicious and fragrant, was served on the table. When he started to cook the last dish, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone, opened the chat box of Band of Brothers, and sent a message. "My sons, dinner is ready." At the same time, in the internet cafe, Xiao Ziao, Li Ting and Lu Yan were operating the keyboard with their fingers flying. At this time, Xiao Ziao excitedly slammed the table and said, "Li Ting, you are a newbie. Don't use your ultimate move until the new year." After hearing this, Li Ting said dissatisfiedly, "How dare you criticize me? You just dodged a skill and dodged right in his face. You're just giving him first blood." Neither of them was willing to give in. At this time, Lu Yan heard his cell phone ringing. He opened it and saw a message from Lin Feng. He quickly said to the two of them, "You two are both noobs, so don't criticize each other." The silence between the two was deafening because Lu Yan was telling the truth. Seeing that the two had stopped arguing, he continued, "Brother Feng just sent a message asking us to come over for dinner. Let's go." Hearing this, the three of them walked out of the internet cafe. Even though they kept calling each other noobs while playing games, nothing happened when they came out. Maybe this is the friendship that is unique to men. In the bedroom, Yi Qingyao vaguely smelled a rich and tempting meaty aroma in her sleep. The aroma penetrated into her nostrils and gently stimulated her olfactory nerves. Her nostrils twitched slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if she had just woken up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, put on her slippers, and followed the smell to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Lin Feng was busy. A pot of braised pork was bubbling on the stove, and the aroma was everywhere. Seeing his wife wake up, Lin Feng showed a gentle smile on his face. "Wife, you are awake." "Yeah." Yi Qingyao nodded, then came to the stove. The surface of the braised pork in the pot is covered with a layer of crystal clear sauce, sparkling with a bright luster. Under the light, they look particularly attractive, with a deep red color that seems to attract all eyes. As the heat increases, the sauce becomes richer and richer, and the aroma fills the entire kitchen, making people salivate. Just by looking at it, Yi Qingyao's mouth rippled unconsciously, making her swallow unconsciously. "Wow, husband, is this the braised pork you made? It smells so good." Lin Feng smiled slightly, then took out a small bowl, put a piece of braised pork in it and handed it to Yi Qingyao. "Wife, try it," Lin Feng said expectantly. Yi Qingyao took the bowl, picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks, and took a light bite. In an instant, an expression of shock appeared on her face and her eyes widened. Yi Qingyao said in disbelief, "Wow, this braised pork is so delicious. Husband, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook." While she was praising, her mouth was always busy, mainly because the braised pork was so delicious. After hearing this, Lin Feng smiled modestly and said, "My cooking skills are just average." In fact, what he said was true. He could only make boiled instant noodles before. If it weren't for the system, he really couldn't make such delicious food. Hubby, don't be so modest. With your cooking skills, you can be a chef in a 5-star hotel. No, those chefs are not as good as you. After all, she used to eat it every day, and in comparison, Lin Feng's braised pork was more delicious. Chapter 7. I am a male, but I like women. After a while, the doorbell rang. Lin Feng knew that his roommates had arrived, so he hurried to open the door. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Ziyao's nose seemed to be bewitched. The fragrance in the room made him open his eyes wide in shock. "Brother Feng, did you secretly invite the royal chef from heaven to come down to earth? The food is so delicious, it's almost as delicious as the Queen Mother's peach banquet." Xiao Ziyao shouted exaggeratedly, his voice full of disbelief. Li Ting and Lu Yan also joined in the fun, saying in unison, "We were planning to come over to your place and have a simple yet sophisticated dinner with instant noodles." As soon as the aroma wafted through, our plans for instant noodles were completely ruined. Lin Feng looked at these three funny guys, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, thinking, is it really that serious? This shows their extreme lack of self-confidence. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, Yi Qingyao stepped forward and said proudly, "These dishes are all made by my husband himself. Besides, he specially prepared some of your favorite dishes to give you a surprise." When the three roommates heard Lin Feng's words, their jaws almost dropped to the ground, and the expressions on their faces quickly changed from shock to deep emotion. Several people couldn't wait to come to the dining table, and the scene before them shocked them again. The table was filled with their favorite dishes, colorful and fragrant. Xiao Ziyao was so excited that he almost jumped up. His eyes seemed to be lit up by two little stars, sparkling with excitement. "Damn, Brother Feng, you can actually make sweet and sour pork. This is incredible!" Xiao Ziyao shouted while giving a thumbs up, his face full of admiration and praise for Lin Feng. He stared at the plate of juicy sweet and sour pork, his saliva watering as if he had already tasted the sweet and sour flavor. This dish is cooked just like the one made by a chef in a restaurant. If it were sold in a restaurant, 108 yuan per serving would definitely not be expensive. Xiao Ziyao continued to praise it, his eyes full of joy and emotion. Lu Yan, who was standing nearby, echoed the sentiment, "Brother Feng, your cooking skills are truly remarkable. You're like a living god of cooking. Why don't you just stop studying and open a restaurant? We'll definitely come to support you every day." Lu Yan became more and more excited as he spoke, and in the end he even hugged Lin Feng's shoulders excitedly. He looked so happy that it seemed as if he wanted to hug his face and take a bite of it. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly stopped his enthusiastic face slap with his hand, pretending to be disgusted, and said, "I am a man, I like women, you don't even want this white thing for me. But since you like it so much, then eat more. I'll show you some more of my cooking skills when I have the chance. Don't stand there, sit down and try it. There's another dish. I'll go get it." Lin Feng hurriedly greeted a few people and soon came out of the kitchen with a steaming ceramic bowl. The tempting aroma instantly filled the entire restaurant. Li Ting knew at once that this dish was definitely extraordinary and extremely delicious. Xiao Ziyao's nose was like a sensitive radar. As soon as he smelled the aroma, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Braised pork? It's braised pork! Brother Feng, you actually made braised pork? That's amazing!" Xiao Ziyao widened his eyes, his face full of surprise. "It smells so good. It tastes exactly like the braised pork my mom made during Chinese New Year." He swallowed his saliva as he spoke, as if he had already tasted the delicious food that was rich but not greasy and melted in his mouth. However, what surprised the three brothers was that Lin Feng actually placed this carefully cooked braised pork in front of Yi Qingyao. Facing the expectant looks from her husband's roommates, Yi Qingyao smiled and said to Lin Feng, "Hubby, let's put this dish in the middle so everyone can have it." Lin Feng shook his head firmly, looked at Yi Qingyao lovingly and said, "No, this is the dish you ordered. My wife wants to eat it, so of course it has to be placed in front of you." His tone was full of care and love for Yi Qingyao. After all, his wife liked him. The three roommates looked at this scene and couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied. Li Ting muttered quietly, "Brother Feng really values women over friends." Xiao Ziyao grumbled quietly, "That's right, the dog food is too obvious. If there weren't so many delicious dishes on the table, we would have been fed with dog food." Although I felt a little dissatisfied, there were still so many delicious dishes on the table. Thinking of this, the three of them felt relieved, then picked up their chopsticks and started eating. As soon as Xiao Ziyao, Li Ting, and Lu Yan tasted the dishes made by Lin Feng, they instantly turned into silent foodies. Their mouths were busy tasting and they didn't even have time to say a word. Their faces were filled with surprise, as if they had discovered a treasure. At that time, the restaurant was so quiet that the only sound could be heard was the smacking sound of everyone eating. Everyone was concentrating on the delicious food in front of them, afraid that in the blink of an eye, they would miss a piece of meat. This pure moment of enjoying food is much more real than those celebrities in life variety shows who just talk but don't practice, or just praise but don't eat. Although Xiao Ziyao and the other two were some distance away from the braised pork, they didn't care about their manners when faced with such delicious food. They just stood up and used chopsticks to pick up the tempting pieces of meat. They moved so fast that Lin Feng didn't have time to react. You know, for this dinner, Lin Feng made 3 pounds of braised pork, and in the blink of an eye, half of the braised pork was gone. Seeing this, Lin Feng was afraid that Yi Qingyao would not be able to eat it, so he anxiously put the braised pork into her bowl. Yi Qingyao looked at the braised pork piled up like a small mountain in her bowl, and said with a smile, "Hubby, please stop taking more. My bowl is almost full." Xiao Ziyao was watching from the side and laughed, "Yeah, Brother Feng, sister-in-law is afraid of getting fat and doesn't want to eat so much braised pork." Lin Feng looked at the three people wolfing down their food and snorted coldly, "If I hadn't picked up some more, you would have eaten all the braised pork. This is a dish I made especially for my wife. I wouldn't say anything if you had some, but you're being too unethical, scooping half of it right into the bowl. Which kind person eats like you guys? You're simply the foodie alliance." Lin Feng said with a smile, but his tone was full of helplessness and pampering for the three of them. After hearing this, Li Ting, with his mouth full of braised pork, complained incoherently, "Brother Feng, this is all your fault. The braised pork is so delicious that we can't stop eating it. Besides, you only made this little, it's not even enough to eat. I'm starting to wonder if you're deliberately trying to make us lose weight. It's all because of your excellent cooking skills that we've all become foodies. It's not our fault." Lu Yan also echoed from the side, with a satisfied and happy smile on his face. Listening to the three people's continuous condemnation, Lin Feng smiled helplessly, "Eat quickly, even eating can't stop you from talking." Chapter 8 Brother Feng, you are really making the best use of everything. After a lot of banging and showing off, Xiao Xiao, Li Ting and Lu Yan's stomachs were bulging like three small balls. They leaned back in their chairs contentedly, happy smiles on their faces. "Brother Feng, your cooking skills are amazing." Xiao Xiao touched his round belly and gestured exaggeratedly, as if the meal he just had was the most delicious one he had ever had. Yes, I declare that this meal has officially become the #1 in my foodie career." Li Ting was not to be outdone. He raised his hand exaggeratedly and made a #1 gesture. Lu Yan licked his lips with a sly look on his face and said, "Hey, with such delicious food, we should find a way to come here more often. How about, we form a freeloader team from now on?" When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately put on a serious look and said righteously, No, you are blatantly disturbing our world of two people." After that, he deliberately made a heartbroken expression, which made Yi Qingyao cover her mouth and chuckle. At this time, Yi Qingyao gently patted the back of Lin Feng's hand, her eyes full of happiness. Then she turned to Xiao Xiao and the other two and said with a smile, "Don't listen to him. Come whenever you want. We welcome you any time. Besides, it will be more lively with more people. Thank you, sister-in-law. Long live sister-in-law." Li Ting was the first to respond, bowing exaggeratedly, and then teasing Lin Feng, "Sister-in-law is really a good person. Brother Feng, you must cherish her. Finding a wife like sister-in-law will make you laugh out loud when you sleep at night." Lin Feng quite agreed with this. He looked at Yi Qingyao triumphantly and held her hand tightly. Time always flies when chatting after dinner. Seeing that it was getting late, the three of them didn't want to continue being kilowatt light bulbs, so they said goodbye. Just as he reached the door, Lin Feng suddenly shouted, "Wait, there's something else I haven't done yet." The three turned around with puzzled expressions, only to see Lin Feng pointing at the trash can on the ground and saying seriously, "Take the trash down." Lu Yan said jokingly, "Brother Feng, you are really making the best use of everything." After handing them the garbage bag, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao stood at the door, watching them go away, and smiled at each other. After closing the door, Lin Feng turned around and said to Yi Qingyao with tenderness in his eyes, "Wife, it's so late, let's go to bed." Yi Qingyao's cheeks instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head slightly, but the little drama in her heart had already begun. She imagined the scene of sleeping in the same bed with Lin Feng, feeling both shy and expectant, as if there were two little people fighting, one saying, "Hurry up and agree to him and enjoy this sweetness with him," and the other saying, No, we are not ready yet." That's too fast. I'm not ready yet." Yi Qingyao's voice was so soft that a needle could fall to the ground. She lowered her head and tugged at the corner of her clothes, her heart beating like a deer. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled gently. He slowly approached Yi Qingyao and asked softly, "What's wrong, wife?" Yi Qingyao looked up and met Lin Feng's loving eyes. She felt even more shy. She bit her lip and mustered up the courage to say, I'm actually a little nervous. And I heard online that the first few months are very critical and I can't do that." Lin Feng couldn't help laughing when he heard it. He gently scratched Yi Qingyao's nose and said lovingly, "Silly girl, what are you thinking? I just told you to rest early. I didn't mean to sleep with you." When Yi Qingyao heard this, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, with an expression of relief on her face, but then she felt a little lost. She lowered her head and whispered, I thought you. What do you think I am?" Lin Feng kept the question in suspense, his eyes full of mockery. Yi Qingyao's face turned even redder, and she said embarrassedly, "I thought you wanted to do that with me." "Which one?" Lin Feng pretended to be confused, which made Yi Qingyao feel embarrassed and annoyed. She reached out and gently hit his chest. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Lin Feng held Yi Qingyao's hand and said gently, wife, you go to bed first. I'll clean up the table. Okay. Yi Qingyao nodded, then returned to the master bedroom. Before leaving, she glanced at Lin Feng. For some reason, she felt lost. Early in the morning, just as the sky was turning pale, Lin Feng woke up from his sleep. Although he is a college student, he has a regular schedule and wakes up on time. I pushed open the door of the master bedroom and saw Yi Qingyao was still sleeping soundly, so I didn't disturb her. Then, Lin Feng walked into the kitchen and looked at the ingredients in the refrigerator. He quickly thought of the morning menu. I saw him carefully selecting fresh pork and cabbage to prepare making xiaolong bao. He skillfully chopped the meat, seasoned it, and stuffed it, and soon the kitchen was filled with tempting aromas. The fragrance seemed to have magical power, penetrating the bedroom wall and quietly sneaking into Yi Qingyao's dream. Yi Qingyao seemed to smell a familiar and tempting fragrance in her sleep. She frowned slightly, then slowly opened her eyes. When she smelled the aroma, she knew her husband was making something delicious again. Yi Qingyao walked into the kitchen while rubbing her eyes. Honey, what delicious food are you making? Why does it smell so good? It's xiaolong bao. Lin Feng turned around with a smile and looked at Yi Qingyao and said, go wash up first. Dinner will be served in 5 minutes. Yi Qingyao nodded, and when she came back, Lin Feng had already walked to the dining table with a plate of steaming dumplings. Yi Qingyao couldn't wait to sit down, picked up a steamed bun with chopsticks and took a bite. Wow, honey, these dumplings smell so good and are so delicious. Yi Qingyao praised as she ate them, this taste is simply irresistible. Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingyao's satisfied expression and said with a smile, if you like it, eat more. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao stopped eating with her chopsticks, looked up at Lin Feng, and couldn't help laughing. But, if I keep eating like this, what if I gain weight? Hearing this, Lin Feng's lips curled up gently. He reached out and gently stroked Yi Qingyao's soft hair, his eyes full of love. Don't worry, my wife, even if she gains weight, she is still beautiful, just like Yang Guifei, with a unique charm in her plumpness. Yi Qingyao's cheeks flushed instantly when she heard this. She lowered her head shyly, and said with a hint of shyness in her voice, hubby, you always tease me, so annoying. Seeing this, Lin Feng held his head high and said, this is from the bottom of my heart. I hope my wife will understand. Chapter 9, Husband, if you like this car, I will give it to you. At the same time, a clear and pleasant system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The system detected that the host carefully prepared a loving breakfast for Yi Qingyao, and is rewarding her with a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster. The prize has been delivered to the parking space downstairs, please check it in time. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Feng felt his pocket sink. He subconsciously reached out and touched something, and his fingertips touched a piece of cold metal. It was the car key. Lin Feng's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable excitement. After all, which man could resist the temptation of a limited edition sports car? He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. At this time, Yi Qingyao opposite asked gently, husband, do you have classes this morning? Yes, periods 3 and 4 are professional courses. Lin Feng responded, looking at Yi Qingyao curiously, what's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Yi Qingyao smiled softly and said, nothing. If you go to class, I can go to the library to write my graduation thesis. It's really boring to stay in this big house alone. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. It was almost time, so the two of them packed up and went out together. When walking downstairs, Yi Qingyao's eyes were instantly attracted by a cool sports car in the parking space opposite. She recognized the car immediately and exclaimed in surprise, oh my god! There's a limited edition Lamborghini Veneno Roadster parked downstairs in our community. She turned to look at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Honey, did you know this car costs 26 million? It's limited to 9 units worldwide. It has a maximum horsepower of 750 and can accelerate from 0 to 100 meters in just 2.9 seconds. It's so cool. Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingyao's familiar appearance and couldn't help feeling a little confused. He was about to ask, but Yi Qingyao couldn't wait to ask him, husband, do you like this car? Lin Feng nodded without hesitation, of course I like it. Who can not like such a cool sports car? After hearing this, Yi Qingyao smiled sweetly, my brother gave me one. How about I drive it over to you when I get home? Lin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Yi Qingyao in surprise and asked, wife, what do you do at home? You just gave me a sports car? Yi Qingyao smiled and shook her head. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'll give you a sports car, and as long as you're happy, isn't that enough? Lin Feng smiled helplessly, but his heart was filled with emotion. At this time, Yi Qingyao also started to walk around the car, muttering to herself as she looked at it, I wonder if the interior of this car is as luxurious as mine? Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingyao with a smile and said, Go in and take a look, and you'll know. As he spoke, he took out the car key and gently pressed the unlock button. With a crisp sound, the door of the sports car slowly opened. Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingyao with a smile, and extended his hand in an invitation, Princess, please get in the car. Yi Qingyao was stunned when she saw this scene. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, her eyes full of confusion. Honey, this car, is it yours? How could it be fake? Lin Feng said with a helpless smile. After seeing his wife's incredulous look, he smiled, scratched Yi Qingyao's nose and said, Don't think about it. Let me show you how to accelerate 100 meters in 2.9 seconds. After saying that, Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator, and in an instant, the car rushed out. Sitting in the car, Yi Qingyao felt the strong push on her back, and her heart was filled with excitement and thrill. When she wanted to experience it again, Lin Feng shook his head gently and reminded her gently, Wife, don't forget that you still have a little baby in your belly. We can't mess around. Okay. Yi Qingyao pouted and nodded. After all, the baby was important. So, Lin Feng drove the sports car steadily and sent Yi Qingyao safely to the door of the library. Then he parked his car downstairs of the teaching building and walked into the classroom alone. At that time, the classroom was empty. Lin Feng found a seat by the window and sat down, quietly waiting for the arrival of his sons. Soon after, people began to enter the classroom. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and seemed to be talking about something. Lin Feng listened carefully and could vaguely hear words such as sports car and limited edition. At this time, Xiao Ziao, Lu Yan and Li Ting walked into the classroom with books in their arms. As soon as Lin Feng saw them, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He waved happily and shouted, Hey, dear sons, this way. Several people excitedly walked over to Lin Feng and sat down. Lu Yan approached Lin Feng mysteriously and said in a low voice, Brother Feng, do you know what we saw on the way here? Lin Feng asked curiously, What did you see? Lu Yan excitedly replied, A limited edition sports car. It's parked right under the teaching building. It's so cool. Xiao Ziao also echoed excitedly, I guess the person who can afford such a cool sports car must be extraordinary. If I knew who it was, I would definitely hug his thigh. At this moment, Li Ting had an idea and said with a smile, How about we wait by the luxury car after class, and when we see the owner unlock the car, we can go up and try to get close to him. What if she helps us get rich? Then we brothers won't have to worry about her anymore. After hearing this, Xiao Ziao nodded excitedly, Hey, I think it's okay. But, Li Ting, are you sure that if you want to hook up with a rich woman, someone will be interested in your looks? Who are you looking down on? Li Ting rolled his eyes. He was quite confident about his appearance. He was more handsome than Lu Tianwang and even more handsome than Zhang Shuiao. Lin Feng listened to the conversation between several people and laughed in his heart. He patted his brothers on the shoulders and said, Come on, stop envying others. Maybe one day you will be able to drive your own sports car. Hearing this, Lu Yan's eyes flashed with anticipation, but then he shook his head and said with a wry smile, Brother Feng, please stop teasing me. I'm lucky to have a means of transportation in my life. How could I dare to hope for a sports car? Li Ting also agreed, That's right, I'll be satisfied if I only have a Xiaomi SU7 in my life. His family conditions are rather special. He grew up in a single-parent family and it was very difficult for his mother to raise him. Not to mention a car, even marrying a wife is a luxury. The bride price is often hundreds of thousands or even 300,000 yuan, and the wife also requires a car, a house, and savings. It is impossible to afford it. When Xiao Ziyao heard Li Ting's words, a smug smile appeared on his lips and he said in a mean way, Hey, stop whining here, both of you. My dad said he'll buy me a sports car when I graduate from college. It'll probably be around 1 million. But if it's more, he won't buy me one. After hearing this, Li Ting and Lu Yan smiled at each other, then cursed with a smile, You are such a bastard. You have such a good father, and yet you are here crying poor to us. Brute. Chapter 10 Hey, you guys are blocking my way. When the bell rang, Li Ting couldn't wait to grab Xiao Ziyao and 2 other roommates, and rushed out of the classroom like a wild horse, heading straight to the downstairs of the teaching building. What kind of boss do you think drives this kind of sports car? Li Ting panted as he ran, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Who cares who he is? We've finally had our eyes open today. Xiao Ziao echoed, his face full of curiosity about the unknown. The four of them came downstairs and saw that there was no one around, so they quietly approached the eye-catching sports car and peeked inside through the window, trying to catch a glimpse of the limited edition sports car. Just then, a familiar voice broke their prying eyes. Hey, you guys are blocking my way. Lin Feng pulled the shoulders of several people, with a playful smile on his face, and walked towards them step by step. Then he unlocked the car in front of several people and got in. Brother Feng? Is this your car? Li Ting asked in disbelief with his eyes wide open. What else? Who do you think it belongs to? Lin Feng asked with a smile, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Xiao Ziao, Li Ting, and Lu Yan looked at each other, feeling shocked and a little annoyed at being teased. It turns out that the car owner they had always been curious about was actually their good brother. You're so good, Lin Feng. You're hiding so well. You're making fun of us. Lu Yan pretended to be angry and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Don't be angry, brothers. Next time I'll take you for a ride and let you experience the speed and passion. Lin Feng patted his chest and promised solemnly. Keep your word. We're waiting. Li Ting was afraid that Lin Feng would go back on his word, so he quickly agreed. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, then rolled up the car window and started the engine. Through the car window, he shouted to several people, I have to go pick up my wife, I'm leaving first. Okay, go ahead. We won't be the third wheel anymore. Xiao Ziao and others smiled and waved goodbye. After Lin Feng drove away, his three roommates looked at the cool back of the sports car with great envy. Brother Feng hit it really well. If it weren't for his wife and kids, we wouldn't have known he could afford such an expensive sports car. Li Ting was the first to break the silence, his tone full of surprise. Yeah, he's really a hidden talent. We're still treating him like brothers every day. Xiao Ziao also sighed, with envy and a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Sure enough, comparing yourself to others will only make you angry, the three of them sighed, then left with a smile. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to eat their shit until it's hot. At that time, Yi Qingyao walked out of the library with a stack of books in her hands. Lin Feng was driving and waiting, but there were many people surrounding the car, all of them taking pictures of the sports car with their mobile phones. Wow, this sports car is so cool. I wonder which rich guy owns it. A student took out his mobile phone and excitedly took pictures of the sports car. Yeah, it would be great if I could drive a car like this, another student said enviously. At this time, when Lin Feng saw Yi Qingyao coming out, his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly got out of the car. He took a few steps and walked to Yi Qingyao's side, and extended his hand gentlemanly. Wife, give me the book. Yi Qingyao smiled slightly, handed the book over, then naturally took Lin Feng's arm, and the two walked towards the sports car together. Seeing this, the students looked at him in surprise and started talking about it. Oh my god, isn't this the aloof school beauty Yi Qingyao? She's actually taken. Who on earth is this man? How could he conquer our school beauty? The two got into the sports car, Lin Feng started the engine and drove away from the crowd. Shortly after the two left, the school forum exploded. The aloof school beauty is suspected to be taken. Who is this man and how could he win the school beauty? A Lamborghini sports car appeared at Magic City University. It seems the heir to the consortium is attending our school. The discussion in the forum was very lively, and at this time the two culprits were still discussing food. It is really easy to become sleepy during pregnancy. Right after eating, Yi Qingyao was so sleepy that she fell asleep as soon as she lay on the bed. 2 hours later, when Yi Qingyao had just woken up and was still immersed in the afterglow of her dream, her cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, how are you? Who are you? Yi Qingyao's voice was lazily filled with a hint of just waking up. Hello, Ms. Yi, this is the Mo City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. It's time for your pregnancy checkup. The nurse's gentle and professional voice came from the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao's eyes flashed with surprise, but then she regained her composure. Okay, can I go there tomorrow? You can come tomorrow. Please be sure to arrive at the hospital before 9 o'clock and remember to come on an empty stomach because we need to do a series of tests. The nurse reminded carefully. I understand, thank you. Yi Qingyao hung up the phone, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised, her heart full of anticipation for a new life. At this time, Lin Feng heard the conversation in the house and rushed over from the study. He asked with concern, "Wife, what happened? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Qingya shook her head gently, a happy smile on her face. "It's okay, it's good news. The hospital called and informed us to go for a prenatal checkup tomorrow." Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was instantly filled with joy. "Really? That's great." He excitedly held Yi Qingyao's hand, as if he could feel the joy and responsibility of becoming a parent. Yi Qingyao leaned lightly on Lin Feng's shoulder, and they smiled at each other. There was no need for words, as they understood each other's feelings. "Wife, I'll go with you tomorrow," Lin Feng promised gently. "Well, with you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything," Yi Qingyao responded softly. At 8:30 in the morning, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao stepped into the obstetrics outpatient building of the hospital. People were coming and going in the outpatient hall. The two stood outside the clinic door and saw through the half-open door that there was no one inside. They guessed that the doctor might be busy making rounds. At this moment, a smiling nurse noticed the anxiously waiting couple. She walked over briskly and asked gently, "Excuse me, is this Ms. Yi Qingyao?" Yi Qingyao nodded gently, a hint of nervousness and anticipation flashing in her eyes. "Yes, I am." The nurse immediately gave a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, the doctor will be here soon, please wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged female doctor in a neat white coat walked into the clinic. Seeing this, Yi Qingyao and Lin Feng hurried forward and greeted politely. "Hello, doctor, we are here for a pregnancy checkup." The doctor smiled and nodded, his eyes gently sweeping over the two of them, asking for key information. "What week is it now?" Yi Qingyao answered softly, her face filled with the happiness of becoming a mother. 8 weeks and 4 days. "Well, very good." The doctor nodded approvingly and began typing on the keyboard. After a while, the printer gently spit out several sheets of paper containing important information. After carefully reviewing it, the doctor solemnly signed and stamped the paper, then handed it to Yi Qingyao personally. "Take the examination form, pay the fee, and then you can follow the instructions on it to do the various examinations." Yi Qingyao took the checkup form, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She and Lin Feng smiled at each other, their eyes full of gratitude. "Okay, thank you, doctor. It's really troublesome for you." Chapter 11. Congratulations, you are pregnant with twins. After paying the fee, Lin Feng took Yi Qingyao to the blood drawing area. Sitting on the bench, I watched the nurse tear open the package and the thin needle and tube fell out. After seeing this, Yi Qingyao couldn't help but frown, closed her eyes, and turned her head to the other side. She really didn't dare to watch the process of herself getting the injection. Lin Feng saw it all and felt pain in his heart. He gently placed Yi Qingyao's head against his chest and said gently, "Don't be afraid. It will be over soon." His embrace was like a safe haven, giving Yi Qingyao an endless sense of security. Time passed by minute. Although it was only a few minutes, it seemed as long as a century to Yi Qingyao. She mustered up her courage and asked with a trembling voice, "Honey, are you almost done?" Lin Feng's eyes fell on the last tube of blood sample in the nurse's hand, and he responded gently, "It's almost done, it's almost done." Finally, when the last drop of blood was collected, the nurse skillfully pulled out the needle and carefully reminded, "Remember to press the needle hole with a cotton swab for a while." Yi Qingyao nodded obediently, and the two of them then left the blood drawing room. Lin Feng counted the blood sample tubes in the nurse's hand in his mind. There were 5 large tubes in total. He thought to himself that he must take good care of his wife after returning home. Afterwards, the two sat side by side on the public seat in the aisle, quietly waiting for their number to be called for the B ultrasound examination. Soon, the nurse's voice rang out in the corridor, calling clearly, "Yi Qingyao, it's your turn." Yi Qingyao nodded, glanced at Lin Feng, and then went into the ultrasound room. In the B ultrasound room, under the soft light, a young female doctor in a white coat, Xiao Lu, was sitting upright in a chair. Behind her stood Director Li, an experienced and calm middle-aged female doctor. Dr. Lu was an intern who just graduated from medical school, and his face still has a bit of youthfulness. She turned to look at Yi Qingyao with a gentle smile on her face. "Ms. Yi, please lift the clothes on your belly a little bit." Yi Qingyao nodded gently. Although her hands unconsciously protected her chest, her eyes revealed her anticipation for the new life and a hint of imperceptible nervousness. She whispered, "Yes, doctor." Afterwards, Xiaolu clumsily but carefully applied the B ultrasound coupling agent on Yi Qingyao's abdomen, and then gently placed the B ultrasound probe on it. On the screen, a blurry shadow gradually became clear. It was the little life in Yi Qingyao's belly. Dr. Lu was operating the machine while staring at the screen intently. Suddenly, her brows furrowed and a hint of doubt flashed across her face. This, Ms. Yi, you might be pregnant with a child with 4 arms and 4 legs. There was a hint of uncertainty in Dr. Lu's voice. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the whole room froze instantly. Yi Qingyao's face turned pale in an instant. Her heart skipped a beat, countless possibilities flashed through her mind, and her hands unconsciously clutched the corners of her clothes. At this moment, Director Li patted Xiaolu's head gently with a smile on his face. You have a very rich imagination, kid. Those are twins, 2 little guys standing side by side. When Dr. Lu heard this, she suddenly realized what was going on. She covered her mouth and chuckled, her face full of shyness. Oh, yes, why didn't I think of that? Hearing this, Yi Qingyao felt relieved. She couldn't help but laugh, and the tense atmosphere disappeared. So they are twins. I was so scared, doctor. Your students are so interesting. Director Li also smiled. She looked at Yi Qingyao with tenderness in her eyes. Congratulations, Ms. Yi. You are very lucky to be pregnant with twins. A bright smile appeared on Yi Qingyao's face. She had never thought that she would be so lucky to have 2 babies at once. When Lin Feng hears this news, he will definitely be happier than her. Yi Qingyao couldn't suppress her inner excitement. She seemed to be able to feel 2 little lives beating happily inside. Doctor, are they healthy? Yi Qingyao asked with concern, with a maternal light in her eyes. The middle-aged doctor carefully examined the ultrasound images and said in a gentle but firm voice, so far, both babies are very healthy and developing well. However, because you are having twins, the pregnancy may be more difficult. You need to pay special attention to your health and have regular prenatal checkups. Okay, thank you, doctor. Yi Qingyao nodded repeatedly, the joy in her heart was beyond words. After walking out of the B ultrasound room, Lin Feng saw Yi Qingyao coming out and immediately came forward to greet her. Wife, how is it? Did the examination go well? It went smoothly, very smoothly. Yi Qingyao's voice was filled with joy. Guess what good news I have for you? Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds, as if trying to guess, and then asked tentatively, could it be, the baby is healthy? Yes, but there's more to it than that. Yi Qingyao deliberately kept the secret, with a hint of mischief in her tone. What is that? Lin Feng's voice was full of anticipation. The doctor said I'm pregnant with twins. Yi Qingyao finally couldn't help but excitedly announced the news. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, looking at Yi Qingyao's belly in disbelief, then gently touched it and said, Really? That's great. But, wife, your pregnancy will be quite difficult. Lin Feng's tone was full of heartache. Yi Qingyao shook her head, her eyes gleaming with happiness. It's not hard, I feel very happy. An hour passed quietly, and all the test results came out. Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao walked into the doctor's office hand in hand. Doctor, could you please help us look at these reports? Lin Feng gently spread the examination report in front of the doctor. The doctor gently pushed her glasses up on her nose and carefully flipped through each page. Soon, she looked up and said to the 2 of them with a gentle smile in her eyes. All test results were normal, with no abnormal findings. When you go back, remember to take folic acid to prevent fetal malformations. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao frowned slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Will taking folic acid have any side effects on the baby? After all, every medicine is 3 parts poison. The doctor shook her head gently upon hearing this, her tone gentle but firm. Don't worry, folic acid is recommended by the government for every pregnant woman to take during pregnancy. It is safe and will only benefit the baby, not harm it. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao felt relieved and nodded slightly. At this time, the doctor picked up the ultrasound report again, examined it carefully, and a smile of surprise instantly blossomed on his face. Congratulations, you are pregnant with twins. What a rare blessing. The young couple smiled at each other, their eyes full of happiness. After the examination, the doctor saw the young couple's faces and said something. Pay special attention to the early stages of pregnancy and try to avoid sexual intercourse. The fetus is still unstable at this stage and problems can easily arise. As the doctor spoke, he cast a meaningful look at Lin Feng. But don't worry, as long as you get through the first 2 months, you'll be relatively safe in the second trimester, but you also need to be gentle. When Yi Qingyao heard these words, her cheeks instantly flushed red, and she was as shy as a newly blossomed peach blossom. She thanked him in a whisper. Okay, we'll remember that. Thank you so much, doctor. Chapter 12 Husband, I feel like I can eat 2 bowls of rice. After leaving the hospital, the 2 walked straight to a nearby pharmacy. After entering the door, a middle-aged woman in a white coat came over and asked with a smile. "Hello, both of you, what medicine do you need?" Lin Feng glanced around the store and asked tentatively, "Do you have folic acid that pregnant women can take?" "Yes, of course." The clerk nodded, then led the two to the counter nearby. Seeing that the two were very young, the elder sister took the initiative to recommend a folic acid product with high cost performance. "This model sells very well. Many pregnant women buy it, and it's not expensive, just over 100 yuan. After the doctor mentioned folic acid, Lin Feng did some research online. People said that active folic acid is better absorbed. Then he asked, "Is this active folic acid?" The clerk smiled and shook his head. "No, sir, active folic acid is indeed more effective, but the price is also relatively high." After hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes were firm. "It's okay, please help me get the best one. After all, it's for my baby and my wife to eat, so the quality must be guaranteed." After hearing this, the clerk's eyes showed a little more approval. Such customers are indeed rare, willing to spend money on their families. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." After a while, the clerk took out a box of exquisite folic acid from behind the counter and placed it in front of Lin Feng. "Sir, this is the best active folic acid in our store. Of course, its price is also relatively high, 878 yuan per box." Yi Qingyao frowned slightly when she heard this. Although she had lived in a privileged environment since she was a child, she still felt that the price was a bit high. 878? That's a bit expensive. She turned to look at Lin Feng, her eyes full of heartache. After all, 878 was equivalent to half a month's living expenses for a college student. "Forget it, I think the one the clerk just introduced is pretty good." Lin Feng gently held Yi Qingyao's hand and said softly, "No, you and the baby deserve the best. This money is worth spending. We can't save money on this." Yi Qingyao wanted to say something, but Lin Feng had already picked up his phone and was ready to pay. "I'll pay. The most important thing for you now is to take care of yourself and the baby." Yi Qingyao was deeply moved when she saw Lin Feng's persistence. She quietly took out her cell phone from her bag and prepared to scan the code to pay while Lin Feng was not paying attention. The store manager quickly worked on the cash register, then looked at the two of them with a smile and said, "You can pay now, both of you." Yi Qingyao was quick-witted and quick-handed. She had already opened the mobile payment interface and completed the payment first. Seeing this, Lin Feng complained helplessly, "Wife, why did you pay first?" Yi Qingyao smiled playfully and said, "Hey, we are one, why are we still distinguishing between yours and mine? That's too formal." Lin Feng wanted to say something, but Yi Qingyao didn't want to give him another chance. She simply pulled his arm, picked up the folic acid, and walked towards the store door. At the same time, a mechanical system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's head. Ding! The system detected that the host accompanied Yi Qingyao for a prenatal checkup and purchased folic acid. System rewards 100% of the shares of the Xinzhuan Investment Company and Future Eyes. The shares were easy to understand. Lin Feng didn't know what the magical use of this eye of the future was, so he asked the system. "System, what is the use of the future eye?" Reporting to the host, the future eye can see the project's return on investment percentage, accurately helping the host avoid pitfalls and maximize benefits. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. With this vision of the future, Buffett was just a younger brother in front of him. Just as Lin Feng was studying the skill of future eye, Yi Qingyao's coquettish voice came to his ears. "Honey, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since this morning." Lin Feng looked at her acting coquettishly, and his heart softened. He touched her head lovingly and said, Okay, I'll go home and make you something delicious to replenish your body." The two smiled at each other and walked towards the car. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao arrived at the bustling vegetable market. In the vegetable market, there are a wide variety of fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats, which are dazzling. Lin Feng held Yi Qingyao's hand tightly, fearing that she would get lost in the crowd. His eyes swept back and forth between the stalls and he asked gently, "Wife, what do you want to eat for lunch?" Yi Qingyao smiled slightly and said softly, "Well, I want to eat everything." After hearing this, Lin Feng scratched Yi Qingyao's nose and said lovingly, "You are such a greedy little cat." Then he continued, "You've drawn so much blood today, you should eat something nutritious. What do you think of buying some spare ribs and a chicken and making some chicken soup?" "Okay." Yi Qingyao nodded excitedly. She couldn't help swallowing just by listening to her husband's words. The two first came to the meat stall and picked out a piece of tender pork ribs. The stall owner skillfully chopped it for them and put it into a bag. Then they came to the chicken stall and picked out a hen with bright feathers and a lively look. The stall owners skillfully slaughtered and cleaned the fish for them and put them into plastic bags. After purchasing the ingredients, Lin Feng carried the heavy shopping bags, and Yi Qingyao held his arm, and the two left the vegetable market chatting and laughing. After returning home, Yi Qingyao had been busy all morning, so she collapsed on the sofa as soon as she entered the house. Lin Feng took the ingredients into the kitchen and started to get busy. He first cleaned the ribs and chicken separately, then put the chicken into the pot, added appropriate amount of water, and started to stew. Then he started to make the braised ribs that Yi Qingyao liked to eat. The kitchen was filled with rich aroma. Lin Feng would occasionally lift the lid of the pot, skim off the foam with a spoon, and adjust the heat to ensure that the stewed soup was both delicious and nutritious. While the soup was stewing, Lin Feng came out to take a look at Yi Qingyao and found that she was sleeping on the sofa. Her long, smooth hair was casually scattered on the sofa, and a few strands of hair gently brushed against her fair cheeks, adding a touch of casual softness. Seeing this, Lin Feng considerately took a blanket and covered her with it. When Yi Qingyao woke up from her sleep, she smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen and suddenly felt hungry. She rubbed her eyes, put on her slippers and went to the kitchen. "Honey, it smells so good. When can we eat it?" Yi Qingyao walked to Lin Feng and said while looking at the steaming hot casserole. Lin Feng looked back at her and said with a smile, "We can eat now. Go out and wait. Be careful not to burn you when I carry the pot." Okay. Yi Qingyao sat obediently on the chair, waiting anxiously. After a while, Lin Feng brought the stewed chicken soup and braised pork ribs to the table. "Mmm. It smells so good, honey, I feel like I can eat 2 bowls of rice." "Eat, you didn't eat breakfast, so you must be hungry now," Lin Feng said as he handed the chopsticks to Yi Qingyao, his eyes full of pampering and heartache. Watching Yi Qingyao eating with gusto, Lin Feng thought to himself, "Next time I go for a prenatal checkup, I must prepare some food in advance, otherwise, my wife and child will definitely starve." Chapter 13, Our Cabbage Was Got Eaten by the Pig. At night, Yi Qingyao was sleeping when she suddenly heard the sound of wind whistling outside, like the roar of a wild beast, which made her heart tighten. The wind squeaked against the window, and the street lights outside shone into the house through the window, with mottled light and shadows flickering on the wall. Seeing this, Yi Qingyao was filled with fear. She shivered, put on her clothes and walked out of the house, thinking to herself, "I am already pregnant, it is normal to sleep with my husband, why do we have to sleep separately?" She turned on the light on her cell phone, felt for the door handle of the second bedroom, turned it and walked in. "Husband, husband." Yi Qingyao called out gently, but Lin Feng didn't respond at all. Then she threw the clothes she was wearing aside and lay down gently beside Lin Feng. There is no heating in the demon city in winter, and the cold is like an invisible needle, piercing every inch of skin. Yi Qingyao squirmed her body and carefully crawled into her husband's bed. Lin Feng's body was warm and exuded a faint body fragrance. Hugging him felt like finding a warm haven. Facing his wife's cold hands, Lin Feng frowned and said in confusion, as if wondering why someone suddenly appeared on the bed. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao felt uneasy and said apologetically, "Hubby, did I wake you up?" "Ha? Wife, why are you here?" Hearing Yi Qingyao's voice, Lin Feng turned around, with a hint of surprise and tenderness in his voice. Yi Qingyao looked at him and said with a face full of grievance, "The wind outside was too strong. It hit the window and woke me up. I was a little scared to sleep alone." After she finished speaking, her eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. Seeing this, Lin Feng patted her back gently and said softly, "It's okay, I'm here, go to sleep." "Yeah." Yi Qingyao nodded, feeling warm in her heart. Soon, she fell asleep in Lin Feng's arms. She had to say that being hugged by her husband was very warm and made her feel very safe. In the morning, the quiet atmosphere was broken when a cell phone rang on the bedside table. Yi Qingyao frowned and yawned. She was too sleepy to open her eyes. Then she murmured, "Honey, the phone is ringing. Answer it quickly." Lin Feng was on the verge of falling asleep when he was disturbed by the sudden ringing. There was a hint of impatience in his voice. "Oh." Lin Feng fumbled for his phone in a daze. After getting it, he closed his eyes and frowned and said, "Hello." On the other end of the line, a female voice, slightly hurried and nervous, suddenly raised its volume a bit and asked, "Who are you?" "This is my daughter's phone." "Why is it a man's voice?" The woman complained in her heart. She was full of doubts and uneasiness, as if she had a premonition of something unusual. Hearing this, Lin Feng opened his eyes instantly. When he saw the pink phone case, he suddenly realized that he was answering a call from his wife. He was startled and quickly looked at the screen, only to see the 4 big words mother written on it. He was stunned and quickly covered his phone and gently shook Yi Qingyao, who was sleeping beside him. Wife, wake up quickly, it's your mother calling. Lin Feng's voice was filled with a hint of panic and nervousness. What? Yi Qingyao was so frightened when she heard the news that she immediately sat up from the bed, her face turning pale in an instant. It's over, the secret can't be kept anymore. She complained in her heart, her face full of reluctance, but she still took the phone and tried to force a flattering smile. Hello, Mom, my roommate just answered the phone. She might not have heard it clearly and just answered it casually. Yi Qingyao tried to hide her inner panic with a relaxed tone. What do you want to talk to me about? She changed the subject, trying to divert her mother's attention from the previous question. However, the woman was obviously not so easily fooled. Don't try to change the subject. I just heard a man's voice clearly. It couldn't be your roommate's voice. Yao Yao, tell Mom the truth, are you in love? The woman's tone was mixed with seriousness and unconcealable expectation, and it was obvious that she attached great importance to the answer to this question. Well, is it that obvious? Yi Qingyao muttered doubtfully. After hearing this, the woman replied unhappily, of course it's obvious. How could there be a man's voice in the girls' dormitory? The woman said as she thought, and suddenly realized a crucial question. Yao Yao, where are you now? Are you outside? You didn't spend the night out with your boyfriend, did you? The woman's tone was filled with a hint of worry and anxiety that was hard to conceal. Mom has to remind you that girls must be reserved, otherwise men may not cherish you after getting you. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao's face instantly became embarrassed and her heart was in turmoil. If my mother knew that I not only had an intimate relationship with the other person, but also got pregnant, her heart would definitely not be able to bear it. Mom, the signal here is not good, I can't hear you clearly, I'll hang up first. Yi Qingyao made a lame excuse and hung up the phone in a hurry. Listening to the beeping sound of the phone, Su Wanjin sighed and complained, this kid hangs up so quickly. Oh. It's true that girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Su Wanjin's words were full of helplessness and reluctance. At that moment, Yi Baoshan came over and heard his wife sighing. His eyes instantly filled with concern, and he quickly asked, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried? Seeing this, Su Wanjin sighed and said, our cabbage has been eaten by a pig. What? After hearing this, Yi Baoshan crumpled the newspaper in his hand into a ball. He held the newspaper tightly, as if he wanted to crush the pig that stole the cabbage to pieces. That was his precious daughter whom he held in his hands for fear that she would melt, and held in his mouth for fear that she would dissolve. Did your daughter tell you? Yi Baoshan's voice was low and powerful, full of questioning. Su Wanjin shook her head and said, I just found out while I was on the phone. She deliberately concealed the fact that her daughter had spent the night with someone else, because she knew very well that if Yi Baoshan, who doted on his daughter, knew about it, he would be furious. Yi Baoshan paced back and forth in the living room angrily, his anger and worry evident in every step he took. He asked questions like a machine gun. What's the man's name? Where is he from? How many brothers does he have? Before I could ask clearly, your precious daughter hung up the phone. Su Wanjin said helplessly. After hearing this, Yi Baoshan became even more worried. Our daughter is so naive, don't let her be fooled by a little boy. We have to meet this little boy and see if he is reliable. Yi Baoshan's voice was filled with unquestionable firmness. Yeah, that's right. Su Wanjin nodded, then quickly opened the chat box with Yi Qingyao, edited a string of messages and sent it. Bring your boyfriend home next week, and let Dad, Mom, and brothers help you take a look at him. Don't make excuses, otherwise I'll ask my dad to cut off your bank card. Su Wanjin's words were a bit threatening. Chapter 14, Husband, you don't have to buy anything too expensive, just a token of your appreciation will do. When Yi Qingyao saw the message from her mother, her heart sank. She ran to Lin Feng and said nervously, Hubby, what should I do? My parents and brothers want to see you. Lin Feng looked at her anxious expression and smiled casually, I'll see you sooner or later. I'll have to go and apologize. Yi Qingyao's face was filled with worry. I'm afraid my father and my brothers will kick you out. They love me the most. If they knew about us, they would definitely be very angry. Lin Feng held her hand and said gently but firmly, it's okay. You can beat me up to vent your anger. Anyway, I have to marry their baby. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao's face flushed and she said shyly, I haven't agreed to marry you yet. It's only a matter of time, Lin Feng said gently while scratching her nose. Although Yi Qingya was still filled with worry, she nodded and said firmly, "If my brothers bully you, I will ignore them." After she finished speaking, she smiled and patted Lin Feng's shoulder, comforting him, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect you when you return to my house. No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will face them with you." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded. At the same time, a clear and pleasant system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's head. Ding! Mission released. Host, please take care of Yi Qingyao's parents. The system will reward you with a courtyard house within the second ring road of the imperial capital. Lin Feng was stunned by the sudden voice. Then he took a breath and exclaimed in his heart, "This system is really powerful." You know, in the bustling and land-scarce second ring road of the imperial capital, the value of a courtyard house has already soared to an astronomical figure of hundreds of millions. This reward is simply jaw-dropping, amazing, amazing. However, for Lin Feng, although this reward is tempting, it is not all he pursues. Therefore, even if it is not for the priceless courtyard house, Lin Feng will definitely do his best to win over his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. In order to better deal with his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, Lin Feng decided to first ask Yi Qingya about her parents' situation. Then, he gently asked, "Wife, what do your parents usually like?" Yi Qingya thought for a moment after hearing this, and then replied, "Well, my dad is a tea lover and particularly likes to drink all kinds of tea, and my mom is an absolute bag addict and has a special liking for bags." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but nodded, secretly thinking about what kind of gifts to prepare for the two elders. Yi Qingya blinked curiously and asked, "Hubby, why are you asking these questions?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and explained, "This is my first time visiting your house, so I naturally can't leave empty-handed. I have to buy some gifts that my uncle and aunt will like. This way, they might go easy on me and not embarrass me too much." After hearing this, Yi Qingya smiled playfully and nodded, saying, "Well, my husband is still very thoughtful." However, she then added, "But, husband, you don't have to buy anything too expensive, just a token of your appreciation will do." Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head firmly and said, "How can that be possible?" He thought to himself that since it was his first visit, he had to take it seriously, otherwise the other person would think that he didn't value this relationship. Seeing this, Yi Qingya pouted and said in a somewhat annoyed tone, "Why not? My parents don't lack anything. Why don't we save some money and buy some food?" Lin Feng understood that his wife was afraid that he would spend too much money on his parents, and then he said with a helpless smile, "Don't worry, honey. I'll do what I can, okay?" "Okay." Yi Qingya nodded, then leaned on her husband's shoulder and said coquettishly, "Hubby, I'm hungry. Wait, I'll make you something to eat." After finishing his breakfast in the morning, the crisp ringtone of his cell phone suddenly rang in Lin Feng's pocket. "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Feng?" A questioning voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yes, it is me." Lin Feng responded calmly. After confirming Lin Feng's identity, the other party's tone became more respectful. "Hello, Mr. Lin Feng, I am Jiang Jibin, the person in charge of Xinzhuan Company." "Hello, Mr. Jiang, what can I do for you?" Lin Feng responded politely. "You have already purchased 100% of our company's shares yesterday. When would you be free to come and handle the transfer procedures?" Jiang Jibin's voice was filled with anticipation. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that this was one of the rewards released by the system yesterday. It was just that he was busy with work yesterday and he was careless and forgot about it. "Oh, about this. I'm free today and will be there in a while." Lin Feng replied. "Okay, then I'll send a driver to pick you up. What do you think?" Jiang Jibin suggested. "No need, Mr. Jiang, just send me the address and I can go there myself." Lin Feng declined the other party's kindness. He preferred to drive his own Lamborghini Veneno Roadster himself. The feeling of speeding was incomparable to any commercial vehicle. Seeing Lin Feng hang up the phone, Yi Qingya looked at him sleepily and asked, "Husband, are you going out?" "Well, I have a little thing to take care of." Lin Feng nodded gently, then gently stroked her hair and said softly, "If you are sleepy, go to sleep. I will be back after I finish my work." "Okay." Yi Qingya yawned and huddled deeper into the quilt. Soon, the only sound in the room was her even breathing. 30 minutes later, Lin Feng drove his Lamborghini Veneno Roadster and stopped steadily in front of the towering office building. Xinzhuan Investment Company is located on the 18th floor. He stepped into the elevator and arrived at the company's door in just a few seconds. When the receptionist saw a sunny and handsome boy coming out of the elevator, her eyes lit up instantly, as if she had met a star. She hurried forward, with a sweet smile on her face, and asked, "Little brother, are you here for an interview? Our company is currently recruiting new people." "No." Lin Feng shook his head gently, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, "I'm looking for the person in charge of your company." The smile on the receptionist's face froze slightly, then returned to normal. She said with a smile, "Oh, so you're looking for Mr. Jiang." However, as soon as she finished speaking, her mind suddenly reacted like an electric shock. An expression of disbelief appeared on her face, and she asked again, "Are you sure you are looking for Mr. Jiang?" There was a hint of confusion and surprise in her voice, as if she couldn't believe that the big boy in front of her was here to see the company's top executive. "Yeah." Lin Feng nodded heavily, his eyes full of affirmation. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, doesn't he look like someone who can find the person in charge of the company? After confirming that everything was correct, the front desk lady's face suddenly became nervous. She ran back to her workstation in a panic, picked up the phone, and dialed the president's office with trembling fingers. After the call, she took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, then walked timidly to Lin Feng, with an embarrassed expression on her face. She stammered, "Big brother, do you want some water? I'll pour you some." As she spoke, she pointed to the water dispenser beside her, as if she wanted to use this action to relieve her tension. Then she added, "Are you tired? How about, I'll get you a stool." Seeing that the lady at the front desk had become unable to speak clearly, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that his arrival really scared her? Looking at the other person's trembling legs, he smiled helplessly and nodded. Seeing this, the lady at the front desk hurried away as if she had been pardoned, and soon brought water and a stool for Lin Feng. Chapter 15. Luckily, I was not slaughtered like a chicken. Not long after, President Zhang Jibin arrived with a group of senior executives. "Xiao Su, where is Mr. Lin?" When he arrived at the door, he saw a young man sitting on a bench and the president asked anxiously, "Mr. Jiang, the person sitting there is Mr. Lin." Not long after, President Zhang Jibin arrived with a group of senior executives, their faces showing tension and anxiety. "Xiao Su, where is Mr. Lin?" Zhang Jibin's voice was filled with anxiety. "When I arrived at the door, I saw a young man with simple clothes and handsome face sitting on a bench, looking down at his mobile phone." The president frowned slightly and asked anxiously, "Mr. Jiang, the person sitting there is Mr. Lin." Xiao Su responded in a low voice. Seeing this, Lin Feng stood up, waved to everyone, and a smile spread across his face. To be honest, the man in front of him was too young, only in his 20s, like a college student. He didn't take it seriously at all and didn't think that this man was the one who bought the Xinzhuan investment company. His eyes widened in surprise, and he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? How can someone so young have such strong financial resources?" Jiang Jibin's surprise lasted only a moment, and then he quickly extended his hand, walked forward with a smile and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Jiang Jibin." "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Lin Feng responded politely, keeping a humble smile on his face. "Let's talk in the office." Soon, a group of people appeared in the president's office. 2 contracts had already been prepared on the coffee table. Lin Feng looked through them carefully and, seeing that there was no problem, signed his name on them. Seeing Lin Feng put his fingerprints on the document, Zhang Jibin finally felt relieved. He secretly felt fortunate. He was really worried that the other party would not want to buy the company at the last minute. After all, this deal was too important to him. In fact, the Xinzhuan company is also profitable, but the price offered by the other party is so tempting that he has no reason to refuse. At this time, Zhang Jibin stood up, extended his hand to Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you." "It's a pleasure working with you." Lin Feng responded with a smile. After finishing speaking, Zhang Jibin looked at the executives in the room and said solemnly, "Everyone, Mr. Lin is your new boss." "Hello, Mr. Lin." Although everyone was secretly complaining that the new boss was too young, they still greeted him tactfully. Several executives expressed doubts in their eyes, secretly trying to figure out the abilities and intentions of the young new boss. Others frowned slightly, thinking about how to deal with this new boss. Now that the matter was completed, Zhang Jibin couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw the text message from the bank confirming the payment. He secretly sighed, "This deal is really profitable." "Mr. Lin, you are busy, I won't disturb you." Zhang Jibin said politely and turned to leave. "Goodbye, Mr. Jiang." Lin Feng nodded slightly, then sat in the boss chair, scanning everyone with a sharp gaze. The new boss didn't say anything, and the atmosphere in the entire conference room seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, afraid that they would be made an example of to scare the monkeys. "Who among you has the highest position?" Lin Feng finally spoke. He glanced at everyone present, his eyes full of scrutiny and expectation. After all, he usually has to spend time with his wife and doesn't have time to stay in the company for a long time, so he must select a capable executive to help him manage the company and ensure that the company can continue to move forward steadily when he is away. In the crowd, a bald man reacted quickly. He stretched out his hand, walked through the crowd and said, "Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Fu Quan, and I am the general manager of the company." There was a hint of nervousness and anticipation in his voice. Lin Feng nodded, looked at Fu Quan and said, "Tell me about the company's situation. How many projects have you invested in so far? How are the operations going?" Fu Quan took a deep breath and began to truthfully report the company's situation. 20 minutes later, he looked at Lin Feng nervously and said, "Boss Lin, this is the complete situation of the company." Lin Feng listened quietly, with no expression on his face, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, Fu Quan saw that the new boss didn't say anything, so he asked caringly, "Boss Lin, is there anything else you need me to add to your discussion?" Lin Feng shook his head. Seeing that the boss didn't say anything else, Fu Quan showed a look of relief on his face. He murmured in his heart, "It's a close call, I was not slaughtered like a chicken." At this time, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the eye of the future given by the system. He smiled slightly, looked at Fu Quan and said, "Bring all the company's investment projects here for me to see." Fu Quan was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Soon, a thick stack of planning documents was placed in front of Lin Feng. He picked up a book, opened it gently, and then with just a glance, Future Eye gave him the return on investment. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He doesn't even consider investment returns of a dozen or 20. If he's going to invest, he'll invest big. Lin Feng looked at the plans one by one, his fingers lightly sliding across the pages, as if looking for something. The executives looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what the new boss was up to. Among them, Wang Xiangdong is the head of the planning department. He saw the new president glance at the plan and a look of disdain immediately appeared on his face. How can someone so young have such keen insight? The people in the department finalizing the plan, looking at market share, consumer groups, feasible implementation plans, and so on, all require a week of research before deciding whether this project is worth investing in? I think he's just putting on an act. He glanced at Lin Feng, a mocking smile on his lips, and his mind became more resolute. "Humph, if you really have this ability, I will write my character Wang upside down." The executive nearby heard Wang Xiangdong's whisper and quickly poked his arm, whispering, "Shoo. Aren't you afraid the new boss will fire you?" "Humph." Wang Xiangdong snorted. If it weren't for the need to support his family, he would have wanted to point at his new boss's nose and curse, "What do you know?" Without looking, Lin Feng knew in his heart that given his age, people would definitely not be convinced by him, so he could only convince them with his strength. 20 minutes later, Lin Feng read through all the plans, and 3 of them had an investment return rate of up to 120%. Then, he looked at everyone and said, "Where are the people from the project department?" "This." Wang Xiangdong replied, then walked forward reluctantly. "These 3 proposals are acceptable for investment. The others will not be considered. Please contact the other party to see if they can increase the investment." After saying that, Lin Feng handed the plan to Wang Xiangdong. He took a look at it, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 16, I was scolded by my husband, why am I so happy? The 3 plans that Lin Feng gave were exactly the 3 projects that their project department unanimously rejected during the initial screening. Each one seemed to be carefully selected to challenge their cognitive limits. First of all, there is the plan to shoot a short drama. In the eyes of Wang Xiangdong and his team, television, movies, and online dramas are now the 3 major industries with a high market saturation. The audience's attention has long been firmly attracted by these long-form works. How many eyeballs can a short drama, a form that seems novel but is actually elusive, attract? He really couldn't understand why, in such an environment, there were still people willing to take the risk and get involved in a project that seemed full of opportunities but actually had undercurrents. Next is the project of the talent company, which aims to sign internet celebrities for commercial operations. In his opinion, although the internet celebrity economy is currently in the limelight, it lacks sustainability and stability, and is like a bubble that may burst at any time. What's more, there are only a handful of internet celebrities who can truly transform their influence into commercial value. Most of them are just a flash in the pan and find it difficult to form a long-term profit model. As for the last project, it made Wang Xiangdong laugh and cry. Dami Group, a company that has achieved remarkable results in the mobile phone field, actually wanted to cross over and develop cars. Wang Xiangdong knows very well that different industries are like different worlds, especially in the automotive industry, which is highly technological and highly competitive. Without deep technical accumulation and market insights, it is a pipe dream to want to get a piece of the pie. Overall, Wang Xiangdong was filled with disappointment and worry. He originally thought that the new boss just didn't understand the market well enough, but now it seems that it's not just a lack of understanding, it's a complete disregard for business common sense. He couldn't just sit back and watch as he was holding the company's money, so he immediately reminded him, "Boss Lin, are you sure you want to invest in these 3 projects? People in our project department unanimously believe that these 3 projects have poor development prospects and may lose money. I have made up my mind. Let me do it." Lin Feng's tone was very firm. The system said that the rate of return on investment was above 100%. If you don't make money, you are a fool. After hearing this, Wang Xiangdong sighed secretly, thinking that he had to find a way out for himself as soon as possible before the company fell into an irretrievable situation. It's really hard to lead a new boss like this. Although I am not optimistic about it, I have to obey the new boss's orders. After all, he is a beast of burden. However, he also silently comforted himself in his heart that if these 3 projects ultimately failed to make a profit, at least their project department would not have to take the blame. After all, this decision is the result of the new boss's stubbornness. After the meeting, all the executives went about their own business. Lin Feng looked at his watch and thought that by the time he got home, Yi Qingya would have woken up. After leaving the company, Lin Feng went to the vegetable market near his home, carefully selected a few dishes that Yi Qingya liked, and hurried home. When Yi Qingya heard the sound of the door opening, she seemed to have found support. She quickly rushed out of the bedroom and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. Her voice was trembling and uneasy. "Hubby, you're back. I had a terrible nightmare." Lin Feng's heart tightened instantly. He patted Yi Qingyao's back gently and asked softly, "What's wrong? What did you dream about?" Looking at his wife's red and swollen eyes, he was filled with heartache. Yi Qingyao snuggled tightly against Lin Feng's chest, her voice choked with sobs. "I dreamed that everything that is happening now is fake. You, me, our home, it's all fake. I'm really scared." Lin Feng's heart was filled with distress. He hugged Yi Qingyao tightly, touched her head gently, and comforted her. "Silly boy, dreams are of course fake. This is the real world, and I, your husband, am truly here." As he spoke, he gently held up Yi Qingyao's face and asked her to look at him. "If you don't believe me, pinch it and see if it's true." Yi Qingyao raised her head, her tearful eyes looking at Lin Feng, and her tender little white hands gently pinched the flesh on his face and twisted it gently. Lin Feng feigned a cry of pain, causing Yi Qingyao to burst into laughter. She patted his chest and said coquettishly, "I didn't use any force at all, but you just tried to scare me." Lin Feng smiled innocently, took Yi Qingyao's hand and walked to the kitchen. He opened the plastic bag of vegetables and asked Yi Qingyao softly, "Which of these dishes do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Yi Qingyao looked at the fresh green peppers and potatoes and said softly, "Dry pot potato chips." Lin Feng nodded, his eyes full of doting. He helped Yi Qingyao sit on the sofa and carefully covered her with a thin blanket. He said domineeringly yet gently, "Just sit here and watch TV. I'll call you when dinner is ready." The kitchen is filled with heavy smoke, and pregnant women would feel uncomfortable if they smelled the smell. Lin Feng was reluctant to let Yi Qingyao feel uncomfortable. In the kitchen, Lin Feng was concentrating on stir-frying the dishes in the pot when suddenly a crisp system prompt sounded in his head. Ding! The system detects that the host has cooked for Yi Qingyao for more than 10 hours. I am rewarding you with the basic calligraphy skill. Basic calligraphy? Lin Feng's heart moved slightly, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. He likes writing calligraphy very much, although his works are always unsatisfactory. Now that I have this basic skill, I can use it to kill my free time, and maybe it can even improve my calligraphy skills. Soon, a table full of delicious food appeared before our eyes. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction, brought the dishes to the table one by one, and then called Yi Qingyao to come and eat. Yi Qingyao sat at the dining table, savoring the delicious food prepared by her husband, a happy and satisfied smile on her face. "Honey, the food you cook is so delicious. It's even better than the food cooked by any chef out there." she touched her bulging belly and smiled. But I only eat so much because I'm pregnant. Don't look down on me. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised the corners of his lips slightly, his eyes full of doting. Being able to eat is a blessing. Even if my wife is not pregnant, she can eat as much as she wants, and I have no complaints. Besides, being able to finish all the food is also a recognition of me. After the meal, Yi Qingyao offered to clean up the dishes, but was sternly stopped by Lin Feng. With me here, you don't have to do all this. Otherwise, what's the point of me being your husband? Go, sit on the sofa and watch TV. Have a good rest. Yi Qingyao had no choice but to nod obediently and sit on the sofa. Although she was scolded by her husband, she felt inexplicably happy in her heart. The programs on TV have been so boring lately that she's too lazy to even check her phone and seems a little listless. At this time, Lin Feng finished washing the dishes and walked out of the kitchen. Seeing his wife's appearance, he gently touched her head and asked softly, "Wife, do you feel bored because you have nothing to do?" Yi Qingyao nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, "How about we write some calligraphy?" Yi Qingyao heard this, a sly look flashed in her eyes. "Okay, husband, but your calligraphy may not be as good as mine." Chapter 17. Yi Qingyao had morning sickness. Soon, Lin Feng prepared the brush and paper. Seeing this, Yi Qingyao hurried to his side, picked up the brush skillfully, and wrote two big words fluently on the paper. Lin Feng. Although her handwriting is not perfect, it is gentle and elegant. After finishing writing, she looked at Lin Feng triumphantly, with anticipation glittering in her eyes, and asked, "Husband, how do you think my handwriting is?" Lin Feng smiled softly and gently stroked the strands of hair on her forehead. "The handwriting is just like the person, very beautiful." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao's face blossomed with a gentle smile. "Husband, please write it for me to see." She put her arms around Lin Feng's neck, acting very coquettishly. Lin Feng nodded, a confident smile on his face. His pen-holding posture was very accurate, as if he had really practiced calligraphy. Then, he wrote three big words on the white paper. Yi Qingyao. His handwriting is vigorous and powerful, yet elegant, as if it contains infinite power. Yi Qingyao couldn't help but be surprised to see that her husband's handwriting was more beautiful than her own. She looked at Lin Feng in confusion and asked, "Hubby, did you practice calligraphy when you were a kid? How come your writing is better than mine?" Lin Feng smiled slightly, shook his head, and said, "It's purely a hobby, I haven't learned it." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao's eyes flashed with admiration. "That's not bad either. My grandfather taught me after all, but I didn't expect I couldn't compare to you. It's mainly because my husband is so awesome." After saying that, she threw herself into Lin Feng's arms like a little bird, with a happy smile on her face. Then, the two of them wrote calligraphy for a while. This hobby allows them to calm their minds and immerse themselves in the joy of writing. The fragrance of ink permeates the air, as if time has become slow and peaceful. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed. Yi Qingyao yawned and frowned, obviously feeling sleepy again. Seeing this, Lin Feng touched her head distressfully and said, "Wife, go back to the room and get some sleep." Yi Qingyao nodded, yawned, and said, "Well, I'll go to sleep for a while." After that, she turned and walked towards the bedroom and fell asleep in a short while. After seeing Yi Qingyao fall asleep, he turned back to the desk, picked up the brush, and wrote freely on the paper. He found that he quite liked the feeling of concentration when writing. All his worries were forgotten, and only the sound of friction between the pen tip and the paper and the peace of mind remained. Time flies quickly, and an hour has passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Lin Feng frowned and answered the phone. "Mr. Lin, this is Wang Xiangdong. I have something important to report about the project." Wang Xiangdong's slightly nervous voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he simply replied, "Speak." Although his tone was calm, it revealed an unquestionable majesty. Wang Xiangdong suddenly felt a sense of pressure and quickly said, "It's like this. We've already talked to the person in charge of Green Fruit Short Drama. They've offered to exchange 30% of their shares for our 50 million investment." Lin Feng frowned slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Green Fruit Short Drama to have such a large appetite. He asked, "What about the other two projects? How are they progressing?" Wang Xiangdong replied, "The other two projects are still under discussion. According to reliable sources, more than one investment company is interested in investing in Lurin culture. As for the Dami Group, their stake is relatively small, only 10% in total." After hearing this, Lin Feng thought about it in his mind. He didn't expect that someone else had also realized the trend of live streaming. Since this was an opportunity to make money, he must not miss it. As for the Rice Group, although the shares they released were small, it was understandable. After all, the group was not short of money, and being able to release shares was already very good. All the shares released must be taken over. He thought for a moment and continued, "You should discuss this with the other party's person in charge. We are willing to pay 100 million in exchange for 70% of the shares. We will not participate in the company's decision-making, but only enjoy dividends. See if they will agree." Wang Xiangdong was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be willing to pay such a high price. Although he was not optimistic, he nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Lin, I will contact the other party as soon as possible." Lin Feng continued, "As for Lurin Culture and the Rice Group, our company must increase its investment and must take over these two companies at all costs." Wang Xiangdong was shocked when he heard this. There was only less than 400 million in cash flow in the company's account. The new boss was going to spend all the money. Hearing the boss's unquestionable tone, he nodded and replied, "Okay, Mr. Lin, I will arrange the relevant matters as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Wang Xiangdong started to get busy. When Yi Qingyao woke up in the morning, she smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen in her dream. The fragrance tempted her taste buds and made her unable to get up. Looking at the delicious century egg and lean meat porridge and steamed buns on the table, she couldn't help swallowing. Lin Feng came out of the kitchen carrying egg soup. When he saw his wife, he hurriedly said, "It's all on the table. Let's eat quickly." Yi Qingyao sat down excitedly, but when she put the steamed buns into her mouth, she suddenly felt nauseous and wanted to retch. She quickly put the steamed buns into the bowl and ran straight to the bathroom. Looking at Yi Qingyao lying on the pool and retching, Lin Feng felt distressed. He hurriedly patted his wife's back and comforted her. "How are you? Are you feeling better? I can't spit it out, it feels a bit uncomfortable." Yi Qingyao wiped her mouth, her eyes were a little red, and even tears came out. Seeing this, Lin Feng thought, "You might be having morning sickness, which is why you are retching. Do you still want some steamed buns and porridge?" Yi Qingyao shook her head. It smelled quite nice at that time, but now she felt a little sick when she smelled it. As she spoke it came, and she laid over the sink again, retching. "From last night till now, I have digested everything I ate and there is nothing to vomit out." Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingyao with eyes full of heartache. Afraid that his wife would smell the food, he hurriedly brought the meal to the kitchen. After the smell disappeared, Yi Qingyao stopped vomiting. He touched his wife's head distressfully and asked, "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." "I don't want to eat anything. I have no appetite." Yi Qingyao shook her head and snuggled in Lin Feng's arms. Looking at Yi Qingyao lying on him like a poor little thing, Lin Feng felt extremely uncomfortable. He wished he could share some of the burden with his wife. It's not good to not eat for a long time, so Lin Feng hurriedly searched the internet for methods to relieve morning sickness. Chapter 18. Every man will have some ideas. There are many obstetricians conducting popular science education online. Lin Feng came across a video that detailed some precautions during pregnancy and methods to relieve morning sickness. After reading it carefully, he learned that eating strawberries, plum juice, oranges and sour foods can relieve the discomfort caused by morning sickness and also help increase appetite. Lin Feng secretly took note of these suggestions. In addition, the video also mentioned that proper exercise is also beneficial to pregnant women, such as taking a walk after meals and doing some exercises for pregnant women, which can not only enhance physical fitness, but also help the development of the fetus. Then he walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and saw some fresh oranges inside. He quickly took them out, washed them, and carefully cut them into small pieces before bringing them to Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao was lying on the sofa at this time, her face a little pale. "Wife, eat some oranges to relax," Lin Feng said gently and handed the cut oranges to his wife. Yi Qingyao looked up at him, forced a smile, took the orange and took a bite. Sure enough, the sweet and sour juice spread in her mouth, making her feel much better. However, although the morning sickness has eased, she still doesn't feel like eating and her appetite is not very good. Lin Feng saw it and was anxious. He knew that the mood and diet of a pregnant woman were crucial to the development of the fetus, so he decided to think of another way. He suddenly remembered a video he had seen before, in which an artist insisted on practicing Baduan Jin during her pregnancy. Not only was she in good physical condition, she also gave birth to a healthy baby. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he felt that this method was worth a try. He walked to Yi Qingyao and said softly, "Wife, let me practice Ba Duan Jin with you. This exercise is very suitable for pregnant women. It can strengthen your physical fitness and increase your appetite." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao nodded and decided to give it a try. So, the two of them opened the teaching video, followed the instructions, and practiced every move. At the beginning, they were not familiar with it and their movements seemed a little clumsy. But slowly, as they practiced more and more, they gradually mastered the key points and their movements became more and more smooth. While practicing, Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingyao from time to time, fearing that she might be feeling unwell. At this moment, a crisp system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's head. Ding! The system has detected that the host is accompanying the pregnant mother to exercise to relieve morning sickness. The system rewards the host with a physique that reaches the level of a second-level athlete. As long as you train with the host for more than 24 hours, you can reach the physique of a national athlete. Hearing this prompt tone, Lin Feng was overjoyed. The reward from the system this time was priceless. After all, the body was the capital of revolution. In this way, the two continued to practice Ba Duan Jin, and before they knew it, 40 minutes had passed. At this moment, Yi Qingyao turned her head to look at Lin Feng, pouted her lips slightly, and said, "Hubby, I'm hungry." Lin Feng was delighted when he heard this. He quickly said, "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Yi Qingyao thought for a moment and said, "Braised fish, I want to eat the braised fish you made." "Okay, I'll make it for you right away." Lin Feng agreed, turned around and walked into the kitchen to start preparing ingredients. Yi Qingyao lay on the sofa and rested for a while. She was very tired after exercising. Lin Feng was busy in the kitchen. He handled the ingredients skillfully. He cleaned the fish, cut it into pieces, and marinated it. Then he started preparing the seasonings and side dishes, and when everything was ready, he began cooking. After a while, a rich aroma wafted out from the kitchen. Yi Qingyao smelled the aroma and couldn't help swallowing. Lin Feng brought the braised fish to the dining table and invited Yi Qingyao to come and eat. Yi Qingyao walked to the dining table and looked at the delicious braised fish, and couldn't help but feel hungry. She picked up a piece of fish, put it in her mouth and tasted it carefully. She didn't react at all while eating. "Honey, the braised fish you made is so delicious," Yi Qingyao said with a smile, her face filled with happiness. "If it tastes good, eat more," Lin Feng said lovingly. After dinner, Yi Qingyao leaned on the sofa and rested for a while Lin Feng began to clear the dishes and clean the kitchen. At this moment, the phone in Lin Feng's pocket rang. He took it out and saw that it was Wang Xiangdong calling, probably about the project. "Mr. Lin, the CEO of Green Fruit has agreed to exchange 80% of the shares for an investment of 100 million yuan," Wang Xiangdong said on the other end of the phone. "Oh? Really? That's great." Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard that. It wouldn't be long before the trend of short dramas would arrive, and he wanted to be the first one to try it out. "However, the other party's boss wants to meet with you in person to sign a contract," Wang Xiangdong added. "No problem, I can be there anytime. Let him contact me after the time and place are set." Lin Feng agreed readily. "Okay, Mr. Lin, in addition, the Rice Group will have an investment meeting in 2 days. The person who invests the highest amount will get 10% of the equity," Wang Xiangdong said again. "I understand. Go and get ready. We must go to this investment meeting." "Okay, Mr. Lin, we are still in contact with Lurin Culture, but there has been no progress so far," Wang Xiangdong said again. "Okay, I understand." Lin Feng nodded. Before going to bed, Lin Feng was leaning against the head of the bed reading information about pregnancy when his cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello?" He answered softly, and after hearing the voice, the other party quickly responded excitedly. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin? I'm so sorry to bother you so late at night. I'm Su Changqing, the owner of Green Fruit Short Plays." On the other end of the phone, Su Changqing's voice carried a hint of apology and expectation. "It's Mr. Su. You're welcome. I haven't slept yet," Lin Feng responded politely. After hearing this, Su Changqing was obviously relieved, and his tone became more direct. "This is it, Mr. Lin, are you free at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? Let's sign the contract we have agreed on." "I'm free." Lin Feng nodded. It turned out that he called about the project. Mr. Su was really impatient. "I've reserved a table at the Laoshi Tea House. You can just come over," Su Changqing invited enthusiastically. Okay, I'll be there on time. Lin Feng nodded, and the two exchanged a few more polite words before hanging up the phone. At this moment, Yi Qingyao saw Lin Feng coming back from the balcony with a mysterious smile on his face. She quickly waved and said, "Husband, come and see. There's a tea party going on here. It looks quite interesting. How about we go and see it tomorrow?" Lin Feng glanced at his phone, which showed the reservation information for the Laoshi Tea House. He grinned and thought, isn't this a coincidence? Okay, let's go tomorrow morning. It's a good time to take you out for a walk. Lin Feng responded gently. Hee, my husband is still the best to me. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao's face blossomed with a happy smile. Then she hugged Lin Feng's solid abdominal muscles and closed her eyes in satisfaction. But he didn't feel very comfortable. After all, any man would have some thoughts when being hugged by Yi Qingyao like this. Chapter 19 A Real Man Lin Feng. Before 9 o'clock, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao had already arrived at Laoshi Tea House. This is an ancient place with carved beams and painted buildings, revealing a rich cultural heritage. There were a lot of people in the venue. There were exquisite tea tables on both sides of the aisle. The tables were equipped with a full range of tea-making tools, from teapots, teacups to tea cans, each of which looked so simple and elegant. In front of each table sat a woman wearing a cheongsam and exquisite makeup. They brewed tea with skillful techniques, and their smooth movements attracted the guests around to stop and watch. Yi Qingyao pulled Lin Feng through the crowd, and her eyes were attracted by a woman who was making tea. The woman was about 30 years old, with a pretty face and dignified manners. Her every move revealed a calmness and elegance. I saw her gently put the tea leaves into the teapot, then brew it with boiling water, and then gently shake the teapot to allow the tea leaves to fully expand in the water. After a while, a faint fragrance of tea filled the air, making people involuntarily intoxicated by it. Watching the woman making tea smoothly, Yi Qingyao's eyes widened, her face full of admiration. She clapped her hands involuntarily, turned to Lin Feng and said, "Husband, our dragon country's tea-making culture is still extensive and profound." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, a sense of pride welling up in his heart. He took Yi Qingyao's hand and said, "Yes, honey, let's go over and have a drink." After that, the two of them came to the tea table. The woman smiled and poured 2 cups of tea for them. The fragrance of the tea was refreshing and made people feel relaxed and happy. Lin Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip, savoring the taste of the tea. He felt that the tea was sweet and mellow, with a long aftertaste. He nodded and praised sincerely, "This tea is really good." After hearing this, Yi Qingyao also picked up the teacup and took a sip, with a satisfied smile on her face. She turned to Lin Feng and said, "Hubby, didn't you say you would prepare gifts for my parents when you go to my house? I think this tea is pretty good. A small jar costs 1,000 yuan, which is very suitable." Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this. He looked at the tea can, then at Yi Qingyao, and said a little embarrassedly, "This tea is too cheap. It's not appropriate to give it to my uncle." After hearing this, Yi Qingyao patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and comforted him, "It's okay, husband. My father can't get used to expensive tea. He usually likes to drink ordinary tea like this." Lin Feng felt warm at heart after hearing this. His wife was really trying to save money for him. However, he really couldn't give such cheap tea to his future father-in-law. He quickly pulled Yi Qingyao and said, "There are many tea stalls over there. Let's go and have a taste." Yi Qingyao smiled and nodded, and the two continued to move among the crowd. At the same time, in an office thousands of miles away, Yi Baoshan was sitting at his desk reviewing documents. He sneezed unexpectedly, rubbed his nose, and muttered to himself, "Why do I always feel like someone is saying bad things about me behind my back?" He shook his head and continued to work. At this time, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao had already arrived at another tea stall. As soon as they sat down, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's head. Ding! The system detected that the host took Yi Qingyao out for some fresh air. To put her in a good mood, the system rewards 3 triple cashback cards, with no time limit or category limit. Lin Feng was very excited after hearing what the system said. He didn't expect that he could get such a reward just by taking his wife out to visit a tea house. He thought to himself, "I'll have to spend as much as possible on my shopping trips now, since I have a triple cashback card." Although his current net worth is over 100 million yuan, there is less than 10,000 yuan in his bank card. This time, the reward from the system touched his heart. After all, having money gives you confidence. Soon, it was almost 10 o'clock. Lin Feng looked at his watch and said to Yi Qingyao, "Wife, it's almost time. I have to go meet with the CEO of Green Fruit. Please wait for me here at the tea shop. Yi Qingyao nodded and said, go. So, Lin Feng came to the front desk. When the receptionist saw him, she came up to him and asked, excuse me, are you Mr. Lin? Lin Feng nodded, and the receptionist hurriedly took him to a private room. She pushed open the door and said, Mr. Su, Mr. Lin is here. After hearing this, Su Changqing quickly stood up and welcomed him. Mr. Lin is really young and promising. I didn't expect that you are in charge of an investment company at such a young age. It's really admirable. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng quickly said politely, Mr. Su is also in his prime. After exchanging pleasantries, the two sat down. Su Changqing took out a contract from his bag and handed it to Lin Feng, saying, Boss Lin, this is the contract I prepared. Take a look at it. If there are no problems, you can sign it. Lin Feng took it and read it carefully. There was nothing wrong with the contract, so he wrote his name on it. After seeing him sign, Su Changqing also picked up a pen and signed his name on another contract. He smiled and said, Mr. Lin's handwriting is very good. Compared to yours, mine is just like a chicken pecking at rice. Lin Feng laughed when he heard this and said, No, Mr. Su's handwriting is also very distinctive. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two shook hands and said, It's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Feng nodded, It's a pleasure to work with you. Then, the two walked out of the private room side by side. Su Changqing paused for a moment, as if he had suddenly thought of something important. He turned to Lin Feng and said, Boss Lin, it's a coincidence that there's a well-planned small tea auction going on here today. I heard that there are many rare varieties on display. Oh? Auction? Lin Feng's eyes flashed with interest when he heard this. He silently planned to buy some good tea for his future father-in-law, so he smiled and nodded, It sounds interesting. At this time, Yi Qingyao happened to walk over. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly went up to her and turned to introduce her to Su Changqing. Mr. Su, this is my fiancé, Yi Qingyao. After he finished speaking, his eyes were full of tenderness. Upon hearing this, Su Changqing immediately cast an admiring glance. After carefully examining Yi Qingyao, he praised her sincerely, Boss Lin's fiancé is truly beautiful. The two of them standing together are truly a match made in heaven. When you hold the wedding banquet, please invite me to the wedding. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao's cheeks instantly turned red. She lowered her head shyly and gently held Lin Feng's shoulders. I was secretly complaining, this stinky husband, he hasn't even proposed to me yet and he's already calling me his fiancé. He's so mean. But she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, because she knew that Lin Feng was willing to introduce herself in public and admit his identity, which gave her a great sense of security. When you love someone, you can't wait to introduce her identity to the whole world. Lin Feng is such a real man. Chapter 20, Fight with Future Father-in-Law. The auction hall was brightly lit. In addition to the benches placed in the central area, there were several bidders holding mobile phones standing on both sides. The people standing on both sides are not ordinary spectators, but the buyer's clients. With the appearance of the host, the atmosphere in the venue instantly reached a climax. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jayashida auction. I am tonight's host, Chen Yuling. She was wearing a well-tailored cheongsam and her hair was neatly combed, looking very dignified and elegant. Today's first lot is Song Pin, a tea merchant from the Guangxu period, the top 3 tea merchants. The starting price is 100,000 yuan. Bidding is now open. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, bidding began in the venue. 120,000. A voice came from a corner of the venue, and then another voice sounded, 160,000. The bidding sounds came one after another. At this time, Yi Qingyao gently tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve and asked in a low voice, Hubby, this antique tea cake is so popular. Why are so many people buying it? Lin Feng smiled slightly. He knew that Yi Qingyao was not interested in tea culture, but he still patiently explained, this kind of tea cake is a priceless treasure for tea lovers. It not only represents a historical heritage, but also a symbol of culture. Moreover, the older this tea cake is, the higher its value. Yi Qingyao nodded after hearing this. She looked at the people bidding and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Although she didn't understand why someone would spend so much money to buy a small piece of tea cake, she still respected other people's preferences. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly turned his head to look at Su Changqing and asked, Is Mr. Su also here to auction tea today? Upon hearing this, Su Changqing shook his head bitterly. I originally wanted to buy this tea, but you see the price has risen to 2.8 million now, which is far beyond my expectations. I dare not buy it anymore. There was a bit of helplessness and regret in his words. Lin Feng smiled slightly when he heard this. He thought that this tea cake would be a good choice to give to his future father-in-law, so he raised the number plate in his hand. The auctioneer's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Feng holding up the number plate. She smiled and said, 8402, 3.4 million. Is there a higher price? As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of discussion broke out in the venue. People looked at Lin Feng, guessing his identity and purpose. At this time, the online platform displayed 3.6 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng continued to hold up his number plate. After seeing this, the auctioneer excitedly shouted, on site bidding, 3.8 million. The bidding sounds came one after another, and the price soared. Yi Qingyao was extremely nervous when she saw Lin Feng holding up the sign. When she heard someone else bid, she breathed a sigh of relief. Husband, why are you holding up the sign? Yi Qingyao couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng looked at her with a smile and said, I think this tea is a good gift for your father, so I'll give it to him. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao said anxiously, my dad can't drink it. It's a waste to drink this kind of tea. Besides, it's so expensive, it's not worth it. Hearing this, Lin Feng gently patted her hand and comforted her, it's worth it, just listen to me. There was some firmness and confidence in his words. Yi Qingyao looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help feeling touched. She knew that Lin Feng did this to please her parents. So she stopped talking and silently supported Lin Feng. As the price soared, the atmosphere in the venue became increasingly tense. At this time, the auctioneer shouted again, 8402, 4.8 million, is there any higher bid? The venue was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. The auctioneer looked at everyone, expecting the next higher price. Seeing that no one bid, the auctioneer asked again, 4.8 million once, 4.8 million twice, is there any higher bid? The venue was still silent, and no one bid again. The auctioneer looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, 8402, congratulations. As the auctioneer struck the hammer, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Feng, curious about who could have won the bid for this precious tea cake. At this moment, Su Changqing looked at the number plate tightly held in Lin Feng's hand, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said loudly, Boss Lin, congratulations. He really had not expected that the person who won the tea cake was Lin Feng, and the other party was so generous and did not hesitate, which showed that he was very powerful. At such a young age, he already owns an investment company with assets exceeding 100 million yuan and spends money like water. It is natural to make friends with such a person. Then, he continued enthusiastically, I have a collection of top-grade Maojian tea at home, worth 500,000 yuan per gene. If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, how about visiting my humble abode one day and having tea with me? If I have the chance, I will definitely visit you. Lin Feng responded with a smile. Before he finished speaking, the bidding for the second item had quietly begun. Lin Feng was not very interested, so he did not bid. The final transaction price was 3.2 million. Soon, it was the last item that was auctioned. The auctioneer looked around and said with a smile. The third lot to be auctioned today is a Qianlong prefabricated white jade teapot with a handle, with a starting price of 1 million. The bidding begins now. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the price was raised to 10 million. Many people came today just for this teapot. Yi Qingyao saw the picture of the teapot on the big screen and exclaimed, Honey, this teapot is quite beautiful. It's really good. Lin Feng thought that tea leaves alone were not enough, it would be even better if there was a teapot to go with it. Many of the prices on site were bid through telephone, and few numbers were called out on site. The auction price has risen to 36 million, the sound of calling numbers has decreased, and Lin Feng raised the sign. After seeing this, the auctioneer excitedly said, 8402, 40 million. Anyone else want to raise the price? Okay, 45 million, by phone. 8402, are you willing to raise the price? Lin Feng nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's telephone bid reached 50 million, but Lin Feng continued to bid. He secretly hoped that more people would call out to him so that he could take advantage of the system. The person holding the phone was a young man in his 30s. He spoke nervously to the person on the other end of the phone. Mr. Yi, the live auction has reached 60 million. Are you still going to raise the price? Add. The man said, gritting his teeth. He had originally expected to get the teapot for 50 million, but Cheng Yaojin showed up halfway. He had been fond of this teapot for a long time, but Yi Baoshan thought that if it was over 80 million, he would not want it, as this price was already higher than the market price. The last time, the man said 80 million. After hearing this, the auctioneer looked at Lin Feng and asked, 8402, the auction price is now 80 million. Do you want to continue bidding? Chapter 21 Husband, are you short of money? Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled, his eyes revealing calmness and confidence. He nodded gently, as if 80 million was just a small amount to him. He had already decided to buy the Qianlong prefabricated white jade teapot with a handle. Seeing this, the auctioneer smiled and nodded, then asked in an even more excited voice, anyone else want to bid? The scene was completely silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on the auctioneer and Lin Feng. At this time, Yi Baoshan was so angry that he had already hung up the phone. He couldn't understand why anyone would be willing to pay such a high price to bid for a teapot. In his opinion, this was simply crazy behavior. However, for Lin Feng, regardless of whether it maintains its value or not, it is worth it as long as his future father-in-law likes it. Then, the auctioneer hammered down the final price and excitedly announced, the auction price is 85 million. Congratulations, the Qianlong prefabricated white jade teapot with a handle is yours. Hearing this result, Lin Feng raised a satisfied smile. Yi Qingyao, who was sitting next to him, looked at him in disbelief. She didn't expect her husband to spend 85 million to buy an antique teapot, which seemed like a sky-high price to her. Yi Qingyao couldn't help feeling a little worried, and she asked softly, Husband, are you short of money? I have some here, why don't you take it first? She had a secondary card given by her father. Although the credit limit was not high, it could still be used to spend up to 50 million yuan in emergencies. Hearing this, Lin Feng fondly scratched Yi Qingyao's nose and said with a smile, Silly girl, how can I have the confidence to shout when I have no money? His tone was full of confidence and calmness, as if 85 million was really just a small sum to him. At this time, Su Changqing, who was sitting not far away, stood up with respect on his face and walked towards Lin Feng. He extended his hand and said with a smile, Congratulations, Mr. Lin. It's worth coming here today. Lin Feng also stood up and shook hands with Su Changqing. I was lucky. No one competed with me in the end. He said with a smile, with a hint of humility in his tone. However, after hearing this, Su Changqing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This was not luck at all. It was because the price was too high and it was impossible to get it. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then Su Changqing left. At this time, a uniformed staff member came up to Lin Feng and said with a smile, Sir, the item you are auctioning is in the treasure pavilion. Please come with me. Lin Feng nodded and followed Yi Qingyao. They walked through a long corridor and came to an elegantly decorated room. In the middle were placed the two items that Lin Feng had bought today, a Qianlong prefabricated white jade teapot with a handle and a box of precious tea. At this time, the auctioneer also walked in. She walked up to Lin Feng and said respectfully, Sir, your two items are worth a total of 89.8 million. Lin Feng nodded, took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. Soon, the arrival notification sound was heard on the scene. At this time, the system reward also arrived, and Lin Feng's card still had less than 180 million in cash flow. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt very happy. The auctioneer then respectfully handed a golden card to Lin Feng and said, Sir, this card is our auction house's supreme VIP card. When we have top quality goods in the future, we will contact you as soon as possible. Okay. Lin Feng took the card and nodded with a smile. Finally, Lin Feng took the packed tea leaves and teapot and walked out of the Laoshi tea house with Yi Qingyao. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, scattering dappled light onto the bedroom floor. Lin Feng's cell phone kept buzzing on the bedside table. Yi Qingyao was awakened by the rapid vibration sound. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, picked up her cell phone and walked to the kitchen door in a daze. Honey, someone is calling you, please answer it. Her voice still contained a hint of fatigue. Lin Feng heard the shouting and hurried out of the kitchen. He took the phone from Yi Qingyao, rubbed her head, and said lovingly, Wife, go back to sleep for a while. I'll be done soon. Seeing Yi Qingyao lying back on the bed, Lin Feng answered the phone with peace of mind. Wang Qiangdong's voice came from the other end, with a hint of respect in it, Mr. Lin, the investment meeting of the Rice Group will start at 10 o'clock. Do you need me to pick you up? No need, you go first, and we will meet on the first floor of the Rice Group. Lin Feng answered briefly and forcefully. Okay, Mr. Lin, we'll go over and prepare. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng continued with his breakfast, skillfully stir-frying the dishes in the pot. When the time was almost up, he glanced at Yi Qingyao, who was still soundly asleep, and then quietly left a note next to the bedside table. It read, "Wife, I have something to go out for. Breakfast is ready and warming it in the pot. Remember to eat it when you wake up." Half an hour later, downstairs at the rice group, Wang Xiangdong, Fu Quan and his assistant Wang Rong were already sitting on the sofa quietly waiting for the arrival of the new boss. Not long after, a cool Lamborghini sports car slowly stopped in front of the building, attracting the attention of people around. Wang Rong's eyes lit up instantly when he saw it, and he shouted excitedly, "Oh my god, a Lamborghini sports car! This is so cool! Who on earth is driving such an expensive car?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiangdong and Fu Quan shook their heads helplessly. They looked at Wang Rong's naive look and laughed in their hearts. In their opinion, only business tycoons like Mr. Lei can afford a luxury car of this level. Soon, the sports car stopped steadily at the door and the door slowly opened. Wang Rong stretched his neck curiously and looked at the person who got out of the car. After a moment, she suddenly opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, "Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin is here?" Fu Quan turned his head excitedly after hearing this and happened to see Lin Feng getting out of the car. Wang Xiangdong also saw this scene. Although he was a little shocked, he quickly regained his composure. He muttered to himself, "No wonder Mr. Lin can invest in projects that others don't think are promising. He turns out to be a well-heeled rich second generation." Soon, Lin Feng walked in front of the crowd. He looked at their surprised expressions as if they had seen a ghost, and couldn't help but feel confused. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "No, no." Fu Quan waved his hands quickly and said with a flattering smile, "Boss Lin, the investment meeting is about to begin. Let's go up quickly." Afterwards, the group, led by the front desk staff, came to a spacious and bright conference hall. At this time, the conference hall was already filled with bigwigs from various industries. They saw several unknown little people coming in, and each of them had an intriguing smile on his face. Chapter 22, You're Calling Me a Fool? You're the real fools. Mr. Lei sat upright in the main seat, a puzzled look on his face. Seeing this, the receptionist quickly introduced, "Boss Lei, these are people from the Xinzhuan Investment Company, and this one is their president, Lin Feng." President Lei nodded slightly, glanced at Lin Feng and the others, and said with a smile, "Welcome everyone to today's investment meeting." There were only a few people at the scene, including Lin Feng and his group. There were only about a dozen people. President Lei looked around at everyone, then gave a wry smile and said, "Looks like there's no one else here. Let's get started, then. I plan to enter the electric vehicle industry." Mr. Lei spoke eloquently on the stage, introducing the concept and planning of the tram in detail, while Lin Feng seemed quite calm. After all, these contents have been explained very clearly in the project book. However, he was full of curiosity. Why were only a few people interested in the Rice Group's automobile project? The big guys at the scene all seemed absent-minded, each immersed in their own thoughts. Seeing this, Mr. Lei concluded his introduction with a brief description. He glanced at the crowd and continued, "The above is our initial conception of the Rice Car project. Now, our company plans to sell 10% of its shares to seek investment. If you have any ideas, please feel free to speak up." As soon as Mr. Lei finished speaking, the scene fell into silence. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. In fact, they didn't want to come today, but they had no choice but to come because Mr. Lei was one of the shareholders and he wanted to build a car, so they could only come to show their support and had no intention of investing. Lin Feng originally wanted to wait and see what price the bosses would offer, but he unexpectedly caught their evasive eyes. He was secretly proud of himself, because now there was no one to compete with him. At this time, Lin Feng spoke up, "Boss Lei, I'm willing to invest 100 million. What do you think?" Seeing that there were finally people supporting him, Mr. Lei's eyes turned red and his heart was filled with emotion. In fact, the outside world has been skeptical since he announced his plan to build a car. Now that someone is willing to invest 100 million, he is naturally overjoyed. Then, he looked around and saw that the CEOs of those famous companies were silent, so he smiled and said to Lin Feng, "I am willing, President Lin, and I look forward to our pleasant cooperation." After hearing this, Lin Feng was also very happy, thinking that it would be even better if he could exchange it for more shares. He frowned, looked at Mr. Lei, and said tentatively, "Well, I have a request that may not be very kind. It's okay if Mr. Lei disagrees. Mr. Lin, if you have anything to say, feel free to speak up." Lin Feng asked cautiously, "Can you invest more?" The bald boss sitting in the first seat was so shocked that he coughed several times when he heard this. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, secretly complaining in their hearts. Is this guy crazy? The car market is already saturated, and he still wants to invest more in this project? He's simply courting death. Youth is full of vigor. With this silly boy here, we don't have to be forced to invest. 100 million is already good, and you still want more money? This guy must be a rookie and doesn't understand the dangers of society. What Mr. Lei found most incredible was that Lin Feng wanted to make additional investments. He was filled with shock. In fact, he himself was not sure whether he could succeed. He did not expect Lin Feng to support him so much, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He originally released a small number of shares because he was worried that no one would be interested and he would become a laughingstock in the industry. Now it seems that this worry was unnecessary. Mr. Lei grinned, suppressed his inner excitement, and said, "I wonder how much Mr. Lin wants to invest?" 300 million in exchange for 35% of the shares. Upon hearing the price, Mr. Lei's mouth twitched, and then he nodded happily and said, "Okay, I'll have someone prepare the contract right away." At this time, Fu Quan couldn't help but remind Lin Feng in his ear, "Boss Lin, if we invest 300 million, there will be very little left in the company's account. Don't worry, I'll personally invest 200 million and inject another 50 million into the company account." Okay. Fu Quan nodded in agreement and looked at Lin Feng with admiration. To be able to possess such a huge asset at such a young age, his background must be extraordinary. The share issue was settled, and the bigwigs present exchanged a few polite words with Mr. Lei before leaving. The elevator door slowly closed, and a thin man wearing glasses couldn't help but speak up. "Boss Lei asked us to invest, and we were all trying to avoid him. This guy is jumping right into the trap. He's really stupid." "Don't say that. If it weren't for him, our money would have been wasted." "Ha ha. That's right, ha ha." Soon, the secretary brought in the contract and said to Mr. Lei respectfully, "This is the contract modified according to your requirements." "Yes." Mr. Lei nodded and pushed one of the contracts in front of Lin Feng. "Mr. Lin, take a look. If there is no problem, let's sign it." Lin Feng nodded, scanned it from front to back, and confirmed that there was no problem before signing his name. "It's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Lin. It's been a pleasure working with you." It was almost noon, and Mr. Lei warmly invited everyone. "Mr. Lin, let's have lunch together. After lunch, I'll take you to visit the rice park." Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, refusing. "No, Mr. Lei, my wife is waiting for me at home." Mr. Lei was very surprised when he heard this. "I didn't expect that Mr. Lin is already married at such a young age." "I won't force it. Let's have dinner together sometime." Not long after, Lin Feng and his group came out of the building. Looking at the three people, they instructed, "If there's anything in the company, feel free to contact me." Okay. Then Lin Feng got in the sports car and drove away. Wang Rong looked at the sports car with an infatuated look and said, "Mr. Lin looks so handsome when driving. His wife must be very happy." Eh? Who is Mr. Lin's wife? In the blink of an eye, it is Friday and tomorrow is the day I will go home with my wife. These 2 days, his classes are very tight and he has no time to hang out. He had already prepared the gift for his future father-in-law, but the gift for his mother-in-law was still unfinished. So, Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingyao and said gently, "Wife, let's go to the mall this afternoon and pick out a gift for Auntie." Okay. Yi Qingyao nodded happily. She seemed particularly excited to be able to go out and play again. After lunch, the two drove to the most prosperous shopping mall in Shanghai. The security guard recognized Lin Feng's dazzling sports car at a glance and quickly raised the barrier, fearing that any delay would anger this distinguished guest. After parking the car, the two walked hand in hand into the first floor of the mall. As soon as they entered the door, a luxury store came into view. Lin Feng took Yi Qingyao's hand and walked in. The two were dressed rather simply, without any designer labels on their clothes. The salesperson smiled upon seeing them enter the store and asked, "Couriers, what can I do for you?" Yi Qingyao responded politely, "We want to see the bags." However, after hearing this, the salesperson's eyes flashed with disdain. She looked them up and down with a bit of contempt and impatience, muttering to herself, "You two poor bastards, you want to see bags? Can you afford them?" Chapter 23, A woman who doesn't want something means she really wants it. Although filled with disdain, the salesperson still managed to maintain a professional smile and reluctantly led the two to the bag shelf. She casually pointed at the shelf, her tone filled with impatience. All the bags in the store are here, you can choose for yourselves. Yi Qingniao didn't notice the salesperson's attitude. Her eyes were instantly attracted by an orange bag in the middle of the shelf. The bag was bright in color and had a unique design. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and then she turned to Lin Feng happily and said, "My mother likes this style of bag. Honey, what do you think of this one?" Lin Feng didn't know much about bags, but his wife definitely understood her mother's taste, so it was definitely right to follow her. He nodded and said, "Yeah, not bad." After getting her husband's affirmation, Yi Qingniao became more determined in her choice. She looked at the salesperson and said politely, "Please take down that bag. I'd like to see it." After hearing this, Xiaoli smiled sarcastically. "This bag is a new product we just received today. It's a limited edition. We only have one in our store. And it's very expensive. Are you sure you want to see it?" When Yi Qingniao heard this, she felt unhappy. She looked at the salesperson with a hint of displeasure in her tone. "How can I be sure to buy it if I don't take a look? Besides, how do you know I can't afford it?" Xiaoli was choked by Yi Qingniao's question and was speechless for a moment. She looked at the two of them again, and a more obvious contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Okay, I'll help you get it." As she spoke, she reluctantly took the bag from the shelf and handed it to Yi Qingniao. Yi Qingniao took the bag and examined it carefully. She gently put the bag on her shoulder and nodded with satisfaction. "How much is this bag?" 1,380,000. Xiaoli's voice was filled with pride, as if to say, "See, I knew you couldn't afford it." When Yi Qingniao heard the price, she was slightly surprised. After all, for her, this price was not too expensive. However, when she thought that this was a gift from her husband, she couldn't help but hesitate. Giving her mother a gift of more than 1 million yuan was really too expensive. So, she took Lin Feng's hand and started browsing other styles of bags. Seeing this, the salesperson curled up a smug smile on his face, secretly criticizing in his heart, "I knew you couldn't afford it." Lin Feng looked at his wife's actions and couldn't help feeling puzzled. He asked softly, "Wife, don't you think that bag is good?" Yi Qingniao's eyes flickered when she heard this. She didn't dare to look Lin Feng in the eye. She said evasively, "I feel like my mother isn't very suitable to carry me on her back." Lin Feng looked at his wife's eyes and immediately understood everything. He gently lifted her chin and said gently but firmly, "Tell the truth." Being discovered by her husband, Yi Qingniao sighed and told the truth. "Oh, a bag worth over 1 million is really too expensive. I don't want you to spend money." When Lin Feng heard this, a warm feeling surged in his heart. He gently held his wife's hand and said with a smile, "Your father has already bought a teapot worth tens of millions. I don't think I can afford a bag worth over 1 million. After all, my future mother-in-law likes it, so I have to buy it for her no matter what." After saying that, he looked at the bag he liked and said to the salesperson, "We want that bag. Pack it up for me." When Xiaoli heard this, he looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy it? That bag is priced at 1.38 million. It doesn't matter if you can't afford it, but don't try to be stubborn." Yi Qingniao finally lost her patience after hearing this. She glared at Xiaoli and said unhappily, "Do you think we can't afford it? No wonder you've been so sarcastic. It turns out you think we don't look rich." Yi Qingniao's voice was very high-pitched, attracting the attention of many guests. Just then, the store manager, Ms. Wang, rushed over after hearing the news. She was wearing a well-tailored business suit and had a professional and friendly smile on her face. When she saw Yi Qingniao, a hint of surprise and respect flashed in her eyes. She walked quickly to Yi Qingniao and said respectfully, "Miss Yi, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have served you personally." Seeing the store manager coming in person, Yi Qingniao said calmly, "Excuse me, your employees categorize customers into different levels and look down on ordinary people. I can't stand your service." Upon hearing this, the store manager's expression instantly turned serious. She turned to look at the salesperson, Xiaoli, and said with a hint of reprimand, "Miss Yi is our store's supreme VIP. How could you treat her so poorly? Hurry and apologize to Miss Yi." Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's face turned pale. She knew she had gotten into big trouble this time, so she quickly lowered her head and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Miss Yi, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that." However, Yi Qingniao ignored her apology. She turned to the store manager and said, "Pack that bag for me." "Okay." The store manager nodded quickly. At the same time, she did not forget to apologize to Yi Qingyao. Ms. Yi, I'm very sorry that you had an unpleasant shopping experience. To show our sincerity, we're giving you a 5% discount on this bag, making the total price 1,310,000. After hearing this, Lin Feng handed over his bank card. Soon, the sound of money being received in the store came. He took the packed bag with a smile, and the two of them left the store hand in hand. After the two left, the store manager called the salesperson Xiaoli to an empty corner and scolded him. Don't you know that many rich people nowadays deliberately dress like ordinary people? Don't think that just because you work in a brand name store, you are the brand. From now on, you are fired. Hopefully, you've learned your lesson. Manager, please give me another chance. I know I was wrong. Xiaoli begged desperately, but it was of no use. Adults have to pay the price for their own consequences. Now the gift for meeting his girlfriend at her house has been prepared. Next, the two of them continue shopping in the mall. Lin Feng wants to buy something for Yi Qingyao. Lin Feng didn't use the cashback card when buying a bag just now. The reward was too small, so he decided to buy a big one. Then, Lin Feng took Yi Qingyao to the jewelry store. When I entered the store, the salesperson warmly welcomed me. Hello, welcome. What can I do for you? Let's just take a look around. Lin Feng said, and the salesperson tactfully withdrew and waited for the customer's call. At this time, Lin Feng saw a pink gem necklace. He thought that Yi Qingyao would look very beautiful wearing this on her fair neck. We want to try on this necklace. Okay, no problem. Yi Qingyao really thought that Lin Feng was just trying to take a look. After hearing this, she quickly pulled her husband's hand and said, no need to try. I don't need it. Lin Feng understood that the woman said she didn't need the necklaces, but she really wanted them. He then said to the salesperson, please take out all the necklaces in this row and let my wife try them on. Yi Qingyao was stunned when she heard this. Was there something wrong with her expression? At this time, the salesperson happily agreed, no problem. She would get a considerable commission for every transaction here. Chapter 24. Oh my god, this is too much information. The novel has become reality. Soon, the salesperson placed all the necklaces in front of Yi Qingyao. Those gem necklaces were sparkling, no wonder every woman liked them. Seeing this, Lin Feng said lovingly, wife, try it on. Then, the salesperson put on white gloves and put a pink pearl and gem necklace on Yi Qingyao's neck. Before she could see clearly, a young woman in her 20s came over and said admiringly, wow, this necklace is so beautiful, how much is it? After hearing this, the salesperson smiled and replied, ma'am, this necklace costs 45,000. Before the young woman could say anything, the man next to her and the two old men behind her spoke with disdain on their faces, like roosters with their feathers blown off. It's just a broken necklace, and it's selling for 45,000. Why don't you just go and rob it? The man quickly pulled the young woman to the counter next door and said, that necklace is expensive and doesn't suit you. Let's go over there and take a look. When buying jewelry, you must buy gold. Gold is the best way to preserve value. Let's go and see Sanjin. The woman followed the man. Although she felt that what he said made sense, she still looked at the pearl and gem necklace reluctantly. Yi Qingyao was a little shaken by the man's words. She looked at Lin Feng and whispered in his ear, hubby, everyone says this necklace is not worth it. Let's not try it. Besides, I have it at home, so I don't need it. After hearing this, Lin Feng gently scratched the tip of Yi Qingyao's nose and said warmly, my wife likes it, that's the most important thing. There's no such thing as whether it retains its value or not. As long as you like it, I'd be willing to spend $1 million to buy a piece of white paper. You are just a sucker. Yi Qingyao said coquettishly, but she felt warm in her heart. It was really a great happiness that someone treated her well regardless of the cost. The salesperson next to them saw the pair flirting and was envious, when will someone treat me this well? After that, Yi Qingyao tried on necklaces. Her neck was white and slender, and each one was very beautiful. Just when she didn't know which one to choose, she heard a quarrel. It turned out that a young woman and a man were arguing, and everyone in the store was attracted to the two of them. The woman is the man's fiancée. She came here to buy the 3 gold items for the wedding, but she was seen complaining about the man's family and dissatisfaction. Li Xiaoming, you're just a mama's boy. You just do whatever your mom says, right? 3,000 yuan for a gold ring, and your mother thinks it's too expensive? If you think it's too expensive, don't get married. Now I see your family clearly. If you don't want to pay and want to get it for free, no way. I think neither of us should get married. I don't want to marry into your family. Seeing this, the man looked at his mother and then at his fiancée. He wanted to give in but was hindered by his mother's authority. His mother said sarcastically, "We can't afford a daughter-in-law like you who spends money like this. Son, we won't get married. We can't have a woman like this in our family. When the time comes, Mom will find you a virtuous and obedient woman." The man nodded obediently. Then the woman left, and the man and his family also left. The little incident in the store quickly passed, and everyone went about their own business, as if nothing had happened. When Yi Qingyao saw the scene, she couldn't help but frown and began to have wild thoughts. It might be because of the pregnancy. Seeing this, Lin Feng hugged his wife and comforted her. "Honey, are you imagining things again? Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything." Hearing this, Yi Qingyao looked at him worriedly and asked, "Hubby, will my uncle and aunt dislike me? I'm pregnant before marriage. Will they think I'm an immoral girl?" "Of course not, don't worry about that. They just think that I bullied you," Lin Feng said sincerely, but also with helplessness on his face. Maybe if he brought his wife home, he would be beaten by his father and mother. "Really? Of course it's true. When I get back from your house, I'll take you home to meet my parents. They're both very easy to get along with." "Oh, okay." Hearing this, Yi Qingyao felt much more relieved. Even the salesperson next to them couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he heard the conversation between Lin Feng and the other person. "Oh my god, this amount of information is too much, the novel has become reality. Don't think about it, just pick out the necklace. This is the first time I'm giving you a proper gift, so I can't refuse." "Okay, I got it." Yi Qingyao smiled sweetly, and then passed the expensive ones. Seeing this, Lin Feng said domineeringly, "Since it is a gift from me to you, I should choose it. After all, my wife has a beautiful neck and everything looks good on her. Just this pink gemstone necklace. Please help me wrap it up." After hearing this, Yi Qingyao quickly pulled Lin Feng's arm and whispered to him, "Hubby, that's the world's first necklace. It's over 20 million. It's too expensive. Let's get something cheaper. My wife deserves the best." After hearing this, the salesperson said excitedly, "Sir, I'm sorry, I don't have the authority to sell this most expensive necklace. I'll go find our manager right away. Please wait a moment." "Okay, no problem." The salesperson then hurried to the manager's office and saw a woman in a well-tailored business suit reading documents at the desk. When she saw the employee come in without knocking, she frowned and said unhappily, "Remember to knock next time you come in." After hearing this, the salesperson nodded awkwardly, "Sorry, Manager Su, I was just too happy and forgot. The pink gemstone necklace has been sold, and the customer is waiting in the store." "What? Sold?" Manager Su stood up excitedly, and the salesperson kept talking as the two of them walked. Soon, the sound of hurried high heels rang out in the store. Manager Su came up to Lin Feng and the others and said very politely, "Sir, it was you who wanted to buy this pink gemstone necklace, right?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. "Okay, please wait a moment, I will pack it for you myself." Manager Su said happily, and then provided the packing service himself. The necklace had already been packed. Manager Su asked with a smile on his face, "Sir, the total is 23.28 million. Lin Feng nodded, then handed over the bank card, and the store soon heard a notification sound indicating the money had arrived. There were also a lot of customers in the store at this time. When everyone heard the sound of more than 20 million yuan arriving, they all looked at Lin Feng and the others, feeling envious and curious. "Sir, please keep your card," Manager Su said respectfully, and then handed a golden card to Lin Feng. "Sir, this is our store's Supreme VIP card. You can get a 5% discount next time you come. We will also notify you if there is a jewelry auction." "Okay, thank you." Then Lin Feng came out of the store holding a handbag in one hand and Yi Qingyao's hand in the other. Chapter 25 Lin Feng? Toad? After carefully selecting a gift for their visit to his wife's house, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao strolled leisurely in the mall hand in hand. After walking for a long time, their pace gradually slowed down and a trace of fatigue appeared on their faces. At this moment, Yi Qingyao's eyes suddenly lit up. She keenly caught sight of a coffee shop with unique decoration and immediately suggested, "Hubby, let's go sit there. It's a good time to take a break." "Okay." Lin Feng agreed with a smile. Inside the cafe, the light aroma of coffee and the sweetness of desserts are intertwined, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. they found a seat by the window and sat down, enjoying the tranquility and comfort. At this moment, Yi Qingyao's eyes were inadvertently attracted by a piece of cold dessert on the next table. It was an Oreo ice cream cake, with a perfect blend of black Oreo cookie crumbs and white ice cream, and garnished with a few bright red strawberries, which looked both tempting and fresh. As a girl, Yi Qingyao had no resistance to such desserts. Her eyes were full of desire and anticipation. She gently slid her fingers along Lin Feng's hand, a shy blush appeared on her face, and she said in a weak voice, "Honey, I also want to eat that Oreo ice cream cake." After that, she looked up at Lin Feng cautiously, her eyes full of anticipation and tenderness. When Lin Feng heard this, a warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart, but he was also worried that the ice cream cake was too cold and would give Yi Qingyao a stomachache. So, he said with concern, "Honey, the ice cream cake is too cold. I'm afraid you'll have a stomachache if you eat it. How about I buy you some room temperature desserts? How about tiramisu?" After hearing this, Yi Qingyao pursed her lips, shook her head, and said coquettishly, "I just want to eat it cold, not at room temperature. Besides, I will only take a small bite and promise not to eat too much." Okay, after saying that, she stretched out her little finger and made a swearing gesture, which looked both cute and irresistible. Lin Feng looked at her cute appearance, smiled helplessly, and thought to himself, "There's really nothing I can do about you." So, he pinched Yi Qingyao's nose lovingly, stood up and walked to the front desk of the cafe, and ordered an Oreo ice cream cake for her. At the same time, Yi Haoming, wearing a neat suit, slowly walked out of the elevator. He had just finished an important business meeting and was busy calling his mother at home to let her know he was safe. On the other end of the phone, his mother asked about Yi Qingyao's condition with concern. Yi Haoming could only smile bitterly and replied, "Mom, don't worry, I will definitely bring Yao Yao home tomorrow. She won't be back for school soon, and I know you miss her." After hanging up the phone, Yi Haoming shook his head, feeling both amused and helpless, and secretly complained in his heart, "Yao Yao has only been in school for a short time, and her parents are already thinking about her so much. She is truly the apple of the family's eye." Thinking of his sister, Yi Haoming suddenly remembered the cake shop she mentioned when she came home during the holidays. It was said that the tiramisu there tasted excellent, and his sister had always been thinking about it. This time he came to Shanghai on a business trip, so he could go to the school to give her a copy and then treat her to a big meal to improve her life. Thinking of this, Yi Haoming took a step forward and walked towards the cake shop. After a while, he arrived at the door of the cake shop. The decoration inside the store is simple and warm, and various desserts are neatly placed in the display cabinets, which are dazzling and eye-catching. Yi Haoming walked straight to the counter and politely said to the salesperson, "Hello, I'd like to take a package of your tiramisu." The salesperson smiled and nodded, quickly packed a tiramisu for him, and respectfully handed the bag to him. "Sir, your tiramisu is packed. Welcome to come again next time." Yi Haoming took the handbag, his heart full of expectations for his sister. However, just as he was about to leave the cake shop and take the elevator downstairs, a familiar figure suddenly came into his sight. That person was none other than his sister, Yi Qingyao. Furthermore, there was a man sitting next to her. The two of them seemed to be acting very intimately. Yi Haoming's brows suddenly furrowed, and his face turned ashen. He couldn't believe his eyes and quickly took out his cell phone to call his sister. Soon, my sister's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, brother." Yi Haoming suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a cold tone, "Where are you, sister?" Yi Qingyao on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect her brother to suddenly call to check on her. She paused, then replied calmly, "Where else could I be? I must be at school." After she finished speaking, she stroked Lin Feng's palm, feeling very proud. However, after hearing this answer, Yi Haoming's resentment became even more difficult to suppress. He said coldly, come on, right now, tell that toad next to you to take his claws off." When Yi Qingyao heard this, her face was filled with nervousness. She quickly took her hand down and then looked around vigilantly. At the same time, she did not forget to say stubbornly, "No, brother, what are you talking about? I'm in the dormitory, how could there be a man?" Upon hearing this, Yi Haoming snorted coldly and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his sister would not cry until she saw the coffin. So, he said coldly, "Look up and look towards the elevator entrance." When Yi Qingyao heard this, her heart skipped a beat, but she still forced herself to remain calm and raised her head to look towards the elevator entrance. I saw my own brother walking towards me with an angry look on his face, full of seriousness and dissatisfaction. Now, even if Yi Qingyao wanted to escape, she couldn't. She had no choice but to face him head-on, secretly praying in her heart that her brother would not get too angry. Soon, Yi Haoming sat in front of Lin Feng and the other man, looking at them with cold eyes. When Lin Feng saw the stranger in front of him, he was filled with surprise. Who is this person? Before he could ask, the other party looked at Yi Qingyao and asked, Yao Yao, do you have anything to explain? Seeing that the matter had been exposed and that she had to take Lin Feng home to meet her parents tomorrow, Yi Qingyao knew that there was no point in hiding it any longer. So, she took a deep breath, took Lin Feng's hand with a firm look in her eyes, and introduced him to Yi Haoming with a smile. This is my boyfriend, Lin Feng. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Feng again and said gently, Xiao Feng, this is my brother, Yi Haoming. Hearing this, Lin Feng quickly stood up and politely greeted Yi Haoming. Hello, brother, I am Lin Feng. Yi Haoming looked at the two people's clasped hands and his anger grew even stronger. He took a deep breath and said helplessly, just talk, don't touch me. You're a girl, so you should be reserved. After saying that, he glared at Yi Qingyao deliberately as a warning. Yi Qingyao stuck out her tongue, made a face, and completely ignored Yi Haoming's instructions. Chapter 26 You Can't Bully My Husband. Looking at his sister who had grown into a graceful young lady, Yi Haoming couldn't help but sigh. It's true that girls cannot be kept at home when they grow up. She actually turned her elbow towards outsiders without hesitation. Lin Feng was standing by, witnessing his wife's playful and cute behavior. He couldn't help but draw a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of doting. Seeing this, Yi Haoming felt even more dissatisfied. He stood up suddenly, pulled Yi Qingyao up from her seat, and sat down himself without any hesitation. Then, he suppressed the anger in his heart, looked at Yi Qingyao in a low and powerful voice and ordered, go sit opposite. Seeing that her brother was serious, Yi Qingyao, although unwilling in her heart, could only nod obediently and muttered, oh, okay. Finally, she didn't forget to give Lin Feng a shot of prevention. You can't bully my husband. What? You call him husband? Yi Haoming almost vomited blood in anger when he heard this. Although he couldn't physically teach his sister a lesson, he could definitely give this toad in front of him a good beating. He glared at Lin Feng fiercely and asked in a cold tone, how old are you? Are you in the same school as Yao Yao? Hearing this, Lin Feng still had a warm smile on his face and replied respectfully, brother, I am 21 years old this year, and Yao Yao and I are indeed from the same school. How many people are there in your family? Where do you live? What do your parents do? Yi Haoming frowned and asked a series of questions like a machine gun, fearing that his precious sister would be abducted by this guy of unknown origin. Yi Qingyao rolled her eyes upon hearing her brother's interrogation and muttered unhappily, brother, why are you asking these questions? If someone didn't know, they'd think you were checking my household registration. Yi Haoming glared at his sister fiercely, his tone filled with helplessness and seriousness. Yao Yao, don't interrupt. I'm doing this for your own good, right? You're young and naive. What if you get cheated? Yi Qingyao curled her lips, obviously not taking her brother's concerns seriously. She turned her head and blinked at Lin Feng, signaling him not to take it to heart. Lin Feng smiled slightly, patted the back of her hand gently, and signaled with his eyes that he didn't care. When Yi Haoming saw the two of them flirting with each other, his anger grew even more. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and continued to ask, Lin Feng, what does your family do? What are your parents' occupations? Lin Feng still maintained that polite smile and replied calmly, brother, my parents are ordinary working class people. They are both middle school teachers. Yi Haoming felt a little relieved after hearing this. At least from Lin Feng's answer, his family background was normal and not a messy one. But he was still worried and continued to ask, so what major are you studying in school now? What are your plans for the future? Lin Feng confessed frankly, I'm studying computer science in college and am currently in my third year. In addition, I also founded an investment company. Yi Haoming was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that Lin Feng, at such a young age, had already successfully started his own business. This courage and ability really made him look at him with admiration. Although the Yi family is wealthy and powerful, they have never thought of relying on Yi Qingyao to make any business marriage. As long as she likes him, whether his family background matches hers is not a problem. However, we still have to be wary of those with ulterior motives who attempt to cross classes and achieve financial freedom through the simple act of Yi Qingyao. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but remind her, although you have been successful in starting a business, you must also keep your feet on the ground and not be too ambitious. Lin Feng nodded solemnly and said seriously, don't worry, brother, I understand. Seeing that her brother had finally stopped being so aggressive, Yi Qingyao couldn't help but interrupt, brother, don't worry. Lin Feng treats me very well, and we are very happy together. You don't have to worry. Yi Haoming looked at his sister's face which was filled with happiness. Although he was still a little uneasy, he knew that there was no point in asking any further. He sighed, and his tone finally softened a bit. You guys should handle your relationship matters yourselves, but this doesn't mean I agree with you two being together. When Yi Qingniao heard this, she immediately started to act coquettishly. Brother, she was still hoping that her brother would say a few good words for Lin Feng in front of her parents. Yi Haoming naturally understood his sister's thoughts, and immediately replied, go and talk to your parents yourself. Humph, let's go. Anyway, my parents know that I'm bringing Xiaofeng home tomorrow. Yi Qingniao shook her head and said proudly. Ah? Your parents know that you are in love? When Yi Haoming heard this, he suddenly felt like a clown who was kept in the dark. No wonder my parents asked me to go home this Saturday, it turned out to be because of this matter. I won't tell you. Yi Qingniao pouted and refused to answer Yi Haoming. It was because he said before that he would not plead for her. Now he regrets it, right? After saying that, she took Lin Feng's hand and prepared to leave this place of trouble. Seeing this, Yi Haoming hurriedly called the two of them and looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes. Go over there and wait for me, I have something to tell you. Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Facing Yi Qingniao's worried look, he smiled knowingly and signaled her not to worry. After Lin Feng left, Yi Haoming handed the cake in his hand to his sister Yi Qingniao and said gently. Last time when you came home you said this cake was delicious. I originally wanted to buy some and send it to your school. I just happened to meet you today, so you can take it back yourself. Yao Yao, don't blame me for being too talkative. No matter what time, I always hope you are happy. Yi Qingniao's heart ached when she heard these words. She threw herself into her brother's arms and snuggled up to him happily. Thank you, big brother. Lin Feng is really good to me. I really like him. Tomorrow in front of Dad and Mom, please say a few good words for him. Okay. Yi Qingniao continued to act coquettishly. Facing his sister's soft and hard nagging, Yi Haoming smiled dotingly. Okay. Wait here for a moment. I'll go and give him some words of advice. Oh. Yi Qingniao nodded obediently, and did not forget to warn her brother, brother, please don't do anything. Otherwise, I will ignore you again. Don't worry, I, your elder brother, may argue, but I will never use violence. After Yi Haoming said this, he strode towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Yi Haoming coming, he politely called out, brother. Chapter 27 Lin Feng? Pretty boy? Yeah. Yi Haoming nodded, his expression becoming serious. Yao Yao is the apple of our family's eye. If you dare to bully her, I will make you die without knowing how. Hearing this, Lin Feng quickly expressed his stance. Don't worry, big brother. I love Yao Yao so much, how could I bear to bully her? I know that no matter how much I say, you won't believe it, so just wait and see how I perform in the future. Okay. You'd better remember what you said today. After Yi Haoming finished speaking, he patted Lin Feng's shoulder hard. Yi Qingniao witnessed the scene from the side, her heart in her throat. She was afraid that her elder brother would be unhappy and beat her husband, but fortunately Yi Haoming did not take any further action. Afterwards, the two of them came to Yi Qingniao together. Yi Haoming looked at his sister lovingly, feeling mixed emotions. I have something to do with the company, so I'll leave first. After you two finish shopping, go back to school early. Yi Haoming instructed. I understand, big brother. Don't worry. Yi Qingniao nodded with a smile, then took Lin Feng's arm and waved at her brother. Looking at the intimacy between his sister and Lin Feng, Yi Haoming sighed. He secretly complained in his heart, girls really can't be kept at home when they grow up. She hasn't even married yet, but her heart has already followed someone else. After coming out of the mall, Yi Qingniao sat in the car, looking at Lin Feng with curiosity and asked. Hubby, what did my eldest brother say to you? Your eldest brother said that if I treat you badly, I will die without knowing how I died. Lin Feng grinned and smiled bitterly to himself, with a hint of helplessness and ridicule in his tone. Yi Haoming has always been a sister-protecting man. From childhood to adulthood, whenever someone dared to bully Yi Qingniao, he would stand up to protect her without hesitation. Hearing her elder brother's instructions, Yi Qingniao felt warm in her heart and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of her mouth. She knew that although her brother always appeared cold and sometimes even controlled her too much, deep down he was truly doing it for her own good. From childhood to adulthood, Yi Haoming was like her guardian angel. No matter what difficulties she encountered, he was always the first to stand up and help her solve them. In the blink of an eye, she smiled maliciously, blinked her eyes and looked at Lin Feng smartly. and deliberately asked in a somewhat mischievous and tentative tone, "Will you treat me badly in the future?" There was a hint of cunning in her eyes, as if she was waiting for Lin Feng's answer to see if he was really as firm as he said. When Lin Feng heard this question, he looked Yi Qingyao in the eyes seriously and said firmly, "Of course not. I swear, I will only treat you better." His voice was low and powerful, as if every word carried a heavy promise. He knew that although Yi Qingyao looked carefree on the surface, she was actually very sensitive inside, especially when it came to relationships. She would always unconsciously worry about the uncertainty of the future. "I've seen a lot of men who are very different before and after marriage. Will you gradually become less interested in me?" Yi Qingyao continued to ask, with a hint of expectation in her tone. When Lin Feng heard this, he reached out and gently held Yi Qingyao's hand, his tone gentle but firm. "Qingyao, I know what you are worried about, but I can assure you that my feelings for you will not change, whether before or after marriage. I will always cherish you, love you, and will never let you suffer any injustice." His eyes were full of sincerity and determination. Yi Qingyao looked into Lin Feng's deep eyes, she pursed her lips and smiled, and nodded gently. "Husband, I believe you." Having been shopping for a long time today, Yi Qingyao felt a little tired, and soon she fell asleep in the car. Lin Feng looked at her peaceful sleeping face, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He gently adjusted the angle of the seat to make her sleep more comfortably, and then continued to drive attentively. After returning home, Lin Feng carried Yi Qingyao to the bed and covered her with a blanket. He stood by the bed, quietly watching her sleeping, his heart filled with satisfaction. He knew that his greatest luck in life was meeting Yi Qingyao. No matter what difficulty she encounters in the future, he will stand by her without hesitation, protect her and love her. Then he went to the study and wrote calligraphy for a while. Lin Feng liked the feeling of quietly immersing himself in calligraphy, as if the whole world had quieted down, leaving only him and the pen in his hand. There was an urgent matter at the company yesterday, so Yi Haoming rushed back to the capital overnight. Yi Qingyao only saw the message sent by her brother when she woke up in the morning. Originally, the three of them were going back to the capital together, but now only two of them can take the plane back. Lin Feng drove the car to the airport and exchanged his boarding pass. Not long after, the flight to the imperial capital began to check tickets. Yi Qingyao followed behind Lin Feng, holding the boarding pass in her hand, feeling a little excited. Soon, the two appeared on the plane. Since they left home early today, Yi Qingyao was yawning and felt very sleepy. Seeing this, Lin Feng thoughtfully took out a small blanket from his bag, gently covered her with it, and said softly, "Wife, you take a nap. When you wake up, we will be in the imperial capital." Yi Qingyao nodded, leaned back in the chair, and fell asleep not long after. Lin Feng looked at her beautiful sleeping face and felt warm in his heart. Then he put on headphones and opened a short video. There was a very conspicuous title in the middle of the video: "How to Deal with the Mother-in-Law and the Father-in-Law." At the same time, in a luxurious villa in the imperial capital, Su Wanjin was pacing back and forth anxiously in the living room, her high heels making crisp sounds on the floor. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and her eyes showed a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Yi Baoshan sat on the sofa with a cup of tea in his hand. His eyes followed his wife's steps and he gradually felt dizzy. "Wife, please sit for a while. Yao Yao just got on the plane and it will take some time before she gets home." Yi Baoshan finally couldn't help but speak, with a bit of helplessness and pampering in his tone. He put down the teacup, reached out and gently patted the sofa beside him, motioning Su Wanjin to sit down. Su Wanjin stopped, sighed, turned around and walked to the sofa and sat down, but her hands were still twisted together nervously, and it was obvious that her mood did not calm down after sitting down. "Hey, it's my daughter's first time bringing a boy home, and I'm nervous too," she whispered, a hint of worry and anticipation in her tone. "I wonder what that brat looks like to have caught the eye of our Yao Yao." Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan snorted coldly and said in a bad tone, "Maybe he is a gigolo." Men nowadays are very good at disguising themselves. We must help our daughter to keep a close eye on him. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes, as if he had already identified the brat he had never met as an unreliable person. Chapter 28: Meeting the future father-in-law and mother-in-law for the first time. As a father, Yi Baoshan always felt that no man was worthy of his precious daughter Yao Yao. In his eyes, his daughter is like a shining pearl in his life, pure and flawless, so beautiful that it inspires awe. Whenever he thought that one day this pearl would be picked by a man, he felt an inexplicable sadness and reluctance. Su Wanjin couldn't help laughing when she heard her husband's words. She shook her head gently, her eyes filled with helplessness and ridicule. "In your eyes, no man is worthy of your little cotton padded jacket. Yao Yao is so old now, you can't always keep her by your side, right? She needs to have her own life and future. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan showed a smug smile on his face, and his tone was filled with pride and doting. It depends on what my daughter thinks. If she doesn't want to get married, I will support her for the rest of her life. Our Yao Yao is so outstanding, why should she rush to get married? Su Wanjin sighed, her tone a bit blaming, but more helpless and doting. You just dote on her too much. Yi Baoshan shrugged disapprovingly, picked up his teacup and took a sip, his eyes still filled with a hint of vigilance. I'm not pampering her, I'm protecting her. Today's society is very complicated. Men are full of sweet words, and who knows what they are up to. Our Yao Yao is innocent and kind, we can't let her suffer any loss. Su Wanjin smiled bitterly and shook her head. Let's wait and see. What if my daughter has good taste and picks a good man? After all, my daughter's happiness is the most important thing. After she finished speaking, she looked at the gray pajamas on Yi Baoshan and frowned as she reminded him, hurry up and change your pajamas. We have guests at home today. At least dress formally. Don't let our daughter think that we don't value the friends she brought home. Yi Baoshan then realized that his attire was a little inappropriate, and he quickly stood up and nodded perfunctorily. Okay, I'll go change now. At the same time, in the airport waiting hall, Yi Qingyao and Lin Feng slowly walked down from the plane. Yi Haoming had been waiting at the pickup point for a long time. He looked around anxiously and finally saw his sister. Yao Yao, here. Yi Haoming waved his hands excitedly and shouted loudly. Yi Qingyao smiled and waved, then took Lin Feng's hand and quickly walked forward to greet him. Brother, you're here. Lin Feng also chimed in and said hello, big brother. Seeing this, Yi Haoming nodded softly, with a look of helplessness and doting in his eyes. Looking at his sister's state, he felt that she was so in love that he couldn't call her back even if he called her back. Mom and Dad are still waiting for us at home, let's go now. Yi Haoming suggested. Yeah. Yi Qingyao responded, her heart filled with longing and desire for home. Sitting by the car window, Yi Qingyao looked at the familiar scene outside, and a feeling of homesickness welled up in her heart. She suddenly missed home and her parents very much, but fortunately she would be able to see them soon, and her mood calmed down a little. The car slowly drove into the villa. Su Wanjin heard the sound of the horn outside, looked upstairs anxiously, and shouted loudly, Old Ji, change your clothes and come down quickly, our daughter is back. After saying that, she couldn't wait to go to the yard to see what the boy her daughter brought back looked like. She stood in the yard, looking around anxiously, and finally saw the car slowly stop. Lin Feng got out of the car first. He was tall and handsome, giving people a sunny and handsome feeling. He helped Yi Qingyao get down from the car with gentle and considerate movements. When Yi Qingyao saw her mother, she excitedly threw herself into Su Wanjin's arms and snuggled up to her. Mom, I miss you so much. Oh, my sweet girl, mommy misses you too. Su Wanjin smiled dotingly and gently patted Yi Qingyao's back. However, her gaze involuntarily lingered on Lin Feng. She looked the young man up and down, and nodded with satisfaction after a moment. I thought to myself, this little boy is clean-cut, handsome, and sunny. My daughter has good taste. After acting coquettishly with her mother, Yi Qingyao shyly introduced her to Su Wanjin. Mom, this is Lin Feng, my boyfriend. Lin Feng greeted Su Wanjin with a smile. Hello, auntie. If it weren't for Yao Yao introducing you, I would have wanted to call you sister. You look so young. He was very sweet talking because he had just learned on the plane how to please his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Sure enough, Su Wanjin laughed even more happily after hearing this. You were such a good talker, so I will call you Xiao Feng. At this time, Yi Qingyao looked around, suddenly frowned, and asked beside Su Wanjin, Mom, where is my dad? Isn't he home? Your father is at home. He's changing clothes upstairs. Su Wanjin explained, then smiled and invited, Xiao Feng, let's go inside and talk. Don't stand outside. Okay, auntie. Lin Feng responded politely and followed Su Wanjin and Yi Qingyao into the villa. As soon as she entered the house, Yi Qingyao couldn't wait to look around. She looked at everything familiar in the house and her heart was filled with a sense of intimacy. She took Lin Feng's hand and sat down on the sofa, while Su Wanjin was busy pouring tea and water for Lin Feng. While she was busy, she looked at the young man. Seeing his future mother-in-law pouring tea for him, Lin Feng politely said, Thank you, auntie. At this time, there was a noise coming from upstairs. It should be Yi Baoshan coming down after changing his clothes. Su Wanjin grumbled inwardly, it takes so long to change clothes. Could it be that he has tried all the clothes? She was afraid that Yi Baoshan would treat Lin Feng badly, so she wanted to remind him. However, when she saw Yi Baoshan, her mouth opened wide in shock. Seeing her mother look like she had seen a ghost, Yi Qingniao was also very confused. "Mom, what's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Baoshan appeared in front of everyone. Even Yi Haoming couldn't believe that the person in front of him was his biological father. Yi Baoshan was seen wearing a black suit. If he wore it like that, there would be no problem. The key point was that he was not wearing any shirt or anything under the suit. He was naked. Not only that, he also wore a big gold chain as thick as a thumb around his neck, and his demeanor gave off the air of a gangster boss. Seeing this, Yi Qingniao whispered in Su Wanjin's ear, "Mom, what's wrong with my dad? Does he like this style now?" I guess he just fell in love with her." Su Wanjin replied, then came to Yi Baoshan and pulled him aside to question him. "What are you doing? I told you to dress formally, but you're being too formal." Chapter 29 Yi Baoshan's Show of Strength. Yi Baoshan just said "you don't understand," and then sat down on the sofa with his arms folded, ignoring her objection. When he sat down, he bared his arms, looked at Lin Feng and asked seriously, "Young man, where are you from?" Lin Feng was stunned when he heard this. His heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, could it be that my future father-in-law wants to show me his power? Seeing this, Yi Qingniao quickly pulled Yi Baoshan to her side and whispered in his ear, "Dad, change your clothes. You'll scare my boyfriend if you look like this." Yi Baoshan raised his head stubbornly and said, "Isn't this formal enough? I think this is fine. At least put on a shirt inside, Dad, go quickly." Yi Qingniao was so anxious that she was about to jump up and down. As she spoke, she pushed Yi Baoshan out. Then, Yi Qingniao looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Xiao Feng, my dad didn't scare you just now, right? He doesn't usually dress like this. Maybe he was too excited today." There was a hint of apology in her smile, as if she was apologizing to Lin Feng for her father's behavior. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, saying, "It's okay, I'm not scared. I think uncle is quite like that. Although he looks a little fierce, he is still a very good person." Yi Qingniao added, as if to give Lin Feng a reassurance. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Su Wanjin smiled and added tea to his cup, saying, "Xiao Feng, drink your tea quickly. Your uncle may look fierce, but he's actually a good person." "Well, yes." Lin Feng nodded politely, took the teacup and took a sip. Just then, there was a noise from upstairs. Yi Baoshan was seen wearing a floral shirt with the buttons at the collar unbuttoned, leaving it open, revealing his dark chest. He sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, bit a toothpick, and asked, "What are you talking about? It's so lively." The tone of his voice really sounded like a big brother in society. Yi Qingniao felt helpless when she saw her father dressed so socially. She smiled and said to Lin Feng, "Xiao Feng, sit here for a while. I have something to say to my dad." After that, she pulled her dad upstairs. After going upstairs, Yi Qingniao frowned and said bitterly, "Dad, what are you wearing? If someone is timid, they would probably be scared away by you." Yi Baoshan said proudly, "If the boyfriend you find is scared away by me like this, it will save you a lot of trouble. I don't want you to get married so early." In fact, he really hoped that Lin Feng would be scared away by him. He felt that no one was worthy of his daughter. Yi Qingniao stomped her feet in anger after hearing what her father said, "Dad, if you scare him away, I will go to school and never come back." Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan quickly changed his expression and said ingratiatingly, Okay, I won't scare him anymore. However, this does not mean that I approve of him." Yes, I understand." Yi Qingniao finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what her father said. As long as she was given a chance, her father and mother would definitely agree to a man as good as Lin Feng. She smiled and said to her father, "Thank you, Dad. I knew you were the best." Afterwards, after Yi Baoshan changed his clothes, the two went downstairs. When Lin Feng saw Yi Baoshan coming down, he quickly stood up from his chair and said politely, "Uncle, Auntie, I came here today to prepare some small gifts for you. I hope you like them." As he spoke, he deftly took out two carefully selected treasures from the bag he was carrying. The first item is an antique tea pin, which was bought at an auction. This tea has a long history and contains the precipitation of time and the mellow tea fragrance. It is the best tea. The second item is a white jade teapot with a handle made by Emperor Qianlong, which was also sold at a high price at the auction. The teapot is pure white and smooth like jade, showing a simple and elegant style. Both items were given to Yi Baoshan. When Yi Baoshan's eyes fell on the pack of Sonpin tea, a glimmer of surprise instantly flashed in his eyes. He has no other hobbies except tea tasting, calligraphy and fishing. Yi Baoshan thought that he had tasted countless kinds of tea, but he had never had the chance to taste Song Pin's famous tea, so he swallowed his saliva unconsciously at this moment. Old Yi, look, isn't that the teapot you've chosen? Su Wanjun suddenly pointed at the antique teapot on the table that Lin Feng had just opened, her voice filled with shock and disbelief. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan frowned slightly and followed Su Wanjun's gaze. He saw a flawless white jade teapot quietly placed on the table. The teapot had smooth lines and an elegant shape, exactly the same as what he had seen in the auction brochure before, as if it had walked out of a painting. An indescribable excitement suddenly surged in his heart, and he involuntarily walked towards the teapot, his eyes full of disbelief. He approached the table and carefully examined the teapot he had always dreamed of, his fingers gently stroking the body of the teapot. After a moment, he excitedly exclaimed, "This teapot is exactly the same as the one in the picture. It's incredible. Could it be that you were the one who snatched this item from me that day?" Yi Baoshan turned his head and looked at Lin Feng in confusion, with curiosity and a hint of joking in his eyes. He didn't expect that the teapot he had been longing for a long time would be bought by the young man in front of him, and now it was given to him as a gift. However, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao were completely confused. They had not read the auction brochure and were very bewildered by what Yi Baoshan had said about the snatched items. They looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt and confusion. Seeing this, Su Wanjun smiled and asked, "Yao Yao, where did you buy this jade pot?" When Yi Qingyao heard her mother's question, she had something to say in her heart. This pot was not bought, but obtained at an auction. It's very valuable. It must have cost more than 80 million. Her tone showed both her cherishment for this treasure and her heartache for Lin Feng's generosity. She didn't expect that Lin Feng would spend such a huge amount of money to prepare gifts for her parents. "That's right, it's the teapot your father liked." Su Wanjun looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of satisfaction and appreciation for him. She knew that her daughter had found someone worthy of entrusting her life to. It's not that the gifts he gave out were so valuable, but his willingness to give was touching. Such a boy will definitely do his best to be good to the one he loves, and cherish and treasure every relationship with his heart. Seeing her daughter's puzzled expression, Su Wanjun continued, "You guys bought this pot at an auction a few days ago, right? After your father saw the information about this jade pot, he couldn't let it go and wanted to buy it. But when the price exceeded 80 million, he thought it was too expensive and stopped bidding. Unexpectedly, it was finally bought by Xiao Feng. It really is fate." Her voice was full of emotion and relief, as if all this was God's best arrangement. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Yi Baoshan with a smile, his eyes full of sincerity and respect. "Uncle, this time the property has been returned to its original owner. I don't know much about teapots and tea leaves, so these will not be wasted in your hands." His tone was humble and sincere, and Yi Baoshan was very happy after hearing it. Chapter 30. Dad, Mom, I'm pregnant. Although the gift carefully selected by Lin Feng won Yi Baoshan's favor, Yi Baoshan still put on a reserved attitude and was unwilling to accept it easily. He had a cold expression on his face and said calmly, "You are thoughtful, but this gift is too valuable. I can't accept it easily. I will transfer the money to you later." Seeing her father's aloof look, Yi Qingyao pouted and said coquettishly, "Dad, this was specially selected for you by Lin Feng based on your preferences. How can you be so ungrateful? Since you don't welcome him, let's leave now and go back to the Magic City." Yi Baoshan always keeps his word, but he always fails to be tough in front of his daughter. When he heard Yi Qingyao say this, he immediately became anxious. Okay, I'll accept this gift. Xiao Feng, thank you. Uncle, you're welcome." Lin Feng responded with a smile, but he was secretly complaining in his heart, "It is really difficult to gain the approval of my future father-in-law." Yi Baoshan finished presenting the gift, and then he took out a handbag from his backpack with a few English letters printed on it. Lin Feng smiled and placed the package in front of Su Wanjun, and said enthusiastically, "Auntie, this bag was specially selected for you. I hope you will like it." When Su Wanjun heard this, a surprised smile instantly bloomed on her face. "This child even prepared a gift for me?" As she spoke happily, she couldn't wait to open the package. When she saw the bag inside, her eyes lit up. This was exactly the style she had been fond of for a long time. Su Wanjun said excitedly, "Oh, this bag is so beautiful, I like it very much. Young people still have good taste. I don't like any of the bags your uncle bought for me." "Xiao Feng, you are so thoughtful." Yi Baoshan couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Su Wanjun praising Lin Feng. What's wrong with the bag he bought? It's so pretty and pink and tender. why didn't he like it? Seeing Su Wanjin so happy, Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, saying politely, Auntie, as long as you like it. Yes, of course I do. Seeing how Lin Feng pleased her mother, Yi Qingyao secretly gave him a thumbs up. Her expression seemed to say, husband, you are really amazing. Now that the gifts are given, it's time to get down to business. As the months progress, Yi Qingyao's belly will definitely become unconcealable. As a man, Lin Feng must stand up and take responsibility. He knelt on the ground with a plop. Yi Qingyao was startled when she saw him. Husband, what are you doing? Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head at her, and then said to Su Wanjin and Yi Baoshan sincerely, Uncle, Aunt, I have to admit a mistake to you, Yao Yao is pregnant. This sentence was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin were both stunned. Then, Yi Baoshan's face instantly became as gloomy as water. He was burning with anger, the muscles on his face were tense, and the anger almost burst out of his eyes. What did you say? Yi Baoshan's voice exploded like thunder, filled with disbelief and anger. You actually made my daughter pregnant before marriage. Yi Haoming also became angry. He had always been very protective of his sister, and now he accused her mercilessly. Boy, how dare you treat my sister like this? You're courting death. Lin Feng's heart was tense. Although he knew that all this was caused by himself, he still raised his head without hesitation and looked at Yi Baoshan and Yi Haoming with firm eyes. He knew he had to shoulder this responsibility. Uncle, Aunt, I promise I will take responsibility for Yao Yao and the child. I will work hard and give them a good future. Seeing her parents so angry, Yi Qingyao was extremely anxious. She immediately stepped forward, took Lin Feng's hand, and defended him firmly. Dad, Mom, Lin Feng is not an irresponsible person. He has always taken good care of me and loves me very much. I am also responsible for this matter. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Although Yi Baoshan was angry, his tone softened slightly when he saw his daughter's firm attitude. He looked at Lin Feng, and the anger in his eyes was gradually replaced by complex emotions. Now that it has come to this, even though he is very angry, he has to reconsider for the sake of his daughter. Are you really going to take care of them? Yi Baoshan asked coldly. Although there was still some doubt in his tone, he was no longer as angry as before. Yes. Lin Feng answered without hesitation, his tone full of seriousness and determination. I will use everything I have to protect her and our child and give them a better life. Su Wanjin also interrupted at this time. Husband, Yao Yao is already pregnant. It's useless for us to blame him now. Since our daughter is willing, we should agree. Yi Qingyao felt the change in her parents' attitude and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding and trust, Mom and Dad. I believe Lin Feng will do it. Uncle, Aunt, I will definitely not let you down, just wait and see. Lin Feng said sincerely and confidently. Then, Su Wanjin and Yi Baoshan nodded silently. How can a parent not consider their children? After a while, Su Wanjin turned her head to look at Lin Feng and asked, Xiao Feng, do your parents know about this? They don't know yet. Lin Feng shook his head and then said, I plan to bring Yao Yao back to my home next week. My parents will definitely like her very much when they see her. Lin Feng knew what the two were worried about, and then said, Uncle, Aunt, don't worry, my parents are both very easy to get along with. Now that Yao Yao is pregnant, our family will definitely treat her better and we will not miss any steps in the marriage process. We will definitely not treat her harshly just because she is pregnant. Okay, we feel relieved after hearing what you said. Su Wanjin nodded, and her favorable impression of Lin Feng increased a little bit. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Yi Qingyao was deeply moved. She knew that she had not misjudged him. At this time, Su Wanjin pulled Yi Qingyao to her side and asked softly, Yao Yao, how many months are you pregnant now? A little over 2 months old, and they're twins. Yi Qingyao answered shyly. When Su Wanjin heard this, her eyes were filled with shock. It's twins. My daughter is so lucky. Although Yi Baoshan hated getting pregnant before marriage, he was extremely happy because his daughter was carrying his precious grandson. Then, he looked at Lin Feng coldly and instructed, Yao Yao is pregnant, you have to take good care of her, don't let her carry heavy things, do everything yourself, and don't make her angry. Buy her anything she wants to eat, understand? Before Lin Feng could answer, Yi Qingyao smiled and said, Dad, don't worry. Xiao Feng takes good care of me. Chapter 31, Pleasing the Father-in-Law. At this time, Lin Feng said sincerely, Uncle, I will definitely take good care of Yao Yao, please rest assured and leave her to me. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan nodded slightly, with a barely perceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied with Lin Feng's attitude. Then he turned and walked to the desk beside him, picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and began to write on the paper. At the same time, a clear and pleasant system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind. The system has detected that the host has received initial approval from their future father-in-law and mother-in-law, and has awarded them the German proficiency skill. This skill will allow you to communicate in German with ease, whether in business negotiations or daily conversations. Host, please keep up the good work and continue to show your sincerity and hard work to gain ultimate recognition. Future rewards will be even richer. When Lin Feng heard about the system reward, a bright smile appeared on his face. Although we have only gained the initial recognition from the old couple, this is also a stage victory and is still worth celebrating. Lin Feng wanted to show his sincerity in the next 2 days so that Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin could see his sincerity. Now he couldn't wait to try to whisper a daily greeting in German, but he didn't expect that his German pronunciation was as smooth and natural as his mother tongue, without any awkwardness or strangeness. His eyes widened in surprise, and then he tried to speak a few more complex sentences, which he did just as well. Although this reward seems to have no practical use at the moment, Lin Feng knows very well that mastering one more language is never a bad thing, and it may come in handy someday. Just as Lin Feng was immersed in the joy of mastering new skills, Yi Haoming suddenly came over, grabbed his arm, and took him to a remote corner of the back garden. Yi Haoming's eyes revealed an anger and seriousness that could not be ignored. He tightly grasped Lin Feng's collar and said in a low and forceful voice, "Don't think that just because my sister is pregnant, our whole family will easily recognize you." When Lin Feng heard this, his heart trembled slightly, but he quickly calmed down and looked at Yi Haoming with a firm gaze. Yi Haoming continued, "If you dare treat Yao Yao badly in the future, we don't mind killing the father and keeping the son. With our family's wealth and strength, raising a few children is not a problem. Remember this, my boy, marrying Yao Yao is a blessing you have cultivated for 3 lifetimes, so don't forget to cherish it." Faced with his brother-in-law's stern warning, Lin Feng was not angry at all. Instead, he understood his feelings even more. He gently patted the wrinkles on his body and nodded sincerely, "I will remember your teachings in my heart and will never forget them. I am sincere to Yao Yao. It is indeed my blessing to marry her in this life. Don't worry, I will definitely treat her 100 times better and never let her get angry or sad. In this life, I only love her and will never let her down." Yi Haoming looked at Lin Feng's sincere and determined eyes, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. He let go of her hand, shook his arms, turned around and said, "Humph, that's better, otherwise, I will never let you go." After that, he strode out of the back garden. Lin Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and then slowly walked back to the living room. As soon as he entered the room, Yi Qingyao was standing anxiously at the door, twisting the corners of her clothes unconsciously with her hands, and looking outside the door from time to time, as if she was looking forward to his figure every second. Seeing her husband finally come back, she immediately felt like she was touched by the spring breeze. A bright smile bloomed on her face. She trotted over to greet him and asked with concern, "Hubby, my elder brother didn't bully you, did he?" Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "No, your brother just chatted with me about family matters. It's no big deal." His tone was relaxed and casual, trying to make Yi Qingyao let go of the heavy stone in her heart. "Don't worry, your husband will definitely conquer them, and your family can safely leave you to me." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao showed an even sweeter smile on her face. That smile was like a blooming flower, bright and moving. She stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "Hee, then I'll see how you conquer me, but I believe you can do it." After that, she snuggled in Lin Feng's arms, and the two smiled at each other. At this time, Su Wanjin walked out of the room with a smile and a mobile phone in her hand. "Yao Yao, do you think this little dress is cute?" Her words were full of anticipation and joy, as if every little dress could carry her infinite imagination of the future. Yi Qingyao replied helplessly, "Children are cute no matter what they wear." Although she said this, her eyes revealed her anticipation and love for the upcoming new life. She looked at Lin Feng with a mischievous and sweet look in her eyes. "Ever since my mother knew I was pregnant, she started looking at baby clothes and baby supplies. She cares more about the baby in my belly than me. Okay, husband, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go check on my mom to prevent her from buying anything random. Go." Lin Feng touched Yi Qingyao's head lovingly, then she gently came out of Lin Feng's arms and walked towards Su Wanjin with a smile. At this time, there were only 2 people left in the living room. Yi Baoshan stood in front of the desk, writing calligraphy with a brush attentively. In order to show his courtesy to his father-in-law, Lin Feng walked gently to the desk and began to grind ink. Yi Baoshan noticed Lin Feng's figure. He looked up and a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew that the other party wanted to show off, so he ignored him and continued writing. After a moment, Yi Baoshan raised his body and took a deep breath, as if he was gathering strength for the next creation. At this time, Lin Feng praised, "Uncle, your calligraphy is so wonderful." His voice was full of sincerity and admiration, as if every word was an admiration from the bottom of his heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan looked at him with a puzzled expression, thinking to himself, could it be that this kid also knows calligraphy? He did not agree but continued to listen, wanting to see what Lin Feng could say. It opens and closes in moderation, and is able to be retracted and relaxed freely. Especially the word flows smoothly and brilliantly. It is well written, well written. Lin Feng's words were full of praise for Yi Baoshan's calligraphy. Being praised, especially when it touched his heart, Yi Baoshan laughed out loud. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "I didn't expect you to know so much at such a young age." His voice was full of admiration and joy, as if he saw some qualities and potential in Lin Feng. "It seems that you are also familiar with calligraphy. How about showing off your skills?" Yi Baoshan's words were full of expectation. He wanted to see how capable Lin Feng was. Lin Feng smiled modestly and said, "Then I will show off my ugliness, please don't despise me." Chapter 32 Talent Inheritance. After saying that, Lin Feng walked to the desk, picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, then took a deep breath and began to write. His movements were smooth and natural, and every subtle turn seemed just right. As Lin Feng's brushstrokes flew across the paper, one vigorous and powerful Chinese character after another gradually appeared before the two of them. Yi Baoshan stood aside, looking at Lin Feng in surprise. There was both surprise and disbelief in his eyes. He seemed unable to believe that these powerful and forceful words were actually written by the young man in front of him. Yi Baoshan walked to the desk and admired these words with a look of cherishment on his face, his heart full of admiration. Such works are enough to catch people's eyes even among calligraphy masters. After a moment, Yi Baoshan finally suppressed his excitement. He cleared his throat and tried to make his voice sound calmer. He pretended to be nonchalant and spoke slowly. Although the handwriting is average, it already has its own style and characteristics. Overall, it's still very good. Young man, you will need to practice hard in the future. Yi Baoshan said earnestly. Yes, yes. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. He could see that Yi Baoshan liked his calligraphy very much, so he did not expose his duplicity. Time flies, and it's noon in the blink of an eye. The group sat at the dining table. Su Wanjin said to Lin Feng with a smile, "Xiao Feng, don't be shy. Just take whatever you like. Don't be polite." "Yeah, I know." Lin Feng nodded, then buried his head in eating. Seeing this, Yi Qingyao considerately picked up a large shrimp and put it in Lin Feng's bowl, her eyes full of tenderness and care. "Honey, these shrimps are delicious, please try them." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded, a warm feeling surged in his heart. He picked up the prawn and tasted it carefully. It was indeed delicious. Maybe Yi Qingyao was afraid that Lin Feng would be shy and not eat enough since it was his first time, so she put all the delicious food into his bowl. Yi Baoshan watched his daughter taking care of Lin Feng, feeling full of jealousy. He picked up a piece of fish for his daughter with concern, trying to distract her. After eating, Yi Qingyao nodded in admiration, delicious. Then, she turned to Lin Feng and said, "Hubby, you should try this fish too. It tastes very good, but it's still not as good as the one you made." However, Yi Baoshan felt a little unhappy with his daughter's behavior. He pursed his lips and showed a hint of displeasure on his face. Normally, his daughter would pick food for herself, but now she kept picking food for other men. He was so angry that he was about to burst out. Then, he said unhappily, "Yao Yao, just eat your meal. Xiaofeng can get whatever he wants to eat." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his words. Su Wanjin noticed her husband's jealousy and said to Yi Qingyao with a smile, "Yao Yao, you are pregnant now. One person's meal is absorbed by 3 people. You should eat more so that the baby can develop better." "Okay, I understand, Mom." Yi Qingyao nodded. Maybe it was because of her pregnancy or the discomfort of flying, but after dinner, Yi Qingyao just wanted to lie lazily on the bed and take a nap. Then, Yi Qingyao yawned, and she gently took Lin Feng's hand and said to her parents sitting in the living room, "Dad, Mom, we've been on the plane for a long time, and we want to go back to the room and rest for a while. Uncle, Aunt, you guys go ahead and do your work, we'll go upstairs." Just as the two turned to leave, Yi Baoshan suddenly called out to Lin Feng, "Xiao Feng, uncle wants to discuss calligraphy with you. It will be quick and won't keep you too long." There was a gleam in Yi Baoshan's eyes, as if he had some unknown plan. Lin Feng heard this, although he was a little confused, but he nodded politely, then turned to look at Yi Qingyao and said gently, "Wife, you go back and rest first, I will accompany uncle." Yi Qingyao nodded, "Okay, then I'll go upstairs." In the reception room, Yi Baoshan saw that his plot had succeeded and a cunning smile appeared on his face. In fact, he didn't really want to discuss calligraphy with Lin Feng, but he had his own little thoughts. He didn't want Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao to be in the same room. Although his daughter was pregnant, he, as a father, was still very resistant to Lin Feng. After all, as a father, he always hopes to do more screening for his daughter and ensure that she can find someone who is truly worthy of entrusting her life to. Seeing Lin Feng standing there in bewilderment, Yi Baoshan cleared his throat and said with a smile, "Xiao Feng, I see that although you have a talent for calligraphy, you still lack practice. How about this, you write calligraphy here for 2 hours to get a feel for it." Ah. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard that, with a surprised expression on his face. He didn't expect that his future father-in-law would make such a request. Could it be a small punishment for him taking away his little cotton-padded jacket? Seeing Lin Feng's reluctance, Yi Baoshan deliberately put on a stern face and said angrily, "Why, you don't want to?" When Lin Feng heard this, he quickly smiled and said, Yes, of course I am willing. I will write it now, I will write it now." He smiled bitterly in his heart. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Who made me pick the other person's most precious flower? This little bit of suffering was worth it. So, Lin Feng picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and started practicing. In fact, Lin Feng still likes the process of writing. Gradually, he is immersed in it, as if everything around him does not exist. Yi Baoshan was quite satisfied to see Lin Feng being so serious. He quietly walked to the sofa and sat down. After a while, he also fell asleep. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yi Baoshan's cell phone suddenly rang, waking him up from his sleep. Such a loud noise did not affect Lin Feng, who was concentrating on practicing calligraphy. This shows that Lin Feng has reached the state of unity between man and pen. At the same time, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The host has accumulated 30 hours of calligraphy practice, and the basic calligraphy skill has been successfully upgraded to the highest level. Note, when the host's skills reach the highest level, this talent will be automatically passed on to the next generation. The voice was clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature, which made Lin Feng excited. He quickly put down his pen and confirmed in his mind, "System, what do you mean by passing on to the next generation? Does it mean that my babies will be better than other babies in calligraphy?" There was a hint of anxiety and expectation in his tone. "Yes, host, they will show extraordinary talent and potential in calligraphy." Hearing this answer, Lin Feng's mood instantly became extremely happy. He did not expect that his unremitting practice of calligraphy could bring such great benefits to his future babies. It seems that what his future father-in-law said about practicing diligently is still very reasonable. Chapter 33, Showing Off One's Skills in Front of the Master. At the same time, the man who was video chatting with Yi Baoshan, an old man over 70 years old but in good spirits, was sitting at the desk in the study, sipping tea and enjoying the quiet afternoon. His eyes inadvertently swept across the desktop, and suddenly he noticed the flowing calligraphy on the screen. The word seemed to carry an indescribable charm, instantly attracting all his attention. He gently pushed up his reading glasses, his eyes gleaming with excitement, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Xiaoyi, come in and let me take a closer look at the words on the table." "Hey." Yi Baoshan responded respectfully, then stood up, walked forward a few steps, and almost trotted to the desk. He carefully adjusted the angle of his phone's camera to ensure that the words could be clearly seen on the other end of the video. As soon as the octogenarian on the screen saw the words, his face instantly lit up with joy, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. "This calligraphy is so beautifully written. The flying white strokes are like wandering clouds and startling dragons, so agile and elegant. The thick ink strokes are like the twisted roots of an old pine tree, so steady and powerful. Good, so good. This kind of skill is definitely not achieved overnight." "Who wrote this?" the old man asked impatiently, his tone full of curiosity and admiration. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan curled up his lips into a playful smile. He deliberately kept it a secret. "I said I wrote it, do you believe it?" When Sun Zhangqing heard this, he burst into laughter. His laughter was hearty and contagious. "You don't have that ability, Xiao Ye. Although your calligraphy has some basic skills, it is still far behind the words on the table. It takes more than 20 years of practice to cultivate such a strong handwriting. When Yi Baoshan heard this, his face turned red and blue, and his embarrassment was beyond words. He secretly glanced at Lin Feng, who was standing aside, and saw that Lin Feng was standing there quietly with a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't care about all this. But Yi Baoshan felt mixed emotions, because Lin Feng was standing right next to him, and he had just commented on his calligraphy with such audacity. Now that he thought about it, he was really showing off his skills in front of Guan Gong, overestimating his own abilities. Seeing Yi Baoshan looking over, Lin Feng politely called out, "Uncle." Yi Baoshan nodded slightly in response. At this moment, the anxious voice of the old man came from the other end of the phone. "Xiaoyi, please tell me, who wrote the words on the table? Such calligraphy skills are really rare." Yi Baoshan took a deep breath, calmed down, then pointed the camera at Lin Feng and said bitterly, "Old son, the words on the table were written by him." "What?" Sun Zhangqing showed an expression of disbelief on his face when he heard this. He looked carefully at Lin Feng on the screen. That young and energetic face could not be associated with such charming calligraphy. He really couldn't imagine that such exquisite calligraphy skills could come from the hands of a young man. In order to verify whether what Yi Baoshan said was true, Sun Zhangqing continued, "Xiaoyi, ask him to write another copy of Heaven Rewards Diligence. I want to watch him write it with my own eyes." "Okay." Yi Baoshan agreed readily, then turned to look at Lin Feng, signaling him with his eyes to prepare to write. Lin Feng stood in front of the desk, picked up the brush and waved it gracefully. His movements were smooth and natural, and every stroke contained profound skills and unique charm. Sun Zhangqing stared at the screen, sometimes nodding in praise, sometimes looking amazed. After a moment, Lin Feng put down his brush, and a brand new painting of God Rewards Hard Work appeared on the paper. Sun Zhangqing examined the calligraphy carefully, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He nodded and said firmly, "The Yangtze River's waves behind push forward, each wave higher than the last. This young man's calligraphy skills have far surpassed those of my generation." After he finished speaking, Sun Zhangqing suddenly looked at Yi Baoshan humbly and said, "Xiaoyi, can you give me the Heaven Rewards Diligence that young man just wrote? I can pay any price." Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan quickly waved his hand and said, "Mr. Sun, what are you talking about? It is an honor for this calligraphy that you like it. I will send it to you another day." Sun Zhangqing seemed a little impatient. "Tomorrow, send it to me when you are free tomorrow." "Okay, no problem." After hanging up the phone, Yi Baoshan patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and grinned, "Young man, good job. Mr. Sun likes your calligraphy. You still need to practice hard in the future. Uncle has high hopes for you." "Yes, uncle." Lin Feng nodded. He didn't know who was on the other end of the phone his future father-in-law was calling. He only knew that his father-in-law seemed to have accepted him a little bit. At this time, Yi Qingyao came down from upstairs. Seeing her father and husband getting along happily, she felt very happy. "Dad, what are you guys talking about?" "Nothing to talk about. Are you awake?" Yi Baoshan asked with concern. "I'm awake." Yi Qingyao nodded. At this moment, he noticed the words on the table, and then looked at Lin Feng in surprise and said, "Hubby, I found that your handwriting has improved. This is all thanks to my uncle's teaching." Lin Feng answered with a smile. He did not forget to flatter his father-in-law. After all, who doesn't like to say nice things? Yi Baoshan felt a little embarrassed by Lin Feng's praise. After all, his calligraphy was not as good as his. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "You two can chat. I still have some things to take care of." "Okay." Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao nodded. Seeing that there was no one in the living room, Yi Qingyao leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder, held his hand and asked with concern, "My father didn't make things difficult for you when I was away, did he?" "No, my uncle is very good to me." Lin Feng answered truthfully. Yi Qingyao felt relieved after hearing her husband's answer. At the same time, she reminded him, "If my dad treats you badly, tell me. I will ignore him from now on if he dares to bully my husband. Let's see if he dares to do that again." At this time, Yi Baoshan had just sat down in the study. For some reason, he felt a draft everywhere and shivered suddenly. Chapter 34. Lin Feng shows off his skills and amazes his father-in-law. After the video conference, Yi Baoshan frowned and hurried out of the room, looking extremely anxious. Su Wanjun was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. When she heard the noise in the living room, she quickly put down the kitchen knife, wiped her hands with her apron, and came out to greet them. Oh gee, where are you going? You look so anxious. Her voice was filled with concern and confusion, and her eyes were full of worry. Yi Baoshan stopped, took a breath, and explained briefly, the company has a big cooperation deal to discuss with Germany, and the translator I had originally found can't attend due to health reasons. This is really worrying me. I have to find another German translator as soon as possible. His tone revealed a bit of anxiety and helplessness, and his eyes flashed with his importance attached to this cooperation. Time is too tight, so I won't tell you first. If I come back late, you don't have to wait for me for dinner. After saying this, he turned around and left, looking as if there was no time to lose. At this time, Yi Qingyao stood up from the sofa. Seeing her father's anxious look, her heart tightened and she quickly asked, Dad, when are we going to discuss the cooperation? Is it today? There was a hint of urgency in her voice, and her eyes were full of a desire to help. Yi Baoshan nodded and said solemnly, Today is the day. There was a hint of urgency and pressure in his tone, as if a huge rock was pressing on his heart. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly stood up from the sofa, his eyes firm and confident. Uncle, I speak German, so you don't need to find another translator. Lin Feng's words were concise and clear, but they were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qingyao and Yi Baoshan's eyes were all focused on him, and both of their faces were full of disbelief. Yi Qingyao, in particular, widened her eyes and asked in confusion, Hubby, do you know German? Didn't you study computer science in college? Her tone was full of surprise and curiosity, as if she had discovered an unknown treasure. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded Yi Qingyao's forehead lovingly, a smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. I taught myself German. I learned it because I thought it was interesting. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. His tone was relaxed and natural, as if this was a very common thing. Lin Feng knew that although what he said was a bit exaggerated, it was much better than being used as a guinea pig for research. At this time, Yi Qingyao looked at Yi Baoshan excitedly and said, Dad, look, Xiaofeng can speak German, so you don't have to worry. Her tone was full of excitement and anticipation, as if she had found the key to solving the problem. When are you going to discuss cooperation today? Yi Qingyao asked impatiently. Hearing this, Yi Baoshan's face did not show any happiness at all, but became even more worried. He looked at Lin Feng with suspicion, his eyes full of disbelief. After all, this collaboration involves a lot of professional terms. Can someone who taught himself German really be competent? He shook his head, his tone apologetic. There will be a lot of technical terms in today's collaboration, and he may not be able to translate them. Xiaofeng, Uncle knows you want to help, but I'm afraid you can't do this for me. Thank you for your kindness. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao pouted, her face full of unhappiness. She put her hands on her hips and said dissatisfiedly, Dad, how do you know Xiaofeng can't do it if you haven't tried it? You are just prejudiced against him and look at people through tinted glasses. There was a hint of coquettishness and dissatisfaction in her tone, as if she was standing up for Lin Feng. My husband will do it if he says he can, and won't do it if he says he can. I believe he can do it. Yi Qingyao's tone was firm and confident. She believed in Lin Feng's ability, and even more so in her own vision. Seeing that his little cotton-padded jacket was angry, Yi Baoshan sighed helplessly. He knew his daughter's temper very well. Once she made up her mind about something, it would be difficult to change her mind. So, he had no choice but to hand the document in his hand to Lin Feng and said, Please translate this article. If you can't translate it, don't force yourself. After all, German is very difficult to learn. Who are you looking down on? Yi Qingyao pouted, crossed her arms over her chest, and looked unconvinced. Then, she looked at Lin Feng with great confidence and said, Husband, translate it for him. Her eyes were full of trust and encouragement, as if she was cheering Lin Feng on. Lin Feng took the information and quickly browsed through it, his eyes focused on reading. Then he took a deep breath and read out the script in fluent German. Although Yi Baoshan and his companions did not understand German, they could feel that Lin Feng spoke very fluently and accurately without any pauses or mistakes. After listening to Lin Feng's translation, Yi Baoshan and others showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect that Lin Feng's German level was so high that it was comparable to that of a professional translator. Afterwards, Yi Qingyao compared what Lin Feng read out with the translation software and found that what her husband said was absolutely correct. Yi Qingyao jumped up with excitement. She hugged Lin Feng's arm excitedly and praised him, Husband, you can learn German so well even by yourself. How are you so amazing? Her tone was full of admiration and joy, as if she was praising a superhero. It's just average. Lin Feng said modestly with a bright smile on his face. At this time, Yi Qingyao looked at Yi Baoshan and said proudly, Dad, do you believe in Lin Feng's ability this time? There was a bit of provocation and pride in her tone, as if she was vindicating Lin Feng. Yi Baoshan nodded and said with admiration, Well, I am narrow-minded. I didn't expect Xiao Feng to speak German so well. Yi Baoshan looked at him with admiration. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would give him surprises one bigger than the other. Now he felt that the young man in front of him was quite good and was barely qualified to be his son-in-law. After hearing this, Lin Feng also smiled and replied, Thank you for your praise and trust, uncle. I will definitely translate it well and will not let you down. Okay. Yi Baoshan nodded happily. Seeing that the problem was solved, Su Wanjun smiled and asked, Old Yi, when are you going out to discuss cooperation? Hearing this, Yi Baoshan looked down at his watch and said, We have to set off now. He then turned to look at Lin Feng and said, Xiao Feng, let's go. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao reluctantly pulled Lin Feng's arm and looked at Yi Baoshan coquettishly, Dad, I want to go with you to see it too. Okay. Yi Baoshan nodded helplessly, because it was his precious daughter's request. Then he turned to look at Su Wanjun and said, Wife, let's go first and have dinner when we get back. Go ahead. I hope everything goes well for you. Su Wanjun smiled and sent them to the door, waving her hand. Chapter 35 Husband, Hunting Time. Inside the company, Yi Haoming was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, running around in circles. Translator. Why hasn't the translator arrived yet? Yi Haoming paced back and forth in the office, muttering to himself, as if he could read the translator here by doing so. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open, and Yi Baoshan and his group walked in slowly. Dad, how's the translation going? Yi Haoming was anxious but also expectant when he saw his father. It's done. After saying that, Yi Baoshan walked leisurely to the sofa and sat down, picked up the purple clay teapot on the coffee table, and took a sip. Xiao Feng, sit down and try Uncle's tea. This is this year's new tea and it tastes very good. Yi Baoshan waved his hand and warmly greeted Lin Feng, who was standing beside him. He smiled and nodded, then obediently sat down next to Yi Baoshan, carefully picked up the teacup and savored it carefully. However, Yi Haoming had no interest in tasting tea. His mind was entirely focused on the upcoming cross-border negotiations. The absence of a translator is even more ridiculous than the absence of a referee in the World Cup final. Dad, where is the translator you mentioned? Why can't I see it? Yi Haoming's voice was filled with anxiety, helplessness, and confusion. At this moment, Yi Qingyao covered her mouth and smiled, with a cunning light flashing in her eyes. Brother, it is far away in the sky, but it is right in front of us. After saying this, she deliberately kept the audience in suspense, blinking her big eyes as if waiting for a grand revelation. Ah! Yi Haoming opened his mouth in surprise, big enough to fit an egg. After a moment, he pointed at Yi Qingyao in disbelief, his voice trembling as he said, Dad was talking about you as the translator? How is that possible? His face was full of disbelief. After all, he had been with Yi Qingyao for so many years, and Yi Haoming knew very well whether she spoke German or not. What's more, he knew that his sister was studying design, which had nothing to do with minor languages. Seeing her brother's expression of, Are you kidding me? Yi Qingyao laughed in anger, pouting and muttering to herself, Is it really that unbelievable? But then she thought, this is a good opportunity to surprise her brother, so she straightened her back, waved her fingers, and smiled smugly. It's definitely not me, guess who it is? Upon hearing this, Yi Haoming looked around and found that there was no one else in the office except them. His gaze finally fixed on Lin Feng, and an absurd thought arose in his mind. Yao, the translator you were talking about can't be him. There was a hint of disbelief in his voice. How can it be impossible? Yi Qingyao saw her brother's face full of disbelief and raised her chin proudly. Lin Feng is the translator Dad found. Yi Haoming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Ever since he knew that his sister was in love, he had investigated Lin Feng's background thoroughly. The other party has never attended any extracurricular tutoring classes and studied computer science in college, which has nothing to do with German. How could he suddenly become a German translator? He laughed like he had just heard a huge joke, almost crying. Ha ha ha, Yao, stop kidding. How could he possibly understand German? Seeing her brother laughing so happily, Yi Qingyao pouted in dissatisfaction and looked at Yi Baoshan coquettishly. Dad, tell my brother to let him die with a clear mind. After saying that, he glared at Yi Haoming demonstratively, as if to say, just wait and see, there will be a day when you will cry. Seeing this, Yi Baoshan shook his head helplessly and stopped him, saying, "Okay, Haoming, what your sister said is true. Xiaofeng is the translator I found." There was an unquestionable majesty in his tone. Unexpectedly, when Yi Haoming heard this, instead of feeling relieved, he became even more incredulous. He quickly walked up to Yi Baoshan and demanded, "Dad, does he know German? You asked him to translate? This is a 2 billion project. Don't joke with me like that. You little brat, how can you talk like that?" Yi Baoshan glared at Yi Haoming unhappily, with a hint of blame in his tone. "You still want to teach your father how to do things?" After saying that, he deliberately frowned, as if he was really angry. "I didn't." Yi Haoming shook his head, his face full of helplessness and worry. Of course he didn't dare to teach his father how to do things, but he was really worried about Lin Feng's ability. After all, this was a 2 billion project and there was no room for any mistakes. Seeing this, Yi Qingyao looked at Lin Feng with a smile, her eyes full of trust and encouragement. "Husband, big brother doesn't believe it, you show him." There was a hint of playfulness and pride in her voice, as if to say, "Look, my man is very capable." "Okay, then show me." Yi Haoming got excited when he heard this, and the spirit of not admitting defeat surged in his heart. He sneered and continued, "If you really know German, I'll call you brother from now on." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao couldn't suppress the smile on her face. She raised her chin proudly, as if to say, "I've been waiting for you to say this." Then she glanced at Lin Feng coquettishly, her tone full of teasing. "Husband, it's hunting time." Lin Feng smiled knowingly, full of composure. He stood up, walked to the wall, looked at the famous quotes hanging on the wall, and naturally repeated them in German. His voice was clear and fluent, as if German was his native language. At this moment, Yi Haoming's expression was even uglier than if he had taken Coptis root. He frowned, his face full of shock and disbelief. "You really can speak German?" At this time, Yi Qingyao was as excited as if she had won a big prize. She jumped up to Yi Haoming and said proudly, "Xiao Yi, call me sister from now on. This is your brother-in-law." There was a hint of playfulness and provocation in her voice. "How about it? Are you convinced?" Since she was a child, Yi Qingyao wanted to be an older sister, because Yi Haoming always controlled her, not allowing her to do this or touch that, which made her feel very depressed. This time, she can finally hold her head high. How can she not be happy? Seeing this, Yi Haoming touched his head and smiled bitterly. He shook his head helplessly, waved his hand and said, "Okay, I didn't recognize the real talent. Xiaofeng, the translation work depends on you." "No problem." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. There was a hint of humility and confidence in that smile, as if to say, "Leave it to me. Everything is under control." At this time, Yi Baoshan slowly opened his mouth and said earnestly, "Haoming, you must know that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean by a bucket. Look at Xiaofeng. He's usually low-key and calm, never showing off. But in fact, he's a hidden translation expert. We're lucky to have him on this project." "I understand, Dad." Yi Haoming nodded solemnly. This lesson was profound and he would remember it for a long time. Chapter 36. Is it so difficult to admit that my husband is excellent? Soon, the multinational meeting began. With his professional German translation skills, Lin Feng conveyed the opinions and needs of both parties fluently and accurately. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense yet orderly, and everyone was fully focused on this important meeting that concerned the company's future development. The meeting proceeded in an orderly manner, and each topic was discussed in detail. An hour later, with the successful resolution of the last issue, representatives from both sides nodded in satisfaction, their faces filled with joy and anticipation of cooperation. After hanging up the video, Yi Baoshan couldn't hide his excitement. He happily walked to Lin Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Xiaofeng, it's a blessing that you are here to facilitate this cooperation." Hearing this, Lin Feng waved his hand modestly and said with a smile, "Uncle, you are too kind. I am just adding unnecessary details. It is your plan that satisfied the other party. I am just a messenger and dare not take credit for it." Okay. Yi Baoshan was even happier when he heard Lin Feng's humble words. He looked at Lin Feng deeply, with admiration and satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The young man did not take credit for others' work and was humble and polite. Not bad. Outside, Yi Qingyao saw that the meeting was over. She pushed the door open impatiently and ran to Lin Feng happily, holding his arm. She smiled and said, "Hubby, you look so handsome when you talk so freely. Did the cooperation succeed?" "Yes. Yi Haoming nodded, then patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and praised, "Good performance." Yi Qingyao saw that Yi Haoming still maintained a cold look, but his eyes could not hide his recognition and admiration for Lin Feng. She stuck out her tongue playfully and said to Yi Haoming, "Brother, are you so reluctant to admit that my husband is excellent? Smile quickly." Yi Haoming smiled dotingly and said with a grin, "Of course the man you chose is the most powerful. Are you satisfied?" "That's right." Yi Qingyao nodded with satisfaction, a happy smile on her face. At this time, Yi Baoshan looked at the time on the wall and it was almost dinner time. He immediately said, "Okay, let's not stand here anymore. Your mother is waiting for us to go back for dinner. Let's go." The group left the meeting room after talking. At the same time, sitting on the sofa in the villa was an old man with gray hair but strong spirit, Sun Zhengqing. When Su Wanjin saw Mr. Sun coming, she enthusiastically brewed a pot of good tea, and then happily walked over with a tea tray. "Mr. Sun, Baoshan has something going on at the company, but he'll be back soon. Please have a cup of tea and wait for a moment." Sun Zhengqing smiled and nodded, took the teacup, took a sip, then waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about me, go ahead and do your work. I'll just take a look." "Okay." Su Wanjin heard this and went back to the kitchen to continue working. Sun Zhengqing leaned back on the sofa, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over a piece of calligraphy on the desk. His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he was deeply attracted by something. He stood up and walked to the desk, carefully looking at the words on the table. Every stroke was vigorous and powerful, and every word was elegant and free, with natural charm. Sun Zhengqing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "This calligraphy is well written, well written. It's truly breathtaking." He stroked the paper with great fondness, as if he could feel the writer's mood and artistic conception at that time. He kept on saying to himself, "This brushwork, this structure, this rhythm, it's just indescribably wonderful." Sun Zhengqing was completely immersed in the world of appreciating calligraphy. The more he looked, the more fascinated he became, and the more he appreciated it, the more he found it enjoyable. When he saw the last few words, his brows furrowed slightly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "The improvement in this handwriting is so rapid," Sun Zhengqing muttered to himself. He prided himself on his talent for calligraphy, but when he saw all the papers used for calligraphy practice, he found that he didn't even have 1/3 of the other person's talent. This made him sigh, there is always a mountain higher than the other. Sun Zhengqing originally wanted to take in a calligrapher as his apprentice and pass on his calligraphy experience and skills. But now it seems that I am not qualified to teach others at all. Sun Zhengqing couldn't help but feel a deep sense of frustration and admiration in his heart. However, he really loved the words on the table. He gently stroked the paper, feeling the charm and artistic conception behind each word. At this time, Yi Baoshan walked in and saw Sun Zhengqing sitting at the desk with a shocked look on his face, and he couldn't help feeling a little confused. He walked up to Sun Zhengqing and asked softly, "Old Sun, why are you here? If you have anything to say, tell me and I'll come find you." Sun Zhengqing's face twitched when he heard this, and then he made up an excuse to deal with it casually. "Oh, nothing, I was bored at home, and I was worried that you were too busy with work to send me the calligraphy, so I came to get it myself." In fact, Sun Zhengqing was thinking about this calligraphy so much that he lost his appetite and couldn't wait to admire it again. Yi Baoshan was well aware of Sun Zhengqing's passion and persistence for calligraphy, but he never expected that he would come to his house in person for a piece of calligraphy. Then, he gently waved his hand, called Lin Feng to his side, and solemnly introduced him. "Xiao Feng, this is Mr. Sun Zhengqing, the president of the Dragon Country Calligraphy Association, a true master of calligraphy." When Lin Feng heard this, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He had never expected to meet such an authority in the calligraphy world here. He quickly and politely greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Sunday." Okay. Sun Zhengqing nodded with a smile on his face, his eyes full of appreciation. As early as when he saw the calligraphy in the video, he was full of curiosity and expectation about Lin Feng. He walked slowly to Lin Feng and asked in a loving tone, "Young man, which master did you learn this calligraphy from?" "I taught myself." Lin Feng answered lightly, with a hint of humility in his tone. However, Sun Zhengqing and Yi Baoshan were stunned after hearing this, and were obviously surprised by this answer. Sun Zhengqing laughed heartily after hearing this, then patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said approvingly, "Young man, you need to work hard to hone your calligraphy skills in the future. There is a place for you in the world of calligraphy." "Yeah." Lin Feng nodded with a smile, but he didn't care too much in his heart. He knew that his top priority was to work hard to make money to give his wife and children a better life. "This is my business card. If you have any questions about calligraphy in the future, you can contact me at any time. Sun Zhangqing handed the business card to Lin Feng, then turned to look at Yi Baoshan and said, I have kept the calligraphy properly. Please do as you please. I will take my leave now. After saying that, he walked towards the door. Seeing this, Yi Baoshan hurriedly tried to stop him. Mr. Sun, have a quick meal before you leave. No need, enjoy your meal. Sun Zhangqing waved his hand, and his figure quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Chapter 37 Uncle, I kowtow to you. Seeing that old Sun was so fond of Lin Feng, Yi Baoshan's eyes revealed not only admiration but also a bit of expectation, which made him feel an indescribable joy and pride in his heart. He knew very well that it was not easy to gain the recognition of a figure like Mr. Sun, and Lin Feng seemed to be really good. Unconsciously, he had silently accepted Lin Feng's identity as his son-in-law in his heart. At this moment, the aroma of food came from the kitchen, accompanied by Su Wanjin's gentle and kind voice. Dinner is ready, let's go to the restaurant. Upon hearing this, Yi Baoshan smiled and invited everyone to walk towards the restaurant. In the restaurant, a variety of delicacies have been placed on a round table. They are delicious and mouth-watering. Yi Baoshan sat in the main seat and looked around. He said to Su Wanjin happily, Wife, go get a bottle of good wine. We are happy today, let's have a couple of drinks. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin nodded with a smile on her face, turned and walked to the wine cabinet, and picked out a bottle of white wine that she had treasured for a long time. While Yi Baoshan poured the wine skillfully, he asked Lin Feng with concern, Can Xiaofeng drink? Although Lin Feng's alcohol tolerance was not very good, seeing Yi Baoshan's enthusiasm, in order not to spoil the fun for his future father-in-law, he smiled and nodded, saying, I will drink a little. Yi Baoshan was very satisfied when he heard this. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, Then have a couple of drinks with your uncle. Lin Feng readily agreed. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly stood up, holding up his white wine glass, looked at Yi Baoshan sincerely and said, Uncle, thank you for giving me the opportunity to take care of Yaoyao. I'll drink this glass, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, he picked up the white wine glass without hesitation and drank it all in one gulp. As the strong liquor entered his throat instantly felt hot, but he didn't care at all. He just looked at Yi Baoshan with a smile. Yi Baoshan, Su Wanjin and others were stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Lin Feng to be so generous and drink so heavily right from the start. Yi Qingyao looked at Lin Feng with even more worry, and asked softly, Husband, are you okay? Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, nodding at her, as if to say, Don't worry, I'm fine. Afterwards, Lin Feng poured another glass of wine, stood up again, and said to Yi Baoshan, Uncle. Yi Baoshan thought he had something else to say, but Lin Feng simply said cheers and drank the glass again. Yi Baoshan frowned when he saw Lin Feng drinking like that, feeling both surprised and reluctant. It was the first time he saw someone drinking like this. Lin Feng's generosity and sincerity made him both moved and helpless. Then, he drank the glass of wine involuntarily. After a few glasses of wine, Yi Baoshan's head began to feel dizzy and his eyelids drooped. He suddenly stood up, staggered towards Lin Feng and said, Xiaofeng, my good son-in-law, you must treat our Yaoyao well in the future. There was a hint of drunkenness in his voice, but more of it was his instructions and expectations for Lin Feng. If you dare to bully her and make her sad, I will not forgive you. There was a hint of threat in Yi Baoshan's words, but more of it was his love and reluctance to let go of his daughter. Su Wanjin looked at Yi Baoshan's expression and said with a mixture of laughter and tears, Old Yi, if you're drunk, don't stand up. However, Yi Baoshan seemed not to hear it and continued to stand there staggeringly. At this moment, Lin Feng also stood up. He slapped the table and said with a red face, Uncle, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. His voice was firm and powerful, as if he was making a solemn promise to Yi Baoshan. Thank you for your trust. I will kowtow to you. After saying that, Lin Feng suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Baoshan. When Yi Baoshan saw this, he also knelt on the ground and returned the greeting, Xiaofeng, what are you doing? I'll kowtow to you back. This scene stunned everyone present. On the ground, the two men kowtowed to each other. The scene was both funny and touching. Yi Qingyao, Su Wanjin and others watched the scene, feeling both amused and helpless. At this moment, Yi Haoming stood up and said, My dad and Xiaofeng are both drunk. Let's help them get to their room. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao nodded quickly and reached out to grab Lin Feng's arm. However, Su Wanjin stopped her in time and said, Yaoyao, you are pregnant now, you can't use force, your brother and I can do it. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao realized her recklessness and quickly withdrew her hand. Oh, okay. Then, she followed Su Wanjun and Yi Haoming and helped Yi Baoshan and Lin Feng into the room. In the room, Yi Baoshan and Lin Feng were both drunk and unconscious. After Yi Haoming and Su Wanjun put them on the bed, they looked at their sleeping faces and couldn't help feeling an inexplicable emotion in their hearts. They knew that this night was of great significance to Lin Feng. He not only won the recognition and trust of Yi Baoshan, but also left a deep impression on everyone in the Yi family. Looking at the two people who were already drunk, Su Wanjun's lips curled up into a gentle smile. She gently took Yi Qingyao's hand and said, "Yao Yao, let Xiaofeng and your father sleep in the main room tonight, and we, mother and daughter, will sleep in your room. It's been a long time since we last talked to each other." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao's eyes flashed with a warm light, and she nodded gently. Lying on the bed, Su Wanjun's eyes flashed with gossip. She asked softly, "Yao Yao, tell mom quickly, how did you and Xiaofeng meet?" Yi Qingyao couldn't help but smile when she heard this, her face filled with sweet memories. "Mom, we met in the same club in college." The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the gap in the curtains, Lin Feng felt as if his head was hit by a 1,000-pound hammer, and the pain was unbearable. Although he could not remember many details of last night, the scene where his father-in-law admitted himself was deeply engraved in his mind. Thinking of this, a happy smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. He reached out his hand in a daze, grabbed the person next to him, then excitedly put his hand to his mouth and kissed it gently. Yi Baoshan felt the wetness on his hand, frowned slightly, and murmured to himself, "Wife, stop making trouble, let me sleep a little longer." When Lin Feng heard the voice, he woke up instantly. He widened his eyes and was surprised to find that the person next to him was Yi Baoshan. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and Yi Qingyao walked in with a gentle smile on her face. "Honey, how did you sleep last night?" Yi Qingyao asked with concern. "Not bad." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. He was secretly glad in his heart that he did not impulsively kick Yi Baoshan down, otherwise the recognition he had worked so hard to gain would be gone. Chapter 38, Move to Tears? At the same time, a clear and pleasant system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's head. Ding! The system has detected that the host has received deep recognition from both the mother-in-law and the father-in-law. Therefore, we are rewarding you with a rare courtyard house within the second ring road of the imperial capital. This sudden news made Lin Feng feel indescribably excited. The courtyard houses within the second ring road are in high demand, not to mention that this courtyard house has an excellent location. Standing on your balcony, you can overlook the majestic Forbidden City. Lin Feng's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly, and his eyes flashed with excitement. "Hubby, breakfast is ready. Come get out of bed and have breakfast." At this moment, Yi Qingyao's gentle and delicate voice came to his ears. "Okay, I'll be right there." Lin Feng nodded, a happy smile on his face, and then slowly got up from the bed. The family sat together at the dining table in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. However, Yi Baoshan found that everyone seemed weird, especially Yi Qingyao and Su Wanjun. Whenever they looked at him, they always had an inexplicable smile on their faces, as if they were hiding some secret. Yi Baoshan couldn't help but feel confused. Could it be that there was something on his face? He subconsciously touched his cheek but found nothing. "Wife, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Yi Baoshan finally couldn't help but ask, with a bit of curiosity and confusion in his eyes. No, your face is clean." Su Wanjun smiled and waved her hands, but the smile on her face became more and more intense, as if it was about to overflow. Lin Feng also felt everyone's eyes looking at him from time to time, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He wondered to himself, could it be that his performance last night was so outstanding that everyone looked at him with admiration? Just then, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang, breaking the silence at the dinner table. Lin Feng nodded apologetically, then stood up, walked to the window and answered the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin Feng Lin?" A man's voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding a little excited. "I am." Lin Feng nodded. After hearing the affirmative answer, the man continued excitedly, "Mr. Lin, are you free today? I have arranged everything here and can transfer the courtyard house within the second ring road to your name at any time." "I'm free, of course I'm free." Lin Feng replied quickly, his heart once again filled with excitement. "The main thing is that I have to go back to Shanghai tonight, and I don't know when I will come to Beijing next time." "That's good. Let's meet at the real estate transaction center later," the man said and hung up the phone. Lin Feng put away his phone and sat back in his seat, his heart filled with anticipation and joy. "Xiaofeng, you are going back to the Magic City tonight, so have fun in the Imperial City during the day. Yi Baoshan said, with a bit of concern and reluctance in his tone. He thought for a moment and continued, I don't have anything to do this morning. Why don't you come with me to the golf course to play golf? After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He had just contacted the agent and was going to transfer the house in a while. However, he also didn't want to let his father-in-law down. Just when he was in a dilemma, Yi Baoshan saw his hesitation and said sympathetically, Xiao Feng, if you have something to do, just go and do it. Don't let me delay your work. When Lin Feng heard this, a warm feeling surged in his heart. He looked at Yi Baoshan with gratitude and said tentatively, Uncle, I have to go transfer the ownership of the house this morning. It will be done soon. After that, we can go play golf. Do you think it's okay? Lin Feng proposed a compromise plan. After hearing this, Yi Baoshan showed a puzzled expression on his face and asked, Transfer the house? Are you going to sell the house? Hearing this, Lin Feng quickly waved his hands and explained, No, I just bought a house. When Yao Yao and I get married in the future, we can live here, be closer to you, and spend more time with you. Having said that, Lin Feng showed a sincere and warm smile on his face. When Su Wanjin heard this, she felt warm in her heart. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so thoughtful. She really decided on this son-in-law. Yi Baoshan looked at Lin Feng in surprise. He didn't expect that this young man could do this for his daughter. He knew very well that Lin Feng's love for Yi Qingyao was deep and sincere, and this love made him feel comforted. At the same time, he also realized that he really should let go and let his daughter and Lin Feng create their own happy life. Okay, then let's go together. After the transfer is completed, we can go to the court to play ball. Yi Baoshan nodded with a smile. Okay, that's settled then. Lin Feng also nodded with a smile, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. After dinner, Yi Qingyao went upstairs to change clothes and prepare to go out with everyone. She hugged Lin Feng shyly and said, Husband, why didn't you tell me in advance about buying a house? I thought you were going to sell the house to marry me. Lin Feng scratched her nose lovingly and said, I just want to give you a surprise. At this point, Lin Feng suddenly changed the subject and said, But speaking of which, my dear wife, can you please stop worrying about this and that? You have to believe in the ability of your husband, me? Yi Qingyao's nose felt sore when she heard this, and tears welled up in her eyes. She sobbed and said, You are so bad. If I hadn't heard you on the phone, I wouldn't know you did so many things. Husband, you are so good. What should I do if I can't live without you in the future? As she was talking, Yi Qingyao actually started to cry. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a little helpless. He didn't expect that he just bought a house and his wife was moved to tears. Oh, my dear wife, please don't cry. It makes me sad when you do this. He put his arm around Yi Qingyao's waist and smiled evilly. It's better if you can't leave me otherwise. Where can I find such a beautiful wife? As Lin Feng spoke, he gently wiped the tears from the corners of Yi Qingyao's eyes. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Yi Qingyao burst into laughter and said, I think you just want to see me cry. After saying that, she gently hit Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng grabbed Yi Qingyao's hand, put it to his mouth and kissed it, saying, Why would I want to see you cry? My wife is being wronged. Seeing her husband's attitude, Yi Qingyao grinned, All right, let's get ready to go out. Don't make mom and dad wait anxiously. Chapter 39 Household Head Yi Qingyao. Just as Yi Qingyao was about to go downstairs, Lin Feng suddenly stopped her. Wife, wait. Yi Qingyao stopped and turned to look at Lin Feng, her face full of confusion. Is there anything else? There was a glint of curiosity and confusion in her eyes, and she seemed a little surprised by Lin Feng's sudden action. Lin Feng smiled gently, with a hint of mystery and doting in his smile. He replied calmly, Take your ID. It will be useful in a while. Lin Feng added. After hearing this, although Yi Qingyao was full of doubts, she still did as her husband said and quickly took out their identification documents from her handbag. However, just as she was about to put the ID into her pocket, she suddenly reacted and her face was instantly filled with shock and disbelief. She guessed, Hubby, you don't want to add my name to the property deed, do you? Seeing this, Lin Feng curled up his lips into a playful smile, with a teasing gleam in his eyes. Why, is it not possible? There was a hint of teasing and doting in his words, as if he was waiting for Yi Qingyao's response. Yi Qingyao guessed Lin Feng's thoughts, but she quickly waved her hands and said in panic, No, you worked so hard to buy that house, how can you add my name to it? Besides, my parents also bought me a house, so husband, you really don't have to do this. There was a hint of anxiety and uneasiness in her tone, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would really add her name to the property certificate. However, after hearing this, Lin Feng replied with a domineering look on his face, "What's mine is yours. Why can't I write your name on it? Besides, we are a family. Why should we distinguish between you and me?" There was an unquestionable firmness in his tone, as if he was telling Yi Qingniao that he had made up his mind on this matter and it could not be changed. Yi Qingniao wanted to say something else, but was gently interrupted by Lin Feng. "Okay, don't think about it, uncle and aunt are still waiting for us." An hour later, several people drove to the real estate transaction center. It's bustling with people coming and going, and everyone is busy with their own things. The man was wearing a black suit and holding a thick file in his hand, which made him particularly eye-catching. His eyes kept looking towards the door, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. At this time, Lin Feng and his group got out of the car and walked into the busy service hall. In the crowd, the man saw Lin Feng looking around and secretly complained in his heart, "Is this man here to look for someone too?" However, he couldn't believe that the man was looking for him. After all, who would have believed that the man who bought the courtyard house worth hundreds of millions would be such a young man? In order to confirm his guess, the man picked up the phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. Lin Feng's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. The man was delighted. After confirming the eye contact, he ran over excitedly and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Mingda, a real estate agent. You can just call me Xiao Zhang." There was a bit of respect in his tone. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "Hello, Xiao Zhang, can we start now?" "Of course." Xiao Zhang nodded immediately after hearing this, and then pulled Lin Feng to the VIP window. Xiao Zhang suddenly looked at Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin, please give me your ID." Hearing this, Lin Feng turned his head to look at Yi Qingniao and said softly, "Wife, ID card." Yi Qingniao was slightly stunned, then nodded and handed over the ID card in her hand. However, just as she was about to hand the ID to Xiao Zhang, Lin Feng suddenly said, "You gave it to the wrong person. I want yours." Yi Qingniao didn't expect that Lin Feng would really add her name to the property certificate, and she was still very happy in her heart. Lin Feng saw Yi Qingniao's shy look and smiled indulgently. "I handed over my ID card and the staff started processing it." After seeing this scene, Su Wanjin and Yi Baoshan were extremely satisfied with Lin Feng. They looked at Lin Feng's pampering and care for Yi Qingniao, and their hearts were filled with relief and joy. Both of their faces were filled with approval, as if telling Lin Feng, "You did a great job, we are very satisfied." After Xiao Zhang took Yi Qingniao's ID card, he began to handle the procedures carefully. He operated the computer skillfully, input the relevant information, and then waited for the staff's confirmation. After a moment, the staff member raised his eyes and asked again, "Are you sure the name of the householder is Yi Qingniao?" There was a hint of caution and seriousness in his tone, as if he was confirming this important information. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded without hesitation and said, "Confirmed." Yi Qingniao was stunned after hearing this. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and asked, "Husband, didn't you just add my name to the back of the property certificate? How come I became the head of the household?" There was a bit of surprise and confusion in her tone. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled complacently and said, "Wife, when did I say that I would only add your name to the end of the property certificate? I never said that." There was a hint of teasing and doting in his tone, as if he was enjoying Yi Qingniao's surprise and confusion. Yi Qingniao's face turned even redder when she heard this. She said shyly, You should change it quickly." There was a hint of coquettishness and pleading in her tone, as if she was telling Lin Feng, "I don't want to be the head of the household, you should change it." However, Lin Feng shook his head and said, "It can't be changed." There was a bit of firmness and doting in his tone. Moreover, when the system rewarded him with a house, he had already made up his mind to give it to Yi Qingniao. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingniao's heart was filled with emotion and happiness. She knew that Lin Feng did this to make her happy and to let her feel his love. Xiao Zhang, who was standing by, was extremely shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that this young man would be so generous as to put the courtyard house worth hundreds of millions in his wife's name. You know, he has to think for a long time before buying clothes worth several $100s. Xiao Zhang looked at the sweet appearance of Lin Feng and Yi Qingniao, and couldn't help feeling a little envious and emotional. Soon, the transfer procedures were completed. Xiao Zhang handed the new property certificate to Lin Feng and Yi Qingniao, then said with a smile, "Congratulations to Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin for becoming the new owners of the courtyard house within the second ring road." His tone was full of sincerity and blessings. However, Yi Qingniao, Yi Baoshan and the others were uneasy when they heard this. What? A courtyard house within the second ring road? Seeing the surprised expressions on their faces, Xiao Zhang asked curiously, "Don't you know?" Then, Yi Qingyao and the others fixed their gazes on Lin Feng. Chapter 40 Su Wanjin's Instructions. Being stared at by everyone, Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. He didn't I tell you? At this time, Xiao Zhang came to Lin Feng and asked respectfully, "Mr. Lin, do you need me to take you to see the courtyard?" "No thanks." Lin Feng declined with a smile. The transfer of ownership had already delayed him for a while. If he went to see the courtyard house again, he was afraid that his father-in-law would get impatient. However, when Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin heard this, their faces showed disappointment. To be honest, they have never had the opportunity to visit the courtyard houses within the second ring road. Then, Yi Baoshan spoke, his voice filled with kindness and understanding. "Xiao Feng, there's no need to rush about playing golf. You haven't even seen the new house you bought yet. Let's go take a look together." "Yes, husband, I want to see it too." Yi Qingyao echoed, her eyes flashing with curiosity and anticipation. When she was little, she watched TV and saw that everyone lived in the same courtyard. She was very curious and envious. "Now that I have bought a courtyard house, I must take a good look at it." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded with a smile, then looked at Xiao Zhang and said, "Then please take us to have a look." There was a hint of apology and gratitude in his tone. "No problem." Xiao Zhang nodded with a smile. He rode his electric bike in front to lead the way, and the Rolls-Royce followed closely behind. Soon, a courtyard full of the style of the Forbidden City appeared in front of everyone. This courtyard faced south and had red walls, green tiles, carved beams and painted buildings. It exuded a strong historical charm in its ancient style. Everyone got out of the car and looked at the breathtaking building in front of them, their hearts filled with infinite emotion and admiration. After Xiao Zhang unlocked the door, he turned to look at Lin Feng and said, "Mr. Lin, this is the key to the house. I'm handing it over to you now." Lin Feng took the key, nodded with a smile, and then the group entered the yard. The courtyard was filled with green trees and the fragrance of flowers, a vibrant scene. Yi Qingyao and the others were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. This courtyard was not the old and dilapidated one in their impression, but was similar to the scenes in Qing Dynasty palace dramas. There is even a small fish pond inside, which looks a bit dirty, probably because no one has taken care of it for a long time. But even so, it cannot conceal the unique charm and flavor of this courtyard. Yi Baoshan didn't expect that this courtyard house was so good, and he couldn't help but think about retiring. "I imagined myself sitting on a stone bench in the yard, drinking fragrant tea, and listening to the birds singing in the trees. It was so comfortable." He couldn't help but sigh. "Xiao Feng, you chose a really good house. It's very suitable for retirement." Then, Yi Baoshan looked at Xiao Zhang and asked, "Xiao Zhang, are there any other courtyard houses like this for sale around here?" There was a hint of anticipation and curiosity in his tone. It was obvious that he was deeply attracted by the charm of this courtyard house. Xiao Zhan nodded excitedly when he heard this. "Yes, but there's no other yard as nice as this one. However, the price is much cheaper than here, just over 100 million. Maybe Xiao Zhang is getting too carried away, talking about over 100 million as if it were just $1. When Yi Baoshan heard this answer, his mood suddenly became bad. Lin Feng saw that his father-in-law liked this house, so he handed the key to Yi Baoshan and said with a smile, "Uncle, we are not usually in the capital, so this house is left to you to take care of. When you are free, come over to drink tea and bask in the sun. You can even see the Forbidden City from here." There was some sincerity and expectation in his tone. When Yi Baoshan heard Lin Feng's words, a warm feeling surged in his heart, so he reluctantly agreed. "Then, okay, I will help you take care of this house first." Coming out of the courtyard on the second ring road, the group drove to the golf course. The environment here is elegant and the facilities are complete. After changing into professional clothes, Yi Baoshan and Lin Feng went to the front to play ball. They swung their clubs, chatted and laughed, enjoying the fun and relaxation that golf brought them. Su Wanjin and Yi Qingyao were watching them from behind and whispering to each other. Su Wanjin looked at her daughter's happy face, her heart filled with relief and emotion. Suddenly, she thought of something and whispered, "Yao Yao, after you return to the Magic City, will Xiaofeng take you home to meet his parents?" Yi Qingyao blushed upon hearing this. She peeled an orange and handed it to her mother, saying truthfully, "Well, Xiaofeng told me, but we don't know when we'll be able to go back." There was a hint of shyness and anticipation in her tone, and she felt a little nervous inside, like an ugly daughter-in-law who was afraid to meet her in-laws. Su Wanjin nodded after hearing this, then looked at her daughter gently and instructed, "Yao Yao, be sensible when you go to Xiaofeng's house. You can't act like a spoiled brat. Mom, I didn't. Yi Qingyao pouted and said aggrievedly, but Su Wanjin stretched out her hand to signal her daughter to listen to her finish her words. Other people's homes are not your own homes. No one will spoil you unconditionally. There was a mixture of kindness and severity in her tone, as if she was imparting to her daughter the principles and wisdom of how to behave in society. However, at this point, Su Wanjin's tone suddenly became firm and powerful. But if someone bullies you, don't put up with it. My daughter has never suffered any injustice in her life, so I definitely can't let outsiders bully her. If anything happens, tell Dad and Mom. We will protect you. Her words revealed her deep love and desire to protect her daughter, which made Yi Qingyao feel extremely warm and at ease. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao's eyes turned red, and then she threw herself into Su Wanjin's arms and murmured, "Mom, I knew you were the best to me." Her voice was choked with sobs. She knew that no matter where she went or what difficulties she encountered, her parents would be there to support and protect her. Su Wanjin gently patted her daughter's back, giving her infinite warmth and a sense of security. The reason she said this was because she was worried that her daughter would be looked down upon by her in-laws for getting pregnant before marriage. Parents always think about their children, and she is no exception. After spending these 2 days together, Su Wanjin still has great faith in Lin Feng's character. She believes that his parents are also well-mannered and well-educated people. However, her instructions to her daughter were also just in case, because those words she said were Yi Qingyao's confidence in fighting against injustice, and also the confidence to kill the father and save the son. After understanding Su Wanjin's good intentions, Yi Qingyao grinned and said, "Mom, don't worry. Xiaofeng is so good, his parents must be very good too." I hope so. Su Wanjin pursed her lips slightly, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 41. You two, please don't mess around. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao were about to leave the imperial capital and return to the magic city. Yi Baoshan, Su Wanjin, and Yi Haoming saw Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao off. People were coming and going in the airport. Su Wanjin held Yi Qingyao's hand tightly, her eyes slightly red, and her reluctance to leave was beyond words. My dear daughter, come back if you miss home. Mom will make you something delicious. Yi Qingyao smiled and nodded. Yes, I know, Mom, I will come back to see you often, and you must take good care of yourselves. Her words were as warm as the spring breeze, trying to soothe her mother's heart that was turbulent due to separation. At this time, Su Wanjin's eyes fell on Yi Qingyao's slightly bulging belly. She seemed to want to say something but stopped herself, with a hint of worry in her expression. Yi Qingyao saw what her mother was thinking and asked curiously, Mom, if you have anything to say, just say it. Don't hold it in. Su Wanjin took a deep breath and said, Well, the first 3 months of pregnancy are very important, you two should not do anything rash. There was a hint of shyness in her words, but more of it was concern and advice for her daughter. Yi Qingyao instantly understood what her mother meant. Her face flushed and she nodded shyly. Mom, I know, don't worry, we will pay attention. While the mother and daughter were talking heart to heart, Lin Feng was pulled aside by Yi Baoshan and Yi Haoming. Yi Haoming's face was filled with seriousness and coldness at this moment. He looked directly at Lin Feng and said in a firm tone, I leave my sister to you. If you treat her badly, I will not forgive you. His eyes revealed unquestionable determination and domineering. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, Uncle, big brother, don't worry, I will take good care of Yao Yao. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Yi Haoming turned around and waited aside without saying anything more. At this time, Yi Baoshan came to Lin Feng and explained with a smile, Don't look at his cold appearance, he is actually very soft-hearted. They have a very good relationship as siblings, so please bear with me if I say anything harsh. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, I understand. At this moment, Yi Baoshan suddenly became serious. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said earnestly, Xiaofeng, Yao Yao is pregnant, so you have to work harder and bear more. His eyes were full of expectation and trust, as if he had already regarded Lin Feng as his son-in-law. Lin Feng nodded solemnly, Uncle, don't worry, I will do my best to take good care of Yao Yao and our child. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Yi Baoshan nodded with satisfaction. I'm relieved to hear you say that. We'll go to the Magic City to see you when we have time. Lin Feng said with a smile, You can come anytime, I will definitely treat you well. Soon, the airport hall began broadcasting aviation information, reminding passengers to board their planes. After hearing this, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao realized that it was time to leave. They waved their hands and said to Yi Baoshan, Su Wanjin, and Yi Haoming, We are leaving now. You can go back now. Only when they could no longer see the backs of Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao did the three of them reluctantly leave the airport. At this time, Yi Qingyao was sitting on the plane. She stared at Lin Feng with curiosity and asked with a smile, "Honey, what did my father and my brother tell you?" There was a bit of mischief and expectation in her tone, as if she couldn't wait to know the answer. Lin Feng said jokingly, "Of course I have to take good care of my wife. If I don't take good care of you, my fate will be miserable." There was a bit of exaggeration and humor in his tone, trying to ease Yi Qingyao's nervousness while flying. Yi Qingyao grinned after hearing this. She poked Lin Feng's nose and said with a wicked smile, "Husband, you have to treat me well. Otherwise I will tell tales on you." There was a cunning gleam in her eyes. Hearing this, Lin Feng stretched out his finger with a serious look on his face and said coquettishly, "My dear wife, I will do my best and devote myself to you until my death. Please don't say bad things about me." There was a bit of exaggeration in his tone, which made Yi Qingyao couldn't help laughing. "It depends on your performance," Yi Qingyao smiled proudly. She knew that Lin Feng would not let her lose. On Monday, Lin Feng came to the classroom early because it was 8 a.m. today, so he couldn't sleep in. After a while, Xiao Ziao, Lu Yan and Li Ting walked in with dark circles under their eyes and yawning. They looked exhausted, as if they had been in a fierce battle last night. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and asked, "What time did you stay up all night yesterday?" Xiao Ziao stretched out his hand tremblingly, made a 5 sign, and said regretfully, "I forgot I have early class today, otherwise I would have gone to bed early." Lu Yan looked at Lin Feng's energetic appearance and smiled obscenely, "Brother Feng, it's good to have a girlfriend. How can you understand the life of us single dogs? Sleeping alone and lonely every night." There was a bit of ridicule and self-mockery in his tone, and his eyes were full of envy. Upon hearing this, Li Ting also echoed, "If I had a girlfriend, I would definitely spend every day with her." His eyes were full of envy and desire, as if he was also looking forward to his own love. Seeing this, Lin Feng said angrily, "You spend all day in the internet cafe playing games. You deserve to be without a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziao, Lu Yan and Li Ting all lowered their heads in embarrassment. At this time, Xiao Ziao suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, the school is holding an autumn job fair this morning, let's go and take a look." "Forget it, I won't go. You guys go." Lin Feng thought, his wife is waiting for him at home, how can he always hang out with these guys? At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly received a message from Yi Qingyao on his phone, "Hubby, Ting Ting and I have an appointment to go shopping, so you don't have to come back to make breakfast for me. Let's go out to eat. Love you, heart. Okay, be safe. I'll pick you up when you're almost back." Lin Feng typed with a smile on his face. The three single guys were deeply jealous of him when they saw him like this. Xiao Ziao even made a sincere wish, "God, please give me a girlfriend." After turning off his phone, Lin Feng looked at the three of them and said, "After class, I'll go to the job fair with you." "Humph, a guy who values women over friends." The three of them complained, and the bell rang, and the professional teacher started nagging. At the same time, Yi Qingyao dressed up a little, put on some light makeup and went out. At the school gate, Huang Tingting saw him and joked, "Yao Yao, you look really good lately. It's different having a boyfriend." Chapter 42 Job Fair. Being teased by her friend like this, Yi Qingyao lowered her head shyly, and 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks. She gently stroked the corner of her clothes, her voice as thin as a mosquito, "Tingting, don't laugh at me." "Okay, I won't laugh anymore." Looking at her best friend's shy look, Huang Tingting became serious. A sly look flashed in his eyes, and he approached Yi Qingyao and asked curiously, "Yao Yao, you asked me to accompany you to the school job fair. Does Lin Feng know?" Mentioning Lin Feng, Yi Qingyao's face became more gentle. She shook her head with a hint of helplessness in her eyes, "I haven't dared to tell Xiao Feng yet. If he knew, he would definitely not agree. The main reason is that I'm pregnant and feeling too bored at home. I want to find a part-time job as a designer to enrich myself and kill time. What's more, I'm only 2 months pregnant. Some people are about to give birth but still insist on going to work. Compared to them, my situation is nothing." Seeing her best friend's worried look, Yi Qingyao continued, "I'll just be responsible for providing the manuscripts. I don't have to go to the company to work, so I shouldn't be too tired." After Yi Qingyao finished speaking, she looked at Huang Tingting earnestly and said, "Tingting, you are my best friend. You must not tell Lin Feng, otherwise she will definitely not agree." Huang Tingting looked at Yi Qingyao's expectant eyes and nodded helplessly. "Okay, I promise you, but you have to promise me that you won't tire yourself out, okay? There are 2 of you now, so you have to take good care of yourselves. Don't worry, I will. As Yi Qingyao spoke, she subconsciously touched her bulging belly, a happy smile on her face. Suddenly she held up 3 fingers and said to Huang Tingting happily, "You're wrong. It's 3 people." "What? You have 2 babies in your belly?" Huang Tingting opened her mouth in surprise when she heard this. He, Lin Feng is really powerful. Our Yao Yao will definitely be very happy in the future. Realizing that Huang Tingting's words were malicious, she shyly pushed her shoulders and said coquettishly, "Tingting, if you do this again, I will ignore you." "Okay, you are not allowed to tell the truth anymore." Huang Tingting rolled her eyes with a wry smile. "I won't say anything anymore, let's go to the job fair." Then, the 2 of them walked into the school. The autumn job fair was held on the school playground. As a 985 university, Shanghai University attracts many large factories and well-known companies to recruit every year. The playground was crowded and bustling, and the recruitment booths of various companies were surrounded by students who came to apply for jobs. Yi Qingyao's major was animation design, so she could only find a job in this field. In order to apply for the job she wanted, she brought her own design drawings with her. Huang Tingting is preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination, so she is not in a hurry to find a job. She accompanies Yi Qingyao through the crowd, looking for a position that suits her. Suddenly, she saw a job advertisement that said recruiting animation designers. Her eyes lit up and she excitedly said to Yi Qingyao, "Yao Yao, look at that place that's hiring designers. Let's go over and take a look." Yi Qingyao was cheered up when she heard that, and followed Huang Tingting to the company's recruitment booth. The person in charge of recruitment was a very elegantly dressed woman who looked to be in her 30s, with an elegant temperament and sharp eyes. Seeing Yi Qingyao and Huang Tingting stop, she hurried forward and asked, "Are you 2 students majoring in design? We are hiring anime designers here." "Yes, we are." Yi Qingyao nodded, then asked tentatively, "Hello, are you hiring part-time workers here? Part-time job?" Upon hearing this answer, the woman frowned slightly, obviously a little surprised. However, she quickly regained her composure and continued to ask, "Did you bring your work? I want to see your design skills." Seeing this, Yi Qingyao was delighted and quickly handed her work to the woman. The woman took the work and began to read it carefully. Her eyes became brighter and brighter, with a glimmer of surprise in them. Obviously, Yi Qingyao's work deeply attracted her. "Your work is very good. Your design is very creative and the color combination is very harmonious." The woman raised her head and looked at Yi Qingyao and said, "Would you consider working full-time? Our company really needs talents like you." Yi Qingyao shook her head after hearing this and replied politely, "Sorry, I just want to work part-time." The woman obviously didn't want to let go of such a good designer. She looked at Yi Qingyao with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. However, she soon compromised and said, "Okay, it's fine if you want to work part-time. We can discuss the compensation based on the project. What do you think?" "That's great." Yi Qingyao smiled brightly upon hearing that. She nodded happily, exchanged contact information with the woman, and agreed on subsequent cooperation matters. At the same time, the bell rang, and Xiao Ziao, Lu Yan, and Li Ting pulled Lin Feng out of the classroom and went straight to the playground. The playground was bustling with people, and there were many companies recruiting. Xiao Ziao and his 3 companions were moving among the crowd, looking for positions that suited them. Lu Yan looked at the scene in front of him and said excitedly, "I wonder how much money students in our major can get per month after graduation. Let's go and take a look." The 4 of them were browsing the recruitment booth. After a moment, Xiao Ziao's eyes flashed with excitement. He had discovered something quite interesting. He smiled and waved to the 3 people, "Come here and take a look at this. Here is an announcement for recruiting actors for short plays, and the monthly salary is as high as 50,000. There was a hint of excitement in his words. "How about I go for an audition?" Xiao Ziao suggested. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the other 2 couldn't help but smile at each other, looking him up and down with a bit of helplessness and ridicule. Lu Yan even joked bluntly, "You should stop daydreaming. With your looks, you'd better play a beggar." "Hey! The role of a beggar is not easy to play. Even if I can't be the male lead, I still have the confidence to compete for the second male lead." Xiao Ziao retorted unwillingly to be outdone. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly heard a call in his ears. He looked around and saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie waving at him. This person is the boss of Green Fruit Company, Su Changqing. When Lin Feng saw Su Changqing, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised, and when Su Changqing saw him, he also showed a look of surprise. Su Changqing secretly wondered in his heart, could it be that the person who invested in his company was a college student? After Lin Feng exchanged a few words with his roommates, he walked towards Su Changqing and said politely, "Mr. Su, I didn't expect to meet you here." "What are you doing?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Chapter 43, You still remember that I'm your mother. I'm here to select some actors. Su Changqing answered with a smile. Speaking of filming, Lin Feng beside him asked curiously, "Mr. Su, how is the filming of the short play going?" Although Lin Feng didn't know much about the short drama industry, he was well aware that the work was related to their income, so he paid special attention to the progress. After hearing this, Su Changqing answered professionally and in detail, "The first 2 short dramas have been filmed and are now in the post-production stage. All aspects including editing, dubbing, special effects, etc. are being carried out in full swing and will be online soon." As he spoke, his face was filled with confidence and expectation for the work. Oh. Lin Feng nodded. He really didn't know much about filming, but if it went online sooner, he could make money sooner. After a few more polite words, Lin Feng prepared to leave. At this time, Xiao Ziao couldn't help but feel suspicious when he saw Lin Feng chatting so enthusiastically with others about recruitment. He asked curiously, "Brother Feng, do you know her?" "Well, I guess so." "What's wrong?" Lin Feng nodded. He could see that the boy had something on his mind, so he asked casually. Seeing the other party hesitant and embarrassed to speak, he suddenly asked in surprise, "Suntu, you don't really want to make a short play, do you?" Xiao Ziao said somewhat angrily, "What's wrong with filming a short drama? As long as I can make money, that's fine." Xiao Ziao's family situation is not very good. He is a child from a divorced family and has lived with his mother since childhood. In order to support him, his mother never remarried and worked hard to raise him all the way to college. Now that he sees that there is such a high salary for making short dramas, he is of course very tempted. What's more, Xiao Ziao actually looks pretty good, it's just that his roommates often complain about his appearance. Seeing how serious he was, Lin Feng patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, I'll ask for you." Since his roommate had a need, he would naturally do his best to help. "Oh, okay, thank you, Brother Feng." Xiao Ziao nodded happily, with anticipation glittering in his eyes. Afterwards, the few of them went through all the computer science job openings. Lu Yan said with a look of disappointment, "A programmer's internship only pays 7,000 yuan a month, and the internship period lasts for another 3 months. Only after becoming a regular employee will they have 5 insurances and 1 fund, and a salary of 10,000 yuan. So, I might as well follow Suntu and play a beggar." After hearing this, Xiao Ziao felt a little proud, but after coming to his senses, he patted Lu Yan on the back of the head and said unhappily, "You are the one playing the beggar." Ha ha, ha ha. Everyone laughed happily. At this time, Li Ting touched Lin Feng's shoulder and said, "Brother Feng, isn't that your sister-in-law?" "Impossible." Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. His wife went shopping with her best friend today. How could she appear here? However, Li Ting firmly believed that his eyes were not mistaken. He said anxiously, "It's my sister-in-law. If you don't believe me, take a look." As he said that, he pointed to a figure not far away. After hearing this, Lin Feng looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, he saw Yi Qingyao and Huang Tingting chatting enthusiastically arm in arm. Seeing his wife, he was still very happy in his heart. He immediately left his roommates and said with a smile, "Sons, I'm going to find your mother." "You better be good." Seeing this, the roommates rolled their eyes and started complaining. "Wipe. Day. What a piece of shit." On the other side, Lin Feng came behind Yi Qingyao and patted her shoulder quietly. Yi Qingyao turned around and saw Lin Feng. A hint of surprise flashed across her face, and then she smiled naturally and said, "Husband? Wife, didn't you go shopping?" Lin Feng asked puzzledly. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Tingting wants me to accompany her to the job fair." As she spoke, she winked at her best friend. After hearing this, Huang Tingting immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I asked Yao Yao to accompany me." Afraid of accidentally revealing her identity, she said with a smile, "I won't be a light bulb for you. I'm leaving now." Looking at Huang Tingting's back, Lin Feng asked doubtfully, "Wife, isn't Tingting preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam? Why is she still here at the job fair?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao said unhappily, "Hubby, you're a junior now, why are you here too?" "Oh, I'm narrow-minded." Lin Feng grinned, feeling that there was indeed something wrong with what he said. He didn't think much about it, but simply thought that Huang Tingting might want to come and see the market situation of college students. Afterwards, he took the bag his wife was carrying and asked with concern, "Wife, have you had breakfast?" "I ate." Yi Qingyao smiled helplessly. She felt that all she did all day was eat. After becoming pregnant, she became very hungry and always wanted to eat. She muttered to herself, could it be that both babies are greedy cats? In an old residential building in Jiangsu province, Lin Chaotian was putting food into his bowl while chatting with his wife. "Wife, some universities have already had their winter break. Did Xiaofeng tell you when he'll be back?" "No, I don't know what your son has been busy with recently. He hasn't contacted me for a long time." Zhang Wanrong complained as she walked, holding a plate of peanuts. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she tentatively asked, "Do you think our son is in love?" "That shouldn't happen. Our son is so honest, he definitely won't do that." Lin Chaotian waved his hands. He knew his son quite well. "Don't be so confident. Our son is already old enough, it's time for him to fall in love." Zhang Wanrong's face was full of anticipation. She really wanted her son to bring her a girlfriend. Speak of the devil, and at this moment, the cell phone on the sofa suddenly rang. Zhang Wanrong saw that it was her son calling. She picked up the phone excitedly and said in a faint anger, "You stinky son, you still know you have a mother." When Lin Feng heard this, he knew that his mother was complaining to him again that he had not contacted her for a long time. Lin Feng then responded sweetly, "Although I didn't call you, I think about you every day." "Humph. You little brat, you still have some conscience." Zhang Wanrong grinned. After seeing this, Lin Chaotian shook his head helplessly, wondering in his heart who his son inherited these sweet words from. At this time, Zhang Wanrong asked with concern, "Xiaofeng, when does your school have holidays? Do you want me and your dad to pick you up?" "No need, I'll go back this week," Lin Feng said as he looked at Yi Qingyao lying on the bed in the bedroom, a happy smile on his face. "Okay." Zhang Wanrong nodded happily. Her son was about to come home, and she was so happy. "When you come home, Mom will cook a few more of your favorite dishes." "Yeah, okay." Lin Feng nodded. Not wanting to mistreat Yi Qingyao, he reminded her, "Mom, make a few more dishes. I'll bring a classmate back with me when the time comes." Zhang Wanrong heard this and asked in surprise, "Male or female?" Chapter 44. You are the best meeting gift. Lin Feng looked at his mother like this, with a helpless smile on his face. He pursed his lips and deliberately kept her in suspense. "You'll know when the time comes." This understated answer was like a stone thrown into my mother's heart, causing ripples. Seeing her son's mysterious look, Zhang Wanrong's curiosity was so intense that she almost jumped up and asked, "Tell me about this in advance so I can prepare." Seeing that his mother was about to keep questioning him, Lin Feng pretended that the signal was bad and said, "Mom, I can't hear your voice over here. Maybe the signal is not good. I'll hang up first." After saying that, he did not forget to quickly press the hang up button, leaving his mother alone on the other end of the phone in a daze. "Hey! Child, why are you like this?" Zhang Wanrong wanted to say something, but she only heard a busy tone on the phone. She stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do. Seeing this, Lin Chaotian looked at Zhang Wanrong in confusion, frowning slightly. "What did your son say to you? Did he say when the holiday will be?" "It should be this Saturday. He said he would come back on Saturday and bring a classmate with him." "Old Lin, you said you brought back a classmate? Could it be your girlfriend?" Zhang Wanrong couldn't contain her excitement. She sat next to Lin Chaotian and gossiped in a low voice. Lin Chaotian didn't show much surprise when he heard this. He said calmly, "Don't have such high expectations. What if your son brings back a boy?" However, Zhang Wanrong was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She immediately bristled. "That shouldn't be the case. My son asked me to cook a few delicious dishes, so it must be a girl. If it's a boy, there's no need to mention it specifically." There was a hint of determination and anxiety in her voice, as if she had already determined that the child her son brought back was a girl. "That's possible." Lin Chaotian shook his head slightly. He knew very well that there were too many variables in real life and anything could happen. After hearing this, Zhang Wanrong was furious. She slapped Lin Chaotian on the face and said rudely, "Mr. Lin, can you say something nice? If there is a problem with my son's sexual orientation, it will be your fault." There was a hint of blame and dissatisfaction in her tone, as if it was all Lin Xiaotian's fault. After saying that, Zhang Wanrong turned back to the bedroom, came out with a quilt in her arms, and threw it mercilessly on the sofa, saying angrily, "You will sleep on the sofa tonight." Snort! Lin Xiaotian looked at his wife's back, sighed helplessly, then sat silently on the sofa and spread the quilt. He muttered to himself, "I just said the child he brought back might be a boy. I didn't say his sexual orientation was a problem. He's such a paper tiger, so easily provoked." Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare say it out loud, for fear of making his wife angry again. "Oh." Lin Xiaotian sighed, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and grievance. At the same time, on the other side, Yi Qingyao saw Lin Feng enter the room. She put down the book in her hand curiously and looked up at him. "Husband, who did you call just now?" "My mother." Lin Feng smiled slightly, his face filled with a happy smile. He walked over to Yi Qingyao and sat down, gently holding her hand, and continued, "I told her I'll be home this Saturday." When Yi Qingyao heard this, she immediately became nervous. Although she had already prepared to meet her in-laws, she still couldn't help feeling uneasy when she actually had to face them. Lin Feng sensed her nervousness and uneasiness, then gently patted the back of her hand and gently comforted her. "Don't be afraid, honey. I'll take care of everything. My parents are very easy to get along with and talk to, they will definitely like you." His tone was firm and gentle, as if injecting an invisible force into Yi Qingyao. Hearing this, a warm feeling suddenly surged in Yi Qingyao's heart. She looked at Lin Feng's determined eyes and nodded with a smile. Then, she hugged Lin Feng's arm, leaned on him and asked, "Husband, when are you free these days? Let's go to the mall to pick out some gifts for uncle and aunt." "No need." Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. He gently pinched Yi Qingyao's chin, his eyes full of tenderness and doting. "You are their best meaning gift." Hearing this, Yi Qingyao's face flushed with shyness. She lowered her head, pouted awkwardly and said, "You just like to tease me. But I still have to buy gifts. The more gifts, the less blame. Just accompany me to pick some." Yi Qingyao raised her head and looked at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes, her eyes full of expectation and pleading. Her voice was soft and coquettish, making it impossible to refuse. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded with a smile. He touched Yi Qingyao's head lovingly, and then said, "I have fewer classes on Thursday, so I'll go with you then." "Okay." Yi Qingyao happily hugged Lin Feng's shoulders, with a happy smile on her face. Since adding the part-time job as WeChat contact information at the job fair, Yi Qingyao received her first task the next day. Lin Feng went to school, and she painted at home. In the blink of an eye, it was Thursday. Yi Qingyao sat in front of the dressing table and painted carefully. At the same time, Lin Feng did not slack off at all. He thoughtfully took his wife's bag, put some snacks in it, and filled the thermos with warm water in case of emergency. "Honey, I'm ready, let's go," Yi Qingyao said softly, with a happy smile on her face. "Okay, let's go." Lin Feng picked up his bag, naturally took his wife's arm, and the two walked out of the house side by side. Stepping into the bustling shopping mall, Yi Qingyao couldn't help but feel a little puzzled when faced with the dazzling array of goods. "Honey, what do uncle and aunt usually like?" She turned to look at Lin Feng, with a questioning gleam in her eyes. Lin Feng thought for a moment and gently suggested, "Let's buy my dad an exquisite fountain pen. He has always loved writing. As for my mom, skin care products should be very suitable. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao nodded in agreement and immediately had a clear goal in mind. Afterwards, the two walked hand in hand into a skin care product store, where the clerk with exquisite makeup greeted them with a sweet smile. "Hello, welcome. Would you like to choose some skin care products?" The clerk's voice was gentle and kind. Yi Qingyao smiled and nodded. "Yes, I want to see an anti-aging kit suitable for women in their 40s. "Of course, no problem. Please follow me." The clerk led them enthusiastically and soon they arrived in front of a set of exquisite yellow gift boxes. Chapter 45, Husband, don't underestimate me, I'm very rich. The clerk carefully introduced the unique functions of each product in the set, from deep cleansing to nourishing and repairing, to daily moisturizing, etc. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao showed a satisfied smile on her face. She tilted her head slightly, looked at Lin Feng who was standing beside her, and said softly, "Honey, I think this set is good. Do you think Auntie will like it when she receives it?" Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes fell gently on Yi Qingyao's face. He nodded gently, with a hint of doting in his tone. "Of course, my mother will like it." After saying that, he turned to the waiter and said, "We want this set of skin care products. Please pack it for us." Yes, sir. The salesperson responded excitedly with a professional smile on his face. After packing, she smiled and reminded, Sir, madam, the price of this gift box is 5,988 yuan. Lin Feng was about to take out his bank card from his pocket and hand it over, but was gently stopped by Yi Qingyao. She looked at Lin Feng with a smile, her eyes full of determination. Husband, I'll pay. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled dotingly and gently scratched Yi Qingyao's nose. It doesn't matter who pays. Isn't my card your card? However, Yi Qingyao insisted and shook her head, with a hint of arrogance in her tone. It's different. This is a gift from me to my aunt. I have to pay for it myself to show my sincerity. Besides, husband, don't underestimate me. I am very rich. After saying that, Yi Qingyao took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to the salesperson proudly. Swipe this card. The salesperson took the bank card and quickly completed the card swiping procedure. She handed the card back to Yi Qingyao with a sincere smile on her face. Ma'am, it's done. This is your card, please keep it safe. Welcome to visit our store again next time. Yi Qingyao took the card with a smile, and she and Lin Feng walked out of the skincare store hand in hand. The two took the elevator upstairs and saw a store specializing in pens in the middle of the 4th floor, which attracted their attention. When you walk into the store, you will see all kinds of pens on the counter. Some are simple and elegant, some are gorgeous and exquisite. The two were a little dazzled for a moment and didn't know how to choose. Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao knew nothing about fountain pens. At this time, a salesperson came over and asked about their needs with a smile. Yi Qingyao thought about it, knowing full well that you get what you pay for. She smiled and said, Hello, let me see your most expensive pen. There was a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his tone. When the salesperson heard this, he was stunned at first, as if he didn't expect them to choose the most expensive pen. But she quickly reacted, smiled and nodded in agreement, then turned around to look for the pen. After a while, she came over with a shiny black pen and placed it gently on the counter. The first time Yi Qingyao saw the pen, she was attracted by its gorgeousness. She looked at the pen carefully and saw that its surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting dazzling light. She asked the salesperson in confusion, Is there any difference between this pen and other pens? The salesperson explained earnestly, This pen has a gorgeous design, and its core is replaceable, which is very convenient. Other pens don't have replaceable cores, so once they wear out, you need to replace the entire pen. Yi Qingyao nodded after hearing this, thinking that this pen was indeed very unique. She then said, Please wrap up this pen for me. I want it. The salesperson's face showed a puzzled look when she heard this. She hesitated for a moment, then reminded him, Madam, although this pen is gorgeous, it is relatively expensive and a bit flashy. We have other cheaper and more durable pens in our store. Would you like to consider them? After hearing this, Yi Qingyao smiled and shook her head. She waved her hand to indicate that she didn't care. It's okay, just choose this one. Seeing this, the salesperson nodded helplessly, and then followed the customer's instructions and carefully wrapped the pen. Carrying the packaging bags, Yi Qingyao and Lin Feng walked out of the store. Lin Feng looked at the gift in his hand, his heart full of doubts. Wife, why did you buy such an expensive pen? Isn't the cheaper one next to it good too? Yi Qingyao shook her head and said with a smile, I'm used to this fountain pen, so I don't want to buy a new one. The one I bought can replace the inner core, so it will be more convenient for uncle to use. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't expect his wife to be so caring towards her family. He was really touched. Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingyao gratefully and said, Thank you, my wife. Yi Qingyao heard this and waved her hands happily. Hubby, this is what I should do, you're welcome. The gifts were bought, and the two returned home from the mall. Yi Qingyao looked at the gift in her hand and couldn't help but look forward to the day when she would go home with Lin Feng. That day, early in the morning, when it was still dark outside, Su Wanrong kicked Lin Chaotian awake from his sleep. Lao Lin, wake up quickly, we have to go to the morning market today. It's only 5 o'clock, let me take a nap. Lin Chaotian muttered in the quilt, unwilling to face the winter cold. There was a biting cold wind outside the window, and the temperature had already dropped below zero. Lin Chaotian huddled in the quilt, reluctant to get up. Seeing this, Su Wanrong quickly pulled back his quilt. The cold air instantly invaded, and Lin Chaotian couldn't help but shiver. He wanted to retort, but when he saw his wife's unquestionable expression, he had to get up and dress dejectedly. The two walked out of the house, and the cold wind was as biting as a knife. Lin Chaotian complained as he walked, Wife, why don't you just go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables? Why do we have to go to the morning market so early? This is the first time my son brings his classmates home, so we have to treat them well. The things at the morning market are the freshest. Stop talking so much and let's go. Su Wanrong urged as she spoke, although there was a hint of impatience in her tone. Fortunately, the morning market is not far from their residential building, and it only takes 15 minutes to walk there. At this time, the morning market was already bustling with activity, with many vendors on tricycles busy purchasing goods. The morning market not only allows for both wholesale and retail, but is also extremely convenient and is deeply loved by nearby residents. As she walked into the market, she saw the pork lying on the chopping board. Seeing this, Su Wanrong walked forward excitedly. The meat was so fresh that it made her mouth water, especially the pork belly with distinct layers of fat and lean meat and the neatly arranged ribs, which made her very happy. She smiled and said to the boss, "I want both the pork belly and the ribs." "Boss, could you please help me chop the ribs?" "Okay." The boss responded, sharpened his knife, and then started cutting the meat skillfully. After a while, Su Wanrong squeezed out from the bustling crowd carrying a heavy plastic bag. Chapter 46. The ugly daughter-in-law meets her parents today. Looking at Lin Xiaotian, who was squeezed on the periphery and looking around bored, Su Wanrong threw the bag of meat in her hand at him in annoyance. "Take it, don't lose it." "Okay." Lin Xiaotian nodded sullenly, then followed his wife. In addition to buying some fresh pork, Su Wanrong also specially selected some high-quality lamb and beef, intending to cook some of each. After coming out of the morning market, Su Wanrong picked some fresh vegetables and fruits from the stall on the street in front of her door. She picked out a variety of fruits, and looking at the full plastic bags, the two of them went home satisfied. On the other hand, Yi Qingyao was in a very complicated mood because she was about to meet Lin Feng's parents. She woke up very early and tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep again. Yi Qingyao was both excited and nervous. She was looking forward to meeting Lin Feng's family, but she was also worried that she would not perform well and they would dislike her. Lin Feng noticed his wife's abnormality, hugged her gently and asked, "Honey, what's wrong with you? Are you a little nervous about returning to our house today?" Yi Qingyao nodded gently, her voice trembling a little. "Well, I'm still worried that my uncle and aunt will dislike me." Hearing this, Lin Feng gently comforted her. "How could that be possible? My wife is so beautiful, so well-behaved and sensible, who wouldn't like her? Besides, if I like something, my parents will definitely like it too. Don't overthink it, I'll take care of everything." Perhaps because of her pregnancy, Yi Qingyao's hormones were a little disordered, causing her mood swings and prone to wild thoughts. Fortunately, Lin Feng was always by her side, providing her with comfort and encouragement in time. He gently stroked Yi Qingyao's back, and his gentle words blew away the haze in her heart like a spring breeze. Yi Qingyao nodded heavily. "Yeah, okay." After breakfast, the two began to pack their luggage and prepare to leave. Su Province is right next to Shanghai, and it only takes more than an hour to get home by high-speed rail. Sitting in his seat, Lin Feng placed the snacks he had prepared in advance on the small table. "Wife, eat something if you're hungry. Soon, we'll be there." "Yeah." Yi Qingyao nodded. After returning from the morning market, Su Wanrong was not idle. She was busy washing vegetables and cutting meat, then stewing soup and cooking in the kitchen. In the blink of an eye, it was almost noon. As time passed by and her son still hadn't returned, she couldn't help but feel worried. Su Wanrong put down her work, walked into the living room, and said to Lin Xiaotian, who was sitting on the sofa, "Old Lin, call your son and ask him where he is." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaotian sat up, took out his cell phone and called his son. Soon, Lin Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Dad, I'll be home soon, don't worry." After hearing that his son was safe, Lin Xiaotian hung up the phone and went to the kitchen to say to Su Wanrong, "Wife, our son will be home soon. You can start cooking." Su Wanrong nodded when she heard that and quickened her movements. She skillfully stir-fried the dishes in the pot, and soon the aroma filled the air. After placing the last 2 plates of stir-fried dishes on the dining table, she took off her apron and hung it aside. Touching her messy hair, she looked at Lin Xiaotian and asked, "Is this outfit okay? I hope it doesn't embarrass my son." Lin Xiaotian smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's very good. It makes me look very young." After saying that, he added jokingly, "What will you do if your son brings home a girl?" Su Wanrong glared at him and said, "Then I'll let them both move out so they don't get in my way." Although she said this, she still firmly believed that the child her son brought home must be a girl. After all, no one knows a child better than his mother. Soon, the taxi stopped downstairs of the apartment building. Lin Feng took the luggage out of the trunk, then took Yi Qingyao's hand and walked upstairs. Fortunately, their house is on the third floor, so it's not tiring at all. While climbing the stairs, Yi Qingyao's little hands were wet and she was sweating from nervousness. Suddenly, she stopped and grabbed Lin Feng's hand, frowning and looking a little scared. Lin Feng, I'm a little scared. Seeing this, Lin Feng gently comforted her. Wife, it's okay, I'm here, my parents are easy to get along with. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yi Qingyao took a deep breath and silently cheered herself up. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Su Wanrong guessed that it must be her son who came back, and she ran to open the door with a smile. However, when she saw who it was, she said disappointedly, it's a courier. Seeing this, the courier smiled and said, the last number is 9528, Ms. Su, right? This is your package, please sign for it. Su Wanrong took the express helplessly, closed the door, and returned to the sofa to continue waiting. The stairs in the old residential area were very narrow. Seeing the courier coming down from the upper floor, Lin Feng carefully protected Yi Qingyao. Soon, they arrived at the third floor and Lin Feng knocked on the door gently. After hearing the noise, Su Wanrong smiled affirmatively and said, it must be a son this time. She opened the door and saw a familiar figure. Mom, I'm back. Lin Feng shouted. Su Wanrong smiled and nodded, then looked around. Seeing that her son was alone, she asked doubtfully, son, didn't you say you were going to bring your classmates home? Where are your classmates? Lin Feng grinned, then pulled Yi Qingyao out from behind him. Here. Yi Qingyao, who was too shy to see anyone just now, was now forcibly pushed in front of her future mother-in-law by her husband. This time, she couldn't hide anymore. She blushed and shyly greeted her, hello, auntie. The voice was as soft as a mosquito, but Su Wanrong heard it clearly. Her eyes lit up and she couldn't stop smiling. Oh, this girl is so pretty. Come in and sit down. As she said that, she took Yi Qingyao's hand and walked into the house. Seeing that he was automatically ignored, Lin Feng smiled helplessly and followed in with his luggage. Lin Xiaotian quickly stood up from the sofa upon hearing the voice. When Yi Qingyao saw him, she politely called out, hello, uncle. Good, really good. Lin Xiaotian nodded with a smile on his face. When he turned his gaze to his son, his eyes were full of praise, as if to say, son, you are really good. Su Wanrong took Yi Qingyao's hand and kindly asked her to sit down on the sofa. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of her, her heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. Then, she asked warmly, child, are you thirsty? You must be exhausted from the journey. Old Lin, go and pour the child a glass of boiled water. Su Wanrong looked up at Lin Xiaotian and instructed gently. Seeing her uncle and aunt's warm hospitality, Yi Qingyao quickly waved her hand to refuse. Uncle, I'm really not thirsty, please don't bother. It's okay, let's just ignore him. Su Wanrong smiled and held Yi Qingyao's hand, saying with loving eyes. At this moment, Su Wanrong looked at her and Lin Feng with a gossipy look on her face and asked with a smile, what's your relationship now? Chapter 47 Actually, I'm pregnant. When Yi Qingyao heard this, her cheeks instantly turned red. She lowered her head shyly, and her hands unconsciously stirred the corners of her clothes. Lin Feng, on the other hand, shook Yi Qingyao's hand in front of the two of them without any hesitation, with a smug smile on his face, as if he was announcing their relationship to the whole world. When Su Wanrong saw this scene, she clapped her hands with joy, her eyes narrowed into slits with smile, and she said with a smile, you don't need to tell me, I know it. Her tone was full of relief and joy. Very good, really very good. Su Wanrong nodded repeatedly, expressing her high approval of Lin Feng's choice. Since she was her son's girlfriend, Su Wanrong asked more cordially, son, what's your name? Auntie, my name is Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao answered with a smile, her voice clear and pleasant, her face filled with a happy smile. Then from now on, Auntie can call you Yao Yao, okay? Of course. Yi Qingyao nodded with a smile, secretly sighing in her heart that the legendary meeting the parents was not that scary. Then, Su Wanrong looked at Lin Feng and said, son, take Yao Yao to wash her hands. The soup I made is ready. We'll have dinner soon. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and took Yi Qingyao's hand and walked towards the bathroom. The two of them were happily washing their hands in the bathroom. Lin Feng whispered, wife, are you still nervous now? Yi Qingyao shook her head after hearing this, and then said with satisfaction, uncle and aunt are both very nice and enthusiastic. I am not nervous at all now. Hee, that's good. If you have anything to make you unhappy during dinner later, just pinch my thigh and I will help you block it. Lin Feng said with a smile, his tone full of pampering and responsibility. When Yi Qingyao heard this, she hugged Lin Feng happily and kissed him on the cheek. "Hubby, you were so nice." When Su Wanrong saw the two of them coming out after washing their hands, she walked up to Yi Qingyao with a smile, took her hand, pressed her on the bench, and spoke enthusiastically. "Yao Yao, Auntie doesn't know what you like to eat, so I prepared extra of everything," Su Wanrong said with a smile as she looked at the table full of delicacies. "Auntie will make whatever you want to eat tonight. Don't be shy. It's like being at home here, okay?" "I know." Yi Qingyao nodded with a red face. Her aunt was so enthusiastic that she didn't know how to respond. She could only smile and nod. At this time, Lin Chaotian bumped into Lin Feng's arm and said angrily, "Xiao Feng, why don't you pick some food for Yao Yao?" "Oh, okay." Lin Feng finally reacted and quickly picked up the chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised pork with fat and lean meat for his wife. Yi Qingyao took a bite and nodded in amazement. "This braised pork is really delicious, not greasy at all, it's so fragrant." Su Wanrong was so happy to hear the high praise from her future daughter-in-law that she couldn't stop smiling. "Yao Yao, if you like it, eat more." As she said that, she put a few more pieces of braised pork into Yi Qingyao's bowl. "Well, thank you, Auntie," Yi Qingyao said with puffed cheeks. Lin Feng also kept putting vegetables and meat into her bowl. She could hardly eat it all, and the bowl was piled up as high as a mountain. There was a lot of joy at the dinner table, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Suddenly, Yi Qingyao frowned, then put the chopsticks and bowl on the table. She looked at Lin Feng in confusion and asked, "Xiao Feng, what did you just pick up for me?" "Mutton," Lin Feng said in confusion, with an ominous premonition in his heart. Yi Qingyao covered her mouth, got off the bench and ran straight to the bathroom. Su Wanrong was stunned by this scene. She looked at Lin Feng with a complaining look and said, "Is it because Yao Yao can't eat mutton? As her boyfriend, don't you know this?" "Oh." Su Wanrong sighed with disappointment and blame in her eyes. After hearing this, Lin Feng was so embarrassed that he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. His wife could eat mutton. He even made mutton soup buns for Yi Qingyao 2 days ago. He looked at his mother innocently, wanting to explain but not knowing where to start. Su Wanjin looked at Lin Feng in a daze, patted his head in annoyance and said, "Why don't you go and ask Yao Yao if anything is wrong?" Her tone was full of anxiety and blame. "Oh." Lin Feng nodded, and hurried to the bathroom door, asking through the door, "Yao Yao, how are you? Are you feeling better?" After a while, Yi Qingyao came out from inside. Her eyes were red. She patted her chest and said, "I feel much better after vomiting." There was a hint of weakness and fatigue in her voice. When Su Wanrong heard this, she rolled her eyes at Lin Feng, then handed the boiled water to Yi Qingyao with a distressed look. "Yao Yao, it's Xiao Feng's fault. He doesn't know that you can't eat mutton." "No, Auntie, this has nothing to do with Xiao Feng." Yi Qingyao waved her hand and hurriedly explained for Lin Feng. She didn't want Lin Feng to be blamed because of her own reasons. However, Lin Chaotian comforted her, "Yao Yao, don't explain for him. Uncle and aunt will take care of it for you." His tone was firm and powerful, as if he was assuring Yi Qingyao that he would seek justice for her. Su Wanrong also agreed, as a boyfriend, he is not qualified for not knowing his girlfriend's preferences. Then she glared at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng stood aside, watching his parents frantically trying to please Yi Qingyao. He even suspected he had misheard. Were these still the same parents who loved him? Why was he so unloved now? He smiled helplessly, and sighed in his heart, "Alas! His wife is so spoiled that he has no temper at all." However, he was also very happy to see Yi Qingyao being loved so much by her parents. After all, she was the person he loved the most. However, Yi Qingyao felt very sorry for Lin Feng. Seeing her husband being scolded, she quickly stopped him and said, "Uncle and aunt, please don't blame Xiao Feng. Actually, I'm pregnant." "What?" The two people were shocked when they heard this. They stood there in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. Su Wanrong asked again with even more uncertainty, "Yao Yao, are you pregnant?" "Yes." Afraid that the old couple might misunderstand, Yi Qingyao added, "The child is Lin Feng's." When Lin Chaotian heard this, his face suddenly changed. It was a good thing that his son had a girlfriend, but he couldn't accept that he got his girlfriend pregnant before she graduated from college. In his opinion, his son did not take the other person's health seriously at all. How could a beautiful girl become a mother before she even graduates from college? Lin Chaotian stood up menacingly, pulled out his belt, looked at Lin Feng with a sullen expression and said, "You, come here." Chapter 48 All the mistakes are my fault. Hit me if you want. Lin Feng felt the strong aura emanating from his father, and his heart tightened involuntarily, but he still forced himself to remain calm and slowly stood up from the chair. He knew that this was something he had to face. After all, this incident was indeed caused by him, and he should indeed be taught a lesson. Kneel down. Lin Xiaotian watched Lin Feng approaching, and his anger grew even greater. When Lin Feng heard this, his body trembled slightly, and then he knelt on the ground with a thud, and his knees made a dull sound when they touched the cold floor tiles. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiaotian's belt whipped him on the body, making a snapping sound, and each sound was accompanied by a slight tremor in Lin Feng's body. Yi Qingyao, who was standing aside, saw this scene and felt a pain in her heart as if it was being cut by a knife. Her face was full of anxiety and heartache. Her hands were clenched tightly together, and her knuckles turned white due to the force. She wanted to rush forward to stop Lin Xiaotian, but Su Wanrong noticed and quickly stepped forward to hold her hand, saying gently but firmly, "Yao Yao, don't go. Let your uncle take the decision for you. Don't worry, even if Lin Feng doesn't take the responsibility, we will make him take it." Lin Feng is an only child. Although the old couple dotes on him very much, they are ruthless when it comes to major issues. Lin Xiaotian's belt was swung in the air more and more violently, and Lin Feng's white shirt was soon covered with red marks. Yi Qingyao saw it with her own eyes and felt pain in her heart. She suddenly broke free from Su Wanrong's pull and threw herself on Lin Feng, shielding him with her frail body. She cried in a distressed voice and said, "Uncle, it's all my fault. Please don't hit Lin Feng. If you want to hit me, go ahead. I have my reasons for this, and I want to have the child." Yi Qingyao closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a warm current in his heart. He quickly pushed Yi Qingyao away and grinned, his eyes full of determination and gratitude. "Silly boy, I'm fine. This is my fault and I deserve to be punished." However, Yi Qingyao shook her head firmly, tears welling up in her eyes. No, I am also wrong. If you want to fight, let's fight together." Her voice was full of determination. Lin Xiaotian watched this scene, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. He angrily threw the belt on the sofa and said in a low and powerful voice, "Xiaofeng, Yao Yao is so good to you, you must not let her down in the future." At this time, Su Wanrong also came forward and helped Yi Qingyao up. Her eyes were full of tenderness and care. "Yao Yao, get up quickly." Seeing his wife's worried look, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, comforting her. "It's okay, it's just a few hits, it doesn't hurt." The old couple looked at the loving couple and felt relieved and happy. They knew that although their son's actions this time were not right, his love for Yi Qingyao was sincere and deep. And Yi Qingyao, their daughter-in-law, made them satisfied and liked from the bottom of their hearts. Su Wanrong held Yi Qingyao's hand, a warm smile on her face. "Yao Yao, how many months old are you now?" 2.5 months. Yi Qingyao gently touched her belly, her face filled with maternal glow. She looked at the old couple, her eyes full of pleading. "Uncle, aunt, please stop lecturing Lin Feng. This is really not his fault." Okay, as long as you don't blame him." Su Wanrong patted Yi Qingyao's hand and said with a smile. Although their son acted a bit impulsively and immaturely this time, the old couple were still very satisfied with the daughter-in-law chosen by their son. Afterwards, Su Wanrong lovingly pulled Yi Qingyao to the dining table and said with a smile, "Yao Yao, if you don't want to eat mutton, then don't eat it. Just pick up whatever you want. If you want to eat something else tonight, Auntie will make it for you. I guarantee that you will eat it until you are plump and white." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao grinned, revealing 2 cute dimples. "Thank you, Auntie." She had morning sickness for a while before, but it got better later. This time, she couldn't help it because she smelled the mutton. Lin Xiaotian saw what Yi Qingyao felt. He stood up silently, took the mutton off the table and put it in the corner of the kitchen to prevent his future daughter-in-law from vomiting when she smelled the smell again. Yi Qingyao felt the love and care of Lin Feng's family, and her heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. She knew that she had not only chosen the right lover, but also a warm and happy family. At this moment, while Yi Qingyao was eating spare ribs, she suddenly thought of something and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. "By the way, uncle and aunt, I am pregnant with twins." "What? They're twins?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong became visibly happy, with surprise and excitement flashing in her eyes. She held Yi Qingyao's hand, her voice trembling. "Yao Yao, I'm sorry you've worked so hard during this period." After that, she looked at Lin Feng and instructed, "Xiaofeng, you must take good care of Yao Yao, otherwise I will hold you accountable." "Yes." Lin Feng smiled helplessly. He felt that his family status was declining rapidly. Although Lin Chaotian was also very happy, he was a man after all and was not good at expressing his emotions. He just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his eyes were full of tenderness and expectation. He looked at Yi Qingyao, his voice low and powerful. Yao Yao, you are the hero of the old Lin family. If Xiaofeng does anything that makes you unhappy, tell your uncle and aunt, and we will take care of him. Yi Qingyao smiled and nodded after hearing this. Yeah, okay. Then she looked at Lin Feng with a smug look, and raised her eyebrows, as if to say, husband, you better be careful in the future. At that time, Lin Feng sat aside, not daring to breathe, for fear that he would be dragged away by his father to be punished by the family law again. However, the atmosphere did not remain so relaxed. Lin Chaotian took a sip of wine, then turned his head to look at Lin Feng, with a hint of seriousness in his voice. Xiaofeng, what are your plans for the future? Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingyao, his eyes full of determination and love. We plan to hold the wedding during the winter vacation. Lin Chaotian frowned slightly when he heard this. It will be difficult for you to pass the test at Yao Yao's house. If it really doesn't work, we will take you to apologize for your crime. He knew that marriage was not just a matter between two people, but also a matter between two families, and that what his son had done was really unkind. After hearing this, Yi Qingyao waved her hands and said with a smile, Uncle, no need, my family has already agreed to my marriage with Lin Feng. They like Xiaofeng very much. Su Wanrong and the others were extremely surprised when they heard this. They didn't expect it to be so smooth. Lin Chaotian looked at Lin Feng doubtfully, only to see him nod affirmatively. He then said, in a couple of days, our two families will sit together to discuss the wedding, and try to get it done during this winter vacation. After hearing this, Lin Chaotian nodded and said, okay. Then he continued, Xiaofeng did something dishonest in this matter, so if Yao Yao's family has any requests, we will do our best to meet them. Su Wanrong also nodded, then took Yi Qingyao's hand and assured her, Yao Yao, don't worry, we won't wrong you or treat you harshly just because you are pregnant. Hearing this, Yi Qingyao burst into tears. She felt unprecedented happiness and warmth. She wiped away her tears and looked at Lin Chaotian and Su Wanrong, her voice filled with determination and gratitude. Uncle, aunt, thank you, you were so kind to me. Chapter 49 Mom, your son is now worth over 100 million. After eating and drinking, Yi Qingyao yawned lazily, with a hint of fatigue between her eyebrows. She woke up very early in the morning and was so sleepy that she could hardly open her eyes. Her eyelids felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds and kept twitching. Seeing this, Lin Feng said with concern, Wife, you look exhausted. Why don't you go back to the house and take a nap? His eyes were full of tenderness. Okay. Yi Qingyao nodded. Seeing this, Su Wanrong quickly stood up and walked briskly to her side. She carefully helped her up and said with concern, Yao Yao, Xiaofeng's room has been cleaned by the auntie. You can sleep peacefully. Yi Qingyao nodded gently, her eyes full of gratitude. She slowly walked to the bedside, looked at the neat and tidy room, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Every corner of the room exuded Lin Feng's aura, making her feel extremely at ease. Covered with Lin Feng's quilt, she took a deep breath, as if she could smell the unique scent of Lin Feng, and a sweet smile unconsciously bloomed on her face. She murmured to herself, my husband's quilt smells so good, it's the scent of Libby. After saying that, she slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Su Wanrong quietly left the room and carefully closed the door. She turned to look at Lin Feng and Lin Chaotian, father and son, with a look of instruction in her eyes. You two keep your noises down, Yao Yao has fallen asleep, don't wake her up. Her tone was full of love and care for Yi Qingyao. Immediately afterwards, Su Wanrong turned around and went to the kitchen and started to get busy. She skillfully took out the soybeans and prepared to soak them so that she could make Yi Qingyao's favorite tofu in the evening. Seeing his mother busy at work, Lin Feng walked over to Su Wanrong and asked softly, Mom, what are you busy with? Su Wanrong looked up at Lin Feng, her eyes full of love. Yao Yao said she wanted to eat tofu, so I soaked the beans in advance and made it for her in the evening. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a little reluctant. Mom, this is too troublesome. Can't we just buy a piece of tofu from outside? He felt that making tofu in this way was too cumbersome and inconvenient. After hearing this, Su Wanrong quickly shook her head and said firmly, how can anything you buy outside be as delicious as something you make yourself? Besides, this is what my daughter-in-law wants to eat. Even if it's flying in the sky or running on the ground, I will find it for her. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled helplessly, but his heart was filled with emotion. He knew that his mother was taking so much trouble to make Yi Qingyao feel the warmth and love of home. He patted his mother's shoulder gently and said, Mom, you have worked hard. Coming out of the kitchen, the three of them sat in the living room. The atmosphere was warm and peaceful. At this moment, Su Wanrong suddenly remembered something and looked at Lin Feng curiously, asking, Xiao Feng, where is Yao Yao from? What do her parents do? She asked so many detailed questions just to get a general understanding of Yi Qingyao's family situation so that she could have a rough idea when discussing the wedding. Lin Chaotian also looked at Lin Feng very curiously. Both of them stared at him closely, as if trying to read the answer from his eyes. Lin Feng sensed the anticipation of the two, smiled slightly, and said, Yao Yao's family is in the imperial capital. Her parents are in business, and their company is quite large. When Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian heard this, they felt disappointed. The girl's family was so well off, but their savings did not exceed 6 figures. This gap made them feel worried and uneasy. Thinking about what Yi Qingyao said during dinner that her family agreed to their marriage, Lin Chaotian couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. He then asked Lin Feng, Son, are you going to marry into Yao Yao's family? Lin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Dad, what are you talking about? How is that possible? He didn't expect his father to think this way. Could it be that he won the favor of Yi Qingyao and her family because he was good enough? Su Wanrong also looked at Lin Feng with confusion on her face. Then why would Yao Yao's parents agree to marry her to you when there is such a huge gap between our two families in wealth? There was some confusion and bewilderment in her tone. Even though her son was handsome, Yi Qingyao was also very beautiful. So what was the reason? Seeing the two people's eager eyes wanting to know the answer, Lin Feng grinned, his eyes full of confidence and pride. Of course your son is so outstanding. There was a bit of ridicule and pride in his tone, as if he was talking about something ordinary. As soon as these words came out, Lin Chaotian curled his lips and complained in his heart with disgust, I am so humble, but who did my son inherit this narcissistic habit from? Lin Feng looked at them sincerely and said, Dad, Mom, I've actually been secretly starting a business these past few years without telling you. At present, your son's net worth is over 100 million. So you don't have to worry about discussing the wedding. Lin Feng's words were filled with a bit of pride. What? Son, you don't have a fever, do you? Su Wanrong thought her son was talking nonsense when she heard these words. Worth hundreds of millions? How is that possible? She reached out and touched Lin Feng's forehead, her face full of disbelief. Lin Chaotian also found it incredible. He comforted Lin Feng, Son, as long as you and Yao Yao want to be together, even if we have to sell everything we have, we will make Yao Yao's family satisfied. But you must not let the pressure get you complacent. Looking at the old couple's distrustful eyes, Lin Feng was helpless. Dad, Mom, why don't you believe me? Everything I said is true. Then he took out his mobile phone, opened the China Construction Bank software, and put the balance interface in front of his father and mother. His eyes were full of confidence and determination, as if to say, look, this is the evidence. Looking at the long string of numbers on the screen, followed by countless zeros, Su Wanrong felt her eyes were blurry. She quickly pinched Lin Chaotian's arm and said, Old Lin, can you quickly count how many zeros there are on that? There was a hint of trembling and excitement in her voice, as if she couldn't believe what she saw. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaotian hurriedly lowered his head and began to count, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, 9 zeros. He shouted excitedly after he finished counting. After saying that, he held Su Wanrong's shoulders and continued in surprise, Wife, there are 800 million in our son's card. There was a bit of disbelief and excitement in his tone, as if he was saying something impossible. After hearing this, Su Wanrong's face lit up with a brilliant smile. She took Lin Feng's arm and said with a smile, Xiao Feng, how come you are so amazing? When you were little, Mom felt that you were different from others. You are really a rare talent. The children of mice always know how to dig holes. There was a hint of sarcasm and pride in her words, but by the end, she was talking nonsense, and it was obvious that she was overwhelmed by this sudden surprise. Seeing his mother's expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Okay, Mom and Dad, it's true. Your son will make you live a better life in the future. After saying that, he glanced around and continued, let's change this house first, and then go see the new one tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian both showed relieved smiles on their faces. They knew that their son had grown up and was capable of giving them a better life. Then, the two nodded happily. Chapter 50 Wife, where are you touching? Xiao Feng, Yao Yao, it's time to eat. Su Wanrong's voice was gentle and kind, and she held a plate of steaming hot mapo tofu that had just come out of the pot steadily in her hands. Hey, here we come. Hearing the call, the two walked out of the room. Before entering the restaurant, the tempting aroma hits your nose, making you swallow your saliva. Yi Qingmiao sniffed lightly, her eyes flashing with surprise, and she was obviously deeply attracted by the fragrance. Su Wanrong gently placed the mapo tofu on the dining table. The tofu was bright in color, and the bright red chili oil and emerald green chopped green onions complemented each other, making it look excellent. Yi Qingmiao couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, it smells so good, Auntie, your cooking skills are really good." Su Wanrong smiled from ear to ear when she was praised. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes smoothed out, revealing a genuine joy. She carefully served Yi Qingmiao a bowl of rice and said, "Yao Yao, try it." Yi Qingmiao took the rice, gently picked up a piece of tofu and put it into her mouth. In an instant, the spicy and fresh fragrance burst out in her mouth. She couldn't help but close her eyes and savor it carefully. After a moment, she nodded affirmatively and praised it highly. "Auntie, this tofu was so fragrant and delicious. No wonder Xiaofeng's cooking skills are so good, it turns out she inherited it from you." Yi Qingmiao's words were filled with a bit of mischief and flattery. However, this made Su Wanrong stunned. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Xiaofeng is good at cooking? This kid has never cooked before." Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly pulled Su Wanrong to sit down, with a bit of helplessness and embarrassment in his tone. "Mom, hurry up and sit down to eat." He knew very well that if he continued with this topic, he would have to make up a lot of excuses to cover it up. After all, his cooking skills were given by the system. The atmosphere at the dinner table was warm and harmonious. Yi Qingmiao praised the mapo tofu made by Su Wanrong and enjoyed every bite. Lin Feng silently observed the interaction between his mother and wife, his heart filled with relief and gratitude. He knew that his mother had put in a lot of effort to make his wife happy with her meal, so he had to praise her for that. "Wife, this tofu was made by my mom herself. From soaking the beans to grinding them, and then cooking them, there are several steps involved. Finally, these pieces of tofu are made." There was a hint of pride and gratitude in Lin Feng's words, trying to make Yi Qingmiao feel his mother's care and dedication. However, when Yi Qingmiao heard this, a trace of guilt flashed across her face. She knew very well that her aunt had gone to such great lengths to satisfy her appetite. She gently held Su Wanrong's hand, her eyes flashing with gratitude and apology. "Auntie, you were so good to me, I will definitely be filial to you in the future." After hearing this, Su Wanrong was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes became deeper, but they were full of happiness and satisfaction. She gently patted the back of Yi Qingmiao's hand, with a bit of love in her tone. "Yao Yao, don't be so polite, we are all family." After this little episode, after dinner, Yi Qingmiao and Su Wanrong sat on the sofa and had a pleasant conversation. The two women seemed to have endless things to say. Lin Feng watched them silently from the side, feeling very satisfied. After all, if the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law gets along well, the whole family will be extremely happy. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye it was night. Lin Feng and Yi Qingmiao returned to the room and prepared to rest. Su Wanrong sat on the sofa in the living room, feeling a little uneasy. She tiptoed to Lin Chaotian's side and said in a low voice, "Old Lin, isn't it a bad idea to let the young couple sleep in the same room?" There was some worry and uneasiness in her tone. After hearing this, Lin Chaotian smiled helplessly, patted Su Wanrong's shoulder gently and said comfortingly, "You already have a child, what's wrong with that?" However, Su Wanrong was not relieved. She shook her head slightly, frowning. "That's not what I meant. Our son is a strong young man. I'm worried that he might do something wrong." Lin Chaotian sighed helplessly and tried to comfort his wife. "Don't worry about it, our son knows his limits. Let's go to bed quickly." After that, he walked towards the master bedroom door. However, Su Wanrong was still worried. After a while, she tiptoed to the door of the second bedroom and knocked gently. Lin Feng heard a knock on the door and quickly put on his slippers to open it. When he saw his mother standing at the door with a quilt in her arms, he couldn't help but wonder, "Mom, what's wrong?" Su Wanrong handed the quilt to Lin Feng and said in a gentle and admonishing tone, "Son, Yao Yao is not even 3 months pregnant yet, you be restrained." After hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little amused. He understood his mother's worries and nodded heavily. "Mom, don't worry, I know what to do." However, Su Wanrong was not completely relieved. She reminded him again, "Don't cover yourself with Yao Yao under the same blanket at night. Cover yourself with this." After saying that, she didn't forget to add, "Our house has poor sound insulation, so please don't mess around." Lin Feng smiled helplessly. He knew that his mother did this for their own good. But the sound insulation of his own house is indeed not good, don't ask him how he knows that. So, he patted his mother's shoulder gently and said solemnly, "Mom, don't worry about it, go back to sleep quickly. After saying that, he closed the door. At this time, Yi Qingyao saw Lin Feng holding the quilt and asked in confusion, "Husband, what are you doing with the quilt?" "It's okay. The winter here is a bit cold. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold, so I'll give you a layer when the time comes," Lin Feng said considerately. Yi Qingyao opened her arms, pulled him to her side and smiled shyly, "With my husband warming the bed for me, I'm not cold at all." "Hubby, come up quickly." After saying that, she reached out to take off Lin Feng's clothes. Maybe her hand accidentally scratched his back, and Lin Feng frowned. Yi Qingyao realized that it might be her uncle who beat her with a belt. Then she took off her husband's clothes. The marks of whipping were obvious, but fortunately the skin was not cracked, just a little red. Seeing this scene, Yi Qingyao touched him distressfully, her eyes a little red and swollen. "Husband, why didn't you hide when your uncle hit you? Why are you so stupid?" "Who made me bully you? I'm willing to take this beating." Lin Feng grinned and hugged Yi Qingyao in his arms. "Fortunately, both parents approve of our marriage. Now you can't run away anymore." "With such a good husband, I won't run away," Yi Qingyao said coquettishly. When she lowered her head, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Feng's 8 distinct pectoral muscles. Her fingertips gently outlined the solid muscles. Lin Feng smiled dotingly, with love flashing in his eyes. "Wife, where are you touching?" Chapter 51. Your son is not stupid. After breakfast, Lin Feng and his family got ready to go. Today, they had an important task: to go house hunting. After getting out of the car, Lin Chaotian looked up at the sign of the sales office, a glimmer of disbelief in his eyes. He turned to look at Lin Feng, his tone filled with shock and confusion. "Xiao Feng, the houses here are so expensive. The price is over 20,000 per square meter. This is simply a robbery." Su Wanrong also interjected, "Yes, Xiaofeng, any house here costs millions. Mom knows you're successful now and have a strong ability to make money, but you can't spend money like this. Let's just buy a cheaper house. There's no need to pursue such a high-end one." Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and looked at the two of them with a firm look in his eyes. "Dad, I know the housing prices here are not cheap, but you have worked hard for half your life, and now you should enjoy life. Also, the location and supporting facilities here are very good. Most importantly, it's close to the school, which is convenient for you to go to work." In the end, the two were moved by Lin Feng's words, but Su Wanrong still reminded him, "Son, let's look at it today and buy it in 2 days, otherwise you will be taken advantage of." "Yeah." Lin Feng nodded, but he didn't think so in his heart. He thought that if he acted first and reported to his parents later today, they would have no choice. As you enter the sales office, a fresh and elegant atmosphere hits you. The sales lady came over with a beautiful smile, wearing a uniform black worksuit and high heels. Her voice was sweet and kind. "Hello, welcome, are you here to see the house?" Lin Feng smiled and nodded, saying politely, "Yes." His eyes fell on the sand table and continued, "Please introduce it to us." Seeing this, the sales lady smiled and nodded, then continued to inquire, "Excuse me, are you looking for a large or small apartment? The two types have different supporting facilities and layouts." Lin Feng thought about it, then said with a smile, "A larger square meter, we want a more spacious living environment." After hearing this, the sales lady smiled even more happily. After all, if she could sell a large house, her commission would increase accordingly. She enthusiastically introduced the detailed information of the property to Lin Feng's family, explaining everything from the apartment design to the surrounding supporting facilities. Lin Chaotian and Su Wanrong listened with great interest, nodding in agreement from time to time. The house was indeed satisfactory, but at this moment, Lin Feng's eyes were attracted by the exquisite small single-family house next door. He casually asked, "Is that one of your houses too?" The sales lady heard the voice, turned her head slightly, took a look, and nodded with a smile. "Yes, sir, that is the top-notch residence in our building. It has an extremely strict security system and privacy is protected in every possible way. Of course, the price to match is also quite high." Lin Feng didn't seem to pay full attention to what the sales lady said. His eyes were fixed on the sand table of the small detached house, full of admiration. At this time, he turned to look at Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian. "Dad, Mom, that small detached house is really great. There's a small yard right after you enter the door. You can grow whatever vegetables you want, or even raise chickens. It's very convenient." After hearing what her son said, Su Wanrong's eyes sparkled. As an authentic Longhua person, growing vegetables has almost become her nature. She lives in an old residential complex where she cannot grow vegetables downstairs. She can only grow green onions, leeks, etc. in foam boxes on the balcony, which is really inconvenient. Then, Lin Feng looked at Lin Xiaotian again. Dad, Mom is growing vegetables on the left, and I'll build a small pavilion for you on the right. You can drink tea, play chess, and read books in it. It's so comfortable. The picture described by his son made Lin Xiaotian feel as if he was already there, which was exactly what he had dreamed of. Seeing his parents' satisfied expressions, Lin Feng already had a plan in mind. He looked at the sales lady and asked, "Is this house ready for sale?" "Yes." "Then let's decide on this set. When will we sign the contract?" Lin Feng asked. The sales lady seemed a little dazed by this sudden happiness. She opened her mouth in surprise and asked, "Sir, have you really decided to buy this?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. After hearing this, the sales lady was so happy that she almost jumped up. She held Lin Feng's hand tightly and said, "Sir, you have a good eye." "Thank you. I will prepare the contract now." After that, she ran out like a gust of wind. At this time, Lin Feng found that Ji Qingya was pouting and staring at him with resentment on her face. He realized that his wife might be jealous, but he was also helpless. It was she who took the initiative to pull her hand, and he swore that he didn't even move. Then, Lin Feng walked to Yi Qingya with a wronged look on his face, took her arm, and said coquettishly like a child, "Wife, someone just took advantage of me." When Yi Qingya heard this, she couldn't help but chuckle, and the jealousy she had just felt disappeared. She pretended to be serious and said, "Boys should also learn to protect themselves when they are outside." After saying that, she gently pinched Lin Feng's butt, her eyes full of smiles. At this time, the sales lady ran over hurriedly with the contract, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would go back on his word. "Sir, you may sign the contract." After that, she added, "By the way, sir, the villa you chose is priced at 15 million. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the pen in the sales lady's hand. The sales lady understood what he meant and quickly handed the pen to him. Lin Feng signed his name without hesitation, fearing that his parents would stop him if he was a step late. After signing the contract, the old couple were still reluctant to leave the sand table. Seeing this, Lin Feng became playful and said to Su Wanrong with a smile, "Mom, I think that house is pretty good, and you are also very satisfied. Why don't we buy it?" When Su Wanrong heard this, she quickly pulled her son aside and whispered, "Son, the housing prices may drop in a few days. Let's wait a little longer." Lin Feng smiled helplessly. He knew that this property was not targeted at ordinary people, so there was not much room for price reduction. He was just about to reveal his cards when the sales lady came running over with a smile on her face. "Sir, this is your key. Please keep it safe. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to contact me." Lin Feng took the key and nodded, while Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanrong, who were standing by, looked at each other in confusion when they saw this scene. Keys? Why would someone give a key to their son? Su Wanrong had a bad feeling. She looked at Lin Feng doubtfully and asked, "Son, have you bought the house we just looked at?" "Yes, Mom. The sooner you buy it, the sooner you can feel at ease and enjoy it." Lin Feng nodded with a smile on his face. However, Su Wanrong couldn't laugh at all. She felt that her son was being taken advantage of again. "Lin Feng, your son is not stupid." Chapter 52 Wedding Photoshoot. The house Lin Feng bought was an unfinished house. He carefully selected a designer based on the preferences of Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian, hoping that the house would look better after decoration, which would satisfy the old couple. At lunchtime, Lin Feng suddenly seemed to remember something. He picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and chewed it carefully while asking, "Dad, Mom, when does your school's winter vacation start?" Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian smiled at each other and replied gently, "The exams will be over this Wednesday, and we'll have a day of grading on Thursday. Then we'll officially have the holiday." "What's wrong, son? Is there something wrong?" The two had just retired from their teaching positions in the third grade of junior high school. Now they teach in the first grade of junior high school, and their work is much easier than before. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly, turned his gaze to Yi Qingyao beside him, and smiled, "After you have your vacation, let's meet with Yao Yao's parents to discuss the wedding arrangements." Su Wanrong was overjoyed when she heard this. She smiled and said, "Okay, no problem. As soon as we finish here, we'll go to the Magic City." There was a spark of anticipation in her eyes, as if she had already foreseen the warm scene of her son and daughter-in-law wearing formal suits and walking into the marriage hall hand in hand. Lin Xiaotian also smiled and nodded in agreement. He was filled with emotion. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, my son is about to start a family and build a career. Back then, you were just a little kid, running around behind me all day long. After hearing what his father said, Lin Feng scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a smile, Dad, it won't be long before your grandchildren will be running after you. Ah, that's great. Lin Xiaotian laughed even more happily. Since Lin Feng also had to take his final exams soon and had to return to school, after lunch, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian personally sent them to the high-speed rail station. After getting off the car, Su Wanrong held Yi Qingyao's hand tightly and said reluctantly, Yao Yao, if Xiaofeng bullies you, tell your uncle and aunt, we will definitely stand up for you. If he dares to treat you badly, we will deal with him. Lin Xiaotian also echoed, that's right, you can't overwork yourself now. Leave any dirty work to Xiaofeng. He's young and strong, so he won't be tired from doing any work. Don't feel sorry for him, okay? After hearing this, Yi Qingyao smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Auntie, I've remembered everything you said. Don't worry, if Xiaofeng bullies me, I'll definitely complain to you. Lin Feng looked at his mother who was giving him so many warnings and instructions, smiled helplessly, and muttered to himself, am I so untrustworthy and unreliable? Hearing the announcement from the train station, he smiled and said, Dad, Mom, the station has started checking tickets. It's time for us to leave. Don't worry, I will take good care of Yao Yao. Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian nodded, their eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Well, let's go. Remember to let us know you're safe when you get home. Yeah. Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao responded, then walked into the ticket station hand in hand. Looking at the backs of the young couple as they left, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian reluctantly left the high-speed rail station. After returning to Shanghai, Lin Feng's major had its final exams, which lasted for 2 consecutive days, Monday and Tuesday, and he was very busy. Yi Qingyao was not idle either. Although she did not need to take the exam, she took a part-time job a few days ago. During these 2 days, she worked hard and finally completed the design draft and sent it over. After seeing it, the other party praised it highly, saying that her design was both creative and spiritual. She earned a full 2,000 yuan on this order. This was the first time she had earned anything on her own merit, and she was so excited that she almost jumped for joy, feeling incredibly happy. Yi Qingyao thought that Lin Feng's birthday was coming soon, and she wanted to use the money to buy him a gift and give him a big surprise. The final exams finally ended and the students went home for vacation one after another. Lin Feng's roommates couldn't wait to pack their bags and prepare to go home for the new year, but Xiao Zia was the only one who stayed in the dormitory and refused to leave. This kid only shows up for the final exam and is nowhere to be seen on weekdays. No one knows what he is busy with all day. After sending his roommates to the high-speed rail station, it was already late when Lin Feng returned home. At night, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao were lying on the bed chatting. He looked at his wife's slightly bulging belly, his heart filled with happiness and satisfaction. At this moment, he suddenly suggested, Wife, while your belly is not too obvious, how about we take wedding photos tomorrow? When Yi Qingyao heard this, her eyes lit up. What girl doesn't dream of wearing a white wedding dress and a red wedding gown? She said excitedly, okay. Lin Feng smiled and scratched her nose, then said, then let's go and have a look tomorrow, but you have to be mentally prepared. Taking wedding photos is not an easy task. It may take a whole day. Yi Qingyao nodded and said, it's okay. The baby is still young, I won't get tired that easily. Lin Feng smiled when he heard this and said lovingly, it doesn't matter if you are tired, just take a rest when the time comes. Don't worry, I am here. Yeah. Yi Qingyao leaned happily on her husband's shoulder, full of anticipation for tomorrow. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Feng started to get busy. He was like a caring nanny, preparing everything Yi Qingyao might need. Taking wedding photos is not an easy task. Lin Feng was worried that Yi Qingyao would be hungry or thirsty during the shooting, so he prepared a lot of snacks, fruits, water, etc. He even specially prepared a small pillow, fearing that Yi Qingyao would feel uncomfortable if she sat for too long. Looking at the bag full of things, Yi Qingyao smiled happily. She put her arm around Lin Feng's neck and said, Hubby, if someone didn't know, they would think you were going on a long trip. How did you prepare so thoroughly? Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, we are just prepared for any eventuality. My mom and my uncles and aunts have all asked me to take good care of you. I can't give you the chance to tell tales. Oh, Yi Qingyao pouted, her eyes full of smiles. Wife, let's go. Lin Feng held Yi Qingyao's hand, and the two drove to the place where even celebrities came to take wedding photos. The environment there is beautiful and the facilities are complete, which is undoubtedly a great choice for taking wedding photos. Chapter 53 Golden Boy and Jade Girl. 40 minutes later, the Lamborghini Veneno Roadster slowly drove into the dedicated parking space of the Love Wedding Photography Studio. The staff in the store were busy with their own things, when suddenly, the slight sound of an engine being shut down caught their attention. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they saw the luxury car. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion, and they thought that it was a big star or a wealthy aristocrat who came to visit. Several young female employees had stars in their eyes as they whispered about the expensiveness and rarity of the car. At this moment, the car door slowly opened, and Lin Feng, dressed in a well-tailored suit, walked out of the car in a heroic manner. He extended his hand gentlemanly. Yi Qingyao, wearing a simple yet elegant dress, held Lin Feng's arm, and the two walked into the reception hall side by side. Their appearance seemed to brighten up the entire space. The employees cast astonished glances at them, thinking to themselves, "Wow! A perfect match. Their looks and temperament are simply made for each other." When the two of them got off the car just now, the store manager happened to be handling some work matters at the front desk. She looked up and saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman walking into the store. Their aura and appearance made her stunned for a moment. Then she reacted, quickly put down the work in her hands, walked forward, and greeted the distinguished couple with a warm smile on her face. "Hello, welcome to the Love Wedding Photography Studio. Are you two planning to have your wedding photos taken?" "That's right." Lin Feng nodded with a smile and looked at Yi Qingyao beside him with loving eyes. Seeing this, the store manager led the two people to the VIP reception room even more enthusiastically. After entering the VIP reception room, the store manager immediately took out a carefully prepared photography package and handed it to Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao. "Sir, madam, this is our store's photography package. It includes photography plans of different styles and scenes, as well as matching clothing and makeup services. You two can take a look. If you have any particular style you like or requirements, please let us know. We will do our best to meet your needs." Lin Feng took the package, flipped through it carefully, then gently handed it to Yi Qingyao and said softly, "Wife, you decide. We'll shoot whatever style you like." Yi Qingyao took the set meal, looked at the contents carefully, and already had an idea in her mind. She pointed to one of the middle prices, 9,999,999 yuan, and said with a smile, "Let's go with this one. It's an auspicious number." Yi Qingyao thought that since she was pregnant now, the number of outfits she would wear for the photo shoot should not be too many, and this package was just right. When Lin Feng heard this, he immediately nodded in agreement. His eyes were full of pampering and love as he looked at Yi Qingyao. The store manager also smiled with satisfaction, nodded, and then led the two to the clothing area on the second floor. As soon as they stepped onto the second floor, Yi Qingyao and Lin Feng were shocked by the scene in front of them. They saw a dazzling array of clothes hanging all over the room. There are all kinds of styles, from classical to modern, from simple to gorgeous, which is dazzling. If someone with a fear of making choices sees this pile of clothes, he will probably have to struggle for a long time. Upon seeing this, the store manager smiled and began to introduce these clothes one by one, including Showa dresses, Chanel-style dresses, etc. Each set was eye-catching. Yi Qingyao listened carefully to the store manager's introduction, while paying close attention to the clothes on the shelves. Sometimes she picked up a wedding dress and stroked it gently, and sometimes she gestured at the style of Showa clothes in front of the mirror, and she had already made a decision in her heart. Finally, after discussing with Lin Feng, the two decided to take wedding photos in 3 styles, 1 set of wedding dresses, 1 set of Showa style, and 1 set of Chanel style. After the costumes are chosen, the next step is makeup. The makeup artists here are all top experts in the industry and have served A-list celebrities in the past. They are not only highly skilled but also pay great attention to details and the individual needs of their clients. Yi Qingyao's makeup artist is a girl who is dressed very fashionably. She has long wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders. When the makeup artist saw Yi Qingyao for the first time, he was deeply amazed by her beauty. She has regular facial features, fair and translucent skin without any pores or blemishes, and she looks like a goddess who walked out of a comic book. The makeup artist secretly felt lucky that she could meet such a client with a good foundation. It was both a challenge and an honor for her. She knew that for a beauty like Yi Qingyao, her makeup shouldn't be too gaudy or exaggerated, otherwise it would overshadow her and make her lose her inherent beauty. Therefore, the makeup artist decided to give Yi Qingyao a scheming makeup look. She gently applied the base makeup to make her skin look more delicate and natural. The whole makeup process was meticulous and skillful, as if she was carefully carving a work of art. When the makeup was finished, Yi Qingyao looked at herself in the mirror and could not believe her eyes. She was already extremely beautiful, and now, after being skillfully dressed up by the makeup artist, she is even more breathtakingly beautiful. She nodded with satisfaction and said to the makeup artist, "Miss, your makeup skills are amazing." The makeup artist was delighted to hear Yi Qingyao's praise. She smiled modestly and said, "No, it's because you have a good foundation that you can achieve such an effect. I just touched it up a little bit." After saying that, the makeup artist immediately took the wedding dress next to her and helped Yi Qingyao put it on. She gently pulled the hem of the wedding dress and adjusted Yi Qingyao's posture so that the gorgeous wedding dress fit her body perfectly. Yi Qingyao stood in front of the mirror, looking at herself in her wedding dress, her heart filled with happiness and anticipation. I wonder if Xiaofeng likes it. At the same time, Lin Feng's makeup had already been completed. He sat on the sofa, looking a little uneasy, his eyes drifting to the side from time to time. Seeing Lin Feng's impatient look, the store manager covered his mouth and laughed jokingly. "Groom, you can't wait any longer, don't worry, the bride will be ready soon." Lin Feng grinned and scratched his head uncomfortably. He knew that he must look very stupid now, but he couldn't help but want to see Yi Qingyao quickly. Seeing the groom's shy look, the store manager stopped joking and said with a smile, "Groom, please wait a moment. The bride is ready. I guarantee you will be amazed." After saying that, the store manager winked at the staff member next to him, and the staff member immediately understood what he meant. Then the two of them gently pulled open the curtains on both sides, and saw Yi Qingyao, who was wearing white gauze and looked like a fairy, standing in front of them. Her hair was carefully tied into an elegant bun, adorned with a few white lilies. Lin Feng was stunned. He stared at Yi Qingyao infatuatedly, as if the whole world had stopped. He forgot to breathe, forgot time, and forgot everything around him. There was only Yi Qingyao in his eyes. Her beauty and her elegance were deeply imprinted in his heart. Yi Qingyao asked Lin Feng shyly, "Husband, does it look good?" However, Lin Feng seemed not to hear what his wife said. He just stared at Yi Qingyao infatuatedly, his eyes full of love and obsession. The staff around saw the groom's infatuated look and covered their mouths and laughed. They knew that at this moment Lin Feng was deeply attracted by Yi Qingyao's beauty. The store manager smiled and broke the awkward atmosphere. "Groom, the bride is asking if you look good. Why don't you say anything?" Lin Feng came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It looks good, it looks good. Honey, you are so beautiful." His voice was a little trembling and excited, but full of sincerity and love. Yi Qingyao was filled with happiness and satisfaction after hearing Lin Feng's words. "Hubby, you are also very handsome. P.S. Please support my new book. Give it a 5-star rating and I'll give you a free gift." Chapter 54. The money is well spent. Inside the shooting location, sunlight shines through the huge glass windows onto the smooth floor, creating a warm and bright atmosphere. The staff members were busy moving around, but at this moment, their eyes were all focused on Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao holding hands, their eyes full of admiration and envy. This couple is such a perfect match. A young female assistant couldn't help but sigh softly. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, they are a match made in heaven, just like a handsome man and a beautiful woman who walked out of a comic book. Oh my god, what a high-quality couple. Another older lighting technician joined the discussion. Their baby will definitely be even cuter. Their looks are so beautiful, just thinking about it makes my heart flutter. The people around nodded in agreement, and for a moment, the entire shooting scene was filled with a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Soon, the photographer came over carrying heavy guns and cannons with a professional look on his face. He carefully adjusted the lighting on the scene to ensure that every angle could perfectly capture the newlywed style, and then quickly got to work. Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao seem to be born with a sense of camera. They don't need much guidance and can naturally strike various loving poses. Lin Feng's eyes were full of affection for Yi Qingyao, and Yi Qingyao's smile was like a flower blooming in spring, bright and moving. Maybe because Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao performed very well, the photographer gave almost no guidance and finished taking pictures of them in just one set of clothes. Every photo was full of love. Yi Qingyao originally thought that taking wedding photos would be a long and boring process, but she didn't expect to complete the photo shoot of a set of clothes so quickly. She looked at the photographer in surprise, then looked at Lin Feng beside her, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. It was filmed so quickly. I thought it would take a long time. Yi Qingyao said softly, with a hint of excitement in her voice. Soon, the two were led back to the dressing room by the staff to change their makeup and put on their second set of clothes. Every set of clothes that Yi Qingyao wears is carefully selected. Whether it is a gorgeous wedding dress or a simple evening gown, it looks stunning on her. Beautiful people look good in anything they wear, and this statement is perfectly verified in her. Makeup artists surrounded her, carefully adjusting her makeup, fearing that they would accidentally ruin her beauty. After taking photos of the second set of clothes, Yi Qingyao began to feel a little tired due to her pregnancy and taking photos for half a day, and her stomach started to growl. She looked at the staff around her a little embarrassedly, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. At this time, Lin Feng seemed to notice her discomfort. He immediately walked to the photographer and said softly, "Let everyone rest for a while. My wife is tired." Upon hearing this, the photographer immediately nodded to show his understanding. He knows very well that taking wedding photos is a time-consuming and labor-intensive task, especially for pregnant women, who need extra care. "No problem." The staff nodded in agreement, and then ran to the side to sit down and rest. Lin Feng turned around and walked to Yi Qingyao, and asked with concern, "Wife, how are you? Are you tired?" Yi Qingyao smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's okay, I'm just a little hungry." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately took out a bunch of snacks from his bag, including chocolate, nuts, and Yi Qingyao's favorite biscuits. He said lovingly, "There's a lot of food here. I'll open whatever you want." Yi Qingyao's eyes lit up when she saw it. Maybe because she was so hungry, she wanted to eat everything and didn't know how to choose for a moment. She looked at this, then looked at that, and finally said, "I want to eat them all." Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, then said lovingly, "Then I'll open all these snacks for you, and I'll eat the ones you can't finish." Yi Qingyao smiled and nodded, a smile on her lips. She reached out and picked up a piece of chocolate, took a light bite, and the sweet taste instantly spread in her mouth. In the rest area, several other couples were also taking a break. They watched the interaction between Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao, with a hint of envy in their eyes. Especially the bride next door, she was very angry when she saw her groom either looking down at his phone or with an impatient look on his face. One of the brides couldn't help herself and kicked the man next to her. Then she said angrily, "Go get me a glass of water." The man was confused by the kick. He looked up at the bride's tigress appearance and immediately shrank back in fear. He complained in his heart, "Look at other people's wives, they are gentle and beautiful, why did I marry this tigress?" However, his complaint did not gain the bride's sympathy, but instead earned her a harsher look. He had no choice but to get up and pour water. After a short break, the shooting continued, this time with the last set of clothes Chinese showa. When Yi Qingyao walked out of the dressing room, everyone was stunned. She was wearing a gorgeous showa dress and an exquisite phoenix crown on her head, just like a lady from an ancient aristocratic family. Her every move and gesture exuded nobility and elegance, as if she were a fairy walking out of a painting. After seeing it, Lin Feng couldn't move his eyes away. His eyes were full of amazement and praise. After a moment, he said, "Wife, you look better in this than in a wedding dress." Yi Qingyao smiled shyly, and 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks. She said softly, "Then I'll wear showa on our wedding day, okay?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately nodded, his eyes full of anticipation and longing, as if he had already seen the beautiful scene of their wedding day. The process of shooting the Chinese-style showa went extremely smoothly, and Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao seemed to be born models. Their every movement and every look was full of love and tacit understanding, which made the photographer unable to help but praise them again and again. Half an hour later, all the photo shoots were finally over. After Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao changed back into their clothes, the store manager came over with a smile on his face. She said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, Ms. Yi, the photos are already on the computer. You can choose your photos." The two nodded, and then sat side by side in front of the computer. They looked at themselves on the screen, their hearts filled with happiness and satisfaction. Every photo recorded a moment of their love. The store manager looked at the loving couple and felt deeply moved. She smiled and praised, "This photo is really well taken. And you two have such good foundations, there's no need to retouch the photo at all. It's just completely natural." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao lowered her head embarrassedly, while Lin Feng smiled and nodded. The store manager continued, "Each of these pictures is so beautiful. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to delete any of them." Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao smiled at each other, they had the same thought in their hearts. These photos not only record their loving moments, but also bear witness to their love. How could they bear to delete them? Lin Feng looked at the store manager and said with a flourish, "We want both of these photos." Upon hearing this, the store manager immediately smiled and nodded. She looked at the two of them and continued, "Then you two can choose some photos of blockbusters and table settings." Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao began to carefully select photos. They looked at each one very seriously. They finally selected Blockbuster and stage-setting photos and nodded with satisfaction. In order to get the photos out sooner, Lin Feng chose the expedited service. Including the cost of the photos, they spent nearly 1 million. I have to say, the photography industry is really profitable. But Lin Feng didn't feel sorry at all, the money was worth spending. Chapter 55, The Money Man. At the same time, a clear and pleasant system prompt sound suddenly rang in Lin Feng's head, instantly attracting all his attention. Ding! The system detected that the host is taking wedding photos with Yi Qingyao, and a special system reward is issued, a bottle of physical upgrade potion. When Lin Feng heard the content of the reward, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if two flames were burning. He knew very well that the body is the capital of revolution, and only with a strong body can one better cope with various challenges in the future. Therefore, the reward given by the system this time undoubtedly touched his heart, making him feel extremely surprised and satisfied. However, at the moment he was stunned, a familiar yet hesitant voice suddenly came from behind him. Brother Feng? Hearing the voice, Lin Feng turned his head and saw a man in a neat suit, dressed like a rich young man, standing in front of him with a slightly surprised smile on his face. Seeing this man who suddenly appeared, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly, and an inexplicable doubt arose in his heart. He looked at the other person carefully, but found that he didn't know this person. At the same time, Yi Qingyao, who was standing next to him, slowly shook her head, indicating that she also had no impression of this man. Seeing the reactions of the two people, the expression on the man's face instantly became a little anxious. He pointed at himself hurriedly and said anxiously, "Brother Feng, it's me, Sun-Tu. Don't you recognize me?" After hearing the other party's words, Lin Feng's face showed an even more confused expression. He pointed at the other person in disbelief and said in surprise, "You said you are Xiao Ziao? That funny guy Sun-Tu?" In his memory, Xiao Ziao was a frivolous person, so how could he suddenly transform into a handsome, elegant young man from a wealthy family? It seemed like a joke. However, facing Lin Feng's questioning, Xiao Ziao smiled innocently, revealing two cute dimples. He explained, "Brother Feng, I really am Xiao Ziao. Maybe I was wearing makeup today, so you didn't recognize me at first." After hearing Xiao Ziao's explanation, Lin Feng looked at him carefully. Upon taking a look, he realized that the other person was indeed somewhat different from the Xiao Ziao in his memory. Not only had his temperament become more mature and steady, but even his facial features had become more three-dimensional and profound, as if they had been carefully carved. However, despite this, Lin Feng could still catch a glimpse of a familiar shadow in his eyes. In the end, Lin Feng had to admit that the person in front of him was Xiao Ziao. However, he really couldn't understand why Xiao Ziao suddenly became so handsome. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, "Sun-Tu, why are you dressed like this? And what are you doing here? Could it be that you hooked up with some rich woman and she asked you to take wedding photos?" Hearing Lin Feng's joke, Xiao Ziao showed a helpless smile on his face. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said with a hint of pride in his tone, "Brother Feng, please don't talk nonsense. Am I the kind of person who would sell myself out for money? The reason I can appear here today is thanks to your recommendation." "Huh? What do you mean?" Lin Feng couldn't help but feel confused when he heard Xiao Ziao's words. He really couldn't remember when he had recommended Xiao Ziao to come here. Xiao Ziao chuckled and explained, "Brother Feng, do you remember when you recommended me to Mr. Su to film a short drama? It was that time you asked me to audition. I actually got chosen, and I'm the male lead in this short drama. I'm here today to film the final scene." Speaking of this, Xiao Ziao's face showed uncontrollable excitement. He held Lin Feng's hand tightly and said gratefully, "Brother Feng, thank you so much. When the game goes online, you must give us your support." Hearing Xiao Ziao's words, Lin Feng showed a relieved smile on his face. He patted Xiao Ziao on the shoulder and encouraged him, "Okay, I'll definitely take a good look when the time comes to see if my son has any acting talent." After saying this, Lin Feng did not forget to take advantage of the situation and deliberately emphasized the word son. Hearing Lin Feng's joke, Xiao Ziao was so angry that he cursed, "Lin Feng, you uncle. How can you take advantage of others like this?" However, Lin Feng smiled smugly, patted his shoulder and said, "How do you talk to the boss? Believe it or not, I will replace you?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, the expression on Xiao Ziao's face instantly became as ugly as if he had eaten shit. He asked incredulously, "Are you the boss of Green Fruit Short Drama?" Lin Feng smiled and dusted himself off, then replied, "I'm not the boss, I'm better than the boss, because my shares are higher than Su Changqing's. It's just that I don't want to be in charge, so I became an idle shareholder." Hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Xiao Ziya showed an expression of disbelief on his face. He never expected that his good friend would be the big boss behind the green fruit short drama. Thinking of this, he hugged Lin Feng with a smile on his face and called out affectionately, "Dad." "Sugar Daddy." Hearing Xiao Ziyao's call, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, as if he had heard the most beautiful sound in the world. He smiled and patted Xiao Ziyao on the shoulder, saying with satisfaction, "Don't worry, son, you will be the next male lead. Don't let me down then." Hearing Lin Feng's promise, Xiao Ziyao was so happy that he almost jumped up. He hugged Lin Feng tightly and said with tears of gratitude, "Dad, you were so good to me, I will definitely not let you down." Yi Qingyao, who was standing aside, saw this scene and couldn't help but hold back her laughter. However, she was very puzzled. This man was really a strange animal. Why did he always want to be the other person's father? However, what she didn't know was that men also like to hear women call them daddy in bed. Chapter 56 Web Drama Online. Early Thursday morning, Lin Feng was suddenly awakened from his sleep by a rapid ringing of his cell phone. He squinted his eyes and fumbled for the phone on the bedside table, wondering in his heart, who could it be so early? After taking a look at the screen, he saw that it was a call from Su Changqing. Lin Feng realized that it might be an urgent matter and quickly pressed the answer button. In the room, Yi Qingyao was still immersed in sleep, breathing evenly and gently, with a faint smile on her face, as if she was having a sweet dream. Lin Feng glanced at her sleeping body, and a tender feeling welled up in his heart. He then walked out of the door and said to Su Changqing on the other end of the phone, "Hello, Mr. Su, what's going on so early?" On the other end of the phone, Su Changqing's voice was filled with excitement. "Boss Lin, good news. Our 2 web series were officially launched yesterday." Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this, but his tone remained steady. "Oh? How is the response?" Su Changqing seemed to be able to sense Lin Feng's calmness through the phone line, and his voice was filled with a bit of disbelief. "The number of subscriptions in one night has exceeded 50 million. Mr. Lin, this speed is simply amazing." After hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, but his tone remained calm. "The results are not bad." However, seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Su Changqing couldn't hold back any longer. He frowned and secretly criticized in his heart, 2 dramas have 50 million subscriptions, isn't Mr. Lin's reaction too calm? Is it because he thinks it's too little? But then he thought, Mr. Lin has always had a long-term vision and will not be satisfied with the current achievements, so he asked tentatively, "Mr. Lin, do you think there is still room for improvement?" That's right, the popularity of the 2 dramas has just begun. As word of mouth spreads, the number of subscriptions will increase significantly. It will definitely continue to rise. Su Changqing nodded happily upon hearing this. "Then I'll take advantage of Mr. Lin's good words." The 2 chatted for a while, and Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, Mr. Su, let Xiao Ziya play the leading role in the next movie." Su Changqing immediately agreed when he heard this. "Okay, no problem, Mr. Lin, I was just about to report this to you." Xiao Ziya is a young man with great acting talent. He understands and interprets the role very well. He is indeed very suitable for acting. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. "That's fine." Xiao Ziyao also hopes that President Su will take good care of him and provide him with more opportunities and challenges. After that, Lin Feng hung up the phone. At this moment, a slight noise came from the bedroom, and then the door was gently pushed open. Yi Qingyao rubbed her eyes, with a somewhat sleepy and cute look, and walked to Lin Feng with a smile, saying coquettishly, "Hubby, I'm hungry." Lin Feng looked at her like this, his heart softened, and he touched her head lovingly. "Okay, whatever you want to eat, I will make it for you right away." Yi Qingyao tilted her head in thought for a moment, then said excitedly, I want to eat xiaolongbao, and dip it in vinegar and chili." Lin Feng smiled and nodded. "No problem, I'll prepare it right away." He walked into the kitchen and started to get busy. However, while preparing the ingredients, his mind drifted elsewhere. There is an ancient saying that sour food means a boy, spicy food means a girl, and Yi Qingyao now wants to eat both sour and spicy food, and she is pregnant with twins. Lin Feng couldn't help but start to imagine, could it be that she is pregnant with twins, a boy and a girl? Once this idea came into his mind, it grew wildly like weeds. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the happier he became. The corners of his mouth rose slightly unconsciously, and even his cooking movements became lighter. After a while, the steaming dumplings came out of the pot. Lin Feng brought them to the table and called out, "Wife, come and eat." Seeing that Yi Qingyao didn't respond, he came to his wife and patted her gently. "Wife, what are you doing?" "Honey, I'm watching a short play." Seeing her husband coming over, she excitedly put her phone in front of him. Look, this is the play. The more I watch it, the better it gets. The more I watch it, the more addicted I become. But the heroine's parents are too mean. Lin Feng took a look and grinned. The short play his wife was watching was shot by Su Changqing. He didn't expect that even his wife was addicted to it. Then, he took Yi Qingyao's hand and came to the dining table, saying gently, "Wife, you should eat first, otherwise the dumplings will get cold." "Yeah, okay." The day after tomorrow, Lin Feng's parents will come to Shanghai. Yi Qingyao also wants to contact her own parents to see when they are free so that they can meet. A woman's gentle and familiar voice soon came from the other end of the phone. "Yao Yao, why did you think of calling your mother?" Su Wanjin's voice was full of doting. "Of course I miss you," Yi Qingyao smiled. Hearing her daughter say this, Su Wanjin was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She kept agreeing, okay, Mom misses you too. But, Mom, I have something else to tell you." Yi Qingyao changed the subject, her tone a little serious. When Su Wanjin heard this, she immediately stopped smiling. She knew her daughter's character and knew that she would not speak easily unless it was something important. "If you have anything to say, just tell me," Su Wanjin said softly. "Mom, Xiaofeng's father and mother will come to the Magic City the day after tomorrow." "When are you free? I want you to meet them." When Su Wanjin heard this, she immediately understood what her daughter was thinking. She nodded happily, "That's good news." Then she quickly replied, "We'll be free the day after tomorrow, so we'll go over there the day after tomorrow." Hearing her mother say this, Yi Qingyao was so happy that she almost jumped up. "Mom, you are so kind, I love you." "Then I'll hang up. See you the day after tomorrow." Su Wanjin also responded with a smile, her tone full of anticipation and joy. Beep, beep, the sound of the phone being hung up came. Su Wanjin looked at the phone and complained in her heart, "This kid runs so fast, he doesn't even let me say a word." Although she said this, her face was filled with a happy smile. Not long after, Yi Baoshan came out of the bathroom in his bathrobe. He wiped his wet hair and looked at his wife with a puzzled look. "Honey, who's calling? I can hear your laughter from the bathroom," he said as he walked to the bed and sat down. "Who else could it be? Of course it's your precious daughter." Su Wanjin rolled her eyes and said with a smile, her tone full of pride and satisfaction. When Yi Baoshan heard it was his daughter calling, a smile appeared on his face. "Oh? Yao Yao called? What did she say?" Su Wanjin then repeated her daughter's words, including that Lin Feng's parents were coming to Shanghai and her daughter wanted them to meet Lin Feng's family. After hearing this, Yi Baoshan was silent for a while, then said, "This is good news. Now that the child's marriage is settled, we can rest assured." Chapter 57, Meeting the In-Laws. Then, Yi Baoshan looked at Su Wanjin and continued, "Wife, when you get up early tomorrow morning, carefully select a few precious gifts as a meeting gift for our in-laws. We must show our sincerity and let them know how much we respect and value them. In this way, they will naturally treat our daughter better, and our daughter will be able to live comfortably in her husband's family." Su Wanjin heard this and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. She nodded, her eyes gleaming with maternal radiance. "Okay, don't worry, I will prepare it well." As a parent, which one would not think more about their children? After saying that, Su Wanjin impatiently got out of bed and said without looking back, "I'll go prepare it now, in case you forget it tomorrow." Seeing this, Yi Baoshan also stood up and followed, "I'll go with you, let's choose together." In the blink of an eye, it was Friday, the day when the two parents met. The sun was exceptionally bright that day, as if even the sky was singing for this important meeting. Early in the morning, Lin Feng got up early. After getting dressed, he started to get busy. He wiped the table and swept the floor, making the whole house spotless. He hopes to tell his father, mother and future father-in-law and mother-in-law through his actions that he is taking good care of Yi Qingyao. At this time, Yi Qingyao, who had woken up naturally, walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Lin Feng's busy figure, a warm feeling surged in her heart. She walked gently to Lin Feng, gently snatched the broom from his hand, and softly comforted him, "Husband, our house is clean enough, there is no need to clean it anymore, don't be busy, sit down and have a rest." Hearing this, Lin Feng looked up at Yi Qingyao, shook his head, and insisted, "Not yet, I will go and polish those details to leave a good impression on them." Yi Qingyao looked at Lin Feng's stubbornness and felt both moved and distressed. She pulled Lin Feng's arm and stopped him from leaving. "Husband, stop busying yourself. You can even look in the mirror when you mop our floor." Lin Feng was amused by Yi Qingyao's words. He nodded, and the two sat on the sofa together and started chatting. As they chatted, Yi Qingniao noticed that he was distracted and suddenly asked tentatively, "Honey, are you nervous? I see your legs are shaking. Are you worried about our meeting today?" Lin Feng was caught off guard by Yi Qingniao's question. He replied evasively, "Nonsense, I'm not worried at all. Shaking legs is just a habit." However, Lin Feng's eyes had betrayed him, and there was a hint of subtle tension and anxiety in his eyes. Yi Qingniao saw it with her own eyes and felt pain in her heart. She hugged Lin Feng's waist and said gently, "Husband, you weren't nervous when you met my parents, so why are you nervous now that our two parents are meeting?" "Don't worry, I'm here." Lin Feng sighed deeply when his wife saw through his thoughts and finally let down his guard. He said frankly, "I'm going to marry you soon, how can I not be nervous? To be honest, my legs are a little weak now. I was afraid that I might do or say something that would cause both parents to part ways on bad terms." After hearing what Lin Feng said, Yi Qingniao hugged Lin Feng tightly and comforted him gently. "It's okay, I'm here, don't be nervous. Besides, I trust my father, mother, uncle, and aunt, so don't worry about things that haven't happened yet." "Yeah." Lin Feng nodded. In fact, he was too concerned. It was mainly because he valued Yi Qingniao that made him worried. Looking at the time, Yi Qingniao said, "Hubby, the high-speed train that my uncle and aunt are taking will be arriving soon. Let's go pick them up first so they don't have to wait too long." Lin Feng nodded, and the two drove to the high-speed rail station. After standing at the exit for about 10 minutes, a crowd of people soon poured out. Lin Feng and Yi Qingniao both widened their eyes and looked carefully for the old couple. After a while, Su Wanrong, wearing a gray tweed coat and black high heels, and Lin Xiaotian, wearing a parka, walked towards the two of them, their faces filled with happy smiles. It is worth mentioning that Lin Xiaotian was holding a white plastic bag in his hand, which contained a spotted hen. It was lying there quietly, motionless. Lin Feng was stunned when he saw this scene. He looked at the two of them in disbelief and asked in surprise, "Dad, Mom, why did you bring the old hen up here? This is so inconvenient." Hearing this, Su Wanrong smiled and took Yi Qingyao's arm and said, "We wanted to nourish Yao Yao's body, so we bought an old hen and prepared to stew it for her." Speaking of this chicken, Su Wanrong's smile suddenly stopped, and a trace of dissatisfaction and helplessness appeared on her face. "Oh, you don't know how troublesome it is to take care of this old hen. We originally brought a live old hen, thinking that fresh chicken would make a delicious soup, but when we entered the station, they had a rule that prohibited bringing live animals on the high-speed train, which really worried us. Later, your father was smart. He found a place outside to slaughter the chicken and then brought it in." Su Wanrong continued, "But when we think about it, to nourish Yao Yao's body, no matter how much trouble it takes, as long as she is healthy, we are relieved." After hearing this, Yi Qingniao felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She looked at Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian with emotion and said sincerely, "Uncle, Auntie, thank you. Actually, it's okay for me not to drink the chicken soup. I'm already very happy that you're here." Hearing this, Su Wanrong smiled and praised, "This child is really sensible. It is a blessing for our family that Xiaofeng can marry such a good daughter-in-law like you." After saying that, Su Wanrong took Yi Qingyao's hand and said, "Let's go home. Auntie will make you some chicken soup. I guarantee you'll want more." 40 minutes later, Lin Feng opened the door. When Lin Xiaotian and Su Wanrong walked into the house, their faces were full of surprise and admiration. They looked around and saw that the large floor-to-ceiling windows were spacious and bright. The whole house was a large flat structure, decorated luxuriously and warmly. They couldn't believe that this was the house their son bought, and their eyes were filled with pride and joy. "Oh, this house is really nice," Lin Xiaotian exclaimed. "Our Xiaofeng is really capable. She can afford such a nice house." Su Wanrong also nodded and agreed, "Yes, this house is decorated very well. Dad, Mom, let me show you around the room." Afterwards, Lin Feng took the old couple to visit the entire house. He patiently introduced to them the functions and layout of each room, as well as the furniture and decorations they carefully selected. The old couple listened with great interest, expressing admiration and emotion from time to time. Chapter 58 Airport Pickup. After touring the house, Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian walked and talked, their words full of admiration for their son's current success. The sense of pride that welled up from the bottom of their hearts flowed like a spring, making their faces filled with unconcealable joy. Afterwards, Su Wanrong took off her coat, hung it on the coat rack, and then walked towards the kitchen impatiently. The deft hands tied the apron expertly, looking ready to show off her cooking skills. Yi Qingniao heard the noise coming from the kitchen and wanted to go over to help, but was stopped by Su Wanrong's enthusiastic rejection. Su Wanrong smiled and said, Yao Yao, don't come in. The kitchen is very fumy and you'll feel sick if you smell it. Yi Qingyao stood at the kitchen door, watching Su Wanrong busying around, sometimes cutting onions, sometimes peeling garlic, her movements skillful and smooth. She felt both moved and distressed. Auntie, you should take a break first. There's no rush to drink the chicken soup. Yi Qingyao said softly, her eyes full of concern and thoughtfulness. She hoped Su Wanrong could take a break and not overwork herself. Su Wanrong turned around and said with a smile, It's okay, I'm not tired at all. Yao Yao, just wait and taste Auntie's cooking. I guarantee that you will want more after you drink it. As she spoke, she pushed Yi Qingyao out of the kitchen and added, Go out and wait, Auntie will be done soon. Yi Qingyao couldn't persuade her, so she had to go back to the living room, sit on the sofa and wait quietly. In the kitchen, Su Wanrong started her chicken soup battle. She first cleaned the chicken, cut it into small pieces, and then soaked it carefully in clean water to remove the blood, ensuring that the chicken soup was delicious and had no fishy smell. Next, she prepares the various seasonings, each carefully selected to ensure the perfect blend of flavors. As the flames at the bottom of the pot jumped up, a rich aroma gradually spread and filled the entire kitchen. Finally, Su Wanrong finished the work at hand and came to Yi Qingyao. She said proudly, Yao Yao, Auntie, this chicken soup is a secret recipe passed down from our ancestors. I guarantee that you will want to drink it again. Her tone was full of confidence and pride, as if this bowl of chicken soup was her masterpiece. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao smiled even sweeter and said, Auntie, your cooking skills are so good that I'm afraid I will never be able to learn from you in my entire life. Her tone was full of admiration and she praised Su Wanrong's cooking skills highly. When Su Wanrong heard this, she couldn't stop smiling. She patted the back of Yi Qingyao's hand and said affectionately, Yao Yao, you don't need to learn. Your beautiful hands are not for cooking, but for enjoying life. Let Xiaofeng learn and then cook for you. Her tone was full of love and care for Yi Qingyao. At this time, Lin Feng walked out of the room and heard his mother's arrangement. He couldn't help but complain, Mom, am I your biological son? Why is there such a big difference in treatment? There was a hint of joking and helplessness in his words, and he was obviously a little dissatisfied with his mother's partiality. Su Wanrong rolled her eyes and said jokingly with a smile, No, you picked it up from the trash can. Her tone was light-hearted and humorous, making everyone present laugh. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself, It seems I've really fallen out of favor. But this chicken soup, once I learn how to make it for Yao Yao, it'll be worth it. Although he said that he had fallen out of favor, his heart was full of doting for Yi Qingyao. Time passed quietly in laughter and joy, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Su Wanrong's voice came from the kitchen, Yao Yao, the chicken soup is ready, come and try it. Her tone was full of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyao immediately stood up from the sofa and walked quickly to the kitchen door. She took a deep breath through her nose and then exclaimed, Wow, it smells so good. The fragrance seemed to penetrate directly into her heart, making her unable to help but be intoxicated by it. Su Wanrong came over with the fragrant chicken soup and handed a bowl to Yi Qingyao. Yi Qingyao took the bowl and tasted it carefully. In an instant, the delicious taste conquered her taste buds. Auntie, this chicken soup is so delicious, even better than the one in the restaurant outside. Her tone was full of surprise and admiration, and she was extremely impressed by Su Wanrong's cooking skills. Su Wanrong smiled until her eyes narrowed into slits when she heard this. She said, As long as it tastes good, I'll make it for you anytime you want it in the future. Her tone was full of love and doting, which made Yi Qingyao feel warm inside. After saying that, she patted Yi Qingyao's shoulder again and comforted her, Yao Yao, you don't have to learn how to cook. We have Xiaofeng at home. If he dares not to cook for you, Auntie will be the first to disagree. Yi Qingyao felt even warmer in her heart when she heard this. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of pride, as if to say, Husband, Auntie said that cooking will be left to you from now on, and I will be responsible for eating. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled dotingly, touched her head and said, Okay, I will learn to do it for you. At this time, Lin Feng looked at the clock on the wall and reminded, Dad, Mom, Yao Yao's parents should get off the plane. Let's leave now. Upon hearing this, Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian immediately stood up and tidied their clothes, their faces full of anticipation and excitement. Su Wanrong also reminded Lin Feng, Xiaofeng, drive carefully and don't be rash. I understand, Mom. Lin Feng responded, picked up the car keys, and went out with the group. They drove to the airport, laughing and chatting all the way. Soon, the group arrived at the airport. After Lin Feng parked the car in the parking lot, he took a few people to the airport pickup gate. Everyone at the airport reception area kept looking towards the exit, anticipating the arrival of Yi Qingyao's parents. The waiting time always seems so long, but their hearts are full of anticipation and excitement. They imagined the scene of meeting Yi Qingyao's parents, and the joy and warmth of the two families gathering together. Finally, with the sound of a broadcast, Yi Qingyao's parents appeared in their sight. They were carrying packaging bags and walking hurriedly towards the airport. When Yi Qingyao saw them, she immediately waved her arms excitedly and shouted, "Dad, Mom! We are here!" Her voice was full of joy and excitement. When Mr. and Mrs. Yi heard the sound, they looked over and saw that their daughter, son-in-law and their family had come. They were very happy. They walked over quickly and shook hands and greeted Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian warmly. "Mother-in-law, you came so early. You must have worked so hard," Yi Baoshan said while holding Lin Xiaotian's hand. "It's not hard at all. We have been looking forward to this day for a long time," Lin Xiaotian said with a smile. Chapter 59 It's All in the Wine. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious when the parents of both sides met for the first time, especially Su Wanjin and Su Wanrong. They seemed like old friends who had not seen each other for many years. They held hands and chatted enthusiastically. "Mother-in-law, look at Yao Yao, she is beautiful and sensible. It is really a blessing from our ancestors that our Xiaofeng can marry such a virtuous wife like Yao Yao." Su Wanrong's face was full of smiles, and her eyes were full of satisfaction and love for her future daughter-in-law. Virtuous? Su Wanjin's heart skipped a beat when she heard the word, and she even wondered if the person she was describing was actually her own precious daughter. In her mind, although Yao Yao is sensible, she is most of the time the little girl who acts like a spoiled child and throws tantrums. However, she quickly reacted, waved her hand, and praised Lin Feng. No, Xiao Feng is a handsome man, smart and capable. As long as they are happy, we as parents will be happy, right? My mother-in-law is absolutely right. As parents, we just want our children to be happy. Su Wanrong nodded repeatedly, expressing her deep agreement with Su Wanjin's words. The two of them chatted happily, as if they had endless things to say. Seeing the two parents chatting so enthusiastically, Yi Qingyao was very happy. She knew that the happiest thing was that her love with Lin Feng could receive the blessings and support of both families. She happily took Su Wanrong and Su Wanjin's hands and said with a smile, "Mom, Auntie, this is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else to talk." Yes, Xiao Feng has already booked a private room in the restaurant. Let's go over there and eat and chat at the same time. Su Wanjin nodded happily, and then the group went to the private room in the restaurant booked by Lin Feng. Half an hour later, Lin Feng and his group appeared in the restaurant lobby. At this time, a young man came over wearing a simple white shirt and a black vest on the outside. He politely came up to Lin Feng and asked, "Hello, sir, have you made an appointment in advance?" Lin Feng smiled slightly and replied calmly, "My last name is Lin." After hearing this, the waiter nodded suddenly, a respectful look on his face. "Hello, Mr. Lin, your private room is the one at the back. I'll take you there." "Okay, thank you for your hard work," Lin Feng responded politely. The group followed the waiter through the bustling lobby and arrived at the reserved private room. The private room was elegantly decorated, and the table was set with exquisite tableware. After entering the private room, everyone began to take their seats. After a while, the waiter came in with a menu and asked respectfully, "Hello, sir, can we order now?" Lin Feng nodded, then placed the menu in front of Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin. "Uncle, aunt, you guys order first and see what you like to eat." Su Wanjin quickly waved her hand and declined, No, let's order the in-laws. We are all fine. We don't have anything special to eat." Yi Baoshan also agreed with a smile, "Yes, we are guests, so you guys should order first. Don't be polite to us." Su Wanrong pushed the menu in front of Su Wanjin again and said with a smile, "Mother-in-law, please stop pushing it." Watching the menu being pushed back and forth, Yi Qingyao felt both amused and heartwarming. She stood up and said with a smile, "How about we two order? We know everyone's tastes and we're sure to order something that satisfies everyone." After hearing this, the parents of both families smiled and nodded, "Okay, that's great, you two can order it." Therefore, the responsibility of ordering food fell on Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao. The two of them are quite familiar with the cuisine of Shanghai, and know which dishes are signature dishes and which ones taste good. They looked through the menu and discussed what to order, occasionally asking for the opinions of both sets of parents. After a while, they ordered a table full of delicious dishes. The dishes in Shanghai are small but exquisite, so the two of them ordered many dishes to ensure that everyone can enjoy the meal. After ordering the dishes, Lin Feng knew that Yi Baoshan liked to drink, so he specially prepared a bottle of mutai. He stood up and walked to the side of his future father-in-law, respectfully pouring wine. "Uncle, this is the mutai I specially prepared for you, please try it." Yi Baoshan quickly declined. "Oh, I won't drink today. I can't drink much." He still remembered the last time he drank with Xiao Feng. That time he was so embarrassed, he couldn't make a fool of himself again this time. Seeing this, Lin Chaotian suddenly had an idea and came up with a plan. He knew that drinking would make it easier to talk about things, especially his son's major life events. So, he persuaded from the side, "Father-in-law, don't refuse. I will drink with you. Let's drink a little. It's just a token of our appreciation." Su Wanrong also smiled and said, "Yes, father-in-law, just drink some. Xiao Feng prepared some good wine. Try it." Yi Baoshan looked at Lin Chaotian and Su Wanrong, then at the expectant eyes of Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao, and finally nodded reluctantly. "Okay, then, I'll drink less, but you can't force me to drink." Everyone laughed and the atmosphere became more harmonious. Lin Chaotian raised his glass and said to Yi Baoshan, "Father-in-law, come, let's have a drink to celebrate the two children coming together and to celebrate our two families becoming relatives." Yi Baoshan also raised his glass and responded with a smile. "Okay, cheers." The two drank it all in one gulp, then smiled at each other, as if all the strangeness had disappeared in this glass of wine. Watching the two men drinking, Su Wanrong smiled and said to Su Wanjin, "Let's ignore them while they drink and talk about our own things." Su Wanjin nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked curiously, "Yao Yao said that your name and mine are only one character apart? Is that true?" Su Wanrong smiled and replied, "Oh, really? I really didn't know. My name is Su Wanrong. What's your name?" Su Wanjin smiled and said, "My name is Su Wanjin. It really is just one character away. We are really destined to be together. Otherwise, how could we be relatives?" Su Wanrong also smiled and said, "It's not that bad, it's just fate." The two chatted animatedly, as if they had endless things to say. Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao felt very relieved when they saw their parents chatting happily. They know that this marriage is not just a matter between the two of them, but also a matter between two families. Their greatest happiness is to receive the blessings and support of both families. After a while, the dishes were served one after another. Everyone enjoyed the delicious dishes and chatted at the same time. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Lin Feng poured wine for Yi Baoshan and Lin Chaotian from time to time, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. After a while, Lin Chaotian saw that the atmosphere was getting lively. He looked at Yi Baoshan with a smile and said, "Father-in-law, what are your requirements for your child's marriage?" Chapter 60, Getting Drunk is Easier. Yi Baoshan's face was already red from drinking, but his eyes were full of joy and satisfaction. The alcohol seemed to add a touch of boldness to his usually taciturn character, making his smile even brighter and his words more passionate than usual. He smiled and waved his hand, his gesture carrying a touch of grandeur and informality. "What else can we ask for? As long as the child is happy, that's all. We like Xiaofeng. He's down to earth, steady, and ambitious. We feel reassured that Yao Yao can marry him. As long as they live a happy life, we'll be content. As parents, don't we all hope that our children can find a partner who understands our needs and supports us?" When Lin Chaotian heard this, his smile became even brighter, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were deeply wrinkled because of the smile, making him look particularly kind. He picked up the wine glass on the table, and the wine swayed gently in the glass, reflecting the pride and satisfaction on his face. The pride was that her son had found such an excellent partner. The relief was that she saw her in-laws were so satisfied with the marriage, and a heavy stone in her heart was finally lifted. He said sincerely, "My father-in-law is right. Our greatest wish is for our child to be happy. Come, let me toast you again. Thank you for raising such a good girl and bringing such a blessing to our Lin family. When Yao Yao marries us, we will definitely love her like our own daughter." As he spoke, he drank it all in one gulp, his gesture full of anticipation and longing for his future life. Su Wanrong, who was sitting next to them, had been paying attention to the conversation between the two sides and quickly interrupted. Her voice was gentle and sincere, and every word revealed her importance and joy in this marriage. She said to Su Wanjin, "Don't worry, mother-in-law, we will not skimp on the proper etiquette. Yao Yao is our precious baby now that she's married into our family. We will definitely treat her well. No matter how much we talk, we won't do anything. Just wait and see what we do. We will definitely satisfy you." Su Wanjin felt warm in her heart when she heard this. She smiled and nodded, her eyes full of relief and trust. She knew that every word Su Wanrong said came from the heart, and she believed that the Lin family would treat Yao Yao well and give her a happy home. She said with emotion, "I believe you will not treat Yao Yao unfairly. Yao Yao has been spoiled by us since she was a child. Please bear with her. We're one family, so we don't have to talk behind each other's backs, right?" Su Wanrong was in a very good mood at the moment. She smiled and continued, "When we get back from here, I'll find someone to calculate an auspicious date based on their birth dates so that I can marry Yao Yao as soon as possible." Hearing this, Su Wanjin smiled even more heartily. She took Su Wanrong's hand and said affectionately, "Okay, Yao Yao is blessed to have such a caring and considerate mother-in-law like you. I can see that you really care about Yao Yao. With your words, I feel relieved." Su Wanjin and Su Wanrong smiled at each other, and that smile was full of beautiful expectations for the future. The atmosphere at the table became more and more harmonious, and the parents of both sides were chatting animatedly. Lin Chaotian and Yi Baoshan, two grown men, although usually not very good at expressing their emotions, seemed to have opened up their chatterboxes at this moment and were having a great time chatting. The two sisters, Su Wanrong and Su Wanjin, had endless things to talk about. They talked about the details of the wedding and discussed how to decorate the new house, their eyes full of anticipation and excitement. As for Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao, who were sitting on the side, they were also very happy when they saw their parents chatting so happily. They know that this happiness is hard-won and is the result of the joint efforts of both families. The two looked at each other's parents with gratitude, their hearts filled with gratitude and respect. Lin Feng gently held Yi Qingyao's hand, his eyes full of tenderness and determination. He whispered, "Yao Yao, thank you for marrying me. I will spend my whole life protecting you, loving you, and making you the happiest woman in the world." When Yi Qingyao heard this, a warm feeling surged in her heart. She looked into Lin Feng's eyes and said affectionately, "Xiao Feng, I believe our future will be full of happiness and joy. I will work hard with you to run our family together." The two held hands tightly, as if they were already closely connected. Their hearts are full of expectations and longings for the future. They believe that as long as they work together, they will be able to create a beautiful future of their own. When they came out of the restaurant, Lin Chaotian and Yi Baoshan were so drunk that they could hardly walk, but their faces were filled with happy smiles. Lin Feng smiled and helped the two into the car and drove home. After returning home, Su Wanrong looked at the two people who were drunk, turned and walked into the kitchen, and decided to make some sobering soup, hoping to relieve their discomfort. In the kitchen, Su Wanrong skillfully picked up the cooking utensils and began to work. Su Wanjin stood beside her, watching her busy figure with complicated eyes. She looked at Su Wanrong's virtuous and capable appearance and shook her head secretly. In her opinion, she could not be so tolerant and considerate, and it was good enough that she did not slap Yi Baoshan twice. Afterwards, Su Wanjin's attention was attracted by the house in front of her. She looked around carefully and found that although it was not luxurious, it was extremely tidy. Every piece of furniture was arranged in an orderly manner, revealing a warm and comfortable atmosphere. She thought that her daughter Yi Qingyao would not suffer any grievances living here. Thinking of this, she felt a little relieved. Just then, Yi Qingyao walked out of the room and saw her mother walking around the house. A smile flashed in her eyes. She walked up to her, took Su Wanjin's arm affectionately, and pulled her to sit on the sofa with a smile. "Mom, don't worry. This residential complex is very expensive and has excellent security facilities. Your daughter won't feel wronged at all." Yi Qingyao's words were full of pride and satisfaction. After hearing her daughter's words, Su Wanjin felt relieved. She tapped Yi Qingyao's nose and said lovingly, "Girl, you only know how to make me happy. But seeing you so happy, Mom is relieved." Not long after, Su Wanrong came out with the sobering soup she had prepared. She placed the bowls of soup in front of Yi Baoshan and her husband respectively, and said softly, "Drink some soup, you will feel better." Although the two were a little confused, they still drank the soup obediently. Chapter 61 Being Fooled. Tomorrow, there is a crucial meeting in the company, and Yi Baoshan must attend in person. Therefore, the two decided to return to the imperial capital from the magic city that day. In the airport waiting hall, people come and go, but it seems that none of them has anything to do with them. Yi Qingyao held her parents' hands reluctantly and said coquettishly, "Dad, Mom, why don't you stay for 2 more days? Yao Yao wants to take you around." Her eyes were full of reluctance and nostalgia, and she hoped that her parents could stay for a few more days. Su Wanjin smiled and touched Yi Qingyao's head, saying gently, "Yao Yao, Dad and Mom also want to spend a few more days with you, but the company's business really can't be delayed. When you get married, Mom and Dad promise to stay for a few more days, until you get bored, okay? Hearing her mother say this, Yi Qingyao's face turned red, and she twisted her clothes shyly and said, Mom, what are you talking about? How could I find you annoying? I'm so happy that you can come. Yi Baoshan also joked on the side, that's because they are afraid that your mother and I will disturb your world of two. But don't worry, we old couple know our limits and won't be a light bulb. His words caused everyone to laugh and eased the sadness of parting. Seeing her daughter's shy look, Su Wanjin grinned, her eyes full of love. She took Yi Qingyao's hand and whispered, Yao Yao, you have to take good care of yourself and get along well with Lin Feng. If there is anything, feel free to call us. Okay, the plane is about to take off, and it's time for Mom and Dad to go. Yi Baoshan said reluctantly, his eyes full of reluctance and concern for his daughter. He turned and walked towards Lin Feng, and specifically instructed, Xiao Feng, take good care of Yao Yao. She sometimes has a little temper, so you should be more tolerant. Lin Feng nodded firmly and said affirmatively, Uncle, Aunt, don't worry, I will take good care of Yao Yao and will not let her suffer any grievances. His eyes were full of sincerity and determination, which made Yi Baoshan and Su Wanjin feel very reassured. At this time, Su Wanjin held Su Wanrong's hand, and the two were as close as sisters. Su Wanjin said, Mother-in-law, it's a pleasure to meet you. This time we were a bit rushed. We can talk again next time. As for the wedding date, you can ask a fortune teller to calculate it and let the couple see it. As long as they are satisfied, we have no problem with it. Su Wanrong nodded and said gratefully, okay, I'm really glad you're so open-minded. I'll find a master to calculate the date as soon as possible and let you know. She didn't expect her mother-in-law to be so easy to talk to, and she felt very relieved. Su Wanjin continued, no problem. After explaining everything, Su Wanjin and Yi Baoshan started to board the plane. Everyone left the airport only when their backs were out of sight. There were tears in Yi Qingyao's eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. Lin Feng held her hand tightly, giving her silent support and comfort. The next morning, Su Wanrong got up early. She tiptoed into the kitchen and began to prepare breakfast. She remembered that Yao Yao particularly liked the scallion fried tofu she made last time, so she went out early to buy fresh tofu and prepared to make it again. In the kitchen, Su Wanrong skillfully chopped green onions, cut the tofu into small pieces, and then carefully put them into the pan to fry. After a while, an enticing fragrance wafted out and filled the whole room. Yi Qingyao was still asleep, but she could faintly smell the fragrance coming in from outside the door. She couldn't help swallowing and got up from the bed. She walked out of the bedroom in her pajamas, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Seeing that everyone looked energetic, she scratched her head embarrassedly. She couldn't help feeling a little ashamed of herself for sleeping in until now. She whispered, Auntie, why are you up so early to cook? I feel embarrassed. Su Wanrong heard the voice, turned around, and quickly pulled her to sit at the dining table. She smiled and said, Yao Yao, you are pregnant now. You can sleep as much as you want. Don't feel embarrassed. Pregnant women need more rest so that they can give birth to a healthy baby. As she spoke, she served rice to her daughter-in-law and asked with concern, Yao Yao, did you sleep well last night? Are you feeling unwell? Her eyes were full of love and concern for her daughter-in-law. Yi Qingyao was very touched. She took the rice and said softly, Thank you, Auntie. I slept well and didn't feel uncomfortable. The food you cooked is so delicious that I can't help but drool. Su Wanrong felt very happy after hearing this. She smiled and said, As long as Yao Yao likes it, just tell me what you want to eat in the future and I will make it for you. Yeah, okay. Yi Qingyao nodded. Lin Feng stood aside in the restaurant, and he was so happy to see the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law getting along so harmoniously. However, looking at his mother's busy figure, he couldn't help but speak up, Mom, why don't you make the buns for me when I want to eat them? Su Wanrong paused her movements after hearing this, and said with a sullen smile, Next time, definitely next time. After hearing this, Lin Feng always felt that his mother was fooling him. After all, she also said next time last time. Halfway through the meal, Su Wanrong and Lin Chaotian looked at each other, as if they had something to say. Finally, Su Wanrong put down her chopsticks, looked at Lin Feng and Yao Yao, and said gently, Xiao Feng, Yao Yao, after breakfast, your father and I will go back to Su province. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Yao Yao couldn't help but feel reluctant. Lin Feng asked in confusion, Why don't you stay here for 2 more days? Aren't you guys on vacation? Why are you leaving so soon? Lin Chaotian quickly shook his head and explained, It's not about work. We went back to find an auspicious wedding date for you. We can't delay this and have to do it quickly. Su Wanrong also took over the conversation and said with a smile, "It just so happens that you are on winter vacation. You can take advantage of this time to get married and put our minds at ease." After hearing this, Lin Feng finally understood his parents' good intentions. Then he said, "When we get married, you must stay here for a few more days." Yao Yao also nodded quickly and agreed, "Yes, uncle, aunt, when the time comes, we, along with my parents, will go visit the attractions in the Magic City together." Su Wanrong and Lin Xiaotian felt relieved when they heard what the children said. They smiled and nodded. Su Wanrong said, Okay, we'll listen to you. When you get married, we'll definitely stay a few more days to explore this big city and experience the life of young people." Lin Xiaotian also smiled and added, "Yes, it's great for us to be together as a family and have fun together." After breakfast, Lin Feng and Yi Qingyao reluctantly sent the old couple to the high-speed rail station. "I came with a lot of things, but left with nothing." While waiting for the ticket check, Su Wanrong smiled and waved gently at the two people. "You two, go back quickly. Be careful on the road," she warned gently. "Yeah." The young couple smiled at each other and nodded, but they felt a sense of emptiness in their hearts for some reason. Chapter 62 Pregnancy Class. That day, Yi Qingyao was sitting leisurely on the sofa at home, holding a book about pregnancy in her hand, trying to gain more knowledge and experience from it. Suddenly, her cell phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. Seeing that the caller ID showed the hospital's number, her heart beat faster and an inexplicable sense of tension came over her. She quickly picked up the phone, with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. "Hello." Yi Qingyao tried her best to make her voice sound calm. "Hello, is this Ms. Yi Qingyao?" A gentle and clear female voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding like a nurse from the hospital. "I am." Yi Qingyao nodded slightly. Although the other party couldn't see her, she still made this action involuntarily. Her heart was filled with anxiety, fearing that she would hear some bad news next. After all, pregnancy is always full of unknowns and variables. "Our hospital is holding a pregnancy class this Saturday. Do you have time to attend?" The nurse's voice was filled with anticipation and enthusiasm. She also added, "There are free little gifts." Upon hearing this news, Yi Qingyao's nervousness instantly disappeared. She breathed a sigh of relief, a relieved smile on her face. It just so happened that she still had a lot of questions about pregnancy, so listening to the explanations from professionals was undoubtedly a good learning opportunity. "Let's go." Yi Qingyao agreed without hesitation. She could even imagine herself sitting in class, listening carefully and trying hard to absorb every bit of knowledge. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng walked out of the kitchen with 2 glasses of freshly brewed lemonade in his hands. He walked over to Yi Qingyao with a smile, handed her one of the cups, and asked with concern, "Wife, who are you talking to on the phone?" "The hospital." Yi Qingyao took the lemonade and took a sip. Then she looked up at Lin Feng with a happy smile on her face. "The hospital is going to hold a course for pregnant women, teaching some knowledge about pregnancy and so on." "That's great." Lin Feng also laughed when he heard this. He thought this course sounded very good. He patted Yi Qingyao's shoulder gently and continued, "Can family members go with us?" "Okay." Yi Qingyao nodded and gave an affirmative answer. She had just asked the nurse and family members were allowed to accompany her. This made her very happy because she really hoped that Lin Feng could be with her and spend this special moment together. "No problem." Lin Feng nodded with a smile, his heart full of anticipation. He imagined himself and Yi Qingyao sitting in the classroom together, studying and growing together, and his heart was filled with happiness and satisfaction. Saturday came in the blink of an eye. The early morning sun shone into the room through the curtains, adding a bit of warmth to this cozy little home. Yi Qingyao and Lin Feng got up early, washed up, and went to the hospital together. I parked the car in the parking space and asked the nurse at the front desk, only to find out that the maternity class was on the 7th floor. So they took the elevator to the 7th floor, and as soon as they got out of the elevator, they saw several staff members in nurse uniforms standing at the door. When they saw Yi Qingyao and Lin Feng, one of the nurses with a loban walked up to them with a smile. Her smile was warm and friendly, instantly making people feel relaxed and at ease. "Hello, are you two here for the pregnancy class?" she asked politely. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded with a smile, and at the same time gently put his arm around Yi Qingyao's shoulders. "Please fill out this form," the nurse said, handing them a pen and a form. The form contains some simple information, such as how many weeks of pregnancy you are, how old you are, etc. Yi Qingyao and Lin Feng filled out the form carefully, writing every word neatly. After filling it out, the nurse took the form and said with a smile, "Please find a place to sit. Our maternity class will start soon." They followed the nurse's instructions and came to a spacious and bright classroom. The classroom was already full of people, most of whom were mothers and their families. Everyone's belly was of different sizes. Some were round and looked like they were about to give birth, others looked like they were just showing their pregnancy, their faces filled with the joy and anticipation of becoming a new mother. Yi Qingyao found a seat by the window and sat down. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains onto her gentle face, adding a touch of maternal glow to her. Lin Feng stood by and helped her tidy up her seat, then gently patted her back to comfort and encourage her. The mothers around also took their seats, nodding and smiling at each other or talking in low voices. They shared their pregnancy experiences and tips, and the air was filled with a warm yet slightly tense atmosphere. Yi Qingyao listened to their conversation and felt a warm feeling in her heart. She feels that she is not alone, because there are many female friends in the world who are going through pregnancy like her. Not long after, a middle-aged female doctor who looked experienced walked into the classroom. Her smile and eyes reveal professionalism and gentleness, making people feel instantly at ease and trusted. "Hello everyone, welcome all the expectant mothers and fathers to our pregnancy class. I am today's lecturer, Dr. Li." She introduced herself. "In the following time, I will explain to you some knowledge about pregnancy care, nutritional intake, delivery preparation, and newborn care." Dr. Li's words were gentle yet powerful, instantly attracting everyone's attention. She first talked about the basic physiological changes during pregnancy, and explained in detail the development of the fetus at different stages and the various reactions that the mother may experience, such as morning sickness, frequent urination, edema, etc., and gave corresponding relief measures. Yi Qingyao listened very carefully, nodding from time to show her agreement or understanding. Occasionally, she would write down a few key words on Lin Feng's palm for fear of missing any important information. Dr. Li then turned to the topic of nutrition during pregnancy. Nutrition during pregnancy is crucial for fetal development. She said seriously, expectant mothers need to ensure the intake of protein, iron, calcium, and vitamins, but they must also pay attention to controlling the intake of sugar and fat to avoid the occurrence of gestational diabetes and high blood pressure. As she spoke, she showed a pregnancy diet guide that detailed the recommended intake and precautions for various foods. Lin Feng was also listening with great interest. He took pictures of important PPT pages with his mobile phone from time to time, intending to study them carefully after returning and formulate a scientific diet plan for Yi Qingyao. He also noted that Dr. Li particularly emphasized the importance of folic acid, which plays a key role in preventing fetal neural tube defects. This made him secretly decide that after returning, he must supervise Yi Qingyao to take folic acid tablets on time to ensure the healthy development of the fetus. Chapter 63. Can such a small instrument really hear the baby's heartbeat? As the course progressed, Dr. Li also introduced the preparations before delivery. She explained in detail about choosing the right method of delivery, preparing a delivery bag, and understanding the birthing process. She encouraged expectant mothers to maintain a positive attitude, trust their bodies and the professional abilities of their doctors, and be prepared for emergencies. Lin Feng held Yi Qingyao's hand tightly, giving her silent support and strength, as if saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The climax of the course is the explanation on neonatal care. Dr. Li uses vivid cases and pictures to demonstrate how to correctly hold a baby, change diapers, feed the baby, and perform basic baby touch massage. She also emphasized the importance of parent-child interaction and encouraged parents to make eye contact, talk and hug their babies more often, which would help build a deep parent-child relationship. Yi Qingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she heard this. She seemed to have seen the little life in her arms looking at her with its clear eyes. She couldn't wait to learn these skills so that she could better care for and cherish the little life that was about to come into the world. During the break, the mothers gathered together to share their feelings and questions. Yi Qingyao also joined in and shared some of her minor troubles during pregnancy, such as poor sleep at night and occasional anxiety. Other mothers shared their experiences and suggestions. Some recommended sleep-aiding yoga, while others shared tips for relieving anxiety. Yi Qingyao's heart was filled with gratitude and warmth as she listened to these valuable suggestions. After the break, the course continued and Dr. Li continued to explain the relevant knowledge of newborn care, including how to feed correctly and how to prevent baby eczema. She also emphasized the importance of breastfeeding and gave some practical advice and tips. Yi Qingyao and Lin Feng listened very carefully. They knew that this knowledge was crucial for taking care of the baby in the future. At the end of the course, Dr. Li also invited several experienced mothers to come on stage to share their parenting experiences and insights. They shared their experiences of the difficulties and challenges they faced during pregnancy and parenting, and how they overcame these difficulties and grew into stronger and more confident mothers. Yi Qingya was filled with admiration and emotion as she listened to their sharing. She felt that she could be a good mother like them. After the class, Yi Qingya and Lin Feng walked out of the classroom together. They walked hand in hand in the hospital corridor, their hearts full of expectations and longings for the future. They know that although pregnancy is a challenging time, as long as they support each other and work together, they will be able to get through this special time and welcome a healthy and lovely little life. After the course, the hospital also prepared exquisite small gifts for each participating mother, an exquisite pregnancy diary and a set of baby care products. Yi Qingya held these gifts with a happy smile on her face. She knew that these were not just material gifts, but also recognition and encouragement of her upcoming identity as a mother. On the way home, Yi Qingya and Lin Feng walked hand in hand in the afterglow of the sunset, their hearts full of longing and expectation for the future. They talked about what they had learned today, planned for the baby's future, and occasionally smiled at each other because of some interesting topic. At this moment, they seemed to have seen that little life quietly changing their lives in an incredible way. In the following days, Yi Qingya strictly adjusted her diet and lifestyle habits according to Dr. Li's advice. Lin Feng also fully cooperated, preparing nutritious meals for her, accompanying her in moderate exercise, and attending every prenatal checkup at the hospital together. Every time they hear their baby's healthy heartbeat, they feel extremely relieved and happy. That day, Yi Qingya sat on the sofa, looking mysterious. She took out her cell phone from her pocket from time to time, and the screen lit up and went off again and again, repeatedly checking to see if there were any new message notifications. Her face was filled with anxiety and anticipation, as if she was waiting for some crucial moment. Why hasn't he come yet? Yi Qingya whispered to herself, with a hint of impatience in her tone, but more of an excitement that was difficult to conceal. Her fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the sofa, the rhythm getting faster and faster, revealing the turmoil in her heart. Lin Feng walked out of the study and saw his wife in this state. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. "Wife, what are you waiting for?" As he asked, he walked over to Yi Qingya and sat down, trying to read something from her expression. Yi Qingya looked up at Lin Feng, a mysterious smile on her lips. "Secret," she said simply, a sly glint in her eyes. Time passed minute by minute, and the atmosphere in the room became particularly tense because of Yi Qingya's waiting. Finally, an hour later, Yi Qingyao's cell phone rang. She suddenly grabbed the phone, glanced at the caller ID on the screen, and a bright smile instantly broke out on her face. "Hello, are you home now?" "I am here." After talking for a while, Yi Qingyao hung up the phone, immediately stood up from the sofa, and walked quickly to the door to wait. Her heartbeat quickened, and she could almost hear her blood rushing through her veins. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Yi Qingyao couldn't wait to open the door and took a beautifully packaged box from the courier. She happily carried the box back to the living room, and Lin Feng followed her curiously, wanting to find out what was going on. Yi Qingyao gently placed the box on the coffee table, then turned to look at Lin Feng, her eyes flashing with anticipation. "Honey, get me a pair of scissors," she said. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, then took a pair of sharp scissors from the kitchen and handed them to his wife. Yi Qingyao took the scissors and carefully cut the tape on the box. As the box opened, a smaller but equally exquisite box came into view. The box is printed with exquisite patterns and a few eye-catching words: fetal heart rate monitor. Seeing this, Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingyao with a puzzled look on his face. "Wife, what did you buy this for?" he asked. Yi Qingyao raised her head excitedly, her eyes gleaming with maternal brilliance. "Listen to the baby's heartbeat." As she spoke, Yi Qingyao peeled off the wrapping paper completely, revealing the fetal heart rate monitor inside. She read the instructions carefully, her fingers gently sliding across each button, as if she was having an intimate conversation with this small device that would soon become a bridge between her and her child. Lin Feng also came over and studied this magical instrument with Yi Qingyao. He asked curiously, "Can such a small instrument really hear the baby's heartbeat?" Yi Qingyao smiled and nodded, turned on the instrument, and then followed the steps in the instruction manual. Chapter 64: Hearing the Baby's Heartbeat. Not only was there a fetal heart monitor lying quietly in the box, but there was also a bottle of white substance that looked ordinary but was full of mystery. The three big words "coupling agent" were clearly written on the bottle. Although the contents of this box are relatively small and not as eye-catching as the large and complex medical equipment in the hospital, it contains everything it should have. Fetal heart rate monitor, coupling agent, and detailed instructions are all included. This made Yi Qingyao and Lin Feng feel both relieved and excited. They would soon be able to hear their baby's heartbeat at home, which was truly a unique experience. At this time, Yi Qingyao picked up the instruction manual and read it carefully. Then she turned to look at Lin Feng, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, and said, "Husband, the instruction manual says that you should squeeze the coupling agent on your belly first. This will allow the fetal heart monitor to better receive the baby's heartbeat signal." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded immediately. He took the coupling agent, his eyes also full of anticipation. Then Yi Qingyao continued, "I'm going to lie down now, you start squeezing." Yi Qingyao gently lifted up her clothes, revealing her fair and round belly. Then, Lin Feng carefully squeezed out the coupling agent, and the cold touch made Yi Qingyao shiver. He applied the coupling agent evenly on Yi Qingyao's belly. The moment it touched her, Yi Qingyao couldn't help but let out an ah. "Oh my god, the coupling agent is so cold," Yi Qingyao said with a smile. There was no complaint in her tone, but instead it was full of excitement about the new experience. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly exhaled, trying to use his body temperature to bring a little warmth to Yi Qingyao. He asked with concern, "Are you feeling better now? Is it too cold?" Yi Qingyao smiled and said, "Well, after adapting for a while, I feel much better." Then, Lin Feng followed the instructions in the manual and gently placed the little llama-shaped thing on the fetal heart monitor on Yi Qingyao's belly. At that moment, the whole house was filled with a tense and expectant atmosphere, as if the whole world had stopped, leaving only the two of them and the impending sound of the baby's heartbeat. As the instrument started up, a slight humming sounded in the room, followed by a brief silence. The two of them waited with bated breath, as if time had become unusually long. Suddenly, a beeping sound came from the instrument. The sound was crisp and powerful. When Lin Feng heard this voice, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. He looked at Yi Qingyao excitedly and asked, "Wife, is this the baby's heartbeat?" His voice was full of anticipation and uncertainty. After all, this was their first time trying a fetal heart monitor. This was also Yi Qingyao's first time using this instrument, and she was equally excited and at a loss. She shook her head and said, "I don't know. This is my first time listening to the baby's heartbeat, so I'm not sure what it sounds like." After hearing what Yi Qingyao said, Lin Feng hurriedly contacted the merchant to confirm. He picked up his phone, opened the chat dialog box with the merchant, and played the recording for the merchant. After a while, the merchant sent a message, "The sound you are hearing is not a baby's heartbeat. A baby's heartbeat sounds more like the sound of horse hooves or the clang 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 sound of a green train. It has a very rhythmic feeling. Please look carefully." After hearing what the merchant said, Lin Feng felt a little disappointed, but at the same time he was more looking forward to finding the real baby's heartbeat. He took a deep breath and began to search Yi Qingyao's belly. He listened here and there, but after searching for a long time he couldn't find the sound that the merchant described, which was like the sound of horse hooves or a green train. Fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, and he began to feel anxious. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that there might be other tips in the instructions. He quickly picked up the instruction manual and looked through it carefully. The front is marked with the fetal heart position of the baby at different weeks. The lower the week, the closer the fetal heart position is to the navel. Yi Qingyao is now about 14 weeks pregnant, and the fetal heartbeat should be a little above her belly button. Lin Feng followed the instructions in the manual and searched Yi Qingyao's belly again. He gently moved the fetal heart monitor, trying to capture the faint but vital heartbeat. However, despite his best efforts, he could not find the baby's heartbeat. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly realized a problem. Yi Qingyao was pregnant with twins. The fetal heart position of twins may be different from that of a single fetus, so you cannot simply refer to the position in the instructions. Thinking of this, hope rekindled in Lin Feng's heart. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then searched more patiently. He gently pressed Yi Qingyao's belly, then adjusted the position of the fetal heart monitor, trying to find the most suitable angle. Just when Lin Feng was about to give up, he suddenly heard a clear and strong heartbeat. The sound was like a series of cheerful horse hooves, full of vitality and rhythm. Lin Feng was so excited that he almost jumped up. He tilted his ear and kept it close to the fetal heart monitor, afraid of missing any details. He looked at Yi Qingyao, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and asked, "Wife, this should be the heartbeat of our baby, right? Listen, isn't it very rhythmic? Doesn't it sound like the sound of horse hooves?" Yi Qingyao also heard the heartbeat. She nodded excitedly, tears glistening in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Yes, it is. It's the baby's heartbeat. It's amazing. I heard it. I really heard the baby's heartbeat." Her voice was full of joy and emotion. Then, Yi Qingniao picked up her mobile phone, turned on the recording function, and recorded the baby's heartbeat. She listened to the clear and powerful heartbeat, her heart filled with incomparable joy and satisfaction. She knew that this was the fruit of her and Lin Feng's love and the most precious gift in their lives. After recording, Yi Qingniao pressed the phone tightly against her chest, as if she could feel the baby's heartbeat resonating with her own. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with happiness, and said, "Hubby, thank you. Thank you for going through all this with me. I never thought we could hear our baby's heartbeat right at home. It's truly amazing." Chapter 65 The Most Beautiful Voice. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with tenderness. He held Yi Qingniao's hand lovingly and whispered softly, "Wife, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had this unforgettable experience. So I should thank you." Yi Qingniao blushed and responded softly, "Okay, let's stop thanking each other. We are all family." Then she continued, "Honey, we just heard the heartbeat of one baby, and we haven't found the heartbeat of that baby yet." Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately became serious. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'll look for it quickly then." As he spoke, he carefully moved the instrument on Yi Qingniao's belly as if he was detecting a landmine, and began to look for the heartbeat of the second baby. His movements were gentle and focused, for fear of disturbing the little life in his belly. Yi Qingniao lay quietly on the bed, feeling both nervous and excited. As time passed, beads of sweat gradually appeared on Lin Feng's forehead. But he did not give up and continued searching patiently. Finally, half a finger's width away from the belly button, he heard the heartbeat of the second baby. However, this heartbeat seemed different from the previous one. Lin Feng frowned, looked at Yi Qingniao with some confusion, and asked, "Wife, this time I heard our baby's heartbeat sound more like the clanging sound of a train running, completely different from the heartbeat that sounded like the sound of a small horse's hooves just now." Yi Qingniao was also stunned. She shook her head, indicating that she didn't know what was going on. She said with some concern, "Will there be any problem if the two babies have different voices?" Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately comforted her, "Don't worry, wife, maybe this is just a normal phenomenon. Every baby is unique, and their heartbeat may sound a little different." Yi Qingniao nodded, but the doubts in her heart did not completely dissipate. She quickly picked up her phone and started searching. After a moment, she said in surprise, "Honey, I saw someone online saying that if the baby's heartbeat is different, it might be a different gender." Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. He leaned over to take a look at the content on his phone, then asked excitedly, "Really? People say that if a baby's heartbeat sounds like a horseshoe, it's probably a boy, and if it sounds like a train, it's probably a girl?" Yi Qingniao nodded, and an expectant smile appeared on her face. She said softly, "Well, that's what it says on the internet, but I don't know if it's accurate." Lin Feng couldn't wait any longer. He hugged his wife and said excitedly, "Yao Yao, you're pregnant with twins, right? A boy and a girl. That's great. This way we'll have both a son and a daughter." As he spoke, he did not forget to kiss Yi Qingniao on the forehead. Seeing her husband's excitement, Yi Qingniao's heart was also filled with happiness and satisfaction. But she still hurriedly reminded him, "Husband, they said it's possible, not certain. The doctor said there is no scientific basis for this. Maybe the twins born are not a boy and a girl." Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, "It's okay, as long as they are my children, I like them all. No matter if they are boys or girls, I will do my best to love and protect them." As he spoke, he gently stroked Yi Qingniao's belly, as if he could already feel the presence of the little life inside. Yi Qingniao was also infected by his deep affection, and she snuggled tightly in Lin Feng's arms. After a while, Lin Feng put away the fetal heart monitor, and then carefully wiped the coupling agent off Yi Qingniao's belly with a tissue. After wiping, Yi Qingniao took out her cell phone and played the heartbeats of the two babies that she had just recorded. She closed her eyes and listened quietly to the most primitive sound of life, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Although the heartbeat was small, it was full of strength and hope. Lin Feng also came over and listened to the wonderful sound with Yi Qingniao. He said with emotion, "Wife, do you know? This is really the most beautiful sound in the world, more beautiful and moving than any music." Yi Qingniao nodded, took a deep breath, and said, "Yes, this is the sound of our baby. I'm really looking forward to their arrival." Lin Feng held her hand tightly and said firmly, "Don't worry, honey, I will always be by your side to welcome the arrival of our baby together." Yi Qingniao looked at him with emotion, tears in her eyes. She knew that she had found a man she could rely on for life. No matter what storms she encounters in the future, as long as he is by her side, she will not be afraid of anything. In order to make his father and mother happy, Lin Feng decided to send the heartbeat sounds of the two babies to Su Wanrong's WeChat. He carefully selected the two clearest heartbeat sounds and sent them over. After sending the message, he waited expectantly for his parents' reply. However, Su Wanrong was still a little confused when she received the news, and she complained to Lin Chaotian. "Lao Lin, listen to what my son is sending me. I can't hear a word of it." Lin Chaotian also pricked up his ears and listened for a long time with a frown, then waved his hand and said, "I didn't understand a word he said. Is this son tinkering with something new again?" Afterwards, Su Wanrong angrily sent a voice message to Lin Feng for more than 10 seconds. "Xiao Feng, what nonsense did you send to mom? Are you free? I asked you to take good care of Yao Yao. Did you listen to me?" Lin Feng smiled helplessly after hearing the voice message from his mother. It seemed that he had really been banished to the cold palace. In order to prevent his mother from bombarding him with messages, he quickly replied, "Mom, I take very good care of your daughter-in-law, so you don't have to worry. Also, those two voice messages I sent you are very precious. That's the heartbeat of your future grandchildren. You must listen carefully." When Su Wanrong heard this, she looked at Lin Chaotian with great surprise and said, "Xiao Feng said that those two voice messages were the heartbeats of Yao Yao's baby." Upon hearing this, Lin Chaotian came over excitedly. He put on his reading glasses and listened carefully to the weak but vital heartbeat. As he listened, tears started to well up in his eyes. After a moment, he said with emotion, "Is this my grandson or granddaughter? It's great that I will have a grandson soon after I turn half a year old." Then, Su Wanrong replied with a smile, "Your father and I heard it. You must take good care of Yao Yao and don't bully my daughter-in-law." "I understand." Lin Feng replied helplessly after receiving the news. His wife was a key protected person in the Lin family. How dare he bully her? At this time, Su Wanrong sent another message, "Son, your father and I consulted a master to calculate the date for your wedding." Chapter 66, Brushing Oil Master. Lin Feng was sitting on the sofa in the living room, his fingers gently sliding across the screen of his mobile phone. When he saw this message, his heartbeat involuntarily accelerated and a bright smile instantly broke out on his face. He quickly replied, his tone filled with urgency and excitement, "When? The 18th day of the 12th lunar month, the master said this day is particularly good, an auspicious day, very suitable for you to get married." Su Wanrong's message came back quickly, and the words between the lines revealed her joy for her son's marriage. "Okay. That's great." Lin Feng replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling with happiness. However, on second thought, December 18th is only a few days away, and we must prepare for the wedding in full swing. He picked up his phone and started making a long list of things to do, from choosing a wedding venue to booking a wedding hotel, from choosing a wedding dress to arranging the guest list. Each item was crucial and could not be missed. As soon as I hung up the call with my mother, Yi Qingyao's gentle but slightly anxious voice came from the bedroom, "Hubby, come here quickly, I have something to tell you." I'm coming. Lin Feng heard Yi Qingyao's call, quickly put down the phone in his hand, and ran quickly to the bedroom. When I pushed open the bedroom door, I saw Yi Qingyao lying on her side on the bed, gently lifting her bulging belly with one hand, with a look of grievance and worry on her face. She pouted slightly, with a hint of pouting in her voice, "Honey, look, I seem to have stretch marks on my stomach. They're so ugly. Will they ever go away?" Lin Feng walked to the bedside, bent down gently, and carefully checked Yi Qingyao's belly. Sure enough, a faint pink mark appeared on the smooth and delicate skin. He knew that these were stretch marks that may occur during pregnancy due to excessive stretching of the skin. Although they do not affect health, they do cause trouble for women who love beauty. He gently held Yi Qingyao's hand and comforted her softly, "Don't worry, honey. This spot can go away. I will take good care of you and make your belly return to its original state." "Really? Husband, please don't lie to me." When Yi Qingyao heard this, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, but then she showed some doubts. She was afraid that Lin Feng said this on purpose just to comfort her. "Of course it's true, wife, you have to believe me." Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, his eyes full of determination and tenderness. He turned around and took out the stretch mark oil he had prepared earlier from the bedside table. He had chosen it specifically for Yi Qingyao, hoping it would help her reduce the formation of stretch marks. During this period of time, he did not apply stretch mark oil to Yi Qingyao every day like before. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help feeling a little guilty. He secretly made up his mind that he would make time to carefully apply lotion to his wife every day no matter what. After getting the stretch mark oil, Linfeng carefully opened the bottle cap and carefully read the instructions and precautions on the instructions. Then he picked up his phone and browsed the internet for instructions on how to use it for stretch marks. He nodded as he read, his face filled with confidence and satisfaction. "Wife, lie down and don't move. I'm going to start applying the ointment for you." Linfeng held Yi Qingyao's shoulders and said softly, "Oh." Yi Qingyao nodded obediently and lay down on the bed obediently. Although she was skeptical about Linfeng's words, she felt a warm feeling in her heart when she saw his serious look. After a while, Linfeng took out a clean brush from the kitchen. He had found it specially after watching a video on how to apply stretch mark removal online. He poured a proper amount of stretch mark oil on Yi Qingyao's belly, and then spread it gently and evenly with a brush. This time, the stretch mark oil did not bring a cold feeling like the previous coupling agent, but instead brought a hint of warmth and comfort. However, when Linfeng was brushing Yi Qingyao's belly with the brush, Yi Qingyao couldn't help but grin. Her eyes were filled with a bit of laughter and tears, and she teased, "Honey, are you sure this is how you use stretch mark oil? Why do I feel like you're a kebab chef, brushing it all over the place?" Hearing Yi Qingyao's teasing, Linfeng couldn't help laughing. He stopped what he was doing, looked at Yi Qingyao seriously and said, "Yes, I just watched the video and saw other people's husbands brushing their wives in this way. Honey, don't worry, I will take good care of you and the baby." After saying that, Linfeng continued to gently apply the stretch mark oil with a brush until the entire belly was evenly covered with a thin layer of oil film. Then, he rubbed his palms together to warm them up, and massaged Yi Qingyao's belly back and forth in an up and down motion to help the stretch mark oil be better absorbed by the skin. After a while, the stretch mark oil was completely absorbed, leaving a light layer of oil on Yi Qingyao's belly. Linfeng nodded with satisfaction, then picked up his phone and took a few photos of Yi Qingyao's belly. "Honey, why are you taking pictures?" Yi Qingyao asked curiously when she saw Linfeng taking pictures. "I want to see if stretch mark oil works." Linfeng explained with a smile, "If you develop a stretch mark on your belly in the future, I'll buy you a limited edition bag. I'll buy as many as you develop, okay?" "Okay." When talking about bags, Yi Qingyao's eyes immediately lit up. She grinned and said mischievously, "Honey, I'm just worried you won't be able to buy enough." "Don't worry, wife, I can definitely buy it for you. Even if you don't get spots, I will buy it for you, okay?" Linfeng looked at Yi Qingyao lovingly, his tone full of love and promise. However, when Yi Qingyao heard these words, her eyes suddenly turned red. She looked at Linfeng with emotion, her voice choked with sobs. "Husband, why are you so good to me? I feel so happy. If I'm not nice to you, who can I be nice to? You're my wife, the one I love most in my life." Linfeng gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Yi Qingyao's eyes and held her tightly in his arms. "Okay, honey, stop crying. You are our family's key protected person now. You can't cry." Linfeng comforted Yi Qingyao softly while wiping her tears with a tissue. Yi Qingyao snuggled in Linfeng's arms, feeling his strong chest and warm embrace. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, as if to engrave this happiness in her heart forever. Chapter 67 Recipe Upgrade. At the same time, a clear and pleasant system prompt sound suddenly came from Linfeng's head. Ding! The system detected that the host has applied pregnancy oil to Yi Qingyao 10 times cumulatively. A pregnancy oil formula is specially awarded as a reward. Hearing this sudden system prompt, Linfeng couldn't help but frown, muttering to himself, "Huh? Pregnancy oil formula? Why did this system suddenly give me this? Isn't the pregnancy oil I have good enough?" He was filled with doubts, so he tried to communicate with the system. "System, what's so special about your pregnancy oil formula? Could it be that the pregnancy oil I'm using now is completely useless?" The system seemed to sense Linfeng's doubts and immediately gave a detailed explanation. Replying to the host, "It's not that they're useless, but the pregnancy oils on the market are relatively ineffective and can't completely remove stretch marks. The formula provided by this system is the best solution obtained after countless experiments and optimizations. It can not only effectively prevent the formation of stretch marks, but can also to some extent reduce existing stretch marks, making pregnant women's skin smoother and more delicate." The system explained a lot, and although Linfeng was a little confused, he was always confident in what the system produced. He knew that what the system gave out must be of the highest quality. So, he secretly planned to go to the laboratory one day and prepare a bottle for his wife according to the formula to see the effect. To be honest, during this period of time, Linfeng has deeply experienced the difficulties of being a mother. Every mother was once a girl who loved beauty, Who would want to have ugly stretch marks on her belly? He thought of his wife Yi Qingyao, who had sacrificed so much for their children. If only all pregnant mothers could use this effective pregnancy oil, they would no longer have those unsightly stretch marks on their tummies. The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more he felt that this was worth doing, and his heart was filled with enthusiasm and anticipation. The next morning, Lin Feng arrived at the Xinjuan Investment Company early. After the regular meeting, Lin Feng called Fu Quan to his office. "Mr. Lin, do you have anything to tell me?" Fu Quan stood respectfully in front of Lin Feng, waiting for his instructions. Lin Feng knocked on the desk, making rhythmic sounds, as if he was thinking about some important issue. After a moment, he looked up at Fu Quan, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. "Help me find a factory that produces pregnancy oil. I want to seek cooperation with them." Pregnancy oil? Fu Quan was stunned when he heard this word. He thought he had misheard. When he saw Mr. Lin nod affirmatively, he quickly replied, "Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll do it right away." Although Fu Quan was very confused about his boss's decision, he knew that Lin Feng had always been a visionary man and his decision must have its reasons. So, he received a fixed salary and his duty became to follow orders. Fu Quan was very efficient at work. In less than half an hour, he excitedly knocked on the door of the president's office. His face was filled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. "Mr. Lin, I've found the factory that produces pregnancy oil you asked me to find. It's near the 4th Ring Road of Shanghai. The factory is quite large, well equipped, and has advanced technology." Fu Quan finished speaking in one breath, looking forward to Lin Feng's response. Lin Feng was delighted after hearing Fu Quan's words. He nodded and said, "Okay. You drive, let's go over and take a look." He knew that the pregnancy oil thing had to be done as soon as possible. After all, seeing his wife worrying about stretch marks made him feel distressed. The two of them quickly arrived downstairs at the company. Lin Feng took out the key to the Lamborghini Veneno Roadster from his pocket and handed it to Fu Quan. Fu Quan's eyes lit up when he saw the top luxury car in front of him shining with metallic luster. Although he really wanted to go and drive it to have some fun, he gave up the idea when he thought that the road to the factory might not be easy to travel. After all, if he broke down the car, he would have to work for others for the rest of his life to pay for it. So, he looked at Lin Feng and said with a wry smile, "Boss Lin, your car is not very good at driving on this bumpy road. You should drive mine. Although my car is not as good as your luxury car, it is more durable." After listening to Fu Quan's words, Lin Feng felt that what he said made sense. So he nodded and said, "Okay, then drive your car." After that, he sat in the passenger seat of the Jeep. Fu Quan started the car and slowly drove out of the company gate. The road at the beginning was relatively easy to walk on, it was a flat asphalt road. But after a while, it became difficult to walk on it. The factory is located in a remote area, outside the 4th Ring Road of Shanghai, so the road became bumpy. Although the Jeep is sturdy and durable, it still feels a bit bumpy when driving on such a road. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, feeling the bumps of the car, but his heart was full of anticipation. For the sake of his wife and all pregnant mothers, he must find the best pregnancy oil production factory and cooperate to produce pregnancy oil with significant effects. Finally, after great effort, the two finally arrived at the factory gate. The factory gate was closed and a security guard was standing at the door. He was wearing a uniform and had a serious expression. Fu Quan got out of the car, walked to the gate, and said politely, "Hello, I've contacted your factory manager. Please tell them we're here." After listening to Fu Quan's words, the guard nodded, then picked up the phone and called the factory director's office. After a while, the factory gates slowly opened. The guard said to the two of them, "Go in, the factory director is waiting for you in the innermost room." After thanking the security guard, Fu Quan and Lin Feng got in the car and drove straight to the innermost house. Soon, they saw a middle-aged man standing downstairs of the office building. He was wearing navy blue work clothes, had dense white hair on his head, and his face was full of traces of time, looking very vicissitudes of life. But his eyes were very sharp and bright, revealing an indomitable spirit. Upon seeing Fu Quan and Lin Feng, the factory director immediately came forward and greeted them warmly, "Hello, welcome to our factory. I'm the factory director here, and my last name is Li Mingfeng." To be honest, when the factory director saw the two of them, he thought Lin Feng was just a small employee working for Fu Quan. Because Lin Feng was dressed very modestly and looked very young, the factory director was particularly enthusiastic about Fu Quan, thinking that he was the leader of this cooperation. "Hello, hello. After seeing this, Fu Quan realized that the other party might have misunderstood him, so he quickly extended his hand and introduced him. Hello, Director Li, this is our General Manager Lin. Hearing this, Li Mingfeng frowned for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Lin. I didn't expect him to be so young. I was so wrong about him. Chapter 68 Cooperation. Lin Feng smiled modestly, cleared his throat, and continued, Director Li, why don't we find a place to have a good chat? I have many details I'd like to discuss with you about our cooperation. After hearing this, Director Li was stunned for a moment, then he slapped his head and smiled apologetically. Look at my head, I forgot we are still outside. Let's go to my office and discuss it in detail. As he spoke, Director Li turned around and gestured for someone to come in. Come in, please. Soon, the three of them arrived at a room of about 20 square meters. The room is decorated simply and elegantly, with a large desk in the middle and several sofas next to it, making it both practical and stylish. After Director Li asked the two to sit down, he instructed his secretary, Xiao Lu, go make a pot of good tea. I want the best kind we have in the factory. Secretary Xiao Lu responded and left. After a while, he brought a pot of fragrant tea and poured it for Lin Feng and Director Li respectively. After finishing the explanation, Director Li sat on the main seat on the sofa, leaned forward slightly, looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, Boss Lin, now we can have a good chat. I wonder what exactly the cooperation you mentioned is. Although our factory is small, we have a good reputation in the industry. If you need any help, please feel free to ask. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled calmly, with a hint of confidence and composure in his smile. He took a sip of tea and then said slowly, Director Li, I have a formula for pregnancy oil. This oil is very nourishing to the skin of pregnant women. I want to produce my own brand and launch it on the market. After hearing this, Director Li's eyes lit up and he was obviously interested in this novel product. He nodded and motioned Lin Feng to continue. Lin Feng continued, I know our factory has extensive experience and strength in cosmetics production, so I would like to cooperate with you and have your factory process my products on my behalf. Of course, I will provide detailed formula and production process requirements to ensure product quality. After hearing this, factory manager Li smiled and nodded, expressing his understanding. So you want to establish your own brand? That's no problem. Our factory does have a lot of experience in OEM. Whether it's product quality or production efficiency, we can meet your needs. However, we want to make it clear that we are only responsible for production and not sales. You still need to handle the marketing and sales of the products yourself. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand, indicating that this was not a problem. Of course there is no problem. I already have a preliminary plan for sales. However, I must emphasize that our formula is unique and can only be used to produce our products. It cannot be disclosed to third parties or used in the production of other products. As he spoke, Lin Feng pulled out a patent certificate from his bag and handed it to Director Li. We have already applied for a patent for this formula, and it is legally protected. So I hope Director Li can understand our position and ensure the safety and confidentiality of the formula. Factory Director Li took the patent certificate, examined it carefully, and then nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Our factory has always been known for its integrity in the industry. We will strictly keep our customers' business secrets confidential. Your formula is top secret with us and will never be leaked. After saying this, Director Li handed the teacup to Lin Feng and gestured for him to drink. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. Next, the two sides began to discuss the specific matters of cooperation. The two of them talked back and forth and soon reached an agreement. After the discussion, Director Li asked his secretary to bring a draft contract. Both parties reviewed and revised the contract item by item based on the content of the previous discussion. After some bargaining and careful deliberation, the contract was finally finalized. Lin Feng carefully checked the contents of the contract, and after confirming that they were correct, he picked up a pen and solemnly signed his name on the contract. Factory Director Li smiled and extended his hand after seeing this. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure working with you. I believe our cooperation will be a complete success. Lin Feng nodded, shook Director Li's hand, and shook it vigorously. It's a pleasure to work with you. I am also looking forward to this cooperation. After signing the contract, the two chatted for a while. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to remember something and said, Director Li, can you produce the first-grade pregnancy oil according to my formula? I want to take it back for my wife to use. After hearing this, Director Li smiled and nodded, of course, no problem. I'll pass it on right away. As he spoke, Director Lee picked up the phone, dialed the number of the production department, and after giving a few brief instructions, he hung up. He turned to look at Lin Feng and said with a smile, I have already told my men that they will soon produce the pregnancy oil according to your formula. Please wait a moment and you will get the finished product soon. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart when he heard this. He smiled and nodded, thank you, Director Lee. Director Lee smiled and suddenly changed the subject. Boss Lin, you look so young and promising. I didn't know you were married. But then again, men with families are more responsible. I believe our cooperation will be smoother. Hearing this, Lin Feng scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Director Lee, you are too kind. As the two chatted, time passed by unknowingly. After a while, the head of the production department came in with a bottle of pregnancy oil that had just been produced. He respectfully handed the oil to Director Lee and then walked out. Director Lee took the oil, carefully examined the packaging and label, and after confirming that it was correct, he handed it to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, this is the pregnancy oil produced according to your formula. If there's anything we can improve, please let me know and we'll do our best to meet your needs. Lin Feng took the oil and looked at Director Lee gratefully. Thank you, Director Lee. After that, the two shook hands again, and then Lin Feng took Fu Quan and the pregnancy oil and left Director Lee's office. Chapter 69 No Trace. At night, the soft moonlight shines through the gaps in the curtains into the cozy bedroom, adding a bit of tranquility and peace to this small space. Lin Feng gently helped Yi Qingyao lie down, his movements full of delicacy and care. Then he took out the bottle of pregnancy oil he got from Director Lee today from the bedside table. He smiled gently, his eyes full of doting. Wife, let me apply oil to you. Okay. Yi Qingyao nodded, a happy smile on her face. She habitually lifted up her slightly bulging belly and waited quietly. Lin Feng looked at his wife in front of him, and an inexplicable sense of responsibility surged in his heart. Today, when he was bored, he was watching videos and accidentally discovered that the way he applied pregnancy oil with a brush yesterday was actually a prank. The real massage method is to just rub your palms to warm them up, then apply the pregnancy oil evenly on your hands, and then gently massage up and down to allow the skin to fully absorb the moisture and care. He secretly thanked God that he discovered this little misunderstanding in time, otherwise he didn't know how much unnecessary trouble his wife would have to endure. So, he gently rubbed his hands to warm them up and poured the pregnancy oil into his palms. The faint fragrance instantly filled the entire room, making people feel relaxed and happy. He applied it carefully, his movements gentle but powerful. Yi Qingyao enjoyed the care from her husband. She closed her eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she said, Honey, applying this pregnancy oil on my belly seems to be really effective. There was a hint of surprise in her voice, as if she had discovered a new world. The tightness in my stomach seems to be gone. She continued, her tone full of disbelief. Since she became pregnant, as her belly grew bigger, she always felt an inexplicable tightness, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. And at this moment, that feeling of tension miraculously disappeared. How could she not be surprised? It's really amazing. Yi Qingyao said as she shook her head in amazement, as if she was still immersed in the incredible feeling. She reached out her hand and gently stroked her belly, feeling the unprecedented ease and comfort. When Lin Feng heard his wife's praise, he couldn't help but feel secretly proud. He knew that the formula of this pregnancy oil was actually given by the system, but of course he couldn't tell this secret. He could only internally grumble, the formula the system gave me is truly amazing. I can see results in just one day. However, he feigned modesty and said with a smile, maybe this oil is really good, but I still have to keep using it. At this time, Yi Qingyao suddenly found that the bottle of pregnancy oil seemed different from yesterday. She frowned in confusion and asked, Honey, why is this pregnancy oil different from yesterday's? Did you buy this new one? Her eyes were full of curiosity and confusion. Lin Feng shook his head and explained with a smile, the formula of this pregnancy oil is newly developed by me. In order to make his wife believe him, he had to take the credit for himself. Ah? Really? Yi Qingyao was very shocked when she heard this. She widened her eyes and looked Lin Feng up and down, making him feel creepy. She never imagined that her husband had such ability to develop pregnancy oil by himself. Wife, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed by his wife's gaze. He touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. I said my husband is very amazing. He can even develop pregnancy oil by himself. It's really amazing. Yi Qingniao looked at Lin Feng with worshipful eyes, her tone full of admiration and respect. She really didn't expect that her husband had such talent and potential. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed by his wife's praise. He scratched his head and said modestly, "It's not that great. I was just trying it casually. I didn't expect it to be successful." He was actually very proud in his heart, but he still had to remain humble on the surface. Seeing her husband being so humble, Yi Qingniao smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, "You are really amazing. I cannot refute you. But, husband, you are really amazing." Yi Qingniao continued, "I feel much better after applying this pregnancy oil on my belly. I can even feel the elasticity of my belly. It is really very effective." She spoke matter-of-factly, saying that she could clearly feel the changes in her body. This was not a compliment, but admiration from the heart. When Lin Feng heard his wife's praise, his heart felt as sweet as honey. He looked at his wife lovingly and said with a smile, "It works. I made this pregnancy oil specifically for you. It will prevent you from getting stretch marks on your belly." Yi Qingniao's eyes became moist when she heard this. She didn't expect her husband to do so much for her. She was really touched. She leaned on her husband's shoulder and said expectantly, "Honey, it would be great if this pregnancy oil could reduce the appearance of stretch marks on sisters who already have them. That way, the girls who love beauty will be very happy to see it." After hearing what his wife said, Lin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart. He knew that his wife was not only kind but also very considerate of others. He gently pinched Yi Qingniao's little face and said lovingly, "Who made my wife so kind? I have contacted the manufacturer and will start producing this pregnancy oil today. I hope that more pregnant mothers can benefit from it and maintain their beauty and confidence during pregnancy." "Wow, my husband is really great," Yi Qingniao said happily, her face filled with a happy smile. She is really proud of her husband. She knows that her husband is a good man with a sense of responsibility. Lin Feng looked at his wife's happy face, and his heart was filled with satisfaction and happiness. Then, the two talked about some details about pregnancy oil. Yi Qingniao asked curiously, "Husband, what ingredients did you add to this pregnancy oil? Why is it so effective?" She was really curious about how her husband developed such a magical pregnancy oil. Lin Feng explained with a smile, "Actually, there's nothing special added, just some natural plant oils and herbal essences." After listening to her husband's explanation, Yi Qingniao was even more moved. She knew that her husband had really put in a lot of effort and hard work for her and their children. She hugged her husband tightly and said affectionately, "Thank you, honey. You are so kind. I am very happy to marry you and become your wife." Lin Feng also hugged his wife tightly, and the two of them hugged each other quietly, reluctant to let go. After a while, Yi Qingniao suddenly raised her head from her husband's arms and said seriously, "Husband, what is the name of the pregnancy oil you developed?" "I haven't thought about it yet." Lin Feng shook his head and then asked, "Wife, do you have any good ideas?" Let's call it Wuhan. Yi Qingniao tilted her head and said, "The name is simple, easy to understand, and easy to remember." "What do you think?" "Very good, let's call it this. I will apply for the trademark tomorrow," Lin Feng said with a smile, looking at Yi Qingniao with love. Chapter 70. No regrets in life. On this day, the sun was shining brightly and the breeze was not dry, so Lin Feng and Yi Qingniao went out together. Sitting in the car, Yi Qingniao tilted her head, her bright big eyes fixed on Lin Feng's mysterious look, and she couldn't help but murmur in her heart. She gently tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, and the sleeve swayed slightly with her movement, as if expressing her curiosity. There was a glint of curiosity and anticipation in her eyes, and a mischievous smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She asked, "Honey, where are you taking me? Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me." There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice, but it was full of anticipation. Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a mysterious smile, which contained endless tenderness and pampering. He gently held Yi Qingniao's hand, which was warm and strong, as if it could give her endless sense of security. He said gently, "You'll know when you get there. It's a place you won't expect." After that, he stepped on the accelerator and the car shot away like an arrow. The scenery outside the car window quickly receded, as if making way for their journey. Along the way, Yi Qingniao kept guessing Lin Feng's destination, whether it was a romantic seaside restaurant or a bustling shopping mall. Various possible scenarios kept emerging in her mind, but she was still unable to determine Lin Feng's true intentions. Lin Feng just smiled without saying anything, letting Yi Qingniao guess on the side, his eyes full of pampering and expectation. He knew that the more curious Yi Qingyao was, the bigger the surprise would be. He occasionally turned his head to look at Yi Qingyao's anxious and excited expression, and couldn't help but think that she was very cute. The car was driving on the winding road, and the scenery on both sides slowly unfolded like a scroll. The lush trees, colorful flowers, and rolling hills in the distance all form a beautiful picture. However, Yi Qingyao's mind was not on the scenery at all. Her heart was full of anticipation for the unknown destination. She looked at Lin Feng from time to time, hoping to find a clue from his expression, but Lin Feng always looked mysterious, which made her even more curious. Finally, when the car turned a corner, an antique house came into view. The house looks quite old, with red walls and green tiles, shining brightly in the sun. The stone lions on both sides of the gate are majestic, as if guarding the peace of the house. Yi Qingyao looked at the charming house in front of her, her heart full of doubts. She turned to look at Lin Feng, her eyes full of questions. Lin Feng got out of the car with a smile, then walked around the front of the car and opened the door for Yi Qingyao. He reached out and gently took Yi Qingyao's hand. The warmth from his palm made her feel extremely at ease. He said softly, "Let's go. I'll take you to see it." Yi Qingyao let Lin Feng hold her hand. Although she was full of curiosity, she trusted Lin Feng more. She followed Lin Feng's footsteps and walked into the quaint house step by step. As soon as you enter the door, a faint woody fragrance hits your nose. The fragrance is fresh and elegant, making people feel relaxed and happy. They walked through a long corridor with many exquisite calligraphy and paintings hanging on both sides. Yi Qingyao looked at these precious collections and couldn't help feeling inexplicably excited. She turned to look at Lin Feng, her eyes flashing with surprise and joy. She finally understood that it was definitely not a coincidence that Lin Feng brought her here. There must be some special meaning here, which made her want to find out. "Husband, why did you bring me here?" Yi Qingyao couldn't help but ask, her voice full of anticipation and curiosity. She wanted to know what Lin Feng was up to. Lin Feng looked at Yi Qingyao's inquiring eyes, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He gently held Yi Qingyao's hand, and the warmth in her palm conveyed his deep affection and determination. Then he said affectionately, "Yao Yao, I brought you here to customize 3 golds for you, as well as our marriage certificate." Yi Qingyao was stunned when she heard this. This was really unexpected. She never thought that Lin Feng would bring her here to customize the 3 golds and the marriage certificate. She knew that in traditional customs, the 3 golds were one of the betrothal gifts from the man to the woman, symbolizing the man's sincerity and respect. The marriage certificate is the witness and commitment of marriage, carrying the love and future expectations of 2 people. Lin Feng prepared these for her so attentively, which made her feel extremely happy and touched. "Hubby, you're so nice." Yi Qingyao hugged Lin Feng excitedly, tears glistening in her eyes. There was a hint of sob in her voice, but it was full of gratitude and happiness. Lin Feng patted Yi Qingyao's back gently and comforted her softly, "Silly girl, don't cry, this is what I should do." His voice was full of pampering and firmness, as if to give her endless sense of security. There was an antique desk there, on which was spread a piece of rice paper, as white as snow, exuding a light and elegant atmosphere. There are also pens, ink, and seals placed next to it, as if waiting for someone to write. Lin Feng smiled and said to Yi Qingyao, "Qingyao, come, let's write the marriage certificate." When Yi Qingyao heard this, she immediately became excited. She had had a strong interest in calligraphy since she was a child. When she saw the rice paper and the brush and ink, she couldn't help but feel an urge to start writing. She sat down at the desk, picked up the brush and dipped it in ink. The ink was rich and deep, as if it could carry the love and promise between them. Then he took a deep breath and began to write the marriage certificate seriously. Her handwriting is beautiful and powerful, revealing a unique temperament. Every stroke seemed to contain endless emotions and expectations, and soon the marriage certificate was ready. The marriage certificate contained their names, wedding date, and best wishes for the future, and every word was filled with love and promise. Lin Feng took the marriage certificate and looked at the words on it carefully. The words were like a beautiful painting, which made him want to keep it forever. He took out his seal and solemnly stamped it on the marriage certificate. "Wife, in ancient times, once you signed the marriage certificate, you are mine. You can't go back on your word. No regrets in my life," Yi Qingyao said happily. Then, Lin Feng took Yi Qingyao's hand and began to select 3 golds in the studio. They looked at each piece, carefully comparing the style and texture. The gold ornaments sparkled in the sun, gleaming with charming light. Lin Feng asked Yi Qingyao for her opinion from time to time, wanting to make sure she chose the one she liked best.